Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite in Europe. My name is Bryce, joining me here for the broadcast this evening, of course, Chris Tunn. And we've already said goodbye to a few teams here in this, but we're going to say to a few more today, Chris.
Yeah, things are getting kind of wild. You call me Chris as often is kind of catching me off guard a little bit. But yes, we are very much towards the latter stages of the Challenger Elite season. And it's been a doozy, Brycey. It's been a very good one. We had some cracking games last week, but of course we have already saying goodbye to 4 teams when we lost them in the group stage. We've now said bye to another 6. We've got 6 remaining, and we have some money to give away. Look at this. This is a chunk of change, mate.
It certainly is. Well, with those teams gone and our 6 teams remaining, I guess we'll have to find out how on earth they get to that championship and that money in the end. So this is what's played out so far from the teams that made our playoffs bracket. And the teams remaining, of course, Falcons, 5 Media Group, War, Revive, Omid, and Clutch Rain have all made it this far and will be facing off today. We have elimination at round 2 up first, Ton.
Yes, we do, and that's going to be a really interesting one. I think especially between 5 Clan and Falcons, I think that should be an absolute banger. I would expect War to be able to get through their game personally, and then, of course, we will see how things go. But War versus Revived is going to be our main game. We will be watching on the broadcast. Falcons versus 5 Media is going to be on the Bravo stream, but we will be keeping an eye on what's going on. But we got a big one coming up in the Winners Bracket Final. Omid EU taking on Clutch Rain is going to be crazy, and then elimination round 3 to close out the night.
Certainly is, and we'll try to keep up with every game that we can, of course, when we go through that primary. We'll be looking at the secondary and so on, but obviously we won't be doing that all night, Ton, because there aren't enough teams.
Yeah, no, we're running out at this stage to have these multiple streams going on, but very much focused on how things are going to break down today. In terms of this first game, I think it is... I would say this is the cleaner cut of the 2 elimination round 2 games that we do have left. You would expect War to be able to do this one pretty handily, and here's some of the highlights from last week as well. I mean, look, these guys, though, for all that they were great in some of their other games and did well up until that point, when they went on to lose against Omid in the fashion that they did in that Winners Bracket semi-finals, they'll feel like they've got a point to prove today.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, like every time you go into these big competitions, some disappointments, some victories, but Team War, one of the favourites from the beginning to do very well in this one, have done okay so far. Obviously, the loss that we've seen for them is not going to be playing easy on their minds, Tom.
No, absolutely not. I think just for anybody who wasn't here and didn't know, they were 5-1 up in the Search and Destroy on map number 5 and lose at 6-5. So, I mean, this is not necessarily something you would expect from a team like that we're seeing on our screens. Bans, Harry, Beans, and Hixie, these guys have got experience, as experienced as you could possibly want at the highest stage in terms of the challenger teams that are available across even Europe and NA. I would say that these guys have the top quality. We've got multiple event winners in there. We've got somebody who finished 2nd at Champs last year. You gotta have the ice in those kind of situations. But Team Up, yes, they will still be one of the top 3 favorites. I would say it's going to be between themselves, Omid, and Clutch Rain, who will walk away as winners in this one. I would be surprised if it's anybody different. They still have a chance, Bryce. The losers bracket's there for a reason.
Yeah, it really is, of course. They'll be trying to wind their way through it as much as possible, but they aren't alone. There are more than one team in this losers run, and trying to make the run as well. We can see they're just going to go up against them. Revived had a good time, but have found themselves in this position as well.
Yeah, look, I think for Revived, getting themselves into this top 6 has been a good showing from them, to be honest with you. Going up against Team Moon, that was a really close game. That went all the way to map number 5, but they were able to take it away. Now they find themselves going up against a Team War that, I mean, realistically, the thing is because Omid actually managed to lose to Clutch Rain, Omid then going up against War, you're always going to face a big shock when it gets to this stage, and unfortunately for Revived Gaming, it's them that gets to face the shock. Not necessarily ideal, but look, can they catch them off guard? That's kind of going to be the situation. They will be heavy underdogs in this game. Can they find something? Give us a surprise to kick things off here on Wednesday. I was about to say Tuesday. It's Wednesday, mate. Honestly, the days are lost for me at this moment.
Well, every day's a good day for Call of Duty, and that's what they're hoping to get into this one. Here are maps and modes for this best of 5. Skid Row Hardpoint, High Rise Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Karachi Hardpoint, and Invasion Search and Destroy if we get that far, Tom.
Yeah, should be really interesting. I think Revived have actually not looked too bad on Skid Row Hardpoint, if I recall correctly. High Res Search and Destroy is a bit of an awkward one at times. Invasion Control can go either way. Karachi Hardpoint is very much a a solid matchup. The better team always tends to win on Karachi. It's no cheese going on there. Innovation, search and destroy to potentially close it. I think if I was a betting man, Brycey, I'm not, but I will offer what I would do. I think for me a 3-1 victory for Team War kind of leans out for me a little bit. Maybe even potentially 3-0. They got to be feeling good about this, but realistically, it's for them about the bounce back. They absolutely need to come into this with a solid win. I think they'll be coming out confident. If Revive can nick themselves a map and maybe push us even further, they have a potential chance, but I don't think many people will be looking past Team War here in this one.
No, but I'm looking forward to it anyway. Team War, they'll be looking to try and get some revenge all the way through, but that is a long way off yet. Team War, Revive Gaming, they will be going into each other now, and you are right, yes, Team War are the favourites in this one, but we have seen favourites fall and we have seen legends crumble. And on Hardpoint, it's all about the rotations. We've seen many teams utilize that P2 to get the game ahead for themselves. And if I remember correctly, last time we saw Team War didn't go great for them.
No, it didn't. So it's going to be secure. I mean, look, they have to look for a bounce back, right? That's got to be the point. Speaking of bounce back, so you need to make sure that you do find that kill over towards P2 if you are being. So they're going to be making sure they're locking in P2 time. It's all about soaking up as much as you can at P1 as well. For Revive Gaming, you absolutely cannot let Team War soak all of this and give them P2.
That's what we're going to do. Still contested, but we'll get into it. Already Revive Gaming, that's going to be 3 down. The question for Team War, with 28 seconds left, do they have anything towards P2? They do not. This is a terrible start for them. Beans will find the first. Knows he needs to stay alive, but now pressed into a corner with no support. Twisted looks away at the wrong second, but the nade is good, and the advantage is fully in Revive's favor.
Cashes Beans on the forehead. He should be able to find the second here as well, just cutting off the reinforcements that were on the way in. And now all of a sudden, a little bit of pressure on for all it was looking like a rotation was in here for the side. Revived. Hixie manages to find 3. Fantastic work from him. The rest of Team War now here. Bit of a weird spawn going on though. You can see the garage control now there for the side of Revive. Beans a little bit shaky with those shots and the second. Twisted going to be able to find one. Keza gets up top very, very quickly. Break back immediately from Revive. 50 seconds to play for you.
Well, I've done a great job so far. Lion's share of time on P1. Obviously lost a little bit of that scrap time and did lose the initial rotation on the P2. But now they are locked in. Enough bodies just to hold this off. It's always a good position. F-Dot just trying to drill these players forward, but everybody taking bullets. F-Dot cannot get one down. Fortunately, reinforcements flooding through the tunnel. F-Dot eventually will get 2. And that seems like it might be a lock-in. Team War do not have the bodies to carry this.
20 seconds now going to go over. Team War just going to try and close them into this side. Twisted some really good shots. Isn't able to find the shots over towards the garage side. All of a sudden, Pack now. Right, actually find a couple of transitional kills here. It's working out for the side of Revived. We can maybe potentially find some sort of rotation. Pack absolutely frying. And they're already here, Brycey. Team War, for all they have the rotation, they give the scrap time over, whether they wanted to or not. Lose 20 seconds. Looks like the rotation's in here for Revive Gaming as well. Team War, a lot of work to do.
Again, they can't really keep losing these rotations, Ton. It's just not going to work out on Skid Row at all if they can't start locking it down. And with the way the Revives are shooting, Keza's at 8 and 2. F-Dot is flying into the teeth of Bance. Will eventually fall. Keza now has to look 2 directions. So that aggression hasn't ended up going the way they wanted to. But Team War will have to settle for the 34 seconds at this point that will be contested again.
Big win coming through from Bance. The map kills not coming their way though, and I'm not too sure how Beans managed to nade his teammate from there. Stun comes through, the break comes in. The team nade or not, I think that was looking like a good break. Look at the snaps coming in from Revive. F-Dot. Really good job. And look at the rotation here as well, Brycey. Team War trying to fight their way through over towards the tunnel side. Twisted is yet. And find one. Has been a presence. My word, Twisted. 8 and 7 from him. Rotation in again. Revived Gaming. Crushing Team War right now.
It seems to be a consistent flaw we're seeing in Team War's gameplay. Realistically, they just aren't rotating very well or holding those rotates very well and basically rely on brute force to smash open hills over and over again. But Revive is proving a little bit of a tougher nut to crack as they still have the lead and the rotation, and Pack is cleaning this up. Got a 3-streak, will be a little bit weak up here, will eventually fall to Bance, but Keza with the backup, and there's just no way through. It's a shooting gallery.
This could be 4 for Keza. Doesn't find it. Beans eventually getting himself only his 5th kill. Has not had a good time of things. And that's been 30 seconds for a Revive game without contention. There towards the back though. Hixie will find a way through. Should be the kills coming on through. How on earth is F-Dot found 2 there? My word. The snapper onto the second. You absolutely need to find a good rotation here if you're Team War. Pack now. Waiting for the push to come through from Garage. The shots over towards the backside are just so good. They are gunning them and out-rotating them every single time.
And you're right, there is just no upside here for them as well. They're going to try to get through. Eventually, the guns will fire and they get back into the point, but Keza is still here. Neither team in a great position. You can already see on the mini-map, both teams trying to just make sure they don't throw this one away. Keza will fall to Bean, and that opens the door for Team War. F-Dot trying to throw enough bullets down, but it won't be enough to carry the day.
Yeah, good break coming in. 45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds that Team War absolutely need here. Just feels like Revive Gaming would come in a lot sharper, Brycey. Looking at the kill side of things, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty decent outside for one rotation of Skid Row. Looking like the score difference is going to, well, shorten ever so slightly. The kills coming through here now for the side of Team War. 25 seconds to play for here. This will make it about a 30-point game, and you can bring that back pretty quickly on Skid Row if you can find a couple of decent rotations.
Ixie just going to stay alive. Knows there's probably somebody pushing, but bit of cut timing will get him off that scrap. Team War bringing the game back a little bit, Ton. I would say that's only if they can do this P1 to P2 in a much better fashion than they did first time around.
Yeah, don't have P2 spawns this time. Need to make sure they are able to lock these in. Keza's having a hell of a game at 16-8. The AR battle definitely being won by Revived. Oh, Harry pulled away and Twisted guns him. Every single time we see a POV from the Team War player, it's looking like they're getting gunned. Inside the point now, Revive Game and Team War need to find a break back.
Well, Vance will find one, and they are going for this. They're now trying to get into P1 as well. They've lost a little bit of time. F-Dot will get two as well, and it falls down. Harry has to make an absolutely magnificent kill to get it, but it's still not going to be enough. Team War are not getting into P1. They will have to settle for P2 while down an incredible amount against Revive Gaming.
And when it's the first rotation, that's fine, right? You just take it on the chin if you lose a 50 or 60 over towards P1 because you're going to get P2. Not when Keza's shooting like this. They're being broken every single time. How are they winning these gunfights? P2 rotations in. Everything that could be going wrong for Team War is going wrong.
Keza is smashing Team War to absolute smithereens. There is not a kill for them here towards P2. And now they will have to hard break it. Team War could be 100-point club if this continues. They have not found anything on this map. They are being out-rotated. They're being outslain. They're being outgunned. They're being outplayed. It is just decimation across the board. Keza now 20-9 on a 4 streak.
I mean, he's absolutely frying. 20-9. Team War have had absolutely no chance in this game. They've been gunned every single time we've been on board with them. But that's a good gunfight for Hixie to win. Pac now left on his own. You need this. 35 seconds. Look at these shots from Pac. Harry will find him. Pushing to the point. 30 seconds that you must get to get Team War.
Well, things are trying to hold it down with his teammates and will eventually clear it off. And the question is now, can they get to this next hill and still fight their way back from a 100-point deficit? F-Dot already cleaning off 2. 14 seconds for the rotation. Hixie gets scored as well. And this is now going to be the hardest of breaks for Team War.
Not an ideal spot to be in. Shots from Vance are solid, but Pac will be there for the kills coming through. The trade comes in. It's an 80-point or so game. Only 2 players here from Team War to find something pretty soon. The rest are going to be coming through mid. Has to be a well-coordinated push, this one.
Oh, Beans finds 2. That's pretty huge, but they are still behind. Revive Gaming still have the point. They are trying to get into this here. They are bleeding a few seconds left and right. This all plays out for Revive Gaming. All Revive Gaming have to do is get a few puts here and there, and Harry hasn't seen him. Oh, just the tiniest field of view upgrade may have done it, but it hasn't been. Team War now in control of this. But this is the problem. Still fighting from the back foot, Ton.
They have to find a way to find a rotation here. 20 seconds to go on the old hill. You will get a hold of it. But look at this hold coming in. Over towards the corridor. Hixie's going to be dealt with as well. This is a hard break at this stage. 10 seconds to go until we head over towards the next hill. Team War will soak up every single second. They have closed the gap again. But is it too little? Too late?
This really determines it as well. This push. Team War on the back foot. Want to close into this as quickly as possible. Beans will find one. Hixie will go down as well, though. They're trying to get through the back here. F-Dot has found one. Cutting them down as they can, but it's just not going to be enough bodies, surely. Vance is going to be in trouble as well. Player right behind him somehow turns and burns. But with 20 seconds left to go, Team War has to make entry.
You got to push through. Twisted can find one. Doesn't find a second. F-Dot is there. Can't find the second. It's going to be 1v1ing from Hixie and Pac. But Team War do find the break. But the problem is a Revive game and a 20 away. This would be some comeback, but if they can find it, one player who's going to be left inside the point, and it is literally going to be F-Dot, the only one anywhere near. They should be able to find the kill here. Yes, they do. They find the trade. Tuxedo has to be careful. Push going to come on through. The presence of mind. Can't find the gunfight. That's a huge win.
And they will get this within lethal range. Team War will not get the scrap time they so desperately wanted. They will now have to bank everything on this.
Rotation.
Another big hold for them. They're in. They've locked this rotation, but is it too little too late?
3 seconds. You can find the full 60 here. You're within touching distance, and then things get mixy at P1. You never know. He's going to try and lock down the garage side. Got to find some kills here for Hixie. It's a big push starting to come on through. Those stun markers will help him out. He'll have to back down, and he'll have some help from his teammates. Beans will find one on the flank. Push starting to come in. First hold. Looks good.
Well, they've put the first one away. Revived have an opportunity to just continually push this at least one more time. There goes the first. Hixie will find it. There's a few bullets in the gets through the door, actually. But the problem for Team War is they can't really let this slip at any point. They're paranoid about all the angles, about any chance of a player getting through. But at the same time, they now have 15 seconds to get into that next hard point.
Revived are just turtling up a little bit here. Have to be careful, but they're only 3 seconds away. In 5 seconds, it's going to pop. Bance, you need to find something. Twisted with the nade behind, knows exactly where he's coming from. If you see more, you absolutely have to go now.
I don't think they're even close enough. I don't think they can contest. They're not even going to get anywhere near to this next one. And that's what happens when you fall behind. The 1v1 on the last hill as well. It took away the scrap time. It took away their breathing room. Revive Gaming take that first map against Team War. And while Team War fought back, they were not present in the first half of that game, Ton.
No, that was the problem. You find yourself so far behind after those first rotations. You lose P1, you lose P2. You're already setting yourself up for a really bad experience. It always felt like they were second to the rotation, and even when they were first, they were getting broken. I think the only couple of times that we've seen them find a good hold were the, I want to say, 3 out of the last 4 hills, but by that stage, it was too little too late. 25 points is only the gap, but I think it humbles Team War to a certain degree, though, because Revive Gaming was solid throughout. They had the control of the game. And then that's the problem, right? We talk about P1 and P2 when it comes down to Skid Row. In terms of those rotations coming in, you know how hard it can be. I'll say pick your poison, right? Do you give them the full 60 on P1 to potentially get the full 60 on P2? You have to make those conscious decisions. You cannot let them get the full 120 or so, or at least get a bit of both. You have to be able to counteract on that. And the problem is like, yeah, okay, that's a great situation to be in if you can hold P1 up or get something over towards P2 on the second rotation. But the fact is, you were too far behind that you have to kind of commit to one or the other. You can't just be mixy with it. It's so difficult to do at that stage when you get onto Skid Row. And if you find yourself with a 100-point lead at the half, you're in such a good spot to win the game.
To be honest with you, I feel like we saw the same thing against FoamEU. Team War really struggled on this same map with those same rotations. So clearly it's a bit of a weakness that they haven't shored up in the time off we've had since last week. They probably weren't expecting Revive Gaming to come in as hot as they were. Keza just dropping absolute numbers on them before they can do anything. And neither game looked close in the beginning, realistically. Revived, it looked like they had it in the bag for most of it.
Yeah, in the lead from the get-go and never let it go from as far as I'm aware. High-Rise Search and Destroy going to be coming up next. Team will have to turn this on pretty quickly because you're all of a sudden in a really tricky spot, especially with Invasion Control in there as well. You can all of a sudden get to around number 5, lose your defense. I mean, look, we know that Team War are very, very good at that map and mode combination anyway, so they will be more than happy to go into that one. But they will not be happy to be 1-0 down. That's a disappointing start, especially, you know, with all due respect against Revive. You would expect Team War to be able to deal with them.
Well, we'll have to see because it is playoffs time, and right now, there's no second chances. If you lose this series, you are out of Challengers Elite, and we'll have to try again next time. So Team War, only 2 maps away from potential elimination in a game they were the heavy favourites in. We'll have to see, though, because S&D is a great equaliser, but for who this time, Ton?
I mean, look, I was saying when we're coming into this, I was thinking 3-0, 3-1 for Team War, pretty comfortable. So I suppose, you know, look, Revived winning a map isn't like necessarily the end of the world, but it was kind of the manner of the performance for me from Team War. Not necessarily anything too hard, but yeah, Team War definitely have it in them to bounce back. But realistically, you find yourself in a tough position you probably didn't expect to be in.
No, you certainly will. And well, on an update for everybody there, 5 Media Clan losing to Falcons. Falcons took that first hard point against them as well. And Falcons have been a really interesting team, I think, through this tournament. There was a time where they didn't seem they were doing great, and they've just sort of revived themselves. They obviously 3-0'd Revived in a little bit, but I don't know. Falcons look like could make a deep run here, Ton.
Potentially, look, going up against 5 as well. That's a very, very good lineup. You would expect that to be relatively close. we'll keep an eye on how that one's going. But then going up against War or Revived in the next game, you've already beat Revived 3-0 in the winners bracket, and then potentially going up against Team War team, which is still what I would expect. But I think Falcons will be feeling confident if they can get themselves through. But still, a lot of Call of Duty left to be played. High-Rise Search and Destroy going to be coming up next. Team War need the bounce back here. 2-0 down would not be good.
It certainly wouldn't, but Revived probably smell a little bit of blood in the water. And a lot of people questioning, obviously, we've mentioned this a few times now, realistically, the reason that there are so many eyeballs on Team War is the ex-CDL caliber running through them. Many of you would have seen these players play in the league last year. So it's not only a storied kind of team, but one that people have very high expectations of.
5 gaming on the attack and down in numbers. So taken down pretty much immediately from Beans' teammate coming on in. Bit of control over towards the B side though. Don't have the bomb up quite yet. It's a flat line from Team War. No trophies to kick things off, so won't get too mixy, but Beans will down the outside. Kazar is taken down pretty handily, and all of a sudden Beans makes it 4 versus 2 in favor of Team War. He's waiting on the ace, Bryson.
Well, at the moment, I think they know exactly where he is, and he will get to. Oh my goodness! A bit of a slide may have got away.
Got a bit scary for a second. You can see Beans is challenging. He wants the ace, of course. It's scary for a moment.
Oh, it's a wallbang as well.
He's the weakest man on the planet. Has to be.
Well, I've got to say, great job of getting 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a relatively clean round at the end. I know I have to find 2, but not the end of the world. I think the only thing there that I would kind of say is try and protect Beans. 3 kills in the first round. Keep him alive in the next one. He's working on a cruise missile.
Well, will that matter? And, oh. I don't know what's happening, but something has happened. We will get an update for you as soon as possible on that one. I'm not sure myself. I'm guessing there is something that they will fix in the background, and we will update you on whether that round stands. As far as I know, it does, but you never know, and it's not our call to make. We're not admins.
We're just we try to do this every now and then, mate. I don't think we should. It leads
we'll say
to
nothing, and therefore we can't be wrong.
Exactly. It leads to dangerous circumstances that we will not put ourselves in. Well, the game on Bravo, we could potentially go over to that if we're trying to make a decision on what's going on in this game, but I'm sure we'll find out very, very shortly. But yeah, not too much to speak of in terms of the Search and Destroy yet. Obviously, with only one round coming in, and it was pretty simple, really, from Beans. I mean, a really good job coming in with the 3 kills. Again, as I was saying, I think, you know, realistically, going into it and trying to stay alive at that stage would have been good, but ultimately, it would not have mattered because we ended the game. I'm still kind of reeling a little bit from that map number 1. So impressed with Revived. For all that we talked about what Team 1 didn't do great, they did everything so well with Revived. They found the rotations, they made sure they were finding those transitional kills that can be sometimes so important. We're looking down the spawns nearly every single time of asking, and the gunny was hot, which you can't ask for anymore in terms of that sense that they were bringing to the table. 1-0 up, and deservedly so.
Yeah, there really is. And I suppose we'll kind of cover it now, obviously. For those of you who've played S&D at this level, it's a really interesting thing to note. The first round is always different to all the ones after it. And the simple reason for that is trophy systems. It does mean that the timings have to be a little bit off. You do have to do a little bit of a different break for everybody that comes through. And it also, if we have a full map reset, which I don't know what we're doing yet exactly, it does kind of change things because you won't get caught by the same nades again. Obviously, as we go into round 2 here, people will have their trophies, except this time because it'll all be reset. So
yeah,
kind of the same kind of nade timing you have to look out for. But it is a weird thing that you have a different break for everybody. And speaking of breaks, we're actually going to go on ourselves as everything gets settled out and smoothed over in Call of Duty Challenges. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are jumping straight back into the S&D. If you did join us before the break, of course, this was already ongoing. Revive Gaming are up 1-0 in the hard point, and I believe this should be the second round that we are watching right now. So we'll just get confirmation on that for you. But right now, it's looking like a 1v1 ton.
Oh, well, based on Revived being on defense, that would mean the second round. Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. It should be 1-0 to Team What. Keep you up to date on how things are changing on that sense. But Hixie with the 2 kills coming on through. That's been spotted. Yeah, you won't expect after all the way back. Yeah, you'll know where he is now, though. Shots coming in. Hixie going to go for the reach. Hixie surviving. Just about taken down. Good snap coming in from F. Dot. Get the defuse as well. I mean, Hixie did as well as he could to try and survive, just expecting the push to come through. F. Dot very, very patient. 3 kills to his name.
I think just the health just didn't come back in time. It wouldn't have been long. Was very, very close. Obviously, including the patch that happened a little while ago now that gives you health back a little bit faster, but not quite fast enough for Hixie. We're going to count this as 1-1 for us. We'll update you if we are, of course, wrong. But F. Dot has certainly been impressive, not only in this series, but probably Challengers Elite in total, ton.
Yeah, I mean, the whole of Revive tab, every single time we watch them, they've looked really, really solid. I didn't think they looked this good, though. Solid outing so far from Revived. F. Dot being aggressive. A little bit of controlled bottom blue now, so all of a sudden push up towards B is kind of what makes sense. Gotta be careful in this position, though. He's going to quite get caught out. He's going to be able to back on down. Hixie goes for the Chal again, just gets beamed. F-Top, the only problem here is, though, 4 spree for him, yep, great, but the bomb in this position, not necessarily ideal.
He's going to try and make his way out now, you can see it. He's going to try and push back. Done exactly that, teammate covering. Gonna go in here, do they know? A man waiting. The beams. They've seen it. They've seen it. That gun barrel is too big. F. Dot will get his 5th. Now, F. Dot is going to go for the plant. I was going to say you can jump this now, but it doesn't matter. Harry, left alone in a 1 versus 4, will fall as well. Revive Gaming, second on the board.
2-1 up now. Team What only need the 5 rounds to close this one out. Good shots coming through from Kaza, but Harry not able to answer. Got to be careful. You can't let this cruise missile come in. If you're Team More, you cannot let F. Dot get in on the kill without dying.
Oh, that's what they're doing, obviously. That 1v1 gave a little bit of a boost there to Revive Gaming. But they are not only leading this series, but now leading the S&D. Let's see how this break-off works. Team War will be pushing forward on their own attack. Heavy presence for Revive Gaming down B Street here. Looks like they're trying to lock this one down completely. On the other side of it, Bance is going for that oh-so infamous low run.
He's got himself a route through.
Nobody's looking.
Yeah, nobody paying any attention. He might have a free kill at some stage, but nobody is being offered up quite yet. Beans will find a kill onto Keza. Yeah, and that's going to open things up now for Bance. Beans finds one more to pack here. The only good thing here, can F. Dot find his 6th? If he can find a cruise missile here, it's a minor win.
And Harry will walk straight in the way as well. He gets it, but won't get out and does fall. There are a couple of things from that round that could prove very, very important. Revive Gaming obviously will now have that cruise done, as you pointed out. But also, nobody had any idea that Bance had flanked. He never shot, so he might try and do it again at next attack.
That's a fair point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I didn't have a clue. I mean, they might have seen it on the kill cam there towards the end, but I mean, sometimes you put 2 and 2 together and it makes 5. So, I mean, it's not necessarily the case that they will definitely know that. A bit of an issue with the scoreboards. Yeah, that's strange, isn't it? F. Dot's apparently only got 3 kills. He's definitely got 6 and a cruise missile.
Yeah, that's very, very, very interesting. Elizabeth, we'll keep an eye on it for you and try to do the arithmetic. But F. Dot flying forward, confident, 7-1, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner. That's the correct score. So pay attention to that one as we go through. Again, Team War being pushed back here. It is 2-2 between these two here because of the reset.
Big flank. Huge flank. Harry's going to go and check the bomb, but it was just bait. Hixie will find a kill on the pack. F. Dot will trade it out. Hixie now in a lot of trouble. Kaza puts some bullets in. And Hixie just snaps onto his forehead. 1 versus 2 now for Hixie.
Problems with this bomb down. They are going to just play around him. He's going to see F. Dot, but F. Dot will now run. He's just going to get straight out of there. He's got cover as well. Twitter's going to be on the steps. He's been seen, and they're just going to keep shouldering him here. He's got the first, though, Hixie. Does he go for this chow? Where is F. Dot? F. Dot goes down low. Hixie will now play a waiting game. This is all timing and a little bit of luck.
They haven't run into each other yet. F-Dot's made it into the site. Will he be hearing Hixie if he does jump up from this side?
No idea. Hixie has checked every corner available. Goes
But
for checks the wrong one as well. F-Dot gets away, stays alive. A clutch for him again against Hixie.
F-Dot's going crazy right now. 3-2. 9-1 from F-Dot. Wow. Kill comes in. Hixie, valiant effort, but unfortunately the rest of his team died before he could really put himself in a position to do anything. Really good job from Revived again. Bryce, if they go 2-0 up here, I don't know what to think.
Wow. I think Revive Gaming are making a huge name for themselves running through this. And you might see Team War start to get a little bit desperate, a little bit worried. Especially with F-Dot running wild on this so far. Still has that cruise in the pocket. Might even end up pulling it in just because he's overlapping.
Now, bear in mind, actually, cruise missiles were broken. I know there was an update that came in. I believe they should be hit by now. Anyway, irrelevant. We'll find out when he pulls it in.
Yeah, that is very true, actually. Keza just checking the angles, just looking. We'll see that forehead of Beans, but not able to get that kill away. There's a lot of Team War here. Keza doing an incredible job to stay alive. Throwing themselves through. Surely won't get a kill out of this. Will not, though. Will fall. Team War get around.
Yep, really good job from Team War here to tie things up. 3 apiece now. Good job from Team War. You know, they find the first couple of kills and they just zero in on exactly where you are sitting if you are revived. But round will, of course, go Team War's way. Now 3-3 with them having the extra round.
Wow. Hixie's having a great game. So is F-Dot. And while technically we're all tied up by this, look at the pressure coming in. Revive Gaming going heavy down B Street. F-Dot gets another first blood. Monstrous game. And you can see Beans just has to back off there as well. They've already lost the first man here, Ton.
Not necessarily ideal. But still, you're on the defensive side, so you just have to sit tight. A couple of gunfights go your way. All of a sudden, this turns around very, very quickly. Big push going to come through over towards the B side. But the second you see Team War set up, Bance will find a big kill on the F-Dot. Now makes it 3 versus 3. Oh, timing. Look at Hixie. He's literally just jumped out of the side. That is wild.
Bomb down. Hixie will go all the way back around, and they have cover. They're all based around elevators. They're very compressed here for Revive Gaming, but they win a gunfight. It's not so bad. They do get it. Keza will find Hixie on the flank. This means Beans and Bance will have to try and jump in here, and they are worried. Finds the first one, but the trade's surely going to come through. Bance gets out. Beans finds a second. A 1v1, and he knows where he is. Beans may just go straight for this. No, he's gone up top. He's looking for him, but the timing is just off. And will he wait? He will. He has the information, and Pack has got away. This is all timing now. Pack will have to check.
He's got it. He's got it.
And Pack doesn't check, and Beans gets straight onto it. It is going to be the defuse in the face. Outnumbered but outplayed. Team War take that round, and we'll go 4-3 up in the S&D.
It's almost like one of those situations where it's almost obvious, but it's not. It's such a hard one when you take those first couple of bullets because you can't chal, you know, you're going to probably lose that gunfight. These boys don't miss. Really tough situation to be in there. Could not get anything going. Look at Revived, by the way. I think that might be right. F-Dot has 9 kills.
I think he's probably got more now. We'll have to check when we get back on board with him. Witnessing.
Okay,
Ignore the scores at the top here. It's only when we got into actual players that we were able to find out, but that will hopefully be fixed by the time we get to next map. So don't worry about the scoreboard. Worry about what we're saying to you.
Even then, don't worry about that too much.
Yeah, I'm stressed out about it.
Well, here we are now. Push over towards the B side, starting to come through here from Team War. Has it? Butted up. Hixie finds one on the Pack though, so that's a big kill. All of a sudden, this B bomb site is pretty free. If you can find this, put yourself 5-3 up, then may look good, but Keza closing in at the right time. Twisted was there to put the shots in, but once again, Team War looking like they're going to get this bomb down over towards the B side. Still a threat.
Oh, it goes for the wide chow. Twisted will have to back off. They know there's players still around B. Keza, this time's going to run out. Beans looking long for him. And he tries to get this one. Keza staying alive. He's going to be just hunted down. And now a 1 versus 2, but Twisted in a great position, but gunned. Team War 5-3 up in the S&D ton.
Fantastic work from Team War. Turned this one around. That's 3 rounds in a row now. Harry was there to close that one out. And we'll find the gunny on the Twisted as well. Good shots coming in from Harry. That's 5-3 now to Team War. On to map point.
And we were wondering whether or not Revived would be running over them in the S&D. It hasn't been going well so far. F-Dot has been the main man for Revived. Can they fight their way back here? And I don't want to jinx it, but we've seen Team War lose in better situations than this. And there we go. There's the cruise. All the information. Hey guys, map's completely free. They are way back.
Yeah, couldn't see anything. Team War are aware of what's going on, but Twisted will find Beans. So some information was gained, and well, they know that they went anywhere near. So the bomb could go down, but you've saved your nades if you're Team War. Keza can answer back with a kill into Harry, but it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Revived still. But the cruise missile has been burned.
51 seconds. Still fully in the hands of Revive Gaming. They have the bodies to try and get this. Hixie comes up first and wins the gunfight, but he's already going to lose his teammate. Now trying to run around, trying to stay alive. 38 seconds left to go. I don't know if he saw it. I think he may have seen it just a second.
Does he get the timing? Not going to happen. Shots coming through. Revive Gaming making it interesting here. Bryce 5-4.
They are not out of this at all. They had burnt the cruise missile to give them a bit of opportunity onto it. Did push all of Team War back. Can they take this to a round 11? It is a very close game between these two.
Hard to really judge which way it's going to go. I mean, they both had their really good rounds, but I think the thing is there for Team War. Yes, okay, they lost a round, but the cruise missile's gone. So you take every single cloud that you possibly can do in this situation. Can they close it out here, though, or do we go to round 11?
Heavy push. Look at this. Everybody down towards B. Keza's like, oh my goodness. The entire cavalry is here, but he'll find one and get away. Down to a 3 versus 3. Team War have been just stopped in their tracks. They've called it out, and down they fall. Only Bance left alive at a 1 versus 3. A 1 versus 2. Run for your life, Bance. Close the door behind you. A 1v3 if you can make a ton, but it is still a tall order.
Tough position to be in. Look at Revived Gaming. They're just going together. They're just going together. Round 11, we're coming to you. No doubt at all. There we go. Revived Gaming. Get the 5 as well. May well say 5-4 on your screens. We're reloaded after Team War won a round. 5-5, round 11.
Made the bold call. Unfortunately, there was enough to deflect it. And now they will have to wonder, is this going to be the map point for them or for Revived? For Revived, it will put them up 2-0 in the series. For Team War, just 1-1. All hangs in the balance now.
And for Team War, they have really struggled with these final rounds, closing out Search and Destroys. Rounds 11s have not usually went their way. First Blood does, though. Pack will fall. 4 versus 3.
Stun check going in. He's going to get it as well. Harry will clean it up. Full advantage. Twisted running for his life. He's been found. Has to back off completely. Underneath, you can see Keza will be underneath B, but that's about all they have. Oh, no, he's not. He's up by elevator. He's going to see him as well, and he gets him before the bomb goes down. They just have to stay alive now. Just have to get away. Twisted diving for this. Just has to jump on and plant.
Got time.
I
got
think
time.
He's got it. He certainly will. Bance will go and check. And he can't get him. He shot the body.
This would be the ace for Twisted. 1v1, round 11.
A 2 versus 4. And Team War find themselves in the worst position. Twisted just has to find one more. The clutch and the ace.
If he gets himself up top heli here, this is so difficult for Bance. 25 seconds.
Bance has been seen. Twisted has to back off. Bance is just going straight for the defuse. This will be a shoulder by Twisted. No, he goes straight for it. He gets that one. Is it seconds away? Revive Gaming win it. They clutch up 2 versus 4 versus Team War. They go 2-0 up in the series, taking down the Titans. Unbelievable. They just ripped that round away. No trades to be had. Team War, that is not the first time that's happened to them.
It's 4 versus 2 in round 11. You can't lose it. You can't lose it. Twisted with the ace to seal the deal in round 11. Revive Game on a 2-0 up against Team War here. How on earth?
These stats, by the way, I don't believe they're accurate.
No, I don't think they are. I don't think they are.
Yeah, Twisted might be right. I think he was 8 and 7, but it basically only updated whenever we enter the player we were currently watching. So those stats not perfect for us, but of course we'll just kind of show them to you at the end and give us a rough idea. But realistically, the story of this is how on earth Team War threw that round.
I have no clue, honestly. I mean, look, Twisted does really well to find the gunfight back onto Beans. Beans will not expect them that far pushed up on B Street. Gets traded, bombed down with, I want to say it was like 0.2, 0.3 seconds to go. And then for Bance, it's a really awkward position to be in because he sees him gets traded, but he kind of wants to play your life, right? There's so little time left on the board. A tough one for Bance in that sort of situation. As soon as Twisted gets out, it's not necessarily curtains, but you're in a really bad spot. And the gunfight doesn't go his way. Bance jumped on the bomb, thinking he was making the play. It was probably the best play to make, but Team War find themselves 2-0 down Brycey. Don't believe it.
No, I don't believe it either. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we will have the control between these two teams and updates from our other game going on in Call of Duty Challengers League. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challenges Elite. Now, hold on to your seats because there's a little bit of information we have to share and we'll get through it all. But allow me just to get this all gone through before we jump back into the game. So, there is currently a small technical issue with watching controlled games. This is a visual bug for us, not the players. So the players can play in a fair competitive environment. We just have a bit of an issue watching. It's a visual bug for us. It would not be pleasant for you to watch it, let alone for us to cast it. So we can't do that at the moment. Hopefully there is a fix coming down the pipeline. We'll keep you involved whenever that happens, but for now those control games have gone on off stream and we'll find out what happens when we get to our next set anyway. But the way this has gone down is War have won the control, Falcons also won their control, and we are going to jump in to our next set of games. I believe we'll be watching Falcons versus 5 Media Clan. Falcons currently 2-1 up, and also on the other side of it, Revive Gaming are up 2-1 against Team War. So that is everything that's happened in the break. That is everything broken down. Ton, it's good to be back.
Thanks, mate. You just went off on one, and I was just sitting here and enjoying what you have to say. Yeah, unfortunately, with control, there's nothing we can do there. We could have been in there, just keep an eye on the scores, but I mean, for us to even say of anything that was going on would have been quite impossible. So yeah, we're going to be jumping into the Falcons against 5 Media game, as far as I'm aware, just to see how that has gone down. Very, very good games across the board so far, but I think Team War will absolutely be kicking themselves now. Find themselves 2-1 down, should have realistically been 2-1 up, twisted with the ace in round 11 in a 2 versus 4. I cannot actually believe that Revive Gaming found themselves in this position. They must have been watching the stream, listening to me, just being like, Team War will take this nice and easy, no problem. I'd like to think a 3-1. And then when, yeah, bet. Incredible performance so far. Yes, okay, they will lose a map in Invasion Control. We've seen Team War last week. Already looking pretty good on that map, to be honest with you, so let's presume that they look good there again. Heading into a map number 4, I hope for Team War it was a good result for them in terms of like get some momentum behind their sales so we can find a series in this one, but I don't know, it's hard to tell when you can't see what's going on. So.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's remind everyone of where we are so far in Challengers Elite. This is our bracket for the games that have gone on so far, and as we wind our way through this perilous path, who will come out on top? Obviously, every other game that happened before now happened last week. We'll go through those if we need to, but of course we can see Falcons, they're actually 2-1 up against 5 Media Clan at the moment, and Revived up 2-1 against War. So everybody going to a map 4 at the moment. It could end for Falcons here, it could end for Revived, but it is one of those where who knows how it goes.
Who knows, but that's what we're here for, mate. To try and explain how things are going to go. Well, right now, I don't think 5 Media would have expected things to go this way. 2-1 down up against Falcons. That's super. Already kicking off with 5 in a row over towards the top side on B1. Won't be able to work, of course, on that cruise missile. I believe he did go down. Has went down for the second time, so even if he went down, then find the 5 kills doesn't really matter. But the rotation is there. Team Falcons. 15 seconds to go here over towards P1. Now you're fighting for that control over towards P2.
They're looking for this as well. This is a big rotation, as we know, and for those of you who haven't seen much of Rio played at this level, it is fast, it is furious, and it is constant. Deco, though, gonna go behind, finds one already, and now they'll be worried about this. You can see the Falcons don't have any line secure, Ton.
Come on, they didn't, and then they find 3 down just like that. Spawns towards the back, though. That's going to be bad. Gotta spin around here if you're Falcons. Do you have some control, and that's a gunfight that you just wouldn't expect a buddy to win, but eventually does. Sucre will find 1, Sucre will find 2, so the break's going to come through from 5 Media Town because the spawn's over towards the backside. Sucre with 3 and locks it down for 5 Media. 33 seconds remaining. Should be some good time on the board.
Yeah, not going to be a lot Falcons can do here from this position. They are going to probably run into the teeth one more time. You can see it. But they do have the spawn they want for next. 3 of them stacking. Caleb will find 1. They are going to actually push this. Just 2 bodies. They want to get a little bit of scrap time if they can help it, but with that last player going down, there'll be nothing for Falcons to do on this hill. It's over to next.
Yeah, I'll set up 4 next. Gonna find themselves about 20 points behind by the time we do get there, though. Big kills coming through in the middle of the map from Exnid. Oh, they're looking easy from this position. Falcons trying to find a break. Get themselves back into the lead. Shots were good, but not quite good enough. Renko is able to find it. 5 Media trying to find the break. Sorry, now gonna have to come through from the top side. King of Bodhi will find another, though. So far, so good for Falcons.
Looking for it, and King managed to get that kill as well. Falcons just holding on. They've got bodies into this point. It's a little bit compressed, but Exnid trying to get out of it. King also having come back to the point. They don't want to let this one go. They're still in a great position.
Looking at some really good time. The initial break might just come through here. Those the gunfights are one in the middle of the map. Roxas can find one, but not much else. Just complete overwhelming by 5 Media Clan. Really good job. But rotation's now going to start coming through over towards the next hill. If you can keep a hold of these spawns where we have actually seen Team Falcons spawn, they should be able to set themselves up very, very nicely. Now, if you are 5 Media, you'll be very well aware of what's going on because that hill behind you is green. Renko finding 2. The 3rd as well. How can you let him do it? Big plays coming in from Renko. Full spree for him. Rotation in 5 Media Clan.
And this is where they could take a commanding lead. Look how far away the Falcons are. They are trying to split this map. They're trying to attack it from every single angle. But as they do, that time is ticking. Rancor staying alive. Challenges with 7 health. King will get him eventually. Trade's now going down onto the map here. Falcons will get another one. A little bit of pressure coming through with those spawns, though. Could be trouble here for Falcons. Wow. They need to find this kill quickly. Yakko will not get away. Falcons back into the point, but pressure's on.
This one's not looking too bad for them either here, so the push is going to come through in a disadvantageous position for 5 Media. Great shots coming through from Khaled. Can lock it down momentarily. 25 points you sorely needed. It's looking like 5 Media we're going to pick that one up, and well, just trying to headbutt their way through. Well, it might work here as Renko can find 2. He seems to be frying right now. 11 and 5 from Renko. Would have been an extra 20 seconds or so for the side of Team Falcons. Back down for just a second. They will find the lead off the back of this. Now about the rotation.
And sometimes on this point, you can get a lot of time, or sometimes you can get none. It does come down to this initial positioning. And with 5 Media Clan, they have the numbers here. Already finding one. That player up top. Bridge! Exton not going to be able to get away from it either. And 5 Media Clan now looking to lock this one down. Split spawns from both, though. King will be the danger man here, but Yakko's going to find him before they can do any more.
You only have to worry about a push coming from one side now, but the grenades are good. The trophies are not. Khaled will find a breakthrough, but now you need to find the extra couple of kills up top. Yakko just doing well to survive here. Has to be cleared out really if Falcons want to get some good time. King now trying to push around, can't find the gunfight. The fight found on the front side though by Sukri does get traded out. Yakko just surviving. There's enough of a nuisance to keep Team Falcons off it, but only momentarily. 20 seconds to play for here. Very tight game here in map number 4.
They're still waiting for a super. Just trying to keep himself alive as well. You are right. Super tight game between them. Falcons will have a slim to none lead going into this next set of rotations. And realistically, it's nobody can really say they are ahead. King though trying to get in a good position here for this P1 lockdown. Needs to win this first gunfight. Not able to get it. The bait switch isn't going to work away. King still alive. Flies out with a Renetti. Will go down, but it does put 5 Media Clan just back a few steps. And they get the trades coming through with a team kill. And now pressure coming up the stairs.
Oh my god! Super is moving kind of different. What was that gunfight? My word. Gonna maybe potentially find a breakthrough here. Team Falcons still here in numbers. But I will say what I've enjoyed about this map so far, there are some outrageous gunfights going on alongside some outrageous Charles, which me and you both love. Bring more of them, to be honest with you. Look at that from Super. Every single time you see somebody just deletes them. 5 Media Clan find themselves behind somehow still. 15 seconds to play for P1. Looking like Falcon's going to lock it in. P2 rotation looking good as well.
Bear in mind, this map matters. 5 Media Clan don't win it. They go out of Challengers Elite. And Falcons will continue on. And that's what they're trying to get here. Well, that's a huge kill by Roxas. The hill pops now, and he is pushing this one out. You can already see they're not even in the time. They're trying to make sure their flank is secure.
Gotta be careful through the middle of the map as well. Yakko, Sukri find a couple. Khaled needs to find something. Super, some really, really good shots coming through. Khaled's gonna have to back on down. Still spawns there for the side of Team Falcons. 40 seconds to be playing for over towards P2 and a 40-second lead as well.
I've been told as well, our primary game is actually coming back to our screens. If you are interested in how this one ends, Team Falcons versus 5 Media Clans, you can catch it on the second Challenger stream. There is Call of Duty Challengers Bravo. You can watch it there. At the moment, we are going to leave it. Team Falcons versus 5 Media Clan. At the moment, Falcons in a great position to end it, but Team War look like they are going to back into the pit with their enemies, Revive Gaming.
Their enemies? Do you think they're enemies? Do you think they're enemies? I wonder. Do you have any enemies, Brycey?
No, I am wonderful. Anyway, as we move on to this one, you can see we've got into it as well, but Revive Gaming look like they've had a great time there on P1.
I mean, they seem to have the number, really, when it comes down to hard point. You will take 50 off the break, and then the rotation to P2 as well. I mean, nothing seems to be working for Team War and Hardpoint up against Revive Gaming. Very much seem to be countering them. Keza up top here on a 4 spree. A 6 spree will be lovely as well.
They're looking for it. You can already see. F-Dot is not going to take down Hixie. Almost, though. And now Twisted comes under some pressure. Players from Team War banging open every door they can. Pack towards the back. A 1v1. And Hixie, and that's Harry, sorry, will get it in the end. But this is just scrap time. This is just holding the door to make sure you don't go any further behind. They've got a little bit of reinforcements here, Team War, but the rotation is what they so desperately need.
Yeah, for Team War here, as long as you can keep Revive Gaming in the back and just keep them off the time as long as possible, it's a kind of a minor win. 10 seconds going to bleed over that. You need to lock in some good time over towards P3. Keep an eye on the spawn. Still should be towards the back side of the alley for Revive Gaming. Just a little bit closer towards the mid-map side. You're going to have to work your way through. Harry had to win that gunfight up against F-Dot. He was the only one in a position that could really do anything about it. Beans now watching up top. Great angles coming in from Beans. Now the push from top 3 is going to be something you have to watch. It's going to be about 15 seconds uncontested by the time Revive get here.
Vance finds the first hit. Just trying to lock these doors. And this is what they want. An absolute full lockdown. You can see Vance will be playing around market side. He knows where this spawn is coming in, especially with Hixie all the way across the other side of the map. We're looking to take out as many as possible. They're looking for him. Double chow coming through. They find one. Only one, though. Vance trying to stay alive. Will not find Keza. That is the first Dominator fall, but they still have great defensive positions.
Well, that Vance fell. Information gained. Beans will be there. Can he find another from Ben Beans? You know he's shouting dead at his screen in his house right now. Finding the kill. 7 in a row. Cruise missile secured. As well as a comeback. It's so hard to say. Beams from Beans.
He certainly doesn't. Well, that's what happens when you get a full 60. The slaying now firmly flowing their way. Beans is actually killing his teammates. That's another one for him. A 10 streak now.
Nobody is safe.
They really aren't. And I'll be honest with you, if you're on that much of a streak, I know it doesn't really matter anymore, but this is the most dangerous position for them to be shot from so many different angles. Goes for the chow as well. Throwing everything around. Still dancing, still diving. F-Dot dying. An 11 streak for Beans. Refusing to fall here in this game versus Revived.
Eventually he does go down. Falls on his sword though. Team War were about 60 points behind not too long ago. All of a sudden you're 13 in front. Sucked up a decent amount of time over towards the P4 side of things, but this rotation now over towards Junk. This is a big one. It's going to be a setup here from Revive Gaming. Are you hearing Beans? Well, you're going to hear him now as the shot's starting to come through. He's expecting the child from close. Yes, he is. F-Dot falls. Rotation in. Team War finally seem to be warming up into this series. Bance has got a read onto this as well. 3 for Ben Bance. Things looking good now for Team War.
Complete change around. Obviously, we didn't get to see the P1, but it wasn't looking amazing for Team War, and they seem to have found everything. Now, look at the streaks going on. Beans is 17 and 4. Bance has 4. Harry had 5. And now this is where Revive Gaming really need to start pushing their throttle to maximum. Break back into this before you get too far behind.
Things getting a little bit scary. 40 seconds now to play with. Team War especially very, very close to this stage. And yeah, look, I mean, Revive Gaming getting spawns over towards the red side's going to help out, but Bance now going to sit in the corner. Should get called out. Doesn't matter. F-Dot absolutely beamed. Tupac walks into the gunfire again. And this can be a little bit of a difficult one if the push is coming from red to hold it down from this side. You need somebody in this corner, ideally. But Revive Gaming look like they're going to give it up and go for the P1 setup here. So that's going to be 10, 15 seconds for absolutely free. Revive Gaming picked up the majority of those 80 points on P1 and P2. Haven't had a sniff since.
And that's the worrying thing here. Can they do this again on P1? They're looking for it. Team War are already in position, though. That top 3 is going to be where the majority of the pressure usually comes from. But Revive Gaming, they're still waiting. They're worried about people. They're actually sending Pack all the way around the outside. It's already been waiting for him. Harry has to duck away. But Beans has been waiting for this for a while. We'll pick it up. We'll turn around. Looks for F-Dot as well. And it's an absolute clinic from him on this map so far. 20 and 5.
F-Dot just can't keep up right now. 2 and 15 from him. He's having a real struggle. It was fantastic in the search and destroy. One of the big reasons they were able to bring him back. But Beans absolutely frying right now at 20 and 6. Bance is having a good game at 16 and 9 as well. But this needs to be a good hold from Revived. If you can bring this gap down to around 20 or so, you're in a much better position. You're currently 110.
It has been unbelievable how little points they've been able to gather in just all of these hills. And Bance sees some feet trying to take off toes. Will get F-Dot as well, who cannot get any luck on this map. Was in a great position, but now he's going to have to try and recover. Here it comes. In comes the cruise missile. Ready to strike. Pack taking down Bance. He's huge. He's trying to thread the needle. He finds 2. That's an outrageous game in the end. And now they will flood this point. They found 4 points in the last 3 hills. What has happened?
They've fallen apart. It seemed like Revive Gaming had the rotation over towards the first hill when we went into the second rotation of hills. They didn't have a goddamn thing, Brycey. You can barely win a gunfight. 2-2-4 and rising here for Team War. They may well close it out.
And now the last push. Potential last push of Revive. Oh, they clear it out. Never mind. It won't be the last push. They clear it. Cannot be won here by Team War, but they are set up ready for next. And this is where the trouble all went wrong. It looks like Revive Gaming won't break 100 points here, but they will need to rotate. They may even leave this completely. Harry will find one. Harry will find two. And the bells are ringing. They are saying this game is all done but in name. And Bats will find another one in the corner. They are spawning out. They are spawning far away, Ton.
Oh, I hate to bring any sort of attention to these kind of things, but FDOT has 3 kills in a map of Hardpoint here. If he doesn't find anything over this rotation, will find a breakthrough. No, he doesn't. Gets taken down pretty much immediately, but maybe try to break through. Not gonna happen. That is the game. Team War dominating in map number 4 to send us to a map number 5. That is... I mean, they didn't win 250-0. Just want to clear that up. But irrelevant of that.
A little bit like that, but
it did feel like that. After the first 2 hills, I mean, realistically, there was nothing from Revive Gaming whatsoever. Now, all of a sudden, we're having to a map number 5 out of nothing. Revive Gaming got to go back to the drawing board. They have to clutch up here and search and destroy.
Yeah, and truthfully, nobody would have predicted that after the rest of the games we've seen. Just a complete clinic by Team Ward, shutting them down. Obviously, Beans just going on a massive streak in the middle of it, feeling themselves rotate. They got everything locked in. A very different kind of situation from map 1, where they just didn't have those rotations locked before they went.
No, and even when they did, I mean, look, they had a fantastic start. What, they were sitting at around 70 points after P2, full stop. After the second hill on the map, they barely even touched 100 in the end. I can't quite remember what the final scoreline was, but it was 80 or 90 or something like that.
93.
And, well, I mean, I just want to point out here, because, I mean, I want to have sympathy for FDOT, but you also left, so we can't actually clarify it. But I'm 100% sure he was 3-20.
He was 3-21.
Bloody
fortunately, I have the replay up on my other screen, so I could just watch it back to check what was going on. But yeah, 3-21. Not, I don't know, maybe just an off game. Here's the thing. Got to give benefit of doubt when something like that happens, because realistically, you know, we've seen FDOT absolutely demolish in some of the other maps on this one. Just have a fantastic game. So maybe just having a bit of off time. I mean, I've just looked at as we go through the highlights here. You can see he's 2-7, 2-8. Only gets 1 more kill for the rest of this game. Obviously, I've got to say that's a fluke, maybe a broken controller or something, or just a bit of bad luck. We even saw, you know, just the luck was not going as well as Bance took his toes off up top red. But here we go. It was 80 points they've got, and then they only got another 13 for the rest of the game.
I mean, yeah, I look, you never want to hit on somebody at all, but I mean, that's kind of one of those performances. We know he's a lot better than that. That's as low as I've seen in a Hardpoint map. I'll put it. Yeah,
FDOT's been really good.
He has been. That's why I'm like, you know, how can that possibly happen?
Benefit of the doubt. I think there was an issue somewhere along the line, and I have to imagine that is the point. I mean, Harry did only die 5 times that entire map, by the way. 2 minutes 34 in the hill, 14 kills, 5 deaths.
Incredible. Massive game from Team War. 3-1 in the control, as we obviously didn't get to see that. 250-293 in the hard point. And over towards Invasion, Search and Destroy we go. So a bit of an awkward one that can be a little bit strange. And just to let you guys know as well, 5 Media going up against Falcons, map 5 there as well. We knew that both these 2 games were potentially going to be able to go the distance. I mean, look, actually, that's a complete lie. Team War, I thought, would win this one pretty comfortably, Brycey, and all of a sudden we're heading to a map number 5, but they have brought it back.
Yeah, they certainly have. And of course, it was probably a pretty close game, I think, on the other side of it, only an 8-point difference. But hey, both of them going to map 5 because they're both great, and you can see it there. Falcons 5 Media Clan 2-2, War Revived 2-2. Obviously, these two will face each other in elimination round 3, which is actually going to be our 3rd matchup of the evening. If you are joining us here, of course, we're not only watching elimination round 2 now, but then we'll be watching the winners final. I'm at EU versus Clutch Rain, and then we will be jumping back into elimination round 3. And tomorrow we will have our elim final and our grand finals. Our grand finals, of course, here at Challengers Elite is a best of 7.
Got a while to go before we get there. Omit and Clutch are in waiting for the results of these two maps before we do jump into our winners bracket final, which should be an absolute banger, but we have these games to deal with yet. I mean, I would put my money on Timor again. I said that at the beginning of the series. I will continue to go down that route because of the fact that it's a potential reverse sweep on the cards. Revive Gaming really did clutch up in that round 11 that we've seen Twisted with the 4 kills coming through the ace to lock down the win. The Timor let that happen again, I'm not too sure, but we are heading over towards Invasion. We know what it can be like. I really don't know which way this one goes. I would like to think it'd be Timor, but Revive Gaming has much of a chance as anyone if they can bounce back from that map number 4, because things can get a little bit scary if the potential reverse sweep happens. You're heading into that map number 4, you get smoked like that. For FDOT, he needs a good start at this map. Like, I know we don't want to kind of lie on it there, but if you go and have that bad of a map at map number 4, if you have a bad start in the Search and Destroy, you're going to be a passenger. You need to lock in from the start.
I think it's fine, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I think realistically, with how FDOT's been playing for the rest of the time, like I said, I'll put an asterisk next to it. I don't think that's any kind of indication. I think it's just an off game. It's not really going to matter as we move on to our next one. And you know what? S&D, he was fantastic, and I suspect he will be again.
That will make the difference. If you can do that on the Search to Destroy and what you did map number 2, all will be forgotten about map number 4. Well, here we go. Which way is this one going to go? Map 5's to stay in the game on both Alpha and Bravo. Thankfully, we can watch Search and Destroy, though. So here we go, into it. Just a note, though, of course, the stats don't seem to be 100% correct when it does come down to it for the kills and deaths and whatnot. So pay attention to that. Not being correct, I should say. Lock in. Just count them yourselves.
FDOT going forward here, using that smoke grenade because there are no trophies down here to get further forward. Kez is almost coming into a little bit of an issue. He sees players dancing around mid. Has to back away. No trophies down, so he can't afford to stay there in case he gets double naded. And Timor, they are stacking in numbers. They are all very, very close.
Twisted. Really good corner. If he could find a second, that would be absurd. Finds the third. Oh my word. Is it a back-to-back aces in S&D rounds for Twisted?
Well, Keza knows, I think, where this player is going to be. Beans jumps out as well, and that's going to be all over. I think that smoke actually went in Twisted's favor. You could see he had a little bit of a wobble on that first kill because the auto-aim was off. Second player in the smoke didn't have it either. Nobody expecting him to push through. But all falls apart there for Team War.
Yeah, that's one of those situations. It's just a really good position from Twisted. If he finds one kill, it gets traded out. Not the end of the world, but the fact that he finds a 2 and a 3rd as well. Big round coming in from him. Keza finds one back. Revive Gaming, one to the good.
Oh, that's what they want. Huge start. Twisted was a force to be reckoned with in that last round. We saw last time they played S&D on High Rise. Starting off again, and Harry will get onto FDOT.
Slow and steady for Revive Gaming now. Nothing to speak of for them, and Seymour holding down this defense very, very well, not giving anything away. You can see it's very passive. You've got players over all the way towards Back Palace, and then one player watching the A Street. So they're just waiting for Revive Gaming to make the move themselves.
Keza just trying to find information. Gets a stun check as well. Knows there's a player on mid-tank. In goes the second nade. That player going to get hit by it? No. Very few options here for Revive Gaming Ton.
Yeah, it's one of those that Team are just not giving anything up, right? They're not making any silly plays. They're not getting caught out. It's going to have to be a less than favorable gunfight coming through for Revive Gaming if they do want to try and find a round here.
Vance is actually going to be feeling the pressure. I wonder if Team War start to go over for him. It doesn't matter. Already Twisted has been found. Vance still playing his life. Has Overwatch support now. Beans is going to be here as well. Revive Gaming are finding less and less of the map to go to.
Yeah. And that's a worthwhile trade in the end that comes through. One player pushes through Dark just to relieve that pressure. And Team 1 will find the round. Oh, it's looking like it is going to be their way. Hixie goes for the child package there for the trade, as is Harry. Really good round from Team 1. Find the opening blood and then just sit tight. No problem whatsoever. First bloods, very, very key so far. One apiece in both of that category and, of course, the actual scoreline. So, which way can this one go? Twisted again, having Such a good game here, and the Search and Destroy obviously would have died in that previous round. And just again to further note, stats on Search and Destroy ain't working.
Harry, that is a long-range shot and almost good enough, but almost replied in kind. That last round was all off the back of that first blood he got. It left Revive Gaming with very few places they could go. There is pressure coming here again. Beans looking for this one. Got to be careful, and F-Dot will find one. Beans will get packed, though. They know where F-Dot's going to be, and Bans has just jumped on it, looking for it, but he's in trouble as well. Just flies, just runs away. Keza will get Beans, though. The trade's not going to be there. Team War are split up.
Split up, but with the number advantage. Yeah, Harry did see him. Doesn't matter. Keza guns him. So now for Bans, what's the play? You had B to your own. You know exactly where Keza is. Looks like he's wrapping back towards him. Did somebody see something? Yeah, did they hear them? Did they hear them? Bans is going to win the gunfight anyway. Big gunny coming in from Ben Bans. Team War, 2-1 to the good.
I'll tell you something. Sometimes it's a horrible watching it. Then you see that you have that context on the minimap and through the X-ray. Obviously, Bans was free and clear all the way over at B, but didn't want to be stuck there. Didn't want it, so he went for the rotation himself. He had the bomb, could have planted time. Just went, no, I'm going to rotate all the way across.
Yeah.
If he had lost that gunfight, everybody would be like, why on earth has he done that? But obviously, he had an idea that that wasn't going to be what happened.
Well, I think he would have presumed that Keza would have probably been heading over towards B. They had information on Bans. They knew he was there because he found the crossing. There was another kill came on through, so they knew he was there. So maybe he thought that Keza would have found a rotation over towards that side and Bans would have had a free sight over towards A. But irrelevant of that, 4 versus 4 into the next round we go. Team War with the advantage onto towards the defensive side as well. If they can hold this down, it will be a clear advantage.
And Snow, somebody's up broken here. Here we go, slow pick from both, and back we get him. 3 versus 3 though. It is a trade. Hixie found F-Dot before.
Holding this down if you're Hixie. It's 3 versus 3. Pack gonna slide forward over towards the tank. Yeah, he's hearing everything. He's hearing it all, but here we go. Gunfight's coming on through. Good shots from Hixie. Twisted left on 1 versus 3.
Oh, he's been magic so far in S&Ds. Is he going to be magic again? No. Hixie will take him down, and Hixie playing that mid-tank has caused such a problem for Revive. They haven't been able to get past him.
Yeah, it's been difficult on the attacking side for Revive. Only 1 defensive name to themselves here so far. Or 1 defensive round to their name, I should say.
Wow. Let's see right now if Team War can continue this forward. You've got to remember, the last time in their S&D, they had the opportunity to win it and then end up falling behind again. They'll be looking to just make their rounds as clean as possible. For Revive Gaming, they want this back on the board. 3-2 sounds a lot better than 4-1.
Team War hoping to hold this. Looking to lock down the A street. They can hold this lead. They will be looking good for the Search and Destroy win. Another attacking round will be huge. That doesn't help.
No, that's what was known as not ideal. F-Dot can see feet. So close. I think he's been shouldered this time. They've seen him as well. Everybody firing at the doorway at nothing. And for Team War, this kind of takes some of their options away. They're now pinned back. They have very little map control. And Bans tests the gauntlet.
Oh, they're going to put the pressure on here as well. They're going to challenge Keza. They get the stun off. Choose not to go for the gunfight. Pack gonna have to back on down. Needs a little bit of help. Has some from the dark side as well. Not going to find the gunfights. If you're Keza, pressure coming in. Pack with a good snap onto the first one. If he can even survive here for a little bit longer, that's not too bad. Keza now on his way over. Yeah, bomb is down. 2 versus 3.
F-Dot trying to come through the back here as well. They have them outnumbered. But oh my goodness, Hixie finds 2. Beans goes for it. With 10 seconds left to go, they just have to get on it. F-Dot has to back down. They will be planting the bomb now. Beans is in a great position. F-Dot's going to try and get through. He can't. How on earth did Hixie win those 2 ton?
I guess we'll never know. I mean, for Hixie in that situation, it must have been 2 players coming through from the flank and just get caught out by a bit of bad timing. Because there ain't no way Hixie should be finding 2 kills on 2 players converging on the site there. Far too easy. And Team War absolutely cruising now. 4-1 up.
Well, just when you think they're in a lot of trouble, they pull it out of the fire. Hixie on a 5 streak. I imagine he'll be playing around first in here for information and then probably backing off to mid-tank. There he goes. Looks for the cross. That will have been called out, I think. It's a lot of pressure from Revive Gaming down B. They've got Beans on it. Beans has been stunned. Now trying to get away, desperately looking for a way out here and will survive. But they've given up a good portion of the street.
Bance locking this down. Arrival 9 will be more than fine here. The smoke offering a little bit of cover, but the cover is there for Bance as well. Can start to make the move. Gets caught out though. Keza with a gunfight. Beans is able to shut it down. F-Dot will fall. Keza's still alive back there. They have the info. And they have this as well.
No.
Should find at least one here.
He's going to call out that player's running for it as well. Beans is all right. I'll clean him up. And they don't get anything with it. But technically, that Keza kill all off the back of the cruise missile.
Yeah, 100%. Keza had to move. Falls into the clutches of Harry, and I believe it's Beans over towards that side. So now all of a sudden, you got to get the bomb back. You got to get it down. Revive Gaming absolutely nowhere to be seen. Cruise missile invested from Team War has made the difference in this round. Twisted. Now in a really awkward spot. I think if you're Revive Gaming, you choke that one up. The cruise missile is being brought in, but Team War 5-1 to the good. They have been here before and lost games, though. They need to make sure they close this one out.
Well, here we go. This is all where it gets a little bit tense, and I say that because Team War have not had the greatest of time recently while being in this position, but in this position they are 5-1 to the good. It is series point. It is elimination potential for Revive Gaming. They would now have to win 5 in a row to stay in this tournament.
I think they were 2-0 up here. Don't know how the control went down, obviously. Map number 4, absolutely nowhere to be seen. And now all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of a loss. And, well, I was about to say their loss may well be compounded here. You lost the last round because of a cruise missile, and now you're going to be forced away. Got one.
Oh, Higgly's been caught, though. And they didn't get as much as they wanted to up here. They now have the numbers. Harry finding Pack. And they're going down as well. Bance will want to get across to this bomb here. That's going to be a smoke out. Does he have the cover? Or will this player try and push through? There's actually both of them going to be there. F-Dot and Keza are double stacked top of the street.
He's baiting it to make sure they were going to go for the child there. You can watch it from this angle if you're F-Dot. But now they know Bance isn't on the bomb. They know exactly where he is. But clearing out is easier said than done. F-Dot and Keza left in a 2 versus 3. Shots into Bance are solid, but not good enough to kill him. Our bomb will be going down and just making the issue worse here for Revive Gaming.
They can't get it. F-Dot is trying to thread it in. Keza does find Bance eventually, but after bomb's gone down, Beans and Harry will hold this lane, and they'll find the first one. F-Dot goes for the chow, looks for it, gets the first. Now needs to be a hero, still alive. Beans is gonna just get him before he can do any more damage in Team War with a reverse sweep. The 6-1 and S&D will continue onwards here in Challengers Elite. But my goodness, that made it a little bit tense at the end.
Yeah, not without any stress here for Team War. 2-0 down at one stage in this series. They turn it around and send themselves into the next round of the competition. Commiserations to Revive Gaming. They showed a lot of good in the first 2 maps, but crumble after the control. It's a tough one because I think map number 4, Team War kind of just showed their class, kind of showed what I thought we would see from them up against Revive Game, and especially in the hard points. Team War, I don't think we'll see much more from Skid Row, to be honest with you, because that was a pretty poor showing from them, but they will win the series. They will advance anyway.
They certainly will. Well, we're actually going to jump over to our secondary game, which has been ongoing so far. You're going to see Falcons going up against 5 Media Clan, and this has gone all the way to a map 5. Falcons, though, currently in the lead here, 4-3.
I believe this one was a lot. 1 apiece, 2-1 Falcons after the control, and then it was a very, very close game. It's 250-242 for 5 Media in map number 4, and it's the first blood. Here on the defensive side, Team Falcons push over towards B just that. I was about to say a little bit harder. A lot harder, Bricey.
This is where it gets tense here, obviously. It's been tight between these teams the whole way. Yaka will fall to Exnid. Control of the site here, but Falcons have backed off just a second. The health back, he will try this again. Roxas just trying to cover every single angle. Doesn't want to expose it too much, but hasn't that player on the flank. That shut down. There's the player top AC. That shut down. They have control.
Bomb may well be going down now. Yep. And now for the retake for 5 Media. Can Exnid get out? That's the question. Yeah, unscathed. Super Renko starting to tighten that gap very, very quickly. I didn't expect Renko here. So close. Not quite. Child going to come on through. Nobody else to back him up, but continues to survive. If Yarenko gets shots coming in, not good enough. Khaled finds him.
Super's going to go for it as well. It's going to be called out. They've got the numbers on him as well, and they're going to fall. Only one left, and it's Sucre. He's significantly far behind, and Roxas will set up on the heady, and oh, he gets him. 18 seconds to go, though. This has to be a miracle. Looking for the second. Oh, my goodness. How has he not died? Still running, and that's going to be it. No way to get it. Falcons will get that round. But hey, Sucre made it look good.
Good shots on the second player and the first. Made it interesting, at least anyway, but Carly will find the final kill. That was 3 for him at minimum in this round. I think it was Exnin who got the other ones for Falcons. So now find themselves on match point, 5-3 up. This will be a big scalp for Falcons. I believe they actually beat them during the regular season as well, but didn't quite finish it as solidly. This will be a huge win for them. Going up against Team War, who look vulnerable today in the next round of the elimination side of things. Can they find the win to send themselves here? 1 round away.
Here we go. Here comes the pressure. It's looking like an A push from 5 Media Clan. They have the numbers through. Exnid is in a great position to get a kill. Whether or not he'll get away clean is the real question. Already a ton of pressure coming through. Has to get out. Stays alive. Now the Chow, he's gone for it. Sucre will find it, though, and that opens it up for 5 Media Clan.
Did this here, Bodhi, that. Khaled on his way around, but he is loud. They've got to be presuming somebody's going to be near the bomb, surely. Back alley or in this exact position. Push going to come in from the red side. Need some control. Looking like they are just going to flip it over towards the B side, and with the number advantage, should be around if they can get it down. But King of Body, he's got to catch 2, but doesn't see them.
That's such bad timing, but maybe it'll be good timing here now.
Oh,
you won't expect it. He's just threading the needle. Finds the first. Dives on the bomb. The bomb doesn't even get planted. He gets away. Unfortunately, it's now a 1 versus 3. All that hard work isn't going to work out. And Sucre isn't going to die. They're going to have cover for this one as well now. Almost a fairy tale, ton.
Almost. Honestly, I think Abodi kind of gets unlucky there, though, because he kind of just sees 2. At least from our view, it's hard to say, because sometimes, obviously, with the Codcaster, we have the COD vision, so we can see what's going on. We get the outline, at least. Whereas he doesn't get that luxury. Isn't able to see them. Gets lucky that 1 dropped onto him, but also unlucky in the fact that, you know, he would have had a free kill on the bomb site if that player doesn't drop directly on his head. One of those moments where you would love him to hold the trigger, but easier said than done, and that's a wonderful thing. So 5 Media, bring 1 back. Still need 2 rounds in a row if they want to advance on. Team Falcons now over towards the attacking side for them.
Taking up a lot of good map control. They have top 3 control B. Well, there's a smoke down. Nothing for them. Team Falcons. They're gambling on A here. Rencor will find it. That'll be a call. That'll be somebody rotating back across.
Sucre through the mid-map. Rencor just surviving towards the back. Falcons know they need to get rid of him. Exnid, good shots. Should be dead to rights, but just staying alive as long as he possibly can. Super on his way over. We'll find 1. 3 versus 2 in favor of 5.
They're waiting for it. They don't have the bomb, and Roxas just keeps backing up. I think they know he's here. They're going for the Chow. There's 3 of them. Trying to throw bullets through. Isn't going to work out either. Sucre on a 5 spree. And Exnid alone, scared, no bomb in 30 seconds.
Top red control now locked in for 5 Media. They know they have the bomb. This is impossible.
Now they know where he is. 20 seconds, yeah. I'll just keep sliding across. Doesn't even matter if he makes the kill. Throwing bullets back and forth. Here's the first Chow. There's the second, and they will get him. 5 Media Clan tie this to around 11.
Oh, here we go. Stressful couple of games here to kick things off, Bricey. I'm not sure my heart can take it. A really good comeback coming in from 5 Media Clan to send us here. Falcons have had their opportunities. And Falcons, which way are they going to be? Are they going to be on the attacking side? No. Falcons for defense, so that does make a difference. Sucre on a 5 spree. 1 kill for Sucre here. Gets him the cruise.
That's what they need. That's what they want. Where are they going for this? Over to A. No pressure towards B. The Falcons, they'll know this is happening pretty soon. As soon as they don't see anybody over. King is backing it up. Sucre, though, finds it. Exnid is going to fall. And there it is. You called it perfectly. Here comes the cruise missile. They're going to know where they are. And oh, wait a minute. King has just dived in and killed Super while they're in this cruise missile. Nobody gone by the cruise. King will get a second. Down to a 2 versus 2. He found Sukri.
Yakko now just playing in corner. Expecting Falcons to maybe bring themselves over towards this site. They do have control. They do have the potential to plant this bomb. They know there's nobody over towards the back diner. Falcons are now going to have to find their way over. It's a 2 versus 2. The bomb is down. And for Falcons, the thing is, you've got to clear corners out here. You've got to make sure you dot your I's, you cross your T's, and hopefully you find the gunny.
I don't even know if that's true now. Look at the time. 30 seconds. They have to get in there. There's going to be some shoulders thrown. They are not going to allow them to have this clean. With that time burning, Falcons are going to play foul of the clock.
Gotta move.
Got to be faster than this. You know where a player is, but...
Yakko might challenge. If he challenges here, he's got potential free kills. 13 seconds. They gotta go.
They have no time left. Rencor will chow this. Here comes the white chow. Looks for it as well. There's one. There's the second, and that's game. Unbelievable. 5 Media Clan take them down. The Falcons were on game point. They won't get it. They are out of Challengers Elite. 5 Media Clan to the good. They'll move on.
3 rounds in a row from 5 Media to send them through. Just so patient in the setup. And for Falcons, again, it's difficult, especially when you're pushing from that right side. You know, teams can set up there. They're set up on the opposite side. So you have to kind of check a few different places. If they sprint through, they're in danger of potentially getting caught out by players that were there. Of course, we have the luxury of knowing those players are nowhere near. Really, really good setup coming in from 5 Media. They find it in a map number 5 as well. Both elimination rounds going this way. It was actually the reverse sweep coming through from 5. Reverse sweeps either side of things. Oh, and especially with 250, 242 hardpoint and a 6-5 and map 5. Oh, it's tough for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons have really impressed as well, by the way.
Yeah.
I've got to say this. I think throughout the entirety of Challengers Elite have been a very solid team. I look forward to seeing more of them soon. But that does populate our bracket just a little bit. 4 teams remain here in Challengers Elite. Omega U versus Clutch Rain. 5 Media Clan will be facing off against Team War. Obviously, we will do the winners final first to find out how that goes. And then we will have elimination round 3 after that as our final game of the day, but not the final game of the tournament, Ton.
No, absolutely not. We will have the elimination final and grand finals tomorrow. What a day that's going to be, but we still have plenty more Call of Duty to go here, though. Bryce, see 2 more games to go this evening. Should be a very, very interesting couple of games. But this one, the winners bracket final, is the one that everyone's been looking forward to.
It certainly is, of course. And these 2 teams, they've fought their way through here. Quite the long way round, but hey, being in the winners final gives you a ticket to the grand finals if you can win it, and that's where they all want to be. Well, all that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action on Call of Duty Challengers Elite Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challenges Elite. Well, with our elimination round 2 done and written into the history books, our winners final is now upon us. These teams have won their way through this so far, as you can keep an eye on this rather handy graphic, Ton.
A very, very handy graphic, some would say, Pricey. So we can see we had a cracker over towards elimination round 2, 3-2, 3-2, both reverse sweeps in favor of Fire Media Clan and Team Wall, who will go up against each other. But we have the small matter of a winners bracket final to deal with first.
I do, and it is, well, I'm going to disagree with you. It's not a small matter. These two teams won their way through it, of course. You can see that Clutch Rain have had a good time so far. Took down Team Moon 3-2, took down the Falcons 3-1. Find themselves now up against probably the favourites in this. It's Twiz, Henry, Cobra, and Rafi, and they have been making a name for themselves, Ton.
100%. I mean, they were managing to beat Omit in the group stages. The game was absolutely wild between these two, but it was ultimately Clutch Rain who was managing to take it 3-0 away, because that was a huge scalp for them, put them in this position. Now in the winners bracket final, we've done so well to get here.
They haven't. They've just had an incredible time. Obviously, this is a kind of a highlight showing that the team they're going up against, the team they've already played before, and had a really good showing last time as well.
Yeah, really, really good showing. 3-0 there would have helped them out, would have given them some confidence heading into this one. But Omit were 100% going to be the favorites in that game, and arguably the favorites still here in this one. Just one game, of course, for Clutch Rain going into this one, finding that 3-0 up against Omit. But Omit have bounced back a really big win up against Team War in their previous game in the winners bracket semi-finals, I should say. Vortex, Mythics, Weeman, and Real looking like the roster to beat potentially, but this should still be a very good close game. It should really give us a good indication of how this one's really going to go in terms of who's going to be able to close it out, because realistically Omit were looking the favorites, but losing that 3-0 up against Clutch Rain in the group stages kind of creates a few questions, right? They find the game over Team War, and now going in up against of course Clutch Rain again. Can they manage to find the revenge that they can come through for that loss that did come in the group stages?
That's the big question, realistically.
Yeah.
I think Omit will obviously be looking to fix any mistakes they thought they had made in that group game. Whereas for Clutch Rain, you are correct. It's going to feel very good for them. Here are the maps and modes we'll be seeing as we go through, though. Invasion Hardpoint, Terminal Search and Destroy, High-Rise Control, Subbase Hardpoint, and Rio. To finish it off, if we go the distance, and hey, that's been a pretty solid choice today. 2 of our games so far have both gone to map 5. I wonder if we've seen the third.
We may well go there again. Both these two teams are very, very well matched. Invasion Hardpoints, what we're going to be kicking it off with. Of course, we'll see what we can do about the control when we get there. We'll keep you guys in the loop. But yeah, Search and Destroy as well. I think it's very, very difficult to try and predict which way this one goes. I think obviously your money would be on Team War, but Team War on Omit. But honestly,
look, my showing again here, man.
My brain is already fried at this stage. Clutch Rain though, can they find another win? They will be feeling confident because I mean, realistically, they found the win 3-0 last time. It was very convincing. Can they do it again?
Well, that's what we're going to have to find out. And these two, hold on, they're just they're trying to load in, but they didn't load in successfully that time. So Invasion Hardpoint is still just a few seconds away between them. But if you are just wondering what is going on and how Challenges Elite have gone, obviously we had our group stages. Everybody was involved there. 2 groups and everybody trying to get through. The top 4 from each obviously got out of that group, got into our playoffs. And once they were in the playoffs, that was their opportunity to get further forward. We've already had last week starting off. We have said goodbye, though, to 4 teams so far. The last 2 just left elimination round 2, which was the game we just watched. Now we have the winners final. After that will be elimination round 3. And then tomorrow, the lower bracket final and our grand final. Still a lot of COD to come, Tuck.
A real lot of COD to go still. Look, I think this is the... I mean, for me, I always think that the winners bracket final is kind of the best game. I kind of toss and turn in between that and the elimination final, so we still have some absolute crackers to go. This one, and then of course elimination round 3 tonight as well. I mean, that's going to be a banger. 5 going up against War. I mean, it's so hard to call some of these games right now. Any of these games could go out. Any 4 of these teams could go on to win it. I would say 5 are probably the outsider, but realistically, other than that, any of the other 3 for me could go on to win this, but you really never know when it comes down to challenges in Europe. We've had so many surprises over the years. One surprise that's not there, though, it is the same kind of people. It's always the same candidates who are going to go up there for those grand finals, who are going to take those championships away. But I mean, it's still very, very difficult to understand which way these are all going to go. Brycey, Omid against Cuttrain, the one we're going to be watching now, but 5 against War be coming straight after that. No idea, Brycey. Honestly, I know it's supposed to be my job to try and predict these things and trying to give you guys the information on which way I think it's going to go. I think these are just too hard to call.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. But fortunately, we don't have to call them correctly. We just have to watch them and see how it all plays out. And you're thinking, that's a lot of Call of Duty, but I could definitely do with some more. Well, don't worry, because straight after this broadcast here in Europe, we'll go over to North America. Our friends across the pond are going at it in a very similar format. Could say exactly the same. And they'll be playing not only today, but tomorrow as well, as they wrap up the North American side of Call of Duty Challengers Elite Hunt.
Yeah, that's been cool to watch as well. I know those guys had a grueler as well as we did last week. Some big games going all the way. So very, very well matched on the NA side of things, as we are over here in Europe too. Some really good Call of Duty going on through tonight and into the wee hours of the morning for us as well. Of course, then we've got tomorrow, we've got the finals Friday, you've got CDL Saturday. So it's a 5-day block of COD at the moment. I was casting every single day nearly last week as well. I was everywhere, mate. I'm tired. I'm knackered.
And you still haven't improved, which is really
crazy,
the miracle of everyone of this. I'm joking, of course. We are just waiting, if you're watching now, to see exactly when this game will start, and we'll follow it all the way through. But yeah, it's a lot of COD tonight, Ton, is kind of the point I was getting at.
Yeah,
I think last week this ended up going a solid block until about 5 a.m. So if you are there, make sure you have enough food and water to carry yourself through all the Call of Duty coming up from everybody that has been kind of watching now. But yeah, we're just trying to get this one going. It has failed a couple of times, but there are no second games anymore, so it's just this. So you'll have to bear with us.
Yeah, we're literally just holding on to this one game that's going to be coming up, so we'll obviously try to get it in as soon as we possibly can. We're just working on getting the game up and running. As far as predictions go, well, I predict we're going to go to a break. Oh, okay, no, we're changing our mind. We're going. I think we're going in the game. I'm not too sure I'm not too sure it's going, Brycey. I think I've been told we're going in the game. We're going in the game, Brycey. I've been told.
We are going to the game. Congratulations, Ton. That was really smooth. Going back and
crazy smooth.
No one could even tell that we didn't know what was going on, but fortunately we do now. It is going to be Invasion Hardpoint. This is our winners final. Cuttrain versus Omid EU will be our game for now. No second games. I would say no second chances, but realistically, if you lose this one, you can go into lower bracket. But everybody wants to stamp their ticket for the grand final. This is what this is for between these two. And if you have missed it, even though, because we've been talking a little while here, Cuttrain and Omid have faced up in Challengers Elite before. Last time, Cuttrain came away with the win.
It was a 3-0 win as well. Convincing one at that. Most 3-0s are. Let's see which way this one goes. I think realistically Omid will be wanting to change their fortunes after last time. The one player from Omid that has really, really impressed me. I mean, look, we've known about Real for some time. He was obviously over in the CDL at the start of the year. Didn't quite go to plan for him. Vortex being around since the dawn of time. Weeman, of course, being around for, well, if Vortex has been around since the dawn of time, Weeman before that. And then Mythics is kind of the new gun on this one. Very, very good player. He really has been a standout for me on the Omid side. Looking over towards Cuttrain, though, a lot of people will talk about Cobra. This guy's absolutely insane. Let's see what he can bring to the table. But so far, so good for Omid. They'll pick up the majority of the time over towards P1. That was available, at least anyway, for it being a scrappy one. But P2 control there for Cuttrain.
They're trying to get through here as well, but you can see Cuttrain just have it locked so far. Mythics is trying to find something. Will be double chowed here. He's going to... Oh, I was just say go down, but 9 health remaining. Still, nowhere for Omid to go. They are trying to get down this street, and they find 2, but only 2. Still locked off of them. Reinforcements coming in with Twiz locking that one down. Could be even more dangerous.
And you get rid of Cobra. That's the problem here. You can stop the other players getting across, and now you have done. Have to watch out for the flank. That could be coming through, and there it is. Rafi finds it, but the break comes in for Omid. 35 seconds to play for here, and Vortex will find the final one to solidify it. Now you've got them spawned towards the back. You're in a good position for the rotation and the time. 25 seconds or so remaining here. If you can get yourself on the point.
Yeah, they just don't want to let Cuttrain back into this quite yet. They know where all the players are, and with that done, somebody will jump on to touch the point. Mythics will do it and die. That's exactly what they didn't want. At scrap time, will now go over to Cuttrain. Benefit being here, Omid are in a much better position to get to this next hill.
Yeah, I mean, look, you take that one with a pinch of salt if you're Omid in that stage. Yes, okay, you don't pick up as much time as you possibly wanted, but Cuttrain had the rotation and are still behind. Now you rotate over towards P3. This is a big potential for a money hill for Omid. Can they lock this time down? First couple of initial kills, good. 10 seconds already gone. before Clutch Train are even going to be anywhere near it. But Omid haven't found any kills. Here comes the pressure.
Oh, Mythic's now in a lot of trouble. All bodies around him, trying to just stay alive, trying to find a kill.
Wow.
Doesn't get anyone else through. Twitch towards the back. Mythic's just trying to dance away, and Wee Man to the rescue. Will get him. And that is a hold for them. 30 seconds to be good. Clutch Rain will take another stab at this, but it's not going to be easy.
How on earth are they able to lock that one down? Mythics didn't do a whole deal. I think it was Vortex and Wee Man who held it down from the outside. I think momentarily 4 ARs now on the map for Omid. Henry going to try and find the push here. Have to be careful if you're Mythics. Just playing it very well. Not over challenging with Henry Cobra. We'll find a couple of kills. 10 seconds to go. Omid pick up nearly every single second here, Brycey. Well in the lead now.
Oh, we have to run past the player. And there's a little bit of dancing around the pillar. Eventually, we'll find it as well. And when we go into P4, not the easiest one to hold. Basically relying on your teammates to keep you safe while you're in this. And eventually you can see they are just making sure. Right now, Raffi is okay, but if the pressure starts mounting up as they spawn towards Palace, could drop any second.
Yeah, Palace spawns in, and then this is where things get a little bit scary. Cobra well aware of what's going on. If he can pick up any players here, that would be massive. Can find one. Is going to get traded. Twiz now spawning towards the back as well. Spawns can be so funky on this one. And then you see Omid are spawning there. Everybody's spawning in Palace. Let's just all spawn this side of the map and see what happens.
Oh, trying to get through again. Cobra ends up taking down Twiz. And Vortex up top will find two as well. This is the issue with this point. You're never really secure, especially with parallel spawns coming through. They're now going to try and deal with Vortex, who is still alive. And working these spawns as best as possible will eventually fall before we can get away clean. And while it is Omid on the scrap time, this is looking for the rotation as Clutch Rain pour down the street.
Omid going to be the first ones there. Limit Clutch Rain to, what, around 15 or so. 15, 20 as we head over towards the next hill. Another good hold here for Omid will be fantastic for them. Looking to right the wrongs of what happened. Of course, on our round robin stage, Wee Man gunned. Henry now can make a way through here, potentially from the hotel side. Coming in off the respawn nice and close, though. If you're Omid, can you bounce this attack back? A couple of kills going to go, though, towards the side of Clutch Rain. Henry now starting to make the move as Real will find two. Henry break this.
Find one. Looks for the second snap, and that is unbelievable. Real will go. Cobra will find Mythics as well, and now they can get a little bit of time onto this point. What an effort.
Really, really good effort. I think it all kind of comes from Henry, who's now on the 5-3, by the way. Cruise missile potentially on the cards. 15 seconds now. Over towards this time. It's been a good bounce back hill here from Clutch Rain. Of course, heading into another rotation. It is going to be Omid in the lead, and they will find that final couple of seconds. Spawns for P2 is kind of what they want to work on. Vortex with 3. 16-11 from him. Big start from Vortex. Omid now nearly breaking 100 points in that first rotation. A decent, chunky lead for them.
Well, this is where it gets a little bit tricky for both teams, though. The P1 dance has begun. Both of them looking to just bleed off a little bit of time, but more worried about that P2. For Clutch Rain, it's all about stepping up here and finding it. There's a lot of time burned, so they will just be playing around this, trying to hold on to spawns, trying to get as much time as they can, and they're winning the slaying battle so far.
Nicely done. Mythic's the only one who can answer back. Maybe Clutch Rain, though, you kind of want to push through if you possibly can. This is good time from them, nonetheless. 15 seconds or so to go. Spawns out for Omid as well. But potential pinch opportunity. They could do find a couple of kills here if you're Omid, because the spawns are maybe going to get a little bit funky. Heading over towards P2, keeping an eye out where Clutch Rain are spawning. And it is going to be on the opposite side of the map, so Omid get away with that one. Good shots.
Player Palace.
Oh, God.
Never mind, Real. Wise to it. Knows exactly what's going to happen with the spawns that we've seen a million times so far. Wee Man has to be dug out here. 3 players going to try and hunt him down. Still alive. Still a problem.
Just trying to survive. Honestly, the longer he stays alive here, the better. They have to deal with him. And they know that. Spawn's now coming in towards the back again for Clutch Rain. But you're reading it. If you have Vortex, finds the kill as well. Good hold so far for a moment. 35 seconds remaining. They've soaked up every single one of the first 25.
Clutch Rain will now have to make the difficult break all the way through the street. No more split spawns for them so far. Henry's going to just drop that into it straight away. If they can make another trade off the back, and this will be huge. Henry will find his second, but Real's still going to be a problem. There's the first for Real. They know he's going to be here now, but still going to be playing his life. Nobody from Omid is going to be able to be on the point. Clutch Rain has done a great job to get as much time away from them here as they can, but it's not going to be any more than that.
Need to start rotating. Some great shots coming in from Mythics. Rotation now on the cards. You need a full 60 here if you're Clutch Rain. Spawns towards Palace as well. It's going to give you a little bit of a problem, and then a spawn towards Palace for Omit as well. So Twiz finding the gunfight in the middle of the map, very important. The split spawn's coming in. No idea where he is coming from, and this is just free kills for the Cut Train players. Look at that, coming in off the respawn. Cobra and Co are locking it down too. Honestly, sometimes I watch the minimap and I despair, Bryce.
Hey, sometimes you've got to adapt, improvise, and overcome. Right now, that's what Clutch Rain are trying to do. All the time locked in here at P3. All the opportunity to bring this back to basically a tied game as much as it matters. Cobra just staying alive. Nades flying around him as well. Still keeping this gas locked and loaded. Cobra continuing to have this fight. He's taken about 1,000 bullets. He'll get lead poisoning, and that's probably going to kill him more than anything else. But eventually, with 6 seconds of scrap time to go, that player will come out of that hill as we head towards P4.
And spawns towards Palace. Not too bad for Clutch Rain here. You take those. I mean, realistically, this being spawned past the entire last hill. But Henry now going to try and start making moves through the middle of the map, looking to try and find some shots, looking to try and find some sort of control so you can try and get some time. Clutch Rain with those full 60 seconds. Brought this one right back. They're getting time here as well. And the spawns have just been so chaotic through the entire game. Honestly, just watching the minimap is entertaining in itself. It's been wild.
It effectively turned into a game of TVM here, but Clutch Rain are happy to play it because nobody's near the site for them at the moment as they take the lead in this hard point. And it will be Omit who'll be looking to try and get control down the street for the next one. They've lost a lot of time over the last 2 hills. They'll be looking to get a lot on the next one as well. And still, Clutch Rain bleeding P4 for everything it's worth.
Henry one off another cruise. If you can find that for some good time for Clutch Rain, I'd imagine it'll come in towards the next P2. That's got to be the play. Going to be 50-50 over towards this side, Clutch Rain. The ones, well, with a little bit more of a beneficial spawn, but Omit are very much here in numbers.
Oh, they've got it. They've got 3 down. Rafi will now back off. He'll be looking for a kill when his teammates respawn. Isn't going to work out. Real knows where he's going to be. Vortex gets a player into the face, walks away from it as well. They are pushing them very, very far back. They're going to know that this spawn is going to change. Vortex, 14 health, will eventually fall. This split spawn allows a little bit of chance here for Clutch Rain.
You get rid of the player towards the back. Doing the same job as what Weeman did on that P2, just staying alive, but it's going to be nearly a full wipe. Twiz now, the only one left momentarily. Anywhere that he can potentially do something about this. Not going to happen. One more kill here for Weeman will be huge. Shots coming in either side of things, just trying to survive. Doesn't want to take the gunfights. A cruise missile either side. Equalizes the other. One more. Gets it.
Just staying alive. Weeman doing so much good work here. 29 and 19. I mean, you have the lead back as we go into what will be our final set of rotations regardless. P1 is upon us. Clutch Rain are already in it. We're going to be looking for this Weeman. Keep on pushing forward. He'll be holding this cruise in his pocket ready for P2. But first, through P1, and he'll get it. That's a 7 streak now.
Shots coming in. That's 7 streak. Going to be cut short. Will not find any more. Henry's been huge here for Clutch Rain. That's a big gunfight for Mythics to win. Don't want to give up streak control. But you're giving up some very, very good time over towards Clutch Rain now. It's a 6-point game. Clutch Rain just soaking that up. Real will be the only one to find a kill. Spawn out. Spawn out for Omit. Spawns towards the back. Palace now for Clutch Rain. This is worst case scenario now for Omit with 20 seconds to go. P1.
Omit, I don't think they're going to be too worried. They're going to be sitting on that cruise missile and waiting for it. Weeman, this is a big gunfight. Not going to get it either, though. They will get the last 10 seconds. All scrap time. Now, oh my goodness, no, they won't. No, they won't. So here's what should happen. Omit will be stacking street. They will be prepping around this cruise missile. Can they get it in time?
Don't know if Henry got a hold of one himself. Is Weeman the only one with one? We're about to find out. Cruise missile coming in. Now if you're Omit, you sit tight, you wait for them to find the push. Who you're going to go for? Just spin up if you can. Over towards the back we go. Cobra finds a gunfight on the way out. Mythics will find one more. Twiz needs to go huge. Can find one. It's about the 1v1 between Rafi and Weeman. Rafi wins it. Finds 2 cruise missile for nothing.
And they tried it. What it has done has meant that Clutch Rain cannot win here. But look at the time on the board. There is only 20 seconds remaining here in this. And this means that they have to go for it. Twiz is trying to hold it around, and he gets Vortex as well. Still alive. Nobody's taken down Twiz. They've got him eventually. They have to jump onto the point. Jump onto the point. They're onto it. Weeman's got to go for it as well. This is going to end on time. Mythics has to die for the point as well. He cannot contest it for long enough. And they're going to win this just off the timer alone. 198 to 190. Time burnt. Clutch Rain take map number 1.
What a map number 1 it was as well. Clutch Rain take it. At one stage, you were in a decent position. I want to say we were 40 or 50 ahead at one stage in that game and can't close it out. I think the problem is that you bring in the cruise missile to force them off it, but with that time, like, I mean, I can kind of understand from Clutch Rain's point of view, you're just jumping off at all stages, but it's that final 2-piece that Raffi wins. If you can get onto the point and have those numbers there, then trades can start to go in your favor. But the fact that Raffi finds 2, everybody else just finds those 1 trades, does make the difference. A huge kill, huge gunfight goes Raffi's way, and all of a sudden, a 198 to 190 game. Crazy, crazy map number 1. Look at the game from Wee Man as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say we were doing an awful lot of work there, but you are right. You've also got to say, and this is crazy, sometimes small things can make big differences. Twiz, with the double nade on P1, may have unintentionally won them the game.
Yep, because it keeps that game clock ticking. It keeps them off the point. What was it, 4 or 5 seconds that would have been the difference?
I think it was more like 11. That's the crazy thing. It was a significant amount of time. I'm hoping we get to see it here on the highlights. Obviously, it's not something that we would catch an awful lot because it was just a double kill before the rotation, but just taking that away may have made the difference enough between these two squads. And it is tiny moments like that that you can never take back. And over to you, they were having a great time until they weren't.
Yeah, I want to say that Vortex had a really good start and slowed down throughout the middle to end of the map. I don't want to say it hurt them, of course, but I mean, Wee Man was really starting to take over as well, so things started going in their direction. In terms of the outplay ability, was definitely there from the side of Omid, but that doesn't necessarily matter. Big kills coming in at the right times for Clutch Rain. 1-0 up in the series. Now going to be heading into a terminal search and destroy in high-rise control. If we need it, we will see sub-base hardpoint. And again, same thing. Rio search and destroy if we need to see a map number 5 here in the winners bracket final.
Wow. Clutch Rain. That's technically 4-0 for them over Omid EU at this point done. And what a ridiculous ending to the invasion. I did think as we headed towards some of the rotations, like they've burnt a lot of time here so far. It does happen on this map when you've got things like P1, which can be difficult, things like P4, which could be a nightmare. But realistically, both teams got a good amount of time on P4. It wasn't like it was just left open the entire game. So just a few issues for the sides, but Clutch Rain, they walk away and they'll be happy to take that map 1.
100%. I think you have to kind of look at it. It's the same every single map. I know people, it felt like they were getting some decent time, but realistically, you're still bleeding at least 20-25 seconds every single time, whoever you are on the game clock. And P1 can kind of be the same. It was mixy for both two teams. Not many players remaining. Very big gunfights coming through. So nobody really getting up a load of time there. So that's what results in the game clock coming down to it. And that's what results in Clutch Rain being 1-0 up here in the series. Search and Destroy coming up next. I think it's hard because Clutch Rain kind of, not trying to be any puns or anything, but they did clutch up there. They were, of course, want to say about 40-50 behind after a first rotation or so. It was a healthy little lead for Omid. Couldn't close it out though. You've got to find a couple more rotations. I think it kind of come down to that P3 rotation where you've seen Omid still spawning over towards the palace side. Nobody really had any control, but it was ultimately Clutch Rain soaking up the time, and it does make a difference.
Yeah, and that was the difference. That's realistically just going to be it here for Omid EU. They're going to be a bit worried. Like I said, they did play Clutch Rain before. It was a 3-0. They've just lost the map 1 in a fashion they won't be happy with. Realistically, that cruise missile, they were banking on that to break back in. And they may have tried to play the time themselves. Once they got that few points up, they may have jumped off and just tried to play a bit of team deathmatch going around. But we saw that throughout the game as well. You got to remember when the split spawns coming in a few times for both sides, everybody was kind of split up looking for clues, as you could say, trying to figure out where they were as it kind of devolved into this 1v1 gunfight across the map.
Yeah, it was a little bit wild, especially over towards P2, towards the back end there. It was an interesting one, but it should be an interesting map number 2 as well. Honestly, I was trying to just cast my mind back to map number 1 in terms of some other moments that could have made a difference. It was a difficult one. I think for Omid as well, you're thinking about that previous series. You lost that one 3-0. But, well, I mean, admittedly, that map number 1 was closer than what map number 1 was in the previous series, obviously in the round robin stage. So I think they'll be happy about that. But still, a map number 2 coming up. I've got no clue which way this one goes. Not a clue.
Well, we spoke about this before. We got into all the games in the groups and all the games through the playoffs. I said it. Q2 Challengers Elite, it's not about where the first games fall. It's about consistency across. And that's why the best teams have made it to this point. every single time. They do better and better, and that's what we should be expecting, right? Everybody is we've got rid of some of the weaker teams. The stronger teams should be closer and closer in terms of skill level, and that's why we've had such close games. Our first 2 games went all the way to map 5. We've just had a 198 to 190. We've had a lot of close hard points, and it should continue.
Yeah, 100%. I think especially with only now 4 teams remaining, you're kind of getting into the nitty-gritty of the final moments here in the Challengers playoff season, at least. I still really don't know who's going to win it. This is what we got so far. Falcons are revived, coming in that 5th, 6th place. That will be $3,000 for each team. But ultimately, the $24,000 for first is what everybody is aiming for. We're starting to whittle it down. I mean, this is technically one of those games where it can guarantee you a minimum of 16,000 between the 4 of you. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And also, not only just the money, but also the prestige that comes along with this one. And this is how it's played out so far, where we've lost teams, where we've gained a champions, essentially. We are down to 4 teams. We won't lose one in this game, but we will find our grand finalists as everybody looks to move forward. Elimination round 3 will be after this one. That will be 5 Media Clan versus Team War. And I think a lot of people are kind of waiting for a rematch. They want to see War versus Omid again. Those 2 teams have basically been battling it out so far this year, and who knows whether or not we will see it.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that War played in our first game, I'm not 100% sure if we will at this stage, but it depends which way we go with things here. In both 2 games, we should be going into map number 2 very, very shortly. But yeah, look, Omid find themselves 1-0 down against Clutch Rain again. And I think they'd argue that they didn't have too bad with map number 1 there. Can they turn around here in map number 2?
That is the question they'll be asking for, and we'll see. Omid EU have looked strong so far, but it's not like they haven't been taking the distance, Tom.
Of course not. I think, realistically speaking, it is a difficult one. But can Omid show something here? They've shown some clutchability in the Search and Destroys as well. Can they do it here once more? Search and Destroy has been good for them. Can they find a win up against Clutch Rain? They will be on the defensive side first. And can they lock in some decent time? Just try and hold down Clutch Rain as long as they possibly can do. No trophies available here, so that does make things a little bit more awkward on first rounder defense. First blood helps though. Oh, the second is good as well. My word, Mythics.
Oh no, I was going to say that name was too close. Dies eventually, technically to his own explosion. I know it was in the kill feed as the other player, but that's because they damaged him last. But yeah, goes down to that Semtex. He basically put in his own face.
Yeah, I wonder if that affects things as we go forward. Omid would to lose this now. It's kind of around that spiral here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it should be okay as long as they win it. And Vortex is now taking up the exact same position. This is where it comes down to. If Vortex makes this kill, they win the round. If he loses it, it goes back to square. Not going to find it. There's the second one. Sticks him. What an outrageous stick. And now he has to chow. Cobra looking for him as well. Vortex will throw bullets, but he has reinforcements. 20 seconds left to go. And Clutch Rain don't have an awful lot of options.
Yep, time not on his side this time. Really good job. Coming in from the side of Omid. And it just comes down to Mythics to find those first 2. Killing himself, be damned, or whatever happens. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. Really, really good job. Coming through from Omid to lock that one in.
Probably sweating a little bit though, right? Like
maybe a little bit.
Just,
maybe a little
bit worried. I mean, you got to give credit though. Great job on the first 2. That's what you got to take away from it. And now, with Omid EU, 1 up into the good.
Can they find an attacking round though? That is often the harder thing when it comes down to Terminal. Trying to find an angle. You can see they're tempting themselves over towards B. Makes a difference if you can find the gunfight there as well, though.
Yeah, Twiz is actually ready for this as well. Look. Double stuns coming through. Nobody checking this outside. Nobody here to trade it either. If anybody chows that door, Henry has it covered. That's what they're going for. Mythics dive straight through. Twiz holds the fire. Henry doesn't. Because we'll be waiting for that player to plant. That's what he's waiting for. It's all on this. But it doesn't matter. Rafi gets Mythics with the nade.
From the back of the plane. Lobs it in, and then all of a sudden makes it very, very difficult. And towards the back, Rafi. Not even going to touch him. There's no information gained here. They got a good idea of Rafi being down this side, but Not signed, sealed, and delivered. Henry just trying to stay alive up top right now.
Twiz still hasn't fired, by the way. They don't know he's here. Real's going out to the back. Rafi will find Wee Man. Find it, and this is a huge gunfight. It's super close. Both of them just throwing everything at it, but it will be Rafi who gets it away in the end. He's just going for the wall bang, and he gets it. Vortex still alive, but will fall. Bullets through, bodies through walls. Clutch Rain get it.
Just about. Comes down to a technical 1v1. As soon as those bullets are going in, yeah, he just about spots him. Final one through the wall in the head does the damage. One apiece. Defensive round either side.
Well, that was a tight game there. Realistically, Omen did a good job after basically having a lot of options taken away from them to get it down even close to a win there, and I thought was a guaranteed loss. But it is the same old story. Defense reigns supreme here on Terminal.
Shots coming through. No information gained for either one of these two teams. Big setup from the B side of things for Omid. Looking to lock that down, but it is now a 2 versus 2 split as Vortex will find his way into the mid-map. Closer towards A. Just information for Clutch Rain to try and find right now.
Just being careful. It does look like they're going to go for an A push here. They certainly don't go for this, but Twiz gets out of the window. He's going to be seen by Vortex, but stays alive for a few seconds. Can anybody trade him out? Can anyone help him? Vortex will find him regardless. The nade helps him out, and Clutch Rain have lost their first player.
Mythics will be getting the information. Player starting to back down. Wee Man there to watch the cross. Vortex is there for a potential flank. This is not the best position for Clutch Rain to be in. Over towards the A side. Rocking a hard play springs to mind.
Looking for Wee Man, but will be picked up. There's too many bodies, too many bullets. Cobra will find one, but with 15 seconds and no bomb, this is just going to be a kill for him, and that's it.
Yep. Easy done for a moment. Nice and tight on the defense so far. Vortex finding that first kill does make a difference. Sitting at 6-2 already. Gunfight comes in towards the end on Cobra, and there is the round. Good holding so far from both two teams. Can try and do the same thing again here on the defensive side themselves.
Well, more defense. Who breaks the deadlock? Who gets the attacking round? Omid will be wanting to do that right now, but it is much easier said than done. Here comes the distribution at the moment. A bit of pressure over towards B.
A little bit further advanced here. Real's just waiting for a potential pick to fall his way. Is it going to be on Cobra here? Oh, that's a lot of bullets. He's going to be weak.
But for all that they've done here, Tun, Omid, you've not really found a lot of map control. It looks like the plane is going to be their destination. Twiz is going to be here, just checking the wall bang. Clearly a little bit of a worry from a previous game we might not have seen, or just checking it. There's Henry as well, but they've got to play a Burger who's trying to keep them occupied B, but 43 seconds left to go, and they've still got to get in here without losing too many bodies.
Twiz sitting tight.
Oh, stun, that's a stun check.
So they got a good idea. He's over towards the back side. The train into the site we go. The nade. Oh, it's good. Mythic's going to have to get out. Oh, what a nade from Twiz. Like a fadeaway. Rafi will find one as the round just breaks into absolute life. Oh my word. Vortex nearly able to find two here. Wee Man through the smoke. It's the worst gunfight I've ever seen. It's a clean round in the end from Clutch Rain.
You are never going to see a pro look worse at COD than the one within knife fighting range in smoke. Normally the aim is so crispy, Ton, but everybody was just flailing in there.
Crazy. No, what? The round will go over towards the side of Clutch Rain after a really elongated attacking round coming in for a moment, but both two teams successful on the defensive side so far. Who's going to be the first one to break it? That's the thing when you have like 4 rounds, everybody on the defensive side's won. The first team to take an attack, it really can make a huge difference.
Well, let's see now how this one plays out. Rafi's in a bit of trouble. Super weak. Gets out of there, though. That could have been a first blood, but it will be for Vortex. Finds Cobra. Real finds Henry as well, and all of a sudden Clutch Rain like, okay, very few options remaining to us. Raffi in a 1 versus 4, and he knows they're coming.
If anything, just get somebody off streaks will be good, but it's a clean round for Omit. Defensive still reigning supreme. Find themselves in the lead now and heading over towards an attacking round. What if we head all the way to round 11 with defensive rounds being won left, right, and center, Bryce?
It can feel that way. It just means that somebody will have to try something a little bit different. Been a lot of plane pushes so far.
Yeah.
Apart from that last one, but we'll see whether or not they can get into B this time. Maybe, Omid. They're the ones that are going to be trying something. What's in the playbook? What have they written down and figured out? At the moment, it's looking like it might be a B push. It's just a heavy B push coming through. They're not stopping.
Fast.
Trophy down. Everybody rocking straight away. There is going to be a smoke. We'll find the first Phoenix gets on as well. They may have broken the deadlock here, Ton.
Such a good push. Now Twiz chose to go over towards the library side. He might find something here. Vortex offering nothing. Leeman may well be covering this, but shots into the side. And Twiz is going to get out, so makes this more attainable. 2 versus 3.
Twiz. Yeah, just trying to be a bit careful. Oh, but Twiz gets one as well. That smoke down. He doesn't know where the last 2 players are. There's no way he's going for this. He's going for the full flank. He's actually just going to go for this.
Oh my.
Timing perfect. Nobody's turning. Nobody's turning. Nobody has turned. Twiz will find one. There's the second. A chow. Oh, Mythics pulls them out of the fire. Gotta give credit to that gameplay, though. What a bold call to flank.
And the smoke just completely messes with the timings. Got absolutely no clue that he dipped out from the site. I think they presume that he's behind the planters. What towards escalators? Maybe drop down?
Or even in the corridor. Like nobody would have expected him to come that way.
The immediate wrap.
If he had wide picked that and seen both of them, that was a round over. Obviously, had no idea.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, it's hindsight, right? Like, yeah, 100% the right play to make. Omit, though, will ultimately still find that attacking round. So that is the potential flow of the game changed around. Omit now over towards the defensive side. They could go at 5-2 up here, no problem.
Well, let's see. Through, but Cobra's found is very aggressive. And now they are in trouble.
I mean, that A side of the map is just completely locked down at this stage. You have to hit B.
Raffi finds one. Still a 2 versus 3. This is still doable. They're out in a better position than Raffi, but Raffi will want to back him down. Get this bomb, get it in the sight. Give yourself the opportunity to get this round away.
Real now over towards the escalator. Oh, he isn't able to find anything. Has to back on down. So that gives this B site up. If they could get this down, it becomes a lot more doable. Oh, shaky shots, but eventually gets them finished. Now on 1 versus 3. Henry. Has he slipped the net, or do they know where he is? Oh, they do now.
Smashing all the windows. Eventually will fall home. It in a great position here. The clutch around the silver lining is that defense can be a bit easier. They can get this back to a 5-3, then try and win their next attacking round, then have to win another defensive round. It is not easy, but it is doable.
Moving along. Here for Omit. Match point. Of course, they will be over towards the attacking side now, so this isn't the round where things will necessarily be lost for them if they don't go on to win it. 5-3 will be a scary scoreline, of course, but heading over towards the defensive side, if you lose this round, you'll still be feeling confident, but can they secure it in this one to make it 6-2? Big hit over towards B once again.
Vortex already going to fall. That's what I'm saying. Defense just going to be better for Clutch Rain. Real will get one back, though, but still 2 versus 3. Cobra's got a pin. Mythics is going to find him. Surely if they can get anything else going here. Pressure now mounting. Henry will find Mythics eventually. Real in a 1 versus 2.
Shots.
Cobra with a better position. Just nails him. And there we go. That's that point back on the board, Ton. This is now going to be about the attacking round.
Really, really good job coming on through there from the side of Clutch Rain. Able to hold it down and give themselves an opportunity. But they must find an attacking round if they do want to take things away. But don't get it twisted. If they find this attacking round, you're 5-4 down. You're heading back over into your own defense. Make a break here for Clutch Rain.
Let's see. They've tried A a few times. They've tried B, but they've just not found an attacking round at all. It does look like that bomb is just edging its way towards the plane.
What's the play going to be? Pushing towards the plane. Look at this double stack, Pricey.
Yeah, I think they've identified it as well. Clutch Rain don't have a ton of information, but they've wrapped back. This is the one way out. They go to smoke. Here comes the push, the pressure. If he can find one or just hold them off for a few more seconds. He's back down. They're keeping it alive. Henry has found Mythics. They've got control of some of the B site. Vortex on Overwatch. There are players all around the planters, but nobody on the bomb.
Oh, are we trying to bait him out? Oh, he survives. 56 HP. Backing up over towards A. They've read it. They've read it.
Oh my goodness. No way. Time ticking. Clutch Rain have come back to this. Calling it as well. Vortex trying to throw the first one down. Here comes the Chow as well. It's the stun. Real flies in. Gets it. Clutch Rain. They've got nowhere else to go. They now have to commit to this. They've got only a body in the area and he just has to commit to planting it.
Big win.
That's what he's doing. Henry's on the point. Omid have already got 2. It's a 2 versus 2 for it. Cobra flying out of the point, trying to stay alive. Omid, you have no idea he's done this.
And hold the flank down. Shots into Vortex are good. The attacking round beckons. Real knows there's one behind. He hasn't got a clue where Henry is, though. Child going to start coming on through. Gunfight has to be won and wins the round. If you Clutch Rain, you find the attack you needed, and you head over towards defense to send us to a round 11.
Back and forth, they found it. And I think Real knew he was here. I think he saw the barrel, but caught sprinting. Didn't expect the Chow. Cobra must have called it. And that is unbelievable. This has gone to a round 11 between them. Not round 11, sorry. This is... I've jumped this here. It's because I was so focused on the attacking round, I've already kind of put it into the playbook. But only you now have a difficult chance. Win another attacking round, but Clutch Rain, just hold it. Get it to that round 11.
Can't make a difference, though. Because it feels like you have center there, right? Because of how strong defenses have been so far. Out of the 9 rounds we've seen, 7 of those have been defensive round wins.
Henry, here we go. The typical throw a shot at... Oh, Vortex, go for the stun check. I don't know if that... Oh, it did hit him. It did hit him. He's been chowed, but there's going to be a trade going through. Twisted running after him. Doesn't get it. Wondering where he's gone. The jump. The miss of the jump.
Cobra's been back down here, though. Not a lot of information. But there's some information for you. The bomb's down a B. And now here's a problem. Do you concentrate on Real? You knew he was over towards that side. Is there anything you can possibly do about him? This bomb is down over towards B.
Trying to get through. Rafi's going to be in the corridor. For Raul, but Twiz is backing him up. And Real will get Twiz. Rafi looking for him. They are just running out of time, though. This fight's erupting, and Rafi will find one on the flank.
That's huge.
He's injured. 19 seconds left to go. Mythics is looking for the player down here as well. We'll get him, and that'll be it. That'll be done. Home of the U will take the search and destroy. They win 2 of the attacking rounds, and that is enough to decide it there and then. Clutch Rain won the last one. We said it was the big job to do. Should have had it, but Omid, they played it just a little bit better that time.
And Omid just getting some control over towards the B side. They could freely walk onto it, plant it. But the problem was is that Omid were looking like they were pushing over towards A. Clutch Rain fell for that bit, and then all of a sudden Real is watching that flank, and it completely shuts down the retake. Really, really tough one there for the side of Clutch Rain. A couple of moments here and there, but Omid ultimately probably deserved winners, and deservedly send us to 1 apiece now in the series. Control coming up to... I really don't know which way this one goes, Percy. So hard to decide. Both these teams so evenly matched at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. It is just always the tiniest of differences that will be made between them. But Omid, I mean, just winning another attacking round, that was enough for them in the end. But yeah, close. Could have gone either way a few times, and I'm expecting we'll see this all the way through the series time.
You would think so. I mean, Mythic starting off in the best way possible. Defensive round after defensive round after defensive round going over towards either 2 teams, but it was Omid to find that first attacking round. That broke the pattern that we had. Then all of a sudden, Clutch Rain had to do the same themselves and managed it, which is why we went to a round 10. Buttering could have held down that defense. I'm not too sure who would have had defensive side over in the last potential round, but it matters not now.
It certainly doesn't matter. You are right, but they are all tied up between them. And for Omit, probably a bit of a sigh of relief. You've got to remember last time these two teams played, 3-0 to Clutch Rain. Hasn't happened this time.
No, I think, you know, it was a very, very surprising result last time. Not necessarily that Omit beat them, or that Clutch Rain beat them, I should say. It was the fact that it was a 3-0 and a convincing one. Well, we're not going to see that this time. We are at least going to see sub-base hardpoint coming up in map number 4. Before that, it will be high-rise control. Rio Search and Destroy will be map number 5 if we do need it.
Wow.
Who's your money on? You always ask me. I obviously don't know. I don't know what you're thinking either.
I think I'm probably going to go with Omit just because they're the favourites, and that's an easy one. But on that incredible bombshell, we're going to go to a quick break here in Challengers Elite. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. More maps to come. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers EU. We have updates for you. Omit EU took the control in the end, and if you are wondering what's going on, due to a small technical issue with watching control, we can't do it. Essentially, that's just how it is, but the players can still play, and this is how they played, Tom.
Oh, 32 and 22 for Cobra for the L. Big push through clearly coming through from the side of Omit. I was keeping an eye. I was texting Robar actually. So we were going through. I was like, "What's the score, man? Keep me up to date." They actually won the attack on the final round after defensive holds every single time. So big clutch up coming in from Omit. 2-1 up in this winners bracket final. Sub base coming up. Both these two teams played each other a couple of weeks ago on it, and I think Omit will be looking for revenge. It was a pretty convincing win coming through from the side of Clutch Rain. But will we see a Rio search and destroy if they can't do it? Map number 5 beckons potentially, Brycey.
Yeah, it does feel like it might go that way, but considering how close the hard point was, and it goes all the way to a kind of a round 5 on the control and a very close S&D as well, I can't count anything out happening in this next hard point. Both teams are putting their all into it. If they do lose, of course, they are not out of this tournament. They go down into the lower bracket, but the winner does punch their ticket to the grand final.
100%, and it does make a difference. It's a minimum of $16,000 between your 4 teammates if you do make it to that grand final. Now, you're guaranteed top 3 here, of course, but to guarantee top 2, it is a huge jump for these teams. So it's a massive game for both these two squads.
Yeah, it really is, and that's what they'll be kind of geeing themselves up for, right? They want to make sure they're ready to go. We said consistency matters, but it's just one game for these two teams today. That's all they've been set up for. That's all they've been trying to get ready and warmed up for. And Omit, they're one map away from going to that grand final. For Clutch Rain, obviously, if they do lose here, they will go down into that elimination final, where they will face off against either 5 Media Clan or Team War.
And that should be a really interesting game. That's going to be coming up next. I think you would say, I mean, I keep saying it, I think Team War are favorites. But I mean, if you look at it, though, they have not had a single clean game so far. Coldcat lost a map, obviously lost 3-2 to Omit in devastating circumstances. Only just beating their previous opponents in 3-2 victory, and just about in the end. Now they're going to go up against 5 Clan as well. I mean, that is a really, really tough game. So I've got no idea which way this one goes. Honestly, it's really, really difficult. This one's obviously still not done in the winners finals, but War against 5 should be an absolute banger too.
Yeah, so we'll see. This is obviously how it has played out so far. We're down to 4 teams, and everybody else that's been in the league, they have obviously already had their time to shine. You can see how many points they've earned, but more importantly, the prizing. 9 to 12th all share 1,000. They each have it. K2 Esports, Nocturne Esports, Team Higgy and 22 all going out at that point. Then our 7th and 8th team, Corcat and Team Moon, in the playoffs, but went no further. 2,000 apiece for those two teams. And the teams we have said goodbye to just a little while ago, Team Falcons and Revived, had a great showing so far in Challengers Elite, and I look forward to seeing them again. But for their sorrow, they will grab 3,000 each for their teams. And then, as you can see on this one, this is how the rest of it breaks down. You come first, 24,000, second, 16,000, third, 6,000, and fourth, $4,000 ton.
Huge jump between third and second there. So this is what this game is essentially to guarantee. So you really want to make sure you can lock that one in if you're either one of these two teams. Omit are in the lead now, in the driving seat. This wasn't a position they were in against Clutch Rain last week. I was actually just speaking to Roba there. They weren't too happy with their performance on the sub base last time around. They're feeling confident about it this time, though. I'm curious if they can lock it in. Look, Omit were definitely still the favorites coming in at this one. Just beat Team More, irrelevant of Clutch Rain beating them last week. We know that realistically that they are the team to beat in Europe right now. And if you give them what you would think, probably 5 games against Clutch Rain, if they can lose one of them, you'd think they probably win the other 4. They are very much the team to go and match up against here in Europe. Clutch Rain have done a really good job, though. They have brought this to a very, very close game, and we are heading into a sub-base that they won last time out. So they will still be feeling confident. A Rio Surge and Destroy is what we will see in map number 5. If we do need it, I don't know if we will. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Omit here, especially with that win and the control in the circumstances. Everybody wins the defensive rounds, and all of a sudden you lose your defensive round to lose the map to send us to a sub-base with Clutch Rain now behind.
Wow. Let's see how this one goes down, as these teams are going to face off in sub-base. That's the key between them. For me, I don't know. I feel like Clutch Rain have been playing really well. I think Cobra's been having a great time so far, and I don't think anything is written into the stars quite yet. Omni obviously had a pretty good time on the controller. Did walk away with it off screen, but I don't know. I've got a feeling that Clutch Rain are just ready to go the distance here.
Well, that's what we want. We always want game 5s. I wonder if we'll get one this time around. Rotation is going to be super important on this one. Obviously, map number 1 came down to the game timer. And to be fair, you can get that on sub base every now and then. P2 is hard to lock in a good amount of time. P1 is kind of the same. Same when you head over actually towards P5. I mean, look, things can be really, really mixy on sub base. We have had a small lobby issue. We'll be loading back in the second. I'm sure you love to see our faces on camera, but maybe not that much. I don't know. I think it is a very typical hardpoint map. It's very much about this, which we can have some funky spawns again. It is similar to Invasion, which we see time and time again. Look, it's going to come down to whoever plays better on the day. Both these two teams are very good squads. If Cobra can bring that performance, the ARs on Omit are going to have to really be there too. But Omit in the driving seat here, irrelevant of wherever we think this map's going to go, Omit have 2 chances to take this away and 2 more chances to get to that ground.
Yeah, and that's what they'll be looking for realistically. Like I said, it's going to be an interesting one walking through Challengers Elite. We spoke about Omit like the first time we kind of jumped into the group and said, hey, look, this is one of the favorites in Europe. They've been looking to kind of do the business here. Even after the last time they went to Boston, it wasn't a great time for them, Ton. Didn't really perform to the standard they would want to at the LAN. So looking for some redemption here in Challengers Elite as they move forward on their campaign this year.
At least they got to go to Boston now, mate. You know, if we can just rub salt in the wound and all that, you know, if we want to talk about that. Boston was a lovely time last night. It was a bit cold, in fairness. It was actually very cold. It was insanely cold, if I remember correctly. The coldest weather I have ever been in, Bricey. It was... You enjoyed it, actually, if anything.
Yeah, I was fine, but then again, I'd been skiing a couple of weeks before, so it wasn't like it was outside of my remit, really. But no, obviously, you know, as we kind of wait for this one to go through, I'm just going to remind everybody that not only do we have this game and another set of games coming up right after it, but also the North American Challengers Elite will be going on directly after. So there's probably going to be another good 4 or 5 hours, probably longer if more delays, of Call of Duty action coming up for everybody to watch. And then it goes on to the tomorrow as well. But yeah, the North American side of it, we can actually take a quick look at the schedule. So if you are waiting to see these games as well, it's FaZe Black versus Convoy, Spartans versus Law. That'll be the first 2 ones going up. And then you'll have Spacefish Taco versus Boston's team going up in the second slot. And of course, Elimination Round 3. That'll be all populated by who wins those first 2 games, Tom.
Yeah, Boston have been looking really, really good. All we are ever getting to hear about every single time that we're in a call with Study and Shift, Cammy is him. We know Cammy is him. We love to see Cammy by the top of his game and playing well in that Boston Academy team. It's interesting to see if he does get another spin over on the CDL side of things. But having a look over towards the standings, though, for the side of NA and how things have worked out so far, you can see all these teams. NYSL Academy only finishing 9th to 12th. That would be disappointing for them. But looking over on the other side of things as well, of course, we still have our top 6 to go through. Same prize pool, same everything else going through. Omit on the other side of things, not doing too hot either. Omit Brooklyn, only $1,000 to their name, finishing in 9th to 12th. So all these teams remaining, 6 still left to go. Where are they going to end up by the end of tomorrow?
Yeah, that's the question I'm going to ask, because we are going to go to a very quick break here at Challengers Elite while we get everybody into this lobby again. Just having a few issues getting all the players lined up in a row. But as soon as that is fixed and as soon as there is gameplay to grace your screens, we will reappear. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We have the game ready for you. Omid EU versus Clutch Rain, heading into sub-base hardpoint. P1 is upon us, and these two teams are ready.
And Clutch Rain force us to that map number 5, Bracey. Can Omid do it again? Find another game. I was actually just exchanging with Roper again. Clutch Rain had actually never lost competitive high-rise control so far this year by the sounds of things. That's the first time they've lost it. And they lost it in a round 5 defense where they had streaks available as well. So where are Clutch Rain's heads at? That's what I kind of want to know. After that devastating loss, you were feeling good about it. You're like, yeah, we got this one secured. We'll be heading into sub-base with the lead. You now find yourself trailing. Can you clutch up here? Can you force a map number 5? Or can Omid close this one out?
Yeah, very good question for it as well. Probably also something you should probably answer, Ton, to the people listening is who Roper is.
Oh, yeah, good point. I thought everybody knows who Roper is. Roper is Omid's coach. Coach, statman, gasman, kind of all those things.
Yeah, if you didn't know, I was just thinking, some people might not know that. Obviously, I did, but some people might be wondering why you keep referring to this Roper person. But speaking of the game ongoing, you can see the Clutch Rain here, sitting pretty in P2. They've managed to clear their lines as well, so they should get the lion's share of this one.
Look at that way. P2 sometimes is one of those that even if you do get the rotation, it's hard to lock down a huge amount of time. It's a 20-30 second there by the looks of things, and as you can see, the break now starting to come on through. Rafi just trying to back up just to keep a hold of some sort of control. No point just sitting in the middle of nowhere. Guns, wee man. Great observing coming through, getting to see that from the third person. It looked a crazy, crazy gunfight. Now that gives Clutch Rain the opportunity to push in over towards this next hill a lot faster than they would have been able to.
Well, this is where these two teams really start feeling the pressure, though. Want to win this game, Clutch Rain. They want to stay in it. They're doing a great job so far.
Spawn out. Those are 2 kills. You don't want to go the other way. If you're on it, you were set up very, very nicely, and all of a sudden you're not. You spawn out. Good break coming in through from Clutch Rain. 45 seconds to go.
Now they're going around the corner. They're going to be up top as well. Henry just playing around the point. Doesn't want to go down here. Knows his teammate should have his back as well, and that's what's happening. Kill feed all going to be Clutch Rain at the moment. I mean, eventually do manage to get through here, but they're going to have to look several different ways. They know where Vortex is. Rafi makes himself known, but doesn't hit anything, and now left alone on this side of the map, and Clutch Rain trying to just stop them. Vortex is flying about, but not dying.
Spawn at the back. Oh, you hate to see it. Cobra's going to be there. Then immediately Omid are here too as well. So it's going to be a fight over the scrap. For Omid, you absolutely need to get these 11 seconds, and you will. And one player towards this backside. Weeman's doing a very good job to stay alive. Where the spawn's going to be for this one. Kill starting to come on through. Weeman doesn't survive. Spawn should belong to Clutch Rain.
Oh, here comes the next push. Clutch Rain in a great position. They're waiting for them. Cobra will be sitting in the point, but you already see they're trying to go for it. Real will get it, will be instantly traded away. But Clutch Rain, just a minor inconvenience as they fill the kill feed. 8 streak for Rafi. Currently 10 and 2 onto this one. They are running away with this map, Ton.
And I think that's from the actual previous hill where he was over towards P2. Makes it a 9. Going to try and add a 10th to his name. Not able to quite nail it down. Shots going in though, and it's just slowing down Omid. Real will find the kill onto him. Eventually takes him down. Still 25 seconds to play for here. Omid have found themselves a break. Real will find 2. Cobra now left and just trying to hold these spawns down if you possibly can, but the spawn node's coming on through. You're reading that if you're mythics, you're getting gunned. If you're mythics, Rafi having a hell of a game at 12 and 3.
Just a bit of scrap time. Got to keep converting this. Got to keep the rotations clean. Clutch Rain looking to extend it. Weeman fighting for his life here in the middle. Real trying to help him out. There's Twiz, and he gets the right timing onto him, but already Weeman has fallen, and onto the point here of Clutch Rain. They've got a few seconds off it straight away. Cobra dives into the corner. Real is going to fly into this. That's exactly where he's got to be. Doesn't win the gunfight. Huge by Cobra. It's a clean swipe. Only Vortex left alive, but there's not much he can do outnumbered.
Very linear push coming in here from the side of Omid as well, because things are starting to getting a little bit out of hand. 35 seconds remaining. You need these kills to go your way. Challenge coming through from Vortex. Gets dealt with. Nobody else there to lock it down. Twiz absolutely gunning. Making it 3 in a row. Eventually picking up the pieces onto Weeman. 20 seconds to play for here for Clutch Rain. They may well find themselves in an 85-point lead by the time we head over towards the next hill.
Just having a phenomenal time, but they really go to work. Nothing but pure perfection from Clutch Rain. OMIDIU,
This is
just
6.
struggling everywhere they can go, and he's looking for it. There are so many bodies down there as you swap guns. Wingman eventually takes him down with 4. But for Omid, this is getting worse and worse as the seconds tick by.
I need a full 60 at some stage. Haven't been able to really control the spawns the best way they would like to, although, you know, it can be sometimes quite difficult. Clutch Rain have succeeded in the chaos, I believe. That was cruise missile coming in for nothing. So a bit of a waste there from Rafi over towards P1. 35 seconds remaining on this one. Has some sort of control over towards P2 side, but he's been sniffed out. Omid are looking for him. Soaking P1 time at the same time. Omid looking to try to get themselves back into this game.
Well, they need a bit of a miracle. That's it. I mean, this time is going to be great, but realistically, it's going to be the rotation here. But Rafi's not even going to allow them to have it. Don't worry about the scrap time. You've got to get over. You've got to get to P2. A big swing, a big push here could make the difference, but Real's on a 4 streak, but he's alone.
Do finding this cruise missile if you can. To get rid of Henry, who was behind enemy lines. Good shots from Rafi. He needed to find them. If Real locks some good time in there, then all of a sudden you are struggling. I think he's now going to try to find a push through directly into P2. Needs his teammates with him. No, everybody falls. Good train. When they find these rotations, Omid just not able to find a push. Real will find the kill. Eventually will break open this defense potentially. Rest of Omid are on their way, but one player actually spawning out, so potential break for Omid, but is it too little too late? 30 seconds to play for here.
Oh, it might be. It's another 3 players down. Real will dive back at the point. Down he goes.
Spawn in. Oh, no, that's a disaster. Look at the P3 rotation now going to start coming in from Clutch Rain. They're doing everything perfectly here.
You have just not had a good time at any point during this hard point.
Wow.
Outslayed, outplayed. Henry will find 2 as well. Still sitting pretty. 10 seconds of scrap. That's all you're going to get here. And even then you have to go back for it. And they have the rotation. They have a 100-point lead. And they should have this map and send us to a map 5.
You would think so. Everything just seems to be going tickety-boo for the side of Clutch Rain at the moment. Absolutely no problem holding this down. Vortex now on his way over towards the next hill. The deficit is 105 and rising. Need to find a break here very, very quickly if you're Omid, and you need to lock down some good time. 40 seconds remaining on this hill at this moment in time. One more player coming around through the flank. It's going to be Mythics. Should be able to find one. Cobra can trade this one out as well. Nicely done. Spawns towards the back now there for Omid. 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds you must get.
This is such an uphill battle for them.
Get on the point.
It would be a mountain to climb. We already see them pushing out for the next, trying to get something going, trying to stop what has been a horrible hard point for Omid. Even now, they leave this point. They hope for a rotation. It is a mile away. And they have nothing. They have nobody on that side of the map. They are just dying in droves.
Incredible shots coming through from Henry again. Gotta pay attention and give some plaudits, give some love over towards Rafi. 27 and 10. Leading the entire lobby by quite some distance. Real sitting at 22 and 15, not doing too bad himself, and needs some help. Needs to find something. Clutch Rain now. Locking this one down. Over towards P4. 15 seconds remaining for the win, and for map number 5 on our way.
And there's not a lot you can awfully say about this. Omid have just been outplayed at every stage of this game. Massively outslayed as well. And that is it. 250 to 116. We are going to map 5 here as Clutch Rain really do destroy OMIDIU on the hard point.
And kind of proven against my theory of I wonder where their heads are at after map number 3. Well, their heads are at an absolute bloodbath. Incredible performance. They take this one nice and easily. Honestly, just out-rotated, spawned them out when they needed to, and that's an important thing to do. You're thinking about those P2 to P3 rotations every single time. You're holding P2, you're locking down at least 40 seconds, then you push, you spawn them out towards the back of P2, which could not be further away from P3 when it does kick off, which then you are in the perfect place to just waltz on through freely for really good play around P2 and P3. That is the massive difference maker. And I say it as if there was any small ones, that was a big difference maker, of course, but every other single time, it felt as if Omid just were a step behind every single moment in that game. 250 to 116. Domination, utter domination from Clutch Rain in that map number 4.
I mean, Real actually went 23-16, which I don't know where he got those kills from. It didn't feel like anybody was making any kills on that side. They were just having a kind of a struggle the entire way through. So, well, we'll see. But, I mean, the highlights have all got to be Clutch Rain, right? There can't be an awful lot here for OMIDU.
No, I mean, it's just going to be the Rafi show, right? It's 14-4. What was it, a 9 spree you went on? One stage. That is insane. I know it was Rafi who picked up the kill. There was another couple of kills actually where we seen Rafi when he kicked off his streak over towards P2 and transferred into P3. Henry had a couple of moments here as well. I wonder if we get to see it. What he did over towards P2, I think it was the second time around, so we're not looking like we will, but it was incredible. Crazy two-piece coming on through. Rafi just reading everything. Mythics out had a really, really rough game, and again, I mean, look, he was out before the game even ended. He's out of there. Getting me to map number 5. Rio, we go. Infamously last week, but we see the clutch up come through from Omid. They were 5-1 down in the Search and Destroy up against Team War. They brought it back. They found themselves in the winners bracket final. Can they find another win on Rio Search and Destroy? I think they probably prefer to do it maybe a little less stressful than last week in an ideal world. But Clutch Rain, so far so good. Omid though did get the first Search and Destroy on Terminal. Rio is a very, very different beast though. So no expectations, no predictions. I again don't know which way this one's going, Bryce.
Well, way to sit on that fence. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about it for too much longer. One of these two teams will punch their ticket to the grand final. The other will go down into that lower bracket to fight another day, literally, as they will be playing tomorrow against it. And you can see either one of these teams that loses will be playing against either 5 Media Clan or Team War. That game is coming up after this one in elimination round 3. So we will have that all populated by the end of the day. Of course, the winners, they go into the grand final, who will meet the winner of that elimination final. That game will also be tomorrow. So we have 3 games a day, 2 tomorrow, and that'll be it. Fortunately, North America also has you covered, as they have pretty much the same system. So you'll see 3 games from them today and 2 tomorrow. Benefit being, of course, grand finals, best of 7 ton.
Yeah, big game. Very, very big game. We have 2 series tomorrow, but we have that best of 7, of course. Should be a very, very interesting one. Whoever ends up getting there. We've just had close games across the board in Europe, though. Every single game that has been on today has went to a map number 5, one way or another. So, I mean, if we get another map number 5 in the next game, Brycey, we might as well just stay awake for tomorrow at this stage, because these games are going the distance. It's the same for the I mean, I feel sorry for Shift and Study. They don't get the start until way up and finished as well. And they've got to do the same grind through these games, but they are so entertaining, going all the way to map number 5s every single time. There's nothing like a game 5, mate. And there's nothing like a game 5 round 11, actually, if you want to specify. Let's see if we can get one of those.
Well, I mean, we've had a lot of game 5s, and, you know, I'm saying it's unusual to have every game go the distance, but just the level of competition here is showing itself once again, as everybody is trying to get that little bit further forward in the bracket and try to make it, of course, till tomorrow. That's the goal. Get still in this competition till tomorrow. Fortunately, neither of these 2 teams can be eliminated today, so they've guaranteed, but it's kind of a, like you said, Tan, a $16,000 difference this game. If you win it, you guaranteed an awful lot of money.
Yeah, so $16,000 is guaranteed for second place, so we'll call it a $10,000 game. They're guaranteed top 3. It's a $10,000 game, which is still it's still quite a lot. $10,000 Search and Destroy, a guarantee for one of these 2 teams. It's a lot of money. A lot of money, and there are still 2 other seasons to go as well. Plenty on the Joneses side of things. Once again, let's see which way this one's going to go. We'll be on the attack to kick things off. The train on the defense.
Here we go. Everybody just being a bit careful with, of course, no trophy systems in round 1. Real checking his corners. Horrible entry to the site. A lot of places you can get taken down from. This has got forward, that's the problem. Runs forward into bodies. Omid find the first blood.
It's pulled. I mean, it doesn't really come down to these being overly defensive one way or attacking or the other. Rio is very, very mixy. Oh, Real could be in trouble there. Survives, 31 HP. Bomb down. Has to hold tight. Was probably expecting a child to come through pretty much immediately. Real surviving. will eventually get out. 3 versus 3. Next gunfight's massive.
Wow, bit of a spray, gets it down, not the second. 2 versus 2. Flying in, Mythics will find one and somehow alive, 1 health.
Oh, well played.
And they get it done. That first blood, that just gave them the numbers they needed.
Really, really good job. And I think the difference maker there is that Real finds that first one and finds some shots onto the second, right? And then Mythics can come through, trade that, and the fact that he gets out lures him into Wee Man. Really, really good job coming through for a moment. And honestly, I was really surprised when the bomb was actually going down. Of course. When the bomb was going down, that nobody tried to find the gunfight on Real, but a 1-0 lead for Omit, I believe we'll probably be keeping. We will get it confirmed though, Brycey, but yeah. We're being plagued with it today. We're being plagued with it.
All right, well, we're going to go to a quick break while this resolves itself again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action right after this on Call of Duty Challenge Elite Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are jumping back into our Search and Destroy. Sorry for the brief delay. We are getting back into the action. Right now, Omit EU are up 1-0. So that round has stood, Ton.
Yep, standing for one side. We had a small lobby issue, but the round will stand irrelevant. So now Clutch Rain on the attacking side of things. So I suppose, you know, what you can say, though, is they will have a minor advantage. Omit EU will have no trophies. They would have had trophies after the round number 1 win. So you can take that into consideration. But of course, Omit losing their potential spree with Wee Man, who was kept alive in that 1 versus 1. But going into finite details here, Brycey, irrelevant of that. Push over towards the B side, looking likely from Clutch Rain here. Omit ready and waiting to answer the call. Uh-oh. You're in so much trouble if you fire your bullets. Oh my god, he actually went for it and doesn't find anything.
Real will get that trade wonderfully. How many you? Position bounces back and forth. The Raf is going to find a second. No! Wee Man alive. Could have been what they needed. Cobra in a 1 versus 2. Gonna make a move here. Timing will be perfect. Not against the second. The trade does not come through. Omit EU win the round 2-0.
Really good job from Omit. Vortex in a very aggressive position over towards that B side. As soon as he gets any sort of movement, he starts to fly, and the trades come through in the favor of Omit once again. 2 to the good now. Just remind everybody, a 1-0 lead for Omit after a restart. Now 2-0 up here in the Search and Destroy, map number 5.
Let's see how this continues. The Clutch Rain. They're looking to get at least one of these rounds on to start the ball rolling. You see the split coming in from over to you. At the moment, not an awful lot. They're going for this B point again. They're being careful about it.
Oh, good shots from Wee Man. Would have been another 3 spray, so that'll stink. Vortex just looking to find something. He really has been. The man trying to make the plays up towards the B side. A little bit of control by the looks of things for Omid. Smoke down as well. That's going to cause a little bit of chaos, and it might actually just back Omid down. Plant was potentially on the cards, but the smoke creates questions, and questions need answers, and there's one of them. Vortex will find Twiz, and that might open up the door.
Henry just trying to cut down these angles around the bomb. He doesn't want them to plant. Cobra's going to be with him. This will be double chow up the escalators. Is Vortex ready? Because this is about to be a big chow coming through. He finds one as well. Stays alive. Gets out of there. Bomb's still going down. And Rafi is here, but nobody is giving him an opportunity. Just guns, Wee Man. Vortex
that's a big
as
win.
well.
2v2. Real's able to answer, though. Rafi will be taken down. Cobra now left on his own. He's going to run into both of them as well. I'll have to get some good time, and I think they found him. They're going to go for the child. They slide around the corner. Mythics finds it. Omid with another round here. 3-0.
Wow. Omid, at the moment, making short work of this Rio. Just some of the trades they are getting is putting them in prime position over and over again. 3-0.
Really, really solid job so far from Omid. Taking some of the experience of all those 11 rounds they went up against Team War. It's been so solid in and around that B area. I think if I was Clutch right now, try and have a hit over towards the A side here. B's not working out.
Yeah, got to adjust to whatever's working for you in this one, and that'll be the key. Clutch Rain, they've sent a body over here. Cobra will be there, but Nade's already flying through. They're going to commit their entire team. Everybody's going to be in here. Vortex is here as well. There's a lot of bodies from both sides. Clutch Rain, it looks like they've already sent a bit of a scout out. Twiz is either watching the flank or he's just checking out the B side. Yeah, it's a rotation.
Big win. Real taken down over towards the side, but the thing is with defense on Rio Search and Destroy, just because the box is cut, you can get over towards B very, very quickly. Look for Omid to maybe try and make a move here. The problem is Mythics doesn't have any info, but there you go. There's the info you needed. Twiz, though, watching the flank. He's going to be important to hear it. He's hearing a lot. He's hearing a goddamn load.
Oh, he's in the flank behind them. At least one here, potentially two.
Oh!
No, finds nothing. Wee Man wise. Henry in a 1 versus 3. Clutch Rain cannot catch a break here on Rio Search and Destroy. Henry will find the first, not the second. And that is bomb defused, ton.
Oh, that's got to be painful. Played it so well. Just chilling in the corner, waiting for the info, getting more info, letting his team know there's one here, there's one there. You gotta find at least one. You have to.
Wow. For Omid, so far, a clean sweep in the S&D. 4-0.
Just been so clean, hasn't it? I think, what, 1 round's come down to a 1 versus 1. Every other time, the trades have worked in their favor and then some. Clutch need to find something here very, very quickly. Omid are the ones really being proactive here. They're going to be pushing over towards B once again. Can the setup potentially be different here from Clutch Rain to answer back? Vortex has been creating havoc around this area, which is allowing everybody else to then start chipping in. Henry holding this from a very different angle, as we get to see from the observer side of things. And yes, Henry finds the gunfight. It's the first blood for the side of Clutch Rain. A much needed one.
Yeah. Henry will just be dancing about. Throwing himself across there, and Cobra will find another one. The Clutch Rain. This is the round they need, potentially on the board. They're in a great position. They have the numbers. We may not find the first, but that is instantly traded away. Means Real is in a 1 versus 3. But you can't get the bomb down, but we'll find the first kill. And with Clutch Rain split up, he will have the opportunity of 2 1v1s.
Oh, for the meantime, Cobra will get him down to 65 HP. Real now in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, B suits him a lot more with the rival 9, but the transition will start to come through very, very quickly. They'll clear it out. I mean, it'd be wonderful if you found a double wrap to come back through. Was it out? No. That's tough. Well played from the side of Clutch Rain. Get their first round on the board 4-1.
Yeah, it was a very slim chance, but once they met up, they were always going to just try and push it for the trade, and Real was never getting away, but they desperately needed that round to stop this. A little bit of, wouldn't it be ironic, and I'm not calling this into existence, but if Omid, who did so well on this against War last week, end up being the team that it's done to this time?
Surely it couldn't happen to them as well, could it?
Who knows? Fate is a cruel mistress.
Oh. Well, Cobra backing his team up, who have completely taken over B. You roll the dice, say that it's going to be A, and now they're going to have to find out that it's B, and they're going to have to retake it. First gunfight's huge. Mythics can find Twiz as well. He's watching the jump up, not expecting the push to come through in the stairs. Cobra's going to back his team up, because everybody from Omit's on the site now.
Oh, they just so many. Mythics has found magic on this. A 3-streak for him. Rafi's going to try and stop the defusing, but they know where he is now. Bodies flying, and Rafi is a 3-man chow. Real will get it. Omni EU, you can see they were tentatively testing the steps, but they wanted everybody there, and they will get it done.
Wonderful, wonderful retake. 5-1 to Omid now. And map number 5, they're trying to force us to go here. It seems like they're going out without even a whimper at this stage, Brycey. 1 round play previously. Had to reload back in. Omid EU, 5-1 to the good. 1 round away from closing this one out and sending themselves to the grand finals.
The thing I like most about that is, like, Omid could have left the player to defuse, by the way. Instead, they went, no, everybody chow. Everybody. You know, as if 2 people weren't going to be enough. Like, yeah, we're calling it 3, just to make sure nothing bad can happen. But, yeah, you are right. This is now 5-1. Ignore the scoreboard at the top of your screen. We have had a reset. Omid won the first round. So they need 1 more. That's it. Only 1 to get it. But Rafi will find Wee Man. First blood. Vortex goes for the same jump again. No one here. This time Hassan to play. They know where he's going to be. Real will get that one as well. Rafi gets Vortex and Twiz will get one at the same time. Mythics left alone in a 1 versus 3. This should be Clutch Rain ground.
Yeah. Managed to get a hold of it. No point in play for any streak or anything like that at that stage. 4-2. You're still cruising on 5-2, I should say. Sorry. Twiz finds the kill to close out the round. Always a tough gunfight, as good as Mythics is. That's a rough one.
Well, 5-2. Clutch Rain cannot afford to put a foot wrong here.
Not a single foot wrong. As you mentioned, we'll keep alluding to it. It was a 5-1 lead. Team Warp against Omid last week. Oof. And they let it slip. Mythics himself slips out. 5 HP. Omid EU still in the driving seat here at 5-2. Bomb down again.
Mythics trying to find a Twiz. Not going to find him, even though he got caught on it, but he will eventually go down. That may be the mistake. Mythics will find the second one. Clutch Rain couldn't afford to do anything wrong here. They still outnumbered. Oh my goodness, it's back to a 2 versus 2, and now a 2 versus 1. Cobra weak and down and bleeding, and that will be it. Omid EU will take the S&D 6-2, 3-2 in the series. Omid just booked their ticket to the grand final.
Really, really good job from the side of Omid. Fantastic performance coming through from them, especially in the Rio Station Destroy. So convincing. Just run the map, especially in and around B. I was really surprised to see Clutch Rain not start to adapt and start going over towards A. B was clearly not working. Time and time again, they keep batting their head against the brick wall. That is Omid EU. They will get through to the grand finals. Pricey, who will they be going up against, though? That's what we're going to find out now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, there's our winners final done. 1 more game today to find out exactly who plays tomorrow. It's going to be 5 Media Clan versus Team War. That game is ongoing. Of course, Clutch Rain aren't out of this tournament. They'll be looking to see their opponents as well, as they will drop into the lower bracket final to face one of these 2, Ton.
Yeah, which should be an absolute banger. Look, we've only got bangers left. I mean, all we've had all day has been bangers. It's been map 5, map 5, map 5 in the 3 games that we've had so far here today, which means that we've still got 1 more map 5 to come this evening. What a banger it's been. All these teams just so evenly matched. But Omid catching up with the Search and Destroys. And themselves a control as well. The old Neslo. Well, they will not matter. Oh, will not care whichever way they can possibly do it, to be honest with you. As long as they get the win, they'll be happy. Hardpoint seems to be maybe a little bit of an issue. Hopefully that doesn't continue for them, because in the grand final, you just don't want to have any mode that's really letting you down.
No, but I mean, at this point, everybody is pretty well practiced, and they'll be eyeing up who is their potential competition. It'll be all right, the old Neslo. Crazy Map 1, followed by Crazy Map 2, an Insane Map 3 that we didn't get to see. A fairly sedate Map 4, Ton, and again, it repeated itself in Map 5. Two kind of one-sided maps to end this series, but it did start off with the first three being incredibly close.
Yeah, really, really close maps, 1, 2, 3, but ultimately the difference maker is probably ended up being that control. I mean, from what we're told, at least anyway, look, it was Clutch Rain, 2-2 on the defensive side, hadn't lost high-rise control in a competitive game, had streaks, and they lose it. That can be the difference maker. If they win that round of control, it's 3-1, but if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike, and she doesn't. So there you go. I mean, look, all these things do make a difference. I know you hate it. Don't laugh, all right? I wasn't trying to make you laugh. That's the point.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. You know what? We'll ignore it. We'll let it go. We'll continue on with the wonderful Call of Duty gameplay we have seen today. Of course, we are heading into our last block of games. I've been referring to this block. It's just one block, realistically. 2 teams left for this for tomorrow. So we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite Europe. We have our last set of games for the evening about to kick off here in our round 3 of the elimination of our playoffs bracket. Team War going up against 5 Media Clan. My name is Bryce, joining me here Chris Tunn, and I am looking forward to this.
Yeah, it should be a very good game. Last one of the evening for these two teams and for ourselves. It's just to see who gets through to tomorrow, where the business end of the tournament comes to a conclusion. It's been a crazy one, especially today. You know, we've had 3 map 5s all the way, which heading into this 4th game can only mean one thing, Brycey. Map number 5 beckons, but realistically, you would still, and I said this beforehand, Team War should still be the favorites here. They really should. They were able to just about dispatch the previous game against Revive Gaming, where they went on to reverse sweep them, but they were convincing wins in all of those maps. Can they just turn it up here? They should be able to, you would like to think, up against 5 Clan. But hey, look, it's still going to be a tough game. Some very, very good players on this 5 Media Clan team, just beating Falcons in a reverse sweep themselves. Both these two teams coming off the back of a reverse sweep. How does that make them feel, even though it was about 2 hours ago?
Probably, it's a weird one, right? Like, realistically, you got to kind of get that out of your mind. This is a very big game for these two teams. Like I said, unlike the last one, which, you know, was a 10,000 game of S&D in the end, this one is elimination. You are out. There are no more chances to earn any more money at all. So, yes, if you win, you get a chance at more money. But if you lose, that's the end of your campaign in the first season of the Elite this year.
Yeah, it'll be done and dusted. Looking over towards it, though. 4 teams remaining, 4 spots still to be filled in. But looking towards it, we lost Team Falcons and Revived Gaming today. They dropped down $3,000 a piece. Not too bad, to be fair, for either one of these two squads. But when you get through to the second week, you'd like to think you can push it. $4,000 for 4th, who will be the loser of this one. But the winner is guaranteed $6,000 and the top 3 placing.
Yeah, you know, that's what they all want, realistically. Like I said, it's an interesting time for these teams. Yes, more money is good, but I feel like when it comes to this scenario, obviously you're saying, hey, yeah, if we win, we want to win, we want to keep going, but losing just has much more of a bitter pill to swallow, right? Like, that is the thing. That is where the pressure is going to be felt. Not in, oh, we could win this and get more money, but, oh, if we lose, we are out of this playoff. All the work we have done so far, the losses we have suffered, the wins we have rejoiced over, it comes down to this, essentially. And you've got to try and stay alive. For Team War, they want to have a rematch against Omid EU in the grand final. For the other 2 teams, they want to do the same thing. Everybody gunning for that top spot.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, 5 Media being in here just obviously a little bit longer in the losers bracket side of things, I believe. Going on, so actually, no, I think they might have dropped either way. Oh, no, we can see. Look. The magic of how this. I mean, Omid beaten. Yeah, okay, so they have been down here since the word go. They've been in since the losers round 1, beating Kokat, beating Falcons, and then heading in up against Team War. So this is the losers bracket momentum run. I honestly, there's been so many examples of teams dropping into the first round of a losers bracket and going on to win a tournament. Momentum is a real thing.
Yeah, every single one of those teams in the lower bracket now want to face Omid again. They will have played them already in this, but only one can do it. So essentially, either 5 Media Clan or War will play against Clutch Rain. After that, whoever wins that one will go into our grand final. But it all starts here. Team War, 5 Media Clan. Map 1 will be sub-base Hardpoint. These 2 teams, we will find out which is the better on the day.
Now, how's it going to go? Both these 2 teams, storied members of the European community on both sides of things. Team War, though, with the experience in, we want to take this one away. 5 Media Clan, can they find a first map? Can Team War lock it in after what was a very, very slow start in the series against Revived? The reverse sweep was needed. You need players like Hixie and Co to try and get things running nice and early. Beans was a real big catalyst for Team War in those last 3 maps. If he can play well, Team War should make light work of 5 Media Clan, you would think.
Yeah, but 5 Media Clan, they are certainly not going to take this one lying down at all. Hixie already stunned up there, and knows already going to where he is. I don't think he's going to survive for much longer. Somebody will chow this eventually. And there it'll be. Down he falls before he can do any more damage. Right now, this is all about the rotation. You can see Team War, Harry, waiting for the pressure. He knows it's coming, but already tagged up. And we'll wait for the help to come back to him.
Right, still alive. P2 now locked in, and time's the ticking for Team War. First couple of kills go their way. What you really want to do is have somebody like Beans pushed out over towards top snow if you possibly can. Within the next 15-20 seconds. It's coming in now onto Yakko through the side door. It's going to be super shots in. Can't finish it off. Just about surviving if you are Beans. Going to just try and get himself locked in as long as he can. Good shots going into Super. The rest of his teammates backing up here as well. Really, really good hold so far from Team War, but Renko finds two. Makes it interesting. Can't find the third. Bant's just about surviving. Has a little bit of backup too, but still for Team War. Spawns over towards the backside. So 20 seconds remaining here on the hill. You'd like to soak it up. Media Clan should have the rotation over towards P3.
And it was scrappy. Team War fighting from every single angle, it felt like, in those gunfights, but they hold on. They have got the lead. What they don't have is map positioning and the rotation. Beans looking for the first one. Will find it. Now going to be a danger up top, but full straight away to Super. That takes him off the board. Bance is going to be left alone on that last point, but Hicks is the furthest up. They have no real position to get here anytime soon, Tongue.
No, there should be a free 15 seconds or so for Media Clan, and oh boy, do they need it. Good shots from Beans, so equally as good shots from Renko to secure the kill. The grenade, but push slowly but surely coming in. 20 seconds just soaked up very, very easily from Media Clan here so far. More trying to find a break on through if they possibly can do. We'll back on down after he finds one kill. Bance waiting for some reinforcements. Does he need them? Yes, he does. Yakko will be there to find something, but Beans trying to lock them in. Not going to happen. Spawn still towards the back now for 5 Media. 23 seconds remaining on this hill. Looks like Team War choking it up.
Yeah, not been a great time, but perfect rotation from 5 Media Clan. Super just looking for that cruise missile now. Not easy there to kind of get it, but it will slow roll this. It may just take the pressure off him a little. I say that, never mind. Never mind, just guns Hixie straight away and gets it.
Haven't they look at it? There's still a lot of time to be made up, a lot of ground to be covered. Super may choose to invest this here, to be honest with you. Wouldn't be a bad time. Push coming in over towards this left-hand side. What is the play? Super gonna just pay it for his teammates. Yakko will find a way through, and they find one kill. Here it comes.
Just waiting to get in position. That's what they needed. Looking for it now. Already trying to thread the needle for this one, and cannot find anyone but Beans. Hicks is still going to be alive, though. Instantly gets a kill down, but it has opened it up. Look towards the back here. Sukri is looking for players. Super's also going to be up top. Team War do not have the position to hold this for very long.
23 seconds remaining, though, and for all that 5 Media Clan did use the cruise, did find the break over towards the back. They don't get a hold of the spawns towards that. Sukri somehow surviving just a little bit longer. 5 Media Clan get nothing for that. Cruise missile invested. Well, okay, the final 10 seconds. Yeah, great. You invest that cruise missile, you find a couple of kills, you expect a little bit more than that.
I think realistically, Team War just played it very well in the end. Just minimized their losses.
Oh, wow.
Eventually made the kills. Bance. Yeah, that's a bit styling on them. They have the advantage now here, Team War. Harry will have to get out of this point. I was going to say, they've lost a lot of map control, and now 5 Media Clan are putting the pressure on. There are the kills coming through the kill feed. Beans will find one on the rotation, looking for the second, will find it. But Sukri's here for the trades. Bance will get one at the same time, which does mean Team War now have the opportunity to fight for this.
And trying to break through. I need Hixie to start pinching through the middle of the map. It's a really, really tough break back from this side of things, especially if they have some control over towards the top window. Yakko is there. Beans left on his own and dealt with. I will say it's felt like 5 Media Clan are on the back foot. They are struggling to get some holds, but every single time that they do manage to find themselves a break or a hold, they lock it down. Really, really good job. Their holding has been fantastic. They will find themselves behind by about 20 heading into a second rotation, but it's not too bad considering how the games went so far.
Oh, Renko. That's a big gunfight into this P1, and you're right, just a little bit separating these two teams. You can see the positioning to both trying to get this one. Beans has been caught a little bit flat-footed. He is weak. Nobody challenging them, though. Trying to get the angle correct. It's close with the Renetti. It's far. It's a pre-aim. Sukri him just on either side of the door. Nobody committing, and there we go. Renetti banging. Not going to work out. It will be 5 Media Clan that eventually get control of P1 ton.
Nicely done. Locking it down and thinking about these P2 rotations, which you are in control of as well. I'm screaming back into this game after what was a really, really good start from Team Wolf. 23 seconds now remaining. Media Clan soaking it all up. Got P2 rotations to think about. They're going to lose the last 18. They will care very, very little. Team Wolf still going to have around that, 20-point gap or so. Media Clan keep them at bay, but locking the P2 rotations. Beans was waiting on something pushing through here. All of a sudden, I was going to say if Harry could find that kill, maybe something's on the cards for Team Wolf to try and find a break, but It's a hard one to try and find from the position you're in. Got to try and pick them apart. Super doing a good job from the back, though. Good shots into Bance. We'll back him down. Long way to go for Team War to even get a touch here over towards P2. Vimedia could take the lead.
I think they're going to as well. Here comes the push. Subaru's just called that one out as well. Definitely saw just a footprint, but no, not going to work out. Harry will kill Bance. This does slow them down just a little bit. Rencor finds 2 as well. Beans will fly in, but Rencor will find his 3rd, and they hold them off here. The lead will go in their favor at this point. Team War spawning towards the back, apart from Beans.
Yeah, Beans needs to stay alive. Thankfully for Team War, they do get the benefit of those spawns. Splits won't necessarily help our load, but the fact that you have somebody back here is a positive. Super now going to try and find a way through. Rencor will deal with Hixie. And bear in mind, Hixie should still spawn out. Super on the way behind. This could be the break.
Now, Sucre just being such a menace, such a problem. They are having to break all lines to get him here at the back. Team War will lock this one in, and they cannot afford to let it break. They weren't able to get into P2. They have fallen behind. Beans is doing his best impression of just slaying 23 and 14.
Trying to hold it from the mid-map here. It's free time. 35 seconds remaining. You've already soaked up a good 20 seconds or so. If you are now Team War, Yakko around the outside. Not going to find anything. Really, really good hold so far from Team War. It's just about getting control at hard point, expanding yourself out, just making that halfway line just that little bit harder to pass. So then you have to find another break after finding a break in mid-map. It just makes it so difficult. P3 locked in. Team War once again about going to be around a 20-point lead by the time we head over towards the next hill. But if you're Vimedia, you want to try and do the same. Lock down mid-map. Make it hard for them to get over towards this next hill.
He's a bit weak here and just trying to give his team a little bit of room to get through. But War are nowhere near as this changes over. The trades will come into the mid-map. You think Team War, they don't want to push this yet. They know they haven't accounted for the players they need to.
Super trying to lock it down. It's a really good spot for him to be in. He's going to get flanked though momentarily. Beans will find that kill. Rencor and Sucre though doing the job on the other side of things. One player has slipped the net though. Hixie, he's got through. Have to go on a spin now. Isn't able to find the kill. Yakko goes for the Chal. Has some help as well. We'll lock it in. Team War yet to pass the halfway mark here. This is going to be a really, really good lead for Vimedia.
Just not finding anything. And there we go. Sucre just bees a pain and takes down the player in the stairwell. And the second one as well. Rencor will find a 3rd. And Rencor will find the 4th. All wiped. Team War not able to really get anything moving. They are being outslayed.
Bit of split spawn. So some potential here. Rencor, did he get the cruise? I think he might have. I think he locked that kill in. All of a sudden, though, the break does come through here for Team War. Cruise missile now coming in, so that break will last a very little amount of time. Inside we go. Now, if you are Team War, can't find anything. Sucre waiting on them kills his teammate. Not ideal. Now, all of a sudden, it's a 50-50. 20-point lead for the side of Vimedia. They'd love to jump on this time.
That's what they're hoping for. Rencor will find Harry. Just stopping him here, but there has been a flank by Bance, and that's 3. On to the point they go for the 30 seconds. Oh, Sucre will find Beans with a beam. And this is what they're trying to get here. Just squeeze the last little life out of this one that they can, and then get set up. They will take the lead into this next set.
About a 10-point lead. Getting into that next rotation. P1 we go. Right now it is looking like Vimedia in a better position to do something about it. Harry will find a kill across from Snow, though. And starting to make the push as well. Harry over from the middle of green, I should say. It's Bance that's making the push through. Snow's going to try and cut them off as they're on their way in. Looking like a good potential hold going to come in from Team War. They can find 2 kills. Trades coming in. Beans on the point.
Well, they might try and squeeze this for everything they can. Beans looking for the first. They can still win it here. This does mean that Vimedia Clan will have to eventually make a move for it, and they have done. They've gone for it. Harry's been stunned where he doesn't want to be, and down they fall. Yakko has cleared it, and now they're heading towards P2. Renkor's already going to be here. War are falling in droves. They found nothing, not even the spawn. Sucre is looking for them as well as they're piled into the hut, and he hits the top of the window. For Team War, we said they could win it on P1. They may just lose the game on P2.
Split's coming in, though. Spawns towards the back now for Team War. Rencor is going to get dealt with. Into the point we go. It's such an even game. If you're 5 meter, you soak up every single second. You'll be 2-2-6 by the time we get over. Team War just going to be slightly behind. They're not going to go for all that time. They want to try and get ahead of the curve if they possibly can. Sukri will find one. If you're in the middle of the map, if you hurry, you need to find something. You lose that gunfight. Spawns towards the back. No, that's going to be the splits. They're going to spawn them out.
Hixie now knows the pressure's going to be on him. Needs to find a kill. Finds one. And the second, it's outrageous from Hixie.
Oh my
Beans
God.
will get his fourth as well. Back-to-back, Beans and Hixie may have just won the game for Team War. Outnumbered, not outgunned. And now 5 Media Clan find themselves in the unenviable position of having to run the gauntlet again.
I have no idea how Hixie won one of those gunfights. Never mind both. Team War locking this one in. 5 points away from the win. They're going to find the gunfights. If you're Rancor, you've got to go Super Saiyan mode. Can't find anything. Everybody else falls. Big map number 1 coming in from Team War.
Hixie, quiet for the majority of that hard point, wasn't getting the slaying done. But when they needed him the most, found everything. Hixie still not a great stat line, but a flurry of kills in the last hill give them the opportunity to take the win.
Man, honestly, I thought they were in a lot of trouble. Hixie finding those 2 kills. They didn't find anything in the mid-map. They were in such a good position to do so. And then Hixie locks it down from top green window. Incredible play coming through. I have, again, no clue. Whoever's on replays, you need to show me that again, because I have no idea how we found those kills.
I think, I'll be honest with you, I thought 5 Media Clan had won that. I didn't think Hixie would get the kill. I thought they were going to be swarmed, and that would be it. Realistically, Beans and Hixie got all 4 of them. Beans found 2 himself. Hixie somehow stayed alive. Shouldn't have happened. Beans, you'll say, force of nature, 34 and 23 for the win on that one. Rancor had a great game. I saw Sukri make some very impactful kills. Slaying heavily in favor, by the way, of 5 Media Clan. Still lost.
Yeah, that's tough. Harry had a really rough game, only getting an 11. And they still win. Cool. It's like one of those trends, though, isn't it? If you're not finding the kills and you're still winning games like that, then it is the difference maker. I'm going to say as well, it definitely felt like 5 Media. I think they had at least, well, they did have at least 2 cruise missiles come in during that game. The first one was wasted. The second one killed your own teammate. Those moments are slightly different, Brycey. We will be staring at a different team going 1-0 in the lead before we head into map number 2.
Well, what a close, wonderful hard point to start it off with us. This is the kill. Hixie found one. The second player was mantling, and Yakko had to fight 2 guns in the end. And here we go. Hixie will get Rancor as well. Will die on a 5 streak at the end, but that is enough for Team War to take the first. And that is a ridiculous hold in the end. I genuinely thought when they were outnumbered that heavily, it would be over.
Yeah, it felt that way, especially with the 2 kills in the mid-map. That's kind of what makes the difference. You know, then the 5 Media team can float from the front. They try to do it, and Hixie shuts it down. Really good map number 1. If the rest of the maps are like that, then we're in for an absolute cracker again. But who's surprised? It's EU Challengers. It's just banger after banger after banger. Well, map number 2 coming up. It's a very different change of pace, but it's hard to say. Team War just lost this 6-5 in their previous game. How are they going to feel about it now after everything that's already happened? After you came back in that series, do you put it in the back of your mind? It's a tough one for 5 Media. You lose that one when you potentially should have won it. I'm trying to get in the mental of everybody here, but it's still very difficult to understand which way this one's going to go. Tough game to call.
I think the biggest issue for me is, realistically, Team War, I didn't think we're winning that for the majority of the time. They weren't making the kills. They kept losing out on points. Eventually, they found some time when I didn't expect them to, and they just kept losing the slaying battle. You know, when you're losing slaying battle all over the field, you shouldn't be in that good of a position, but a strong couple of rotations from some of their players. Of course, Beans dropping the hammer kept them in the game.
But then you have to ask the same question of the team that lost, right? If you were outside by that much, how have you not won? Or how have you not at least, you know, had it within tiny minute amount of points? I think it was, what, a 20-30 point game in the end? It's one of them. I think 5 Media can look back at it and see their mistakes. I mean, you could talk about the cruise missiles. Both of them not good enough, ultimately. Hanging into Search and Destroy on High Rise. Absolute classic, of course. From way back when Pricey didn't have facial hair and his hair was even bigger than it is now.
Unnecessary. Anyway, as we jump into this Search and Destroy, everybody just being a little bit cautious. No trophies. Yakko does want to get into that point, but a lot of corners in the BS&D plant.
Yeah, it's a tough one. 2 bits to clear out, but it is the more favored, of course. Considering A is in the middle of nowhere. Hexy, a couple of bolts, will dip. Very, very rare you get an A plant, to be honest with you. Stun over, that's going to give him info. Hardcore impressions, good shots.
That's the trade. Exactly what they needed. Obviously, Hixie, it's a risk and reward thing, going for that first kill, but once you drop down, they know where you're going to be. Still playing underneath by blue here. 5 Media Clan looking for an entrance somewhere, and this is an angle from Bance. Here comes the nade across. It's a good nade, but Echo will survive it.
Yako now gonna have to try and survive. Sucre gonna have to do the same. Oh, just to dip out, just trying to cause some chaos. Super will manage to find one. It's a chance coming in for the second. Yes, it is. Wins it anyway. 2 versus 1.
Oh, Beans now in a horrible position for him, but finds the first. Like Chow the second, doesn't know where he's going to be. Is this going to be checked? Second. Is this going to be checked? I don't think it is. Yako hasn't gone for it yet, but will just in time. Pulls that one out of the fire. 5 Media Clan. They get that first round.
Scary one. Yako on his way over. Finds the gunfight rival 9 at that range. Is going to melt them. Had a second or so on his hands, but irrelevant. 5 Media find themselves a search and destroy round. Important that they did so, because things can get a little bit scary. You know, you lose that map number 1 in those circumstances. Lose the first round of the search and destroy. Backs against the wall, but irrelevant. Super find those 2 kills over towards blue. Really, really helped in that one. Second one shouldn't happen.
Well, time for Team War to see if they can get it down. We saw Bance do this before. It looks like he'll get away with it. Although I say this, no, he's going to go down. Yako checks. And that's the first blood. 5 Media Clan in a much better position now.
Super holding it down the B Street. Don't think they're going to give anything away here if at all possible. Some team wants to try and make a move. Ranko will find Beans. Looking good so far for 5 Media. X now going to have to try and flank. Going to have to try and find something. Can find one. Should get traded. Harry looking for a kill. Oh, X found one. 1 versus 2.
Harry gets chowed. 5 Media Clan not giving him any chance to get out of there either. 2-0 now for 5 Media Clan. Team War yet to find a round. And it's just the first bloods, I think, going against them.
Yeah, it's really not working out so far. Haven't been able to find any sort of advantage to play with. Ultimately find themselves deservedly 2 rounds down. And they turn this one around though. Yako on a 3 spree. Bear that in mind. 3 more kills. Cruise Missile. Not something you love to go against here on High Rise Search and Destroy whatsoever. So, can 5 Media grab a hold of it and potentially turn this game on its head.
Again, going to be playing underneath. 5 Media Clan. Just clearing this out. Just checking the position. Low Bance has got a player that he shoulders, but now been stunned. Asking for some reinforcements, probably in the comms. Bean's also going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I know where he is. Shots coming in. These gunfights are so important. Great shots coming in from Hixie. Doesn't need to challenge Yako very well. If he gets the opportunity, he's done. Not going to hit anything. Looking like it is going to be a push over towards the blue side, though. It is going to be the hit. Trying to get rid of the trophy. Harry, you need to stay alive. Nade in. Back them down. Oh, look at this play from Hixie.
Pound bomb. There are 2 players here if he swings this, but no, he's going to back off. A 2 versus 2. Time is on the favor of Team War. Harry is checking the heavy flank. They don't know where 5 Media Clan are.
Well, if Hixie can get some control inside a B, they know the push is going to be at A, and he's in the perfect spot to stop it.
The thing about this perfect spot is they will check it. There we go. Doesn't matter. Hixie wins the gunfight anyway, and now will just sequester himself in the corner. They're going to know where he is, though. He's going to go for the chow, and Hixie is running for his life over the top, down below, and a second to go, and he escapes. Team War win it, basically off the back of Hixie.
Really good job from Hixie. Repositions as soon as they find the information over towards A. Harry gets rid of the trophy. Nade in, backs them down. And because he knows they're probably just trying to rotate back through the middle of the map, Hixie puts himself in a good spot, finds the first kill. makes them have to take the time, locks down the B side of the map, can then transfer himself so easily over towards A. Really, really good plays from Hixie. He's 6-2.
Well, let's see. Team War and Hixie. Hixie has been so good in these S&Ds. This is aggressive. Bance coming straight forward. The play out the other side of the box. No idea. Eventually will find him. There's the first blood here, and Bance will just run out of it and take that win.
No problem whatsoever. Oh, look at the big flank coming in, though. Beans, you're not expecting this. If he finds anything out of this, that is ridiculous. Finding the one. Super's there to trade. Great shots from Beans.
Yeah, completely caught flat-footed, but recovered super well. They've kept their numbers advantage. 5 Media Clan looking to try and get it back, but unfortunately it's now a 1 versus 3. Rancor is down low, and I don't think anyone has spotted him. You can see on the minimap nobody has. Should maybe find one mid here.
You should find something. Yep, we'll find the shots on Hixie, but those 2 red arrows spinning around very, very quickly. Let's watch him from a different angle. Rancor repositions very, very quickly. Deals with Bance even faster. Now it's a 1v1 against Harry. Oh my. Oh my god.
A 1v3 about as clean as you could possibly make it. A 5 streak for him as well. We've said, you know, make every fight a 1v1, but that was a 1v none every single time. Hixie, not a bullet spent. Bance, not a bullet left his gun. And Harry was like, hey, there's smoke down there. And Rancor said, hey, buddy, nice to see you.
What a brilliant, brilliant round from Rancor. Those are the kind of rounds that swing games. Huge 1 versus 3. Big flank comes in. First one to Hixie. Yep, simple. Even if you see more, yeah. Okay, right, he's flanking. Bance went to cover the other side. Gets caught with his pants down, and as does Harry. Rancor finding the round. 5 spree for him. A 6th would be seriously detrimental towards Team War now.
Way heavier than my Rancor keeps on going. Gets the cruise missile. Not missing at all. Yeah, we'll find another one. There's a bit of a trade coming back though, but already the damage may have been done. Sukri will find it, and now Bance left alone in a 1 versus 3. I don't know if they know where he is. I think they do. Sukri will be the first to fall though. That's bombed down, but they are close. Rancor chatting at the same time. Rancor is not missing.
Good shots coming in from Rancor. I think that would, of course, been the cruise missile secured. It is. The shoulder, the headshots. You're challenge. You're dead. Lovely stuff coming in from Rancor. 6-2 now.
Well, you gotta wonder now. Team War's head's gonna be down. They are finding nothing. They had some success. I thought that was going 2-2. It's now 4-1 between these squads.
I mean, look, if they don't lose that 1 versus 3, it's 3-2. So if they can turn it around quickly, you still have some hope. But a 7 spree from Rancor has the cruise missile. Got the angle over towards B. Nothing's going wrong for them right now.
Sukri's in here. Waiting. He's going to fall as well to Rancor. So he throws a bomb out. That's going to be bombed down at the same time. Team War not in a great position. Beans careful here at this point. Going all the way out wide, looking for anything he can find. Does find the first. Gives them the advantage, bearing in mind there's still a cruise missile on the map.
Not going to be invested by Rancor. I'd be very, very surprised if he decided to do that. Go for the angle on Beans. Can't quite find it. Well, he's got 1 versus 3 already. This will be something else as well.
Yeah, there's no way they don't stay close here for the trade this time. Bean's already been found. Oh, that's a bad nade. That's a very bad nade. Test has to run out as well and going for the chow. A lot more shouldering going on this time. Nobody trusting themselves.
Probably wise. After the last one. Just making sure they lock that one in. 4-2 now. 5 media. Again, that's the kind of... That 1v3 is still the swing, right? You still think Team War should be walking away with that round. It would be 3-3 if they did. It does change a lot.
It's just such an uphill battle now for Team War every step of the way. I still can't believe, I'm sure we'll go back and see it at some point, but the 1v3 from Rancor was probably the cleanest one I've ever seen in terms of taking individual gunfights. Dixie, though, going to be bottom blue. He's going to be outnumbered here as well. They might double chow this. Here they go. Oh, he still gets one. Surely not the second. No, he has back up as well. Harry's going to be here.
And they
The player should get away.
3 versus 3. Unfortunately, not finding the second Hixie. Actually, the snap was good. Backup not quite there in time. Bance is making a move here.
I think the angle's just a little bit off. He saw Super there at the last second. Super has a better angle.
Oh.
Bance now just has to run. They'll be looking for him. They'll probably have thought, has he got away? He's got above him.
No way.
Bance is like, oh, there's the guy above me. I still don't know where Bance is. Bomb will go down onto B. Sneaky, sneaky Bance, but 5 Media Clan with bomb down have an opportunity.
Oh, that's a big flank coming through from Banty. We'll have eyes on the next one as well. Can't find Renko. 1 versus 3 for him again.
Not again, surely. Rancor can look for him, and there we go. Almost again 1v1s, but Beans will win his gunfight. And somehow the Bance play works out for them. Not only does he stay alive, but Super gets out of position, and then Bance finds one of the flank. I mean, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and that is the example of it. The luck he got there for them not to kind of figure out what had happened, but also to find successive kills after it.
Yeah, because you look, if he finds Bance, he doesn't push further forward because he thinks he's looking for a player over that side. Tough one. Very, very tough one. 4-3, though. Team War bringing this one back. I mean, 5 Media, you're 4-1 up. Yeah, great. No problem whatsoever. Good play so far. But if you were to lose this after being finding yourself 2-0 down, if you were to go down in this one, bad spot to be in the series. But Team War still with a lot of work to do. Still find themselves behind. Rego still has that cruise missile. Yep. Just checking in.
I think that's why he's staying alive. Super and elevators as well. You can see things are going back and forth. They have really stacked this B side. It is going to be difficult for Team War to get in here. I'd say clean, but even at all.
Super just waiting. We'll obviously check this.
Nobody looking to move. Team War, they don't have the information. Rancor forced to back away for a second.
You've got control of the B side now, though. Got a player in. Do you know that Sukri is in the midst, though? No, they don't. Super's there to find the last couple of bullets, but Beans and Harry doing a good job. Yako on his way over. Time not on their side. Is he going to be able to stop Beans here? Yako off the top rope. 1-2. No problem whatsoever. And out.
Easy in the end.
Cruise missile in.
Yeah, they're just making sure this round goes. There's nothing you can do about it. Bance will just end up dying. No, doesn't matter anyway, though. Time's gone. Gets the kill. That last player will just hide. Nothing Bance can do. 5 Media Clan making sure that round did not go away from them. 5-3 against Team War.
I think if you see more, you do take a minor win out of the situation that Bance was left in, at least that the cruise missile is used. I kind of get why he probably called it in before Yako actually did find those 2 kills, so I can say kind of fair enough at that stage. But 5 Media Clan, 5-3 to the good. Now on the attacking side, Team War need 3 rounds in a row to send themselves 2-0 up, or can 5 Media tie things up in this series?
Oh, that's aggressive. Straight in the blue. All the way down to underneath. They might be looking for a bit of shock and awe here against Team War. If they go aggressive on it, I don't think Team War is set up.
Oh, that doesn't help. It doesn't help, but Hixie's able to even the odds. 3 versus 3. Hixie should be dead to right, so reloading, dead. Beans now needs to make a play over towards this B side. It looks like 5 Media are making the push this way.
Rancor goes down. No Beans here, though. He's going to be chowed, and he's not going to get anything away from it. It's now going to be Harry in a 1 versus 2. He knows where one of the players is. Chow's the first one. Looks for the second on bomb. Bomb has been planted. Down to a 1v1. He wants to go for it.
Has a nade.
Oh, the timing. Harry has no idea that Super has just taken up position in an elevator. There's no way he calls this, and down he will fall. 5 Media Clan and take the S&D over Team War. And yeah, just reposition. Harry had no idea a second player would be there.
Yeah, not a clue. Super just, and I mean just got out. I think if Harry can spin, get there in time, then all of a sudden you have that information. You could potentially do something with it, but one apiece in this series. Honestly, Bryce, at this stage, just put us in map number 5. We know it's going to happen. We're going to get there because that's how every single game has gone so far this evening. I think, look, it's still difficult to really say that it could go that way, but that's looking like where we are heading because that's just how things go here in Europe. What games we've had here this evening, and one way to continue. Team War batted back here a little bit. You have to go back to the 1 versus 3 though from Renko. All of a sudden you're heading into a round where, yeah, okay, 5 Media Clan would still be in control. But right now they'd be 5-4 up, and they wouldn't have had a cruise missile. So, yeah, difference maker.
It's still kind of crazy that happened, right? Like it was just a ridiculous time in the end here, but Team War, from that point, they had a couple of good rounds, but just couldn't get the trades to go their way that they wanted to, and gonna not be a big fan of how that 1v3 went down. That's gonna be a highlight reel for a while.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, to be honest, it happened in this round as well, where Beans did actually so well to find the first kill back there. First kill comes in. Honestly, I think it's hard to say because you just think he's going to come from that side again. And there was the last kill with the bait out smoke as well. Really, really well played. Plans couldn't do anything with his 1 versus 3. Still a good couple of rounds there from Team War, but 5 Media Clan always in control. This was great play from Yako. In, 2 kills, out of there.
Wow. This is it. That's the one that got him over the round. That's the cruise missile that won it guaranteed. And yeah, that last round, you got to say, super genius idea. He was never going to check that properly. And it's been, I'd say it felt that S&D felt a little bit closer, but 6-3 tells you probably all you need to know. 5 Media Clan tie this up as we head towards the control ton.
Yep, relatively comfortable. Karachi Control is going to be in the next map. Map number 1 going over towards Team War. The series is poised very, very nicely. Skid Row, we will see that, of course. And Hardpoint Invasion Search and Destroy is a potential map number 5 if we do need it. I'm not sure about the control, to be honest with you. I think it's hard to really take any drawdowns from what we've seen so far, so I'm willing to be surprised in this one in map number 3.
Well, like you said before, right? Essentially every game that we've seen has gone the entire distance today. We've had reverse sweeps, we've had clutches, we've had everything the game could possibly throw at us. So, yeah, I'm just ready to ride the roller coaster because it feels like everybody is pulling out all the stops all of the time. And, I mean, Team War, I mean, they won their last control, so did 5 Media Clan. So it's really just in the air.
Yeah, 100%. Just trying to find out what's actually going to go on with map number 3. I believe we might be able to get something here. I have seen some typings in some of the chats, so I've been keeping an eye on what's going on. We might be able to jump in, but we will get that confirmed. But 1 apiece in this series. It could go either way, Brycey. No idea which way it goes yet.
Well, we will find out after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Challengers Elite Europe. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are live and ready for our Control game to start. We've had some issues with Control today, but we'll see how this one goes. Of course, if you are just joining us, 5 Media Clan, Team War, 1-1 apiece. This will obviously put one of the teams in the lead.
It will. I mean, it's going to be interesting. Oh, and we got the full Spanish comms in here and everything, and thanks to you know what it is, I don't even know who we're watching here because I can't tell. But irrelevant of that, Control, and I believe it might be Yakko's stream.
No, Yakko's just died, so
Super stream. Super stream. There we go.
Watching Super at the moment, and yeah, with the minimap cut off and everything, we're just along for the ride as you are. At the moment, we can see they're just holding the line at the moment on Super.
On the defensive side, you know what really doesn't help? Okay, and I very much appreciate this stream. It's all in Spanish, Pricey. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, you know, we can go over the top of this one. You can see they're just trying to hold them back here for a few seconds. Desperately just want to make sure, and Super has been alive for some time up controlling map 3, and well, we are watching it on a kind of a Twitch stream that has now zoomed out for us, so we get to see everything going forward. And then we go back to full screen. Still a fight ongoing. Obviously, we've just got to keep an eye on the kill feed, but no, absolutely gone. Super's been taken down there. An opportunity for Team War to get onto this point.
Looking over towards the lives, it looks like there is a slight life lead here on the side of 5 Media. Let's try and find them on the point, try and get them off as quickly as he possibly can. Defense looks like it's been relatively solid so far. I believe B is still on the cards as well for Team War, but looking over towards it, they're looking like they are managed to defend. Actually, no, they've lost B as well. What am I talking about? And seeing the top screen.
I know we're locked in.
Yeah, I know we don't have the codcast there. I'm just immediately lost.
Yeah, this explains our rank play an awful lot. Anyway, yeah. You can see here, still a pretty good hold going on from them. They've got 2 ticks onto A, and they're trying to hold it as well. Top 3 control is all about this, but with 2 kills going down for Team War, they're trying to stay alive, but Bance will find it. Now straight onto the point. Coming off the respawn is going to be an issue for them.
Close spawns, though. Coming in, nobody over towards the bridge side here for Team War, knocking them out. Attacking round immediately. Coming in from Team War.
Wow, it looked like Super just went for a lot of top 3 control. Wish I could tell you what happened on the rest of the map, but I'm sure it was entertaining.
Got to see a grand total of 4 kills there. Nicely done. No, it's nice to have something rather than nothing, of course, with Codcast. I'm having an issue this evening and probably tomorrow. It's nice to at least have a single cam coming in. What's the plan they could do with winning this attacking round? You don't want to be going 2-0 down.
Wow. We'll have to see how they go for this already. Looks like a bit of an A push. Super looking for anybody up top AC, and we'll find one, but unfortunately they're losing in the kill feed. Super desperately trying for a bit of top 3 control. I guess the rest of his team are probably going to try and help get onto that A point first. They don't really seem to be going anywhere else, and at least Super's keeping control of this area. Teammates making a few kills as they look towards the site.
Keeping it up. Keep that aggression on. I'm trying to find the push over towards the A side. Look like it is eventually starting to tick on through. Just now watching the flank here if you're Super. Now going to make his push over towards top 3, where he just seems to be living right now. Good shots going in from either player towards that backside. Flank's going to be coming through. A couple of players, actually. Nothing coming through from Super, so the flank's going to be on the cards. Kill starting to come in here from Team War. It's a complete wipe.
This is it. Now going to try and punish them a little bit. Back for the top 3 control. Unfortunately, there is a player here, and they are going to get it. Harry with 2 shuts them down before they can get any further forward. Team War looking to really just push them all the way back into the spawn. Nade's already going up top 3. They're trying to take Harry out of this spot, but there is just pushing coming in every single direction. Bance and Hicks also have got kills.
Tough spot. Very tough spot. Oh, Nade's now coming in as well. Sucru's barely made it out of his spawn before a Nade's been stuck in his forehead. Super, what can he find? Anything would be good to try and help his team get out. Rancor's been there to help and find one of his own. Sucru finds another, and that can be the thing when you start to put the pressure on. If you start losing a couple of bad gunfights, but it's not going to matter. 2-0 now to Team War. They're making light work of this control so far.
Well, it's been pretty good for them, but obviously the next round is going to be an attack. It is not easy to win an attacking round, and even with all the players going through there, Harry just held down top 3 control completely. And we'll see. I suspect what we'll probably find here is 5 Media Clan having a bit of a better defense. You don't tend to lose it, but they had to hold on to A last time, and that was the issue.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough when you lose B so quickly. We're probably going to see Super heading over towards that A side once again. Let's see what he can do with it. Can they hold down B maybe a little bit better? He needs his teams, or his teammates, sorry, to make sure they do that job. No, shots coming in pretty much immediately over towards the top 3 side. Yako's going to go for the challenge. Ixie will be taken down. Harry's still lingering around that area, we presume. And, well, you can see Super already on his way back.
The best part about this is trying to guess what the disposition of his teammates are, considering we got to the minimap. And I think with that kill going down, they are a little bit worried about a B push. He's worried about top 3 now. Obviously, you can see the players come down. But because it's been so quiet, you've got to suspect that some of Team War are over here. But he is pushing up. And while he's looking for this, there will be players coming out as well. And he has found it. This means they're now pushing all the way over to market. And Super will take a commanding position to keep them away. But it is going to be difficult. A should go against them here if they don't have the kills. And there it is. Beans finds it. Super can be made irrelevant here if they go around him. But they are trying to get him out of their spawn.
Good spot. Good job from Super. It's the kind of round that brings you right back into things. Problem is, you're going to have to win an attacking round to get things rolling at some stage. Just pitting them back as quickly as they can. But of course, there is plenty of time on the board now for Team War to try and find a push over towards this B side. Super just trying to stay alive. There's going to be a push coming in from top red. Super could do with just staying alive over towards Junk so he can reinforce when necessary. But the comms will be flowing here for Team War. Another good kill coming in. Getting rid of these reinforcements who can push through over towards that B side. But the kills seem to be 50-50 so far.
Super still just being a problem. They cannot get the good spawn. They're still not spawning actually marketed in this one. They've got the back spawn, which is a better spawn for them. But they will have to go through Super, and that's what they're worried about. They have the life advantage. They have 1:22 on the clock. Harry's found a kill onto Yako. Super's backing up even further. He might have to hit the flank here. I suspect they're going through top red.
It's coming in. B-Tick now starting to roll on through. Got to defend it. Shots going in from either side. Does well to get rid of Beans and does get his cruise missile. So that will definitely help things out. Suki will find the good shots into the point as well. So B still on the cards here for Team War. 16 versus 16. Cruise missile now available. Yako with 3. That will force them back.
He's just watching the spawn. He wants to see if they spawn here. I think they're going to, but Harry's figured it out. And Beans will find a second one. Fortunately, because of the way that spawn is working, they are spawning quite significantly far away from the B point. So even with a couple of kills to their name, they're not making a lot of progress. And Super is continuing to have a good time. But Hixie will find him eventually. Now they'll get on to, now they stop the clock. 34 seconds left to go. Rancor in trouble.
Cruise missile having to come in. You're going to have to clear them out. You can see where everybody is. And there's 2 inside that B point. Just 1 now remaining. Push over towards red. Can you thread the needle? Yes, you can. Well done from Super.
That might be enough.
Yeah, should be.
With time ticking down, they're already going to take a commanding position. Sukri will find one as well. I imagine they're scrabbling. This might just be a huge hit through red. Hicks will find Sukri as well. Super trying to lock down mid. Not going to be able to get it. Rencor will find Beans. They're into the point. It is contested, but Super staying alive. Has had a great defensive round here so far. It's a 9 versus 7. More contest to try and stop it, but Super, I think that guy must have been super weak. That was 1 bullet, maybe even half a bullet.
Shotgunned him. The MCW finds another as well. He's had a cracking round yet. 8 versus 2, that will be the round. Defensive hold comes through from Super and the boys. 18 kills to his name. Really, really good job. Harry having a good map. Beans not having a good map.
Not having a great time at all. And yeah, everywhere that Super was, Team War was stopped in their tracks. Just couldn't get anything going at all.
Yeah, it's been tough for Team War on that attacking round, but they have time here now over towards the defensive side. They already have that attacking round, kind of similar to like Terminal Search and Destroy. I mean, look, when it comes to Karachi control, it's not necessarily as important, but you'd still rather always have defense.
You would. This is an opportunity though for Team War. They can just stop this game right here. go on to the hard point. Already top 3 control again. We've seen Super play this position many, many times. And they're looking to go for an early A, and they should have enough kills now to at least put some pressure on. Well, with Super doing that and getting another cruise missile. They certainly can downlock A whenever they want.
Probably want to try and keep it for B if they possibly can. Now getting some progress over towards this A's side. Only lost 2 lives. On the other side, make it 4. Checking it from top right. Other side of Team War. Got to be so careful. The kill's starting to come through, though. Keep an eye on the flank. It's going to be a pinch coming in. Super, if he can find any more ticks, that would be beautiful for him. Not going to find anything. Now this is danger. All of a sudden, Team War can pin you in.
Oh, does that just hit his teammates' legs? It did. They have the cruise missile, and they will have to use it if they cannot get out of their spawn. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. They must escape. They must keep going. Renkor's already found 2.
35 seconds. Need to find
he
this
might
next
just
wave.
have to commit to this.
Yeah, you might have to. Yeah, he's calling it in. Got to do it. Got to get out of spawn. Got to find something.
There they go. It will be Team War who scrabble to try and get out of it. But yeah, slight opening. Trying to thread a needle. Does as well. Bance will fall. The opening has been made. And Super will move forward with his teammates straight on this point. Give us another minute, please.
One more tick away from it. Down 3 lives. And we'll only add the extra minute. See what they can do with it. Now if you're Harry and Co, if you are Team War, you try and pin them back in. Again, 3 kills. That's bad. Oh, they make it 4. Into your spawn you go, but I don't think Team War are here quick enough to make this a thing. But still going to pin them back at least.
Super made the right play, went straight for the spot there to make sure they didn't get pinned in too badly. Now we'll try and get top 3 control, allowing his teammates to flood out at least one direction. Checking the street, looking for the players. Already gets that perfect stun on and keeps moving forward. They're still not in a great position, but Super is making every kill he needs to.
He knows we're watching.
Yeah, we got the lucky point of view here because we could have been watching nothing. But instead we get to watch Super. And here he goes. One more time. Unfortunately, his teammates just aren't finding the kills he is. We'll fly out towards Bus. Has to think about stopping this clock at some point.
Oh, I can't find the one.
4 beans finds 2, and I don't know who's up on this side, but I don't think it's anybody.
Gotta move. Gotta move quickly. 6v12 as well. You have to be perfect. You have to find 4 dead.
Just going to have to go for it, and already kills going down. That's going to be 3. Renkor's the last one alive. Is he even close to this point? There's Renkor. Has to get into the point, though. Very few seconds remaining. It is going to end. Thank goodness that's over. That was a hard game to watch from our point of view.
Yeah, it's tough. Really good play coming in from the side of Super, but not good enough to get the map to win. So there you go, Team War now back in the lead in this series. 2-1 up, heading into the hard point. I mean, it's hard to break it down, right? I mean, because obviously you've already seen it for...
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I was
Super
like, what
had
can
a
you
great
say?
game. I don't know why everyone else did. They looked all right to me.
I say, well, Super's got a really straight shooting MCW at this stage. Yeah, really good job. But look, I mean, he was locking down air pretty well, but I mean, it was the attacking round they lost. And then they never won themselves, and you put yourself in that bad spot. Yeah, really, really tough for Super to get anything going. He found 2 cruise missiles, and they lost 3-1.
Yeah. It's... I don't really know what else to say, but here are the statistics. You can see Super 23 and 18. That was the highlight we were seeing as well. But on the other side of it, Harry 31 and 19. It's probably that battle for top 3 control we saw, doing a great job at it. You were right, Beans not having the greatest of times on that one. Only 13 to his name, but fortunately, when one player falls, another can pick up the slack, and that's how the control went.
Yeah, look, I think realistically, though, Beans found a good couple of kills over towards the end when they were making that final push over towards B just to shut it down. And that is now Team War 2-1 up. Skid Row coming up as well. I still don't know. I still don't know.
I mean, Team War, last time around, Team War did not look great on this.
They didn't. You're right. They didn't. You know where we're going.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, isn't it? We're just here to make the Americans wait. That's what we're doing. Just pushing it even further back. The script has been written, and they can wait till tomorrow, technically, because it will be tomorrow for us in 7 minutes. But this game is coming up. Team War, obviously, after they lost this to Omit, they will be trying to have a bit of a better showing. They have struggled on rotations before, but we'll find out how the hard point goes right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. And don't worry, do not adjust your set. All normal broadcasting has been resumed. We're going to the hard point next. Team War have won their controls. They're up 2-1 versus 5 Media Clan Ton.
Well, I was muted. I do apologize. I said nothing worth of note, to be honest with you. I said nothing useful, Brycey. I was mostly, nobody would know, but I was mostly just taking the mick out of you. Irrelevant. Team War really, really sucked when we see them on Skid Row today. Can they be better here up against 5 Media Clan?
Well, looks like they're going for the old P1 heavy. No control over towards P2 yet. And this will be a hard break. For every bit of time they get on this P1, they will surely lose it over by P2, but can they make a miracle happen? Is there a different chance? Is there been a bit of a pep talk, maybe, to try and get this one done?
I mean, last time the problem was that they didn't get any time at P1 either. It's not the end of the world if you can soak up 40 seconds at P1. Yeah, okay, you lose the P2 rotation, even if you find yourself, what, 20, 30 points behind? Not the end of the world. Super will find a kill on the beans. Should be able to lock down the dumpster side. Looking like a good hold so far. One player's broken through, but a spawn out. So everybody now over towards the ticket side for Team War. Hard break from here.
And this is it. It's just a shooting gallery. Harry will find one, but he's going to be weak. Reinforcements will come in through tunnel side here for 5 Media Clan, but they're just digging in. They're trying to hold as well. Bats will find the first, but Super will get him back. Renko will get a second, and Super might even consider flanking now as there is nowhere to go. Renko's like, all right, I'll find this last player. Has just fallen by the wayside, but yeah, Team War just going to run into the teeth of guns.
Yeah, now the problem is that they may well get out rotated here. Everybody else from the side of 5 Media is on the way over. Beans finds 2, though. That could be big.
Oh, Yakko wins the fight. Yakko will eventually drop, though. Harry's going to be here, and yeah, you are right. Team War will be looking for this rotation for their points back.
Yeah, like, and again, I'll kind of repeat what I just said there. In terms of P2, yeah, okay, if you lose every single second, which you've pretty much lost, as long as you get some good time over towards P1, not the end of the world.
Beans going to be just a bit careful. He knows the pressure's about to come through. They've got players watching mid, but with that player falling, they're going to be relying on Vance. Harry trying to throw the Renko just guns him, and Beans can't get the kill either, and it's a retake by 5 Media.
Oh my word. Beans gets absolutely gunned. Pressure now coming in. Yakko will trade his teammate out, unfortunately. The push now going to start coming through. Gets a bit of bad time, and break comes in. So Team War lost it for merely 10-15 seconds. Now it's all about the rotation. 5 Media are going to give this time up. Harry's here on the rotation. Next couple of gunfights. Massive. Can find the second. Doesn't quite find the first. Going to check the corners. He's... Oh my word, he's finessing. How on earth is Harry getting away with this? How has he found 2?
Well, Hicksy's in a power spot. He has been given a little bit of a chance here just by his teammates staying alive so long, but outnumbered is going to be the problem. It needs reinforcements. Hicksy will find the first. Does have a player with him. It's going to be Beans, and Beans will fly in. Hicksy will get another one, but they're still not into this point quite yet. Still waiting for reinforcements. Hicksy is making kills everywhere, but it is not enough to break this.
Slowing them down, getting into the point. Bounce on a 5 spree. As far as cruise missiles go, it would help break over towards P2 if they get there. Hicksy will find one. Oh, he's found the second as well. That's a major winner. And you can tell on occasion just comes up with these players. Bance now 1 off that cruise missile. You wouldn't mind having it.
See, just it's the question in the corner. Just waiting. I wonder if they're going to double tap this. They're going to, and he's looking for him as well. Does eventually get it. A 6 streak for him, but 20 seconds left to go. They don't have the rotation again. They will use this cruise missile to break it.
You would like to think so.
Is he going to do it now? He's waiting for positioning. Yeah. Surely just got to wait for positioning.
Team now going to set themselves up now. Who does he go for? Not the player over towards the back. Yeah, I would probably not be calling it in now. Soaking up every single second. May well come in, but good defense so far from 5 Media. Finding the kills halfway up the map.
Now just waiting. There we go. Bance will get it, but unfortunately they've already lost Hicksy. He's going to call this one in. A little bit of information and a kill to take this player out of the point. Yakko will die. They get a kill and trade as well, but Super, it's going to be down to the wire here. It's all on Super. He has to back up furiously, trying to stay alive as he knows the players are coming for him. He's the last one here from 5 Media Clan. Bance will be back into the point. They've used the cruise missile. Super still alive eventually. Harry now hunting.
That cruise missile might be invested for 35 seconds. Oh, gets caught. Super, though, forced away. Can't really do a great deal here. Is doing well to stay alive. Renko finds the kill there as well. So the investment working out for absolutely nothing. Super. 5 in a row from him now, working on his 6th. And we go back over towards P1 again. P2 rotations and P2 spawns are going to be there for the team that locked down those final few points. Yako with the melee again. Bob in the face. And all of a sudden, 5 Media Clan with control over towards P1 and P2 spawns.
This is crazy. The Team War, they need to lock this one down now and think about P2.
Donald spawns. Might go for it here, Beans.
He's certainly going to do that. Certainly going to look for it, but no, super. And he has been super. That's a 6th streak. That's another cruise missile for him. Team War may just have to settle for P1 again. Obviously, 5 Media Clan, they have the advantage of being able to go for it, but no, Harry gets that gunfight.
Huge.
More kills going through. Team War still banking on this P1. They're getting the time. Will eventually lose it, and this might be the crucial moment. 5 Media Clan, will they have their cake and eat it?
Wow, that nade was so close to being perfect. Bean survives and needs to continue to survive. Has a bit of backup here now as well. This should be the rotation over towards P2 locked in. Oh, good shots.
They have to take down Super, and they've done it. Team War are here first.
That's a
They've
big 60.
Sacrificed the rest of that time on P1. They will now need to hold.
Absolutely huge 60 points. But the cruise missiles coming in. One player upstairs, one player downstairs. Wait for it to push through. You're going to have to bend it through the window. Oh, you managed to find one out of Beans, but find your teammate. But there is Sukri to pick up the pieces. Brilliant work coming in with a cruise missile.
And now for Bance. It's about what can he salvage out of this situation. See where they're all just pinned into garage. They want to get across. Bance will cut them down if they do.
Huge
Bance
win.
will find Rencor as well. And now they are outnumbered them. Sukri will have to defend. He won't be able to do it. It's been a huge retake from Team War.
They don't get as much as they would have presumed they were going to get, though. The cruise missile is invested. But what was it for? About 10 or 15 seconds difference in the end? 15 more seconds are going to go over towards Team War. They're going to be sitting at about a 30-plus point lead. So we head over towards the next hill. But to be fair to 5 Media, the investment does stop that from potentially being around 40 or 50.
And this is all about how Team War react to this 5 Media Clan. They have the advantage of this Smack Alley. They're already spread out a little bit. They can get a good amount of points here. Look how far away Team War are from getting onto it.
Spawn out. Spawn out for Renko. You need to start moving now if you're a Team War. Can you trade that one out? Bance wasn't there to make the push. He wants to try and get a hold of the cruise missile, so he's playing this one slow, but is that going to be to the team's detriment?
Well, they found 2 kills, but already 30 seconds is gone, and 5 Media Clan were a second away from taking this one back. Yako just furiously firing at nothing in the end. 33 health. And I think what he's going to do here is just go for this next rotation. For Team War, it's scrap time. For 5 Media Clan, it could be a money hill.
You could find everything here. You're looking so good if you're 5 Media Clan. Final few seconds over the previous hill. Going to go over towards the time of Team War. It's going to be about a 20-point difference by the time we head over towards Barbershop. 5 Media Clan are able to close the gap. It's a big push from the backside. You got one more player coming through over towards the top. Hixie can't find anything. Renko, Yako combining well. Good hold so far.
Just pushing bodies through these back doors as fast as they can.
Contest is fine.
Needs the contest. Worried about it. Hixie, though, breaks through. Bance will get a kill as well. Somehow they are in. Do they have the tick? They definitely do. And now they have to run this. 5 Media Clan must continue to push this, though they are out of this tournament. Everybody holding every single angle for 5 Media Clan. They may have to stack this and slow this down for one big, glorious push. Bance towards the back. 2 players sitting on stairs. Yako will find Bance as well. They're going to go for the contest. They have to. They haven't got in. They certainly haven't got in. Beans is trying to back up here. Find Super. Super gets it as well. Super will die for this. Everybody flying into the point as both teams go to war here. I don't know if that tick has gone through. Will it have happened? It is going to. And Team War with the hold. 5 Media Clan have lost the hard point on. It will be an unbelievable win for Team War in the end.
Massive win for Team War. So back and forth. A fantastic skid row between these two teams. But ultimately, it will be Team War to take away the victory. It got super tight towards the end. I think it was Hixie who made the play. I would have loved to see in the route that he actually took. I didn't notice him on the mini-map. I want to say he maybe pushed through the park and then went through the side alley and has just walked through straight through the front door. Maybe a player was watching over just through the corridor over towards the top of the middle building towards fire and just hasn't seen him. He's walked in, free kill. Player pushed around the back, finds a kill as well, breaks it open, locks it down. Really good hold coming in from Team War. They live to fight another day, and we have our top 3.
We certainly do. I mean, that entire last hill time, sorry, I just took it away there because it was constant chaos.
It's all right, man.
Everybody flying through, and I didn't think Team War were going to hold it. I thought somebody would touch for a little bit longer than they did, but yeah, unbelievable in the end. But that will be the end of the run there for 5 Media Clan. Valiant until the end, but slaying heavily in favor, as you can see on Team War, but it didn't feel like it.
No, it didn't. It definitely felt like Super had another really good game, playing very well on the AR fronts. Really good job from him, but I mean, this is the difference maker, right? 5 Media Clan invested the cruise missile over towards P2. They held it for about 10 seconds. Immediate break coming in from Team War, and that is probably the difference maker in this one, right? Yeah, it was a Hixie. Again, I still missed it, where he came from. It looks, well, he's definitely stepped the net. That's one of those moments where 5 Media Clan will look back at that one and say to yourself, right, how did he get in? How did we mess this one up? It was only the Search and Destroy that was able to go over towards 5 Media Clan. It will be all 3 other game modes in the first 4 maps that went in to Team War. Hardpoints making the difference here, and we have our 4th place team confirmed. That will be 5 Media Clan. A guaranteed top 3 now for Team War.
Yeah, this is it. They're going up against Clutch Rain tomorrow. Already locked into a top 2 position. Hoping to go further, Omid EU. Well, that's just how it has played out so far, and here is the bracket as well. The War and Clutch Rain, they will be facing off in our first game tomorrow. Of course, the winner of that will go to the grand finals and take on Omid EU. For both teams, this will be a revenge match regardless of how it goes.
It's going to be a crazy game. Neither one of these 2 teams facing off so far this season, as far as I remember. Yeah, look, yeah, War lost to Omid, then War, yeah, okay, so they haven't played each other all season long. I'm sure they would have probably scrimmed up against each other with being in different groups going into the round robin. Interesting to see which way this one goes. It should be an absolute banger, and then of course the grand finals, which way it goes. Hey, look, I mean, we're at the close of season 1 basically here, Brycey, and what a season it has been. Actually crazy across the board. We've seen so many wild games, so many wild Charles plays, and we're nearly done. 2 more games to go.
Yeah, certainly is. Of course, one of those games is a best of 7, but those will all be tomorrow. It's been a wonderful day here, and hey, we didn't go all the way to a map 5 again, but
surprising.
Realistically, when we get 14 out of 15 maps potential, well, I say that even more because it's technically 19 out of 20 because we had a double first rounder.
Mate, we're made to work for our money. That's what they like. No, look, we love it. I mean, when you get these close games, you'd never want just 3-0 blowouts. You want those close games every single time. And it's just the level in Europe. Everyone at the top, especially, I think the top 4 teams, or at least the top 3 teams, are very close. And it makes for good games every single time. And excited to see how it concludes tomorrow.
Yeah, same for me. But it is one of those ones where it's not even the end of the Call of Duty for today. I know you've been with us now for about 5-6 hours, of course. But it's going to be the North Americans up next. So if you are wanting more Call of Duty action and you thought, hey, this playoff thing looks fun, fortunately, we have another 3 blocks of games for you right after this. Europe is done for the day, but North America is coming up right after this break, and they'll be looking to put on just as much action and finesse and glory as we have had here in Europe. So don't go anywhere. I hope you enjoy Call of Duty Challenge Elite because Europe is done. North America is up next. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers and Challengers Elite Season 1. Woo! We've got ourselves a full night worth of content today. I'm my whole shift with me. I've got my brother in crime, partner in crime, Jay Stud. My guy, we're dealing with the top 6, and we said at the beginning of the season, and we're definitely realizing it for sure now. This is probably the tightest we've seen Challengers Elite. I think any of these 6 teams have a cause to possibly win.
Oh, yeah, any of these 6 teams have a chance, but if you want to take down the big dog, at least in my opinion, it's Boston Academy. Those guys have basically been flawless all throughout this stage, as you see them all the way in that winners finals, going up later against Space Fish Tacos, but we're more focused on the elimination round 2 matches. We got the Houston Spartans going up against Lord Gaming, and then FaZe Clan Black versus Convoy Gaming. A bunch of vets in the scene, a bunch of old pros, new faces. We got a whole lot going on today.
Yeah, and, kind of going back to our first round of playoffs from last week, there were a couple of surprises. We were kind of talking between ourselves. Like, we really didn't get much chance to watch the Houston Spartans play until they played up against Boston Academy, but their win over FaZe Clan Black had us kind of scratching our heads a little bit to see what may have gone wrong there for FaZe Clan. And let's be honest, we did get a chance to watch them play that Map 5 series versus the Singapore Syndicate, and there were some lingering doubts. But the thing that we really did notice was between one week to the next, all of our really good teams are getting a lot better. So here's how the breakdown has happened to this point. Of course, SGP and Diverse will earn some placement in towards next season of Elite without having to re-qualify by making playoffs. But Amit Brooklyn, SKRP, Bowser's Kingdom, and NYSL Academy, they will take home a couple grand and also have to be forced to go into the kind of, I'll call it a relegation period if you want to, but they're going to have to re-qualify for next season.
Yeah, they got to get back in. And obviously, if you are NYSL Academy, you just finished getting second at the Boston Major, you got to right your wrongs and you got to right them quick, because going 0-5 after you were one of the teams who won 8 maps, I'm pretty sure there's a team that won 7 maps and won 3 series. You won 8 maps and won 0, so you got to make up for it next season.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So taking a look at our schedule, again, like we kind of saw on the playoff bracket, we'll be starting in the lower side with the FaZe Black and Convoy game. Also, simultaneously in the Bravo stream, Spartans from Houston will be going up against Lord Gaming before we swap up to the winners finals between Space Fish Taco and Boston Academy, and then we'll join the lower semifinal matchup at the end of it. That'll be, of course, the winner of these 2 ones that we've got here first. So let's dig into the nitty-gritty here and take a look at what we're going to expect here from FaZe Clan Black going up against Convoy Gaming. We had a lot of concerns, I think, about FaZe Clan Black in their Search and Destroy in particular, playing with numbers, not being able to convert rounds. That's kind of the big thing. We saw a lot of that on High Rise and Terminal. So that's kind of my first overall look at this series is, are we going to see FaZe Black improve their search and maybe even change up their map pool a little bit depending on what they want to play?
I feel like it's been 2 weeks now. It definitely has to show improvement. They weren't getting 2-for-4 clutched on last week like they were the week prior to that. Last week was like, all right, we're up on a 4v1. We're good. We got the numbers. And then all of a sudden it turns into a 1v1 because some people are just not making the best plays. But they were still winning the round. So now it's all about making it easier from that point on. They were able to clutch up, get their revenge versus Syndicate all the way in that game number 5 by, like you said, beating them in both Search and Destroys. But now you're going up against Convoy Gaming, who's another veteran team. These are like just all former pros, and they're going to be going at it. Basically an 8's lobby.
Yeah, this is an 8's lobby or a CDL match. Which perspective you want to take a look at it. Brack, Exceed, Joe Deceives, and Lunars. Lunars will be the only one, I believe, in this lobby that has not seen the CDL to this point, but believe me, you friends, he is being looked at, I imagine, pretty seriously, because he's been playing really consistently, not just over this title, but also from last year. On the flip side, though, talking about Convoy Gaming, the same thing holds true for their roster. And you've got legitimately a lot of players that have either seen the league or have been really darn close to it at one point or another. Maybe not staying as long as the players in FaZe Black had been, but these are all extremely capable players.
Yeah, all these guys had been in the scene. They know exactly what it's like. Obviously, for Yuli's situation, he joined the Ravens on one of their worst seasons that they were having. Not the best situation for him to go to. Same thing with Tura when he entered the league. Donnie Temple was the face of Las Vegas for a little bit. And then obviously we all know about Dave Patty, the Florida Mutineers Reaper, always taking down the green wall. So these guys are prepared. They have played on the biggest stages, and now you are in a match versus FaZe Clan Black where you know exactly what they're going to be like because you played against these guys for quite some time.
Really interesting map series set here. Sub-base first and foremost. We did see FaZe Black on this versus Syndicate. Some things to kind of keep your eye on is that these guys love to rotate early, but they love to rotate aggressively. And sometimes that doesn't quite work out. Although we are seeing the fly through for Skid Row, so I don't know if that accurate is
Oh,
accurate.
it's up base. There it is.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we had that. And then we also did see that we will have a high-rise search and destroy. So those questions that we were alluding towards will be answered, or maybe not answered, when we eventually get to it. So let's jump on in. FaZe Black blowing up against Convoy. Map number 1. Here we go.
And losers goes home. Backstart against the wall for both of these teams, so you got to make sure you're coming out swinging. As Convoy are going to be the team spawning on the preferred side. They're already getting a lot of this P1 time. They found all the kills, and now Dave Petty is put in a perfect position to play the cutoffs. He finds another 2. That's already 20 uncontested seconds, and they're setting themselves up properly for the next hill.
Yeah, really good zone of control here from Convoy Gaming, but the battle back from FaZe Black is pretty much perfect. So 30 seconds earned on the first hard point, 3-man hit around the back to P2, and Convoy do not have a good look nor read at this. First kills, perfect for FaZe Clan Black. They're going to go 3 for 1, and with that, all they need to do is make sure that Dave Patty gets traded, and they should have good control over P2. It just comes down to, can you actually kill this man, and eventually they will.
Big kills to take down Dave Patty, but now you have to focus on Yuli, who's worked his way behind enemy lines with that Rival 9. He does take down 1, but just him staying in this position is going to block those spawns. Makes it easier for his team to attack from the front end. Now it all falls into the hands of Lunars, who's trying to play his life the best that he can. He's only able to take 1 down before he does fall, and that's the break coming in from Convoy out of a great play from Yuli.
Trades come out. Convoy around the back, like you mentioned, have gotten some control. FaZe Black still not even finding a single second yet in that transition. Not what you want to see, but here we go. 4 men down. That'll be enough to not just make sure you get the scrap, but look what they're doing in terms of already setting themselves up for rotation to 3.
Yeah, they're building a lair. They are building layers. They know exactly where Convoy are going to spawn in, so you just put them in a nice little trap. Exceed is able to take down 2. The trade is going to be there for Dave Patty, but FaZe Black are going to walk away with that final 20 and win the rotation over towards P3. They currently do not have any power position. Rack guys all the way pushed on up. Now you have to hold strong if you are Lunas, because top snow is very, very crucial, and he makes it count as he finds 2.
Absolutely massive. This next hit would have to come through tunnel or front side of the warehouse, and Lunars just chows it out. Gets a nice little bump away from the hard point, making sure this first 20 seconds isn't just free. It's also going to go uncontested, but kills from Convoy starting to come through. Exceed tested in the corner of the stairs. Good for a double, and once again, FaZe Black off spawn can get themselves set up.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take the lead by a little bit. As Convoy have to regroup through the middle of the map. Dave Patty try to throw a trophy, stay alive as long as he can. He still has the gunny on him, though. Takes down Lunars. Now you open up the lane through warehouse. Here comes the push from Convoy. You drop it from the top. Everyone is trying to find this straight onto the player in the hill. Donnie Tep is able to come out on top of it, but you see those spawns. They now flip. You will take that if you are FaZe Black. You just got to locate where Yuli is.
Good elimination. Trade is through, but that setup that we've seen from FaZe Black in the past, where they try to get really far forward and create a huge zone of control, it's a little bit more contested this time. Hardpoint will still open to the name of FaZe Black. Spawn's also still good, but Convoy working through the middle of the map. Just have to find a way to get rid of Lunars, who's just trying to be as annoying as possible, but he will eventually drop, and now Convoy can set up their break attempt.
Yeah, you have a couple players going through the side alley, through P2. A couple players trying to jump up towards top 3, and also applying pressure through the front end. So every kill that you get right here will matter. As Tsura finds the first, that player now spawns out. Can his teammates find anything else? Nope, Tsura's going to switch to the sub, whip it out, but can't win the up close and personal versus Lunars. FaZe Black, they have been able to hold on to this first push. And now with only 25 seconds left, Convoy, you have to start thinking about that rotation.
The thing is, they're already in position to still try to break this, so it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of another, as FaZe Black continue to find eliminations. I mean, at a certain point, I'm sure Yuli's thinking, I may need to jump in here, but just does not have the availability to actually choose to do so. Wow, okay, so a perfect hold, just in a very weird way for FaZe Black. They essentially get the full 60, and now you've got Exceed keeping pace with Yuli on rotation around the back. I don't know how Yuli reads that, but it doesn't matter. The pistol comes out, Exceed wins the kill, and now Convoy are a bit scrambling, trying to find a way to get themselves set up at 5.
Yeah, he reads that because 2 real spawns all the way behind P4, so you gotta think someone is behind enemy lines, and unfortunately he wasn't able to lead to the kill, but it still leads to his team setting up for this P5. Currently down by 25 to 30 points. You have Donnie Temp having a slow start, sitting at 5 and 11, but he's just doing the super soaking, the king of the hill. No longer the hill kitten. Word to Dashy, as it's still a 30-point game. FaZe Black are holding on to preferred side, though. Holding down that P2 window, holding down mid-map is exactly what you want. Convoy forced to fight out.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Do they find the eliminations needed to get back into the hardpoint for the scrap time, let alone move across the map to set themselves up for P1? This is a crucial moment in this hardpoint, friends. Brack up top. Shot out by Yuli. Avoids it, nearly able to get the pop-up, but does at least a little bit enough damage to allow the scrap time to come through and get Exceed on rotation over towards P1. Decent read that Dave Petty's trying to contest from lower server, and the help is perfect. Yeah, this is a little bit more like it here if you're FaZe Black. They're really starting to string some hills together.
Yeah, this is when they start to pull away with the game. You can't find the break early on if you are Convoy. FaZe Black are going to be in the proper setup, but they get the initial 2 kills. No longer soaking that P1 time. They found an opening to push through cons, but just have FaZe Black contesting it. They are holding strong on their preempts. They do not want to flip these spawns.
No, not at all. But the kills from the front, again, forces focus to kind of be twofold. Joe, a little bit of trouble. Good help from Exceed. Pops the door, but the counter back from Convoy. Lunar's up top. Has to be very cautious about how he wants to play this position, because if his teammates fall behind him, spawns could very well move.
Yeah, you just got to stay alive. All with Convoy applying pressure through that water side. They're trying to flip through the left side of the map, and like you said, with Lunar's in that position, you're now going to start to spawn over towards Warehouse. But at least you have the numbers. With Jodeci finding a couple off the rotation, he does fall. At least the Convoy finding 3. All of FaZe Black not having the spawns that they want. Lunar's falls, and that's going to be an easy rotation for Convoy to take the lead with the great setup.
Temp from behind, trying to control some of this reinforcement, and that is perfectly done.
Oh,
Temp.
man.
What a good read from Temp. You know, initially I kind of had to hold my breath. I was like, this is bold, because again, if FaZe find kills from the front, Temp could have spawned his team out, but instead he goes on a 5 spree and holds the line firmly in front of this P2 setup.
And that all comes down to trust. The fact that Donnie Temp was able to hit that route, it got me nervous as well, Alan, but it worked out perfectly because he found 3. His teammates were able to stay alive, and now he's 1 off for earning that cruise missile. So a couple players from FaZe Black trying to contest him out of this top warehouse, because this has basically been a full 60 from Convoy Gaming. Going to find themselves up by 40 points, but it's all about this rotation. FaZe Black eliminate Temp. They eliminate Yuli going around the back end. So again, they're going to win their rotation this time around towards P3. They have a lot of time to make up, though.
Yeah, and the silver lining here is you do essentially counteract the potential of a streak, and like you mentioned, that elimination happening when it does allows a very forward setup here for FaZe's defensive setup. Exceed stunned, and at least he gets the Semtex off onto 1 and sets up Lunar's for an easy trade. So 2 for 1 the exchange. Brack still playing forward as he makes sure no one hits him from P2, and he can also keep that mid-rotation safe. This is, again, that little FaZe Black push-out that they try to get aggressive to read the hit before it can develop.
Yeah, this is perfect. You have P5 control. You also had top snow. Convoy had not been able to sniff even close towards this P3. But finally, you eliminate both of those players. You can decide to attack from Warehouse, decide to attack from top snow. Yuli starts it off with a big first kill. Here comes the push. Brack's going to be here to try to assist him. He does fall, and Convoy Gaming again with the final 20. They will be able to break it, but FaZe Black, you will take that because the spawn's now flipped. Oh my god.
Wow. Okay. Lunars makes that a little bit like a not as disastrous as it could have been. And that's kind of what I was alluding towards for a moment there when we were setting this map up is FaZe Black, they, you know, imperfection moments, when they get that far in front of the hard points, it's like, wow, we're guaranteeing ourselves 30 plus seconds. But because they're so forward, and sometimes the kills come so quickly from the break setups that it actually kind of just forces them to spawn out immediately, and it ends up to these very quick breaks that you just don't expect based on the initial setup. Convoy now with a water route trying to neutralize the hard point, but FaZe will win this rotation anew.
Yeah, that was just too easy for FaZe Black. They found all the kills to the middle of the map, even though Yuli does find 1 climbing through the water. It's instantly traded as FaZe Black going to be able to take the lead right on back. Still in control of the back spawns as well. Dave Patty going to sneak his way through up maze. Finds a kill onto Brack, but how long can he play his life? His positioning is now known. All of FaZe Black still spawning towards the back end. This final 25 is going to be there as Convoy might just have to cut their losses.
Oh, they are committing, though, with that elimination up top. Lunar's also right in the back, plus a follow-up elimination. The only one they're looking for now is Exceed inside the hard point, actually just out of it. And again, the break that comes through for scrap time is so quick for Convoy. It allows them a chance not just to earn a little bit of needed time, but they can still contest this rotation with 2 real already here towards the backside of 5.
Just got to make sure that your teammates don't fall at this moment. Because with you being far pushed out the way that you are, you can't find a kill. You would potentially spawn your team on you, but at least makes it count. Finds that kill on the Joe Deceives. You're still swanning towards the backside of Warehouse. Convoy Gaming going to be able to take the lead right on back. 202 to 201 is our current score line. But you see all of FaZe Black. You have 1 player going through the pinch, 2 players up to the middle. This is their breaking opportunity. Yeah,
and the thing about this for Convoy is that they've got P2 window control and that top warehouse position. So this is very difficult as far as FaZe Black's gunfights are to be. Joe, well, almost cleanly gets his 1, but Yuli was right there. 2 real picking up. The only one to find is the one in the hill, and this is the problem with this type of setup. Convoy Gaming can still keep FaZe Black completely trapped in the back, and now 2 real is 1 off of what could be a game-winning cruise missile.
Yeah, that could be the game changer, but might not even need to invest it. So they're getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Two-Real knows that he has to give up snow. We got to contest over towards top comms. He's going to get a freebie onto Exceed. That's now 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be Brack, but there's only 10 seconds left. You have to go. You have to try to make a play.
Yeah, and Brack is going to have to try to get not just one, but probably two. Not looking all that well. The last hit comes from the backside door at Water. Lunars gets one, but Yuli's right there. 2 seconds is all that Convoy needs. Kills decent for FaZe Black. Two-Real not overextending, just kind of playing his life and holding this power position. This is the exact reason why, until Lunars finally puts him to bed. 25-18 for Lunars, and he's the one trying to keep FaZe Black in the hill.
Yeah, FaZe Black is just trying to stay alive as long as they can, but here comes the investment out of the cruise missile. Can FaZe Black find any more kills around the map, or they're just going to fall? That cruise connects onto Joe Seas. The contest is going to be there. Convoy Gaming with more bodies around the hill. They are able to close out map number 1 in a very close hard point, but they get the W.
Yeah, and it is, again, it's one of those things, like, when FaZe Black get these advanced setups and they're finding kills behind it, it looks like it's unbreakable. But the thing is, what we kind of often saw during the group stage, we even saw it last week in the first rounds of playoffs, and obviously what we saw here is that the problem with that is maybe they're sometimes too far forward. Convoy find maybe 2 individual kills at the same time, and all of a sudden you're spawning out because your third player left alive is so far in front of the hard point that you have no one actually anchoring in the back. So it's one of those situations that it allows teams like Syndicate from last week and Convoy here to maybe stick around longer than you would have normally expected due to the fact that they're flipping out spawns almost too easily just because of the gunfights that are happening in the middle of the map.
And if you would have told me, Alan, that at the end of P3s, Convoy were breaking for about 15 to 20 seconds remaining at that hill. They were spawning on that side. FaZe Black was set up every single time over towards P4, and they should have been able to chain it towards P5. But as we got to the second half of the game, when you allowed Convoy to break in towards that P4 with only 20 seconds left, now everyone on your team is spawning towards Warehouse. You already have Two-Hero top Warehouse just contesting that side, so already the rotation is won by Convoy. Now you're forcing all of FaZe Black to overextend through Water to try to take top comms, and you're just wasting a lot of time at that point to where Convoy have made that time up, took the lead, and just continue to hold strong on their setups.
Yeah.
FaZe Black, they were good off the initial for some of these hills, but when they needed to clutch up towards the very end, that's when Convoy were able to lead to breaks, which eventually led to the W.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is one of those situations that some of the byproducts that we kind of saw troubling FaZe last week are still in play, and maybe even more so for Convoy. A couple of huge streaks by both Temp and Two-Real allowed them that 35-point gap. So now we go to the next question here, and I hate to keep setting this up from FaZe Black's perspective, but we've seen a lot more of them than we have Convoy. Have they figured out their numbers issues? Because we saw that a lot on High Rise. Before we see the control and talk about that, it's all about what they've been able to manage to try to get this Search and Destroy back into a 1-1 tie.
Yeah, you need the Search and Destroy if you are FaZe Black. All the little mistakes, the 2v4s, the 1v3s, everything that you've given up, numbers advantage to the opposing team, you cannot have that here because you're going up against former CDL pros. They know exactly what it's like to be in those man-up advantages. They're not going to give those away for free. So if you are FaZe Black, you have had multiple weeks now. This is the second or third week of Elite, so you've had multiple reps. You know exactly what it's like to be into the pit. We know that Exceed loves to play towards top heli. Brack always likes to play towards the right street. So these are things that you have to be making adjustments on, because you best believe if I know, Convoy Gaming do know as well.
Absolutely, and that's the fun thing when we deal with Challengers Elite and we're dealing with CDL players. Not just are they individually veteran, but a lot of them also find themselves to a coach that can at least do VOD review, if not some recording to make sure that they're fixing up their own mistakes while also doing a little bit of research on what may be happening in scrims with their opponents. So it'll be really curious, I think, to see who's going to come out better prepared, especially like we mentioned, after 5-6 days worth of not playing on Elite, it feels like the teams that are best, I would say maybe most capable to win a championship make the most amount of improvements in that time. At the beginning of the season, there may be some favorites, but the ones that really rise to the top are the ones that put in a lot of the extra legwork between Thursday and the following Wednesday. So there is an element of that to see what the preparation looks like for both of these two squads, knowing they're playing each other.
Yeah, you guys know exactly who you're playing against. We're talking about obviously getting your team scrims, but potentially getting into some S&D money aids. Doing everything that you can to just get better at the game. Because every single week, something is changing. Either a spawn or something that you didn't know. You have the opportunity to learn something new into the game. So obviously when you're gelling as a squad, you got to make sure that going into the following week, you're a lot better than you were in the previous. That means those little mistakes, you need to make sure that those are ironed out, because you can't have those 3 weeks in.
Yeah, absolutely the case. But we do have 2 matches going on at once. So I believe our Bravo match is ready to go. At least there's something happening on that stream. And yep, indeed there is. Houston Spartans taking on Lord Gaming in their elimination matchup. Currently, a game that is favoring that of Houston Spartans. The Gunless is on 7 in a row, make it 8. So a possible cruise missile here as we rotate back over to P1 to get Lord Gaming back into the game.
Oh, yeah, he already got it. Gunless now finds himself on 9, make it 10 in a row. They must have been down by a hefty lot. There's not many players positive on the side of Lower Gaming, but they have fought their way all the way back. As Gunless is still sitting on a 10 streak, all of Houston Spartans spawning over towards Mannequin side. Just trying to find a way in towards this P1. Still 35 seconds remaining, but you already see Johnny thinking a step ahead. We do not want to spawn over towards Palace. I'm going to make sure I maintain blue control.
Decent trades, neutralizes at least the contestants on the hill for now. Johnny building towards maybe a second cruise missile, which gets shut down by Dylan Rags. Again, he's the only player in this lobby that has not seen the CDL, but boy, I'll tell you, he's had some years in the last 2 that definitely warrant a look. This one in particular, he's having himself a pretty solid game as well. 228, 185. Time to rotate over towards 2. And there's only a couple of Houston Spartan members here from the front. And maybe Capsule's got a read on this? No, not fully. So now all of a sudden the Spartans have numbers. Or do they?
Oh, great shots out of Johnny to equalize those numbers. Now you know exactly where all of Houston Spartans are attacking from. Gunless now cover fire with that MCW. Great shots. Has Dilligrex 1 shot. Unfortunately, he's going to stun himself. No, it's not going to connect to him, but 228 to 208. They've been able to soak down this P2 for 20 uncontested seconds. Not a single player from Houston Spartan are going to set up for the pinch. They don't want to potentially spawn in towards the back end. They're more than happy with just fighting this from the front because Lore Gaming cannot win here.
Yeah. Gunless off regen, tagged up once more. But actually kind of eludes Spark. Maybe a little bit of that Sensex smoke kind of avoiding him.
My
Oh my
God.
goodness, Pierce is frying. 2 for him in the feed. Doesn't get the Houston Spartans fully off the time though, and his Capsule drops. Oh boy. The Houston Spartans can get really, really close to getting to 250. Gunless, you can see he kind of wants to play for this time, but you have to rotate. They're already late. And you still have a cruise missile you need to call in. You got to make a decision here, and they're stuck.
We got to make it quick. We got to make it quick. That cruise missile might not be able to connect to anything. You also have one player who spawns behind them towards Palace. So you're going to be able to give that calm, but there's only 4 seconds left. This might be GG.
Well, they do break through with only 3 seconds of cushion. Good follow-up from Capsule. Do they have a trophy system down here? Is anyone watching the cross? Gunless is kind of worried about Laundry. Classic from the front gets 1, but no, there's no trophy here. So now Gunless has to sprint in. The contest is decent, but just not enough focus on who is crossing into the hard point. And that allows a break to come through. And I'm not going to lie, I think you look back on that if you're Lorna Gaming and you say, ooh, we may have needed to use that cruise missile a little bit sooner.
A little sooner, probably, but we also needed to block those gas spawns because I'm pretty sure when Johnny found that 2-piece towards the left side, he was still thinking, even with his teammates finding a couple kills over towards Bathroom, that they are still going to spawn behind me at Palace. He was wasting a lot of time trying to locate anyone, but there was nobody there. You just got to fill over towards your teammates at the hill, and unfortunately, just more numbers for the Houston Spartans. They find the break in towards the Bathroom, and they walk away with map 1.
Wow, so we got an exciting series over there in the Bravo stream, but we're back in towards our main focus. As the search and destroy has started with Face Block on the offense, first blood for Joe Deceives. Again, they're not bad at finding first bloods. What they're bad at and what they've been kind of missing on is being able to convert these rounds. So let's see what their game plan is here in the first to see if they can convert this 4v3 early on.
And you have Exceed already working on the ground. He found the timing as Brack is able to find a second kill on the Dave Patty. He loves himself some top propane. He's now instantly turned to a 4v2. Temp and Yuli. Let's try to clutch on up, but this player's all around Temp. Can he find the timing? No, he cannot. Joe Deceives with his second on the round. It's now 1v4.
Yuli up top at Hilo, also tagged up by multiple angles. No worries there for Face Black. So, okay. Exhibit A of some corrections that have come through. Convoy Gaming to get a shot at their first offense, and I'll be curious to see what kind of tempo they want to play as a squad. This is a team that when we did get a chance to watch them kind of in the past, I more attributed to kind of being a little bit more clinical with things, but on a map like High Rise, you get a little bit more freedom to try to work a little bit, you know, off some weird timings is what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, weird timings or outskirts, wall running. There's a whole lot of things that you can get done on a map like High Rise. As now they get a chance to show us, but keep in mind that they didn't earn any kills in that round number 1, so no trophy systems to work with. If you are a Convoy, gonna make sure we play this one nice and slow. No one to get pre-nated right off of the rip, as Dave Patty loves himself some Beef Street. Gonna contest Lunas on the left side, but he's just throwing shoulders and trying to blaze light, keeping the info at bay.
Not a lot to be seen to this point. Nate's coming a little bit more late towards the middle of the map. Hard to say if anyone's been tagged by any of that, as Exceed will move around the outside and get aggressive. We know he likes to try to get towards top Hilo. And does he catch any foot, shoestring, or anything of temp? Doesn't look like it, but he has flipped the sides of the maps around as Joe has unfortunately fallen behind that for FaZe Black.
Yeah, now that bomb is getting planted. Exceed eventually is able to even up the numbers, but Yuli's still in a great position to find this trade. He's going to fully commit onto this gunfight, but he wastes too much time. Lunar's able to come up behind him with the Renetti. Puts FaZe Black in a 3v2 now.
Yeah. Okay. Two Real, another elimination comes out. 2v2. Time ticking away. I'm sure Two Real is going to be the one kind of responsible for watching this bomb initially, and then it'll be Dave from the other side to follow up. They do see Exceed cross over towards elevators, and that was not mutual information. So now it's just down to Brack. It looks like Dave is aware that there could be a threat nearby him, so time going to be the biggest concern for Brack, and he's ran out of it. So nice follow-up round here from Convoy.
Yeah, that's just too good right there from Convoy. Dave Patty staying alive towards the left side of the street. Once Tuber opens up with that first blood, he instantly commits towards the bomb plant. Then once he gets that bomb down, he works his way back through underground. He's able to find his second on the round and then the third in the final kill cam. Great plays right there out of Two Real to get the objective done, to get the slaying done, and secure the round for his team.
Very nice. Very well done. Full ace for Two Real. Puts him on 4, obviously. I don't know why I felt obligated to tell you guys all that. You guys got eyes. You saw it. You looked at it. You seen it. Just comes down to, with Arrival 9, how does he choose to play this round in hunt of kill 5 and 6? Barrel exploded top Hilo. Yuli also running a sub. Looking like he wants to try to challenge over towards blue, and they catch Joe Deceives by surprise for first blood.
It's a big first kill. Don't know if he gets the info that the bomb is going to be down towards bottom blue, but now you're able to back up and hold strong on your defensive setup. It's basically impossible for FaZe Black to commit towards a bomb plane over towards A, so just got to make sure we're stacking over towards B. You're getting more info on Exceed. Playing towards top heli. It's already been 35 seconds, about to be 40, knocked off of that game clock.
Yeah.
And FaZe Black need to recover that bomb and start thinking about that objective.
Cross over the middle. Exceed able to confirm information on Yuli, but really can't do too much with it for now. Dave also just jumping and checking for intel. Focused on Lunars. He has not seen Exceed yet, but the shots coming from top Hilo will, of course, alert Yuli that he needs to kind of reposition and make sure he's safe from any push through stairs.
And with only 25 seconds left, that bomb is now going to be recovered. Yuli is going to get those sound cues right around that corner. Gets that player one shot, but there's only 20 seconds left. The bomb has to go down somewhere. Brack finds a kill towards the left side of the street, and now he's slowly working that pinch.
Clean.
Exceed finds a second. It's instantly a 2v2.
Yeah, great use of information here from Convoy. Exceed trying to kind of break the mold by slipping through, but he's running out of time in this play, and a huge first elimination from Temp as well on that rotation over towards B, and he gets the final. So Convoy Damien, defensively, get the intel, convert on it, beautiful things.
Yeah, to get the first blood in. At that point, you stalled out a lot of that game clock. You saw all of FaZe Black. They were committed over towards heli, committed over towards bottom blue, so they had no information of anyone in towards B or up the B street. They had to commit through blue side, and Convoy with the numbers are able to trade efficiently to secure the second round in a row. Two Real does get shut down on Vernon at cruise missile, but he would take the round win instead.
Yeah.
So now they're back on the attacking side, and this time they got trophies to work with.
Yeah, that's the big key here, especially considering how successful their first offense was. How does that modify with the ability of having some trophies in place? Offensive nades all being sent over towards that back elevator alley. None of it hitting, but there is a world where not getting any information is also information. You know that no one's holding that cross, and already look, Dave is getting aggressive to top propane.
And Two Real is just trying to maneuver his way in towards B. There's going to be a player on the railings, though, in Lunar. So as soon as this bomb goes down, he's going to pop his head and try to play for this kill. Nope, that position is now being known. So now it's a 4v4. FaZe Black forced to retake.
Yeah, I love that setup from Convoy. Toss all your nades, enables Dave to get up top. No one's been watching the wall. Now Yuli down low. Goes 1 for 1. That's more than fine. Dave behind it. Also picks up on Exceed over towards, of course, helicopter side. So now it's just down to Joe and Brack. First one up and over the ladder. No worries for Two Real. And then Dave right there, man. I love that opening break-off from Convoy.
They just planted the bomb right underneath their nose.
Yeah.
We're talking about Lunars setting up properly to play for that counter at B. But Convoy, they were a step ahead. They know everywhere that you're going to try to contest as soon as this bomb gets planted. You keep your bomb carrier alive. You force FaZe Black to not instantly find that first kill. try to find a break up through underground or through the left street. And Convoy, like you said, just perfectly set up on the post plant. So now find themselves with 3 rounds in a row. As FaZe Black now need to make up for this. They're starting to fall behind in this search and destroy, and that first blood battle needs to be key. You got to put that in your favor if you are FaZe Black.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And again, keep in mind our Codcaster's broken, so Seed and Lunar's at 0 and 0. That's not accurate.
Unbelievable, guys. Are we playing?
That's too funny, man. Similar idea here from Yuli as far as what Dave was doing in the previous defense. Just checking for information at A. Most of the early focus for Convoy is towards this B site, but without any tags from utility nor any vision, looks like they're going to try to reposition a bit. Temple rotate back to help out over the middle of the map.
This is the same exact setup they had in their previous offense. Just
much.
wasting a lot of time over towards blue. Convoy know exactly what you're doing at this point. They have B-bomb cross. They also have underground watched. And they have that blue extension as well. So that's already been 50 seconds knocked off the game clock. FaZe Black are basically leaving the spawn for the first time now.
Yeah. I mean,
There's only 30 seconds left. You got to commit towards B, Allen.
They're just hoping that someone overpeaks, and instead it's Too Real down low. That spams through the banister for an easy kill. Lots of information here from Dave Top Propane. Doesn't overstay his welcome, just backs up. And instead finds Exceed at range.
Hello?
Tough shots, tough shots. Doesn't quite convert it. Follow-up good from FaZe, but they're running out of time here. Do they even have enough vacancy to try to get this planted? Because Yuli's contesting through mid-map.
Oh, but Big Brack, he's able to find that kill. If you're Too Real, all you got to do is take the bomb carrier down, but unfortunately the Bravo 9 is not the gun you want in that scenario. As the double child is going to come in, and FaZe Black makes something out of nothing. Don't know how they're able to win that attacking round. They play him with only 10 seconds left, but when Brack finds that first kill, Too Real's not able to take down Luna's off site.
Yeah.
It's the buddy system too strong to finally stop the beating as FaZe Black now down 3-2.
That's massive. Like you said, it legitimately was the definition of something out of nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, you get first blooded, Too Real gets around you and you're back, but Dave can't quite convert a couple of kills. And again, that one prone on Exceed looks maybe easier than it is with, Exceed glowing bright white, but
unintended stare glitch. That's an unintended stare glitch. That's unfortunate.
Nades over the top. This time it's Dave through mid-map to find Brack. Exceed
Beamer
trying to follow up, but Too Real will survive, and we'll go into an early 4v2 now as Yuli finds a second onto Lunars.
Oh, man, this is way too fast from Convoy. You find the first blood all the way across the map. Yuli times the jump up perfectly, even though Joe Deceives 5-1. Now it's only Joe Deceives trapped in this corner on the radio tower. Donnie Temp is not going to give it the pre-aim. He's going to be able to get the freebie. And Convoy Gaming, again, respond with a very quick attacking round on the back of Dave Patty finding that first blood. If you're Brack, we can't fully commit towards that gunfight because then you put your team in a man disadvantage, and then you allow players like what Yuli did to jump up on the side instantly to come on in.
Yep. Really good stuff. And again, these breakoffs from Convoy are really well structured. Lots of good focus in terms of where are we throwing our nades, why are we throwing them in the first place, and how do we convert off of them. I mean, it's a perfect opening 30 seconds, 2 offenses in a row for Convoy. So the gap stays at 2. And the question will be, can FaZe Black maybe find a little bit more confidence coming out of spawn and not wait for the last 30 seconds here in this offense?
Yeah, look, they're already changing it up. They said, no, we're going to work through on the ground this time. It's been conquered by Convoy throughout the entirety of this map. But this time they're trying to switch it on up. So they're working that bomb up through underground. You have multiple players from Convoy watching those angles, though. You know Dave Patty's going to be sent towards top of paint, just simply playing for the info.
And he stayed safe. That opening trophy allows him to get up here for free. And there's a lot of trust that he can just kind of hold this on his own. Too Real just floating in towards B. Will actually step a bit further, and wow! I mean, sure, they may have known Exceed was down there in the first place, but that is a bold challenge just to break things down by simple force of willpower.
Yeah, you just don't expect that. You don't expect the player to jump out on B, challenge you underground when you're in a tight corner just waiting for a push to come in. But now that puts FaZe Black in another 3v4. 30 seconds left. You are forced to now think about this objective. If Joe Deceives is working his way through underground, he's able to even up the numbers, making it 3v3. Dave Patty trying to respond. Instant 2v2.
Yeah, but the trades back and forth still favor the early numbers that Convoy were able to build. Lunars collects the bomb, gets through cleanly, wants to challenge Yuli and the teammate there to double down. Say maybe for a second that little drop shot corner peek could have worked out, but not to be. Now the gap is not just 3, it's also Convoy on map point.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty about playing high-rise slow on your attacking rounds, is that if you're the team on defense, you're going to get a real easy early read of where they're applying the pressure to. And since they weren't overtacking, overnading over the top of blue side, you know that they had to be working that right street. Dave Patty was giving those comms. They can't be there, so they had to be underground. Tour opens up with the first, and at that point, it's just too little time for FaZe Black to even think of the objective. Now Convoy find themselves at game point, back on the attacking ground, and does Yuli decide to go for this hop-up again? Nope, just going to take blue.
Nades out once again. Double focus here from FaZe Black, trying to isolate on the 2 real, and the nades from the defensive side this time will work out. Yuli cutting this back across the wall. Big gunfight win from Lunars. Massive. No trade allowed. Now you got a 4v2 for FaZe Black. They should be good for this defense, but I highlight the word should, as Exceed does find one. Traded Dave. This is going to be a 1v4, and it's not going to happen. So, okay, FaZe Black good with the numbers. Keep this map alive.
Yeah, that was good teamwork out of FaZe Black to take underground for themselves. You were able to double nade out the first player, find the trade down to the second. Great shots from Lunars. Now, when you put your team in the 4v2, you just play the numbers advantage. You trap the last player in towards B, you secure the round. So FaZe Black now stay alive a little bit longer in the search and destroy, but this offensive rounds need to be figured out. We need to play this one with a little bit more pace, because when you're allowing that bomb plant to only get put down with about 20 to 30 seconds left, Convoy know exactly where that is. So let's play a little bit more aggressive on this round.
Exceed solo nades over towards A. Doesn't hit anything. The rest of the focus towards B. Again, Dave is up top. Oh, actually, pardon me. He's on the outside this time. And he's been seen. Will back away. Double focus coming through. Perfect follow-up stun. I'm not going to lie, Jake. Convoy just look better prepared for this map. Flat out.
Yeah, they do. They do. They look good, and that's why they're in the 4v2. Left it's Jodeci's NXT to try to clutch on up. Still a minute to work with. As Jodeci is working his way through underground, he might have found an opening. But the timing right there at a temp is going to be good enough to at least find one. Now it's Jodeci left in a 1v4.
Yeah, he doesn't have the time nor the luxury to try to play through the back of the defensive spawn. And he has just got no exit. Yuli on the hunt. Yuli for the final. I mean, that was about as clean of a high-rise search as I've seen in some time. That was really well designed, really well executed from Convoy, and kind of like you'd mentioned, just never really felt like FaZe Black could get their playbook off the ground.
Yeah, their offenses were not the best. But Convoy had a perfect defensive setup every single time. Once you're not showing presence on one side of the map, all good. We're getting aggressive through underground. We have B Street control because Dave Patty is not afraid to get naded or to play over towards that propane tank. He's consistently giving them information on that side of the map. And then on the opposing side, even when Convoy had to sneak a couple attacking rounds away, the first one that they got done was putting the bomb down right underneath their nose. And then you saw everyone after that in the post-plant setup, they were ready for that instant chow to come in. So that comes with preparation. That comes with practice out of Convoy gaming. They showed it in the search and destroy, and now they're up 2-0.
Yeah, really well done. So here's a look back at the scoreboard here for as much as we can see. And it looks like the scoreboard is accurate, so we can actually take a first look at what the KDs actually were here. And, well, I mean, really, the kills are pretty even across the board. I mean, for a 6-3 map, I think you would have expected to see a bigger differential than this.
It was just better team play from Convoy. We're talking about multiple rounds where trades were going back and forth through the middle of the map, but they were always the team to come out on top. Keep in mind that 2Real, he was also getting that objective done, running away with his life. He's the only one who ends up positive, but that's great because you walk away with the game 6-3, and now you find yourself up 2-0. We don't know if we're going to be able to see the high-rise control, but if you're Convoy Gaming, you're feeling fantastic to potentially walk away with 3.
Absolutely the case. I mean, looking kind of at FaZe Black in terms of trying to set up a possible reverse sweep. They've played the Rio Surge once on broadcast. That's where they won the map 5 versus Syndicate, and they were only a 6-point loser on the Skid Row to Syndicate. So, you know, there are opportunities there in the 4 and the 5, but like you mentioned, the question marks revolve around, you know, how does their control look as they will stay on high-rise for it. For us, we'll look over to see what's going on with Invasion Search on the Bravo setup here between Lore and the Houston Spartans. And at the moment, wow, 10-2 from ProLoot as Houston's up 4-2.
Oh, yeah, he's taking over in this game, too. They're up 1-0 in the series, currently up 4-2 in the search and destroy. Dylan Rex is currently on a 4 streak. Could potentially earn himself a cruiser. So what you see Houston Spartans, they're thinking early on in this attack, we're going to spread the map and make sure no one's going to get aggressive up on us. We have mid control. We have DVD control. Just have to focus on that left street as Lore Gaming, they're just holding strong, trying to find out where this early information, where this early pressure is going to come in.
And Caps is going to mantle on top of this kind of lobby balcony. Johnny Deep not going to be entertained by Dylan Rex, pushes him off that gunfight. Follow-up here is going to be really the question mark of what does Houston want to do? I mean, they know where the defense is largely positioned, save Caps, but I mean, mean, the two that are showing themselves are in pretty, placeable positions. Caps up top, able to get one, but the trade comes through, and at least for Houston, they've got a little bit of room here at mid-map to work with, maybe more so. That Gunless drops over towards Spart's direction, and he turns that into a double.
That's a good read right there to Smart. You knew that Classic was going to be the player towards the middle of the tank. You now leave Johnny left in a 1v3. Great read onto the second player. He's actually able to snap onto fire. What was a 1v3 is instantly a one-on-one. If you are Spart, you got to start to get about that bomb plant. Let's recover it. Let's work our way over towards B.
Oh, he's looking for the rotation, and Johnny's not biting. So now with the time becoming an issue, this is going to kind of fall into Johnny's lap a little bit. Spart has to plant that A, and that's going to be naturally what Johnny checks first. He's going to find this kill for free. Unbelievable. What a call from Johnny. The first 2 kills, impressive. He isolates, he plays them perfectly, but then to not over-rotate and say, well, if he's going to go B, he's going to plant sooner rather than later. The longer that plant doesn't come through, I think the more certain Johnny is that he made the right call staying around Laundry.
Oh, that was the perfect call, man. The 50-50, the bomb doesn't instantly go down towards B. You called it to perfection to clutch up the 1v3. Keep your team now still in this search and destroy, not allowing Houston Spartan to get at point game, but to go back to that round, if you're 540 in that situation, we cannot commit towards that chow.
Yeah.
You just get Smart one shot through mid-dark. We can't run into Cafe and give a one-on-one gunfight. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite you. But now you're on the defense. You're still in control. But Johnny now finds himself on 3 in a row. Confidence is now flowing through this young man's veins as they are all out aggressive up to B.
The thing is, there's 2 defenders that are here, and a lot of this Lord utility is being spent over towards Dark. Trophy system down behind the tank, and this crossfire deep is not an easy one to break down. Does Capsule see the door peaked? That's the real question, because Sparta's holding a little pixel peak angle inside of Ice Cream while Rex kind of stays safe behind the barrier for now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Smart, they put down a couple shots, so they already know his positioning is known. It's more important on to Dylan Rex, who was laying down behind the crates, able to find that first blood, trying to find the second. He's almost going to be able to find the third. Wow, what great shots out of Dylan Rex to put his team now in a 3v1.
Absolutely smoked. Oh my god, dude. Like, Jay, I wasn't lying to you. Rex was disgusting last year. Just couldn't find placements with his team. Boys, I mean, seeing him being able to do this still with a team that I will say arguably is a lot better than the team he played on last year. Wow, he's an exciting player to watch.
That guy is a shooter. I'm pretty sure the first time I ever had an interaction with him was, remember that local that we had in Chicago that one time?
You mean in Dallas?
In Dallas, yeah. Remember that local? I mean,
Yeah.
I was watching him play, and that was the first time I actually met him, and I could just tell that he was one of those names that make people shake at local area networks. And now he's trying to make his name for himself, trying to make it up to the CDLs. He finds 3 in that previous round. Now puts his team at game point, back on the attacking side, and just trying to get a read of how Laura are playing this setup. This time, Johnny plays a little bit more aggressive up through the street side.
Wow, that was absolutely clean. This time, though, Johnny shuts him down again early. So 4v3 for Lore. Need to win 3 in a row. Good start here off the get-go. Last time this was kind of the same setup for Houston. They found isolated kills towards Spart's direction. And this time around, Gunless will not give him the opportunity to find a freebie. This will stay 4v3, and this is going to be a hard commitment call from Houston.
Okay, there's just no need to move. If you are Lore Gaming, you are perfectly set up to watch both sites. You also have the man advantage. Just got to stay on top of that as Capsule finds another. Puts them into 4v2. It's instantly traded by Sparta. Sparta might have just got to read onto the player as well. And Gunless, if he turns this corner, potentially turns into 2v2. But we got to start to get about this bomb plant. It's going down towards A. Classic able to take down Sparta 1v3.
Not going to happen. Gunless too quick off the rotation. Okay. Good defensive setup from Lore. Pretty much perfect across the board outside of Caps getting isolated. But, hey, that's to kind of be expected, especially considering it was at that point still already a 4v2. So you're kind of fine with that trade coming out with the eliminations that Caps were able to provide. So 5-4 the count. But the question's going to be offensively, how do these guys get a read and response? We didn't really get a lot to see, in terms of how they started this map. But based on what we kind of saw from the last one, you just don't want Johnny to have to 1v3 clutch to get yourself around.
Yeah, thankfully he did that on the defensive end, but we got to figure something out on the attack. So if you are Houston Spartans, you can't go back to that setup that you just had. Even though it worked out to perfection, Lore Gaming going to be able to read it this time around. They sent 2 players, actually 3 players around the cafe area. As Lore Gaming, they are spreading map, just making sure no one is going to get aggressive, just waiting.
Little double stack setup at mid from the Houston Spartans. ProLoot working with fire on that. Caps is stun checking over into mid cafe. Doesn't catch anything, so he'll make his way in, make sure it's fully clear. Door is popped. You got ProLoot on the close corner inside the park, and Capsule has seen the top of his head. Oh, that's so pivotal. Problem is, you still have Rex at range, who's able to keep it at a 3v3, and the defense is still in a place to try to transition over to mid, and Spart does just that for 2. Last one left is Johnny. Does he have another 1v3 in him? First kill's clean, there's still plenty of time.
He's got 30 seconds to work with. He's going to try to win another one-on-one gunfight. It's looking like it's going to come versus fire. He's going to spot him towards the pillars, a little dancey dance, and lines up to the second one onto Dylan Rex. Now, he's not going to commit towards the bomb plane. He's going to play for this kill, and there's only 15 seconds left. It might work out.
Oh, but look at the rewrap. Fire's making his way over towards B Street. Does Johnny check his right? He sure does. He gets a scene at him. Oh, but that's information that's mutual. Fire's on the runaway, and he's not going to allow him a chance to find this kill in time. Oh, boy, there was a world where maybe he gets the snap on if he's like half a second sooner to that transition, but it's not to be, and Houston will take the search.
Oh, man, Fire 40 with the dance moves around that pillar to stay alive long enough. And then throw the shoulder at the white truck and just simply run away. You knew that Johnny, he was beaming, but he could not get that bomb planted. So the round is going to be yours as long as you simply just stay alive. And now if you are Houston Spartans, you find yourself up 2-0 versus Lower Gaming. And that's a good W. It's not done yet. You got to close out of control, but they've been playing great. Obviously, ProLoot, pretty sure he ended the map with 10 kills. Don't know what his ending scoreline was, but everyone played great on Houston Spartans. We saw great 2 pieces out of Spart time and time again in those final couple of rounds of Security S&D.
Absolutely. So 2 2-0s currently persisting over our lower bracket matchups we're starting off the day with. FaZe Black needing the reverse sweep as well as what we're going to see in that Lower Gaming matchup. Again, the control, if you guys missed EU or have been missing off of the TL discussions, Codcaster is broken on it. So
Tough.
if I imagine correctly, we're likely not going to see it. Although, okay, we are going to actually be able to provide you guys with a POV from Temp. This is kind of his personal stream, so we'll throw that up on stream for you guys to watch it with us, and we'll just kind of hang out, watch it with you guys, and we'll be back after the culmination of the game. See you there?
Left shot. Close side. 1v1 move on.
One shot. He's weak behind the way, bro.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll take
good.
And that could have been a scenario, Don, where you mounted on the wall to kill the guys B if you played for spawners and we played
I
for
just
B.
got
off first
stunned,
one.
bro.
I didn't see that.
Like I just have no help when I'm getting tagged. I don't know. Like, it was true.
I'm a tro. You can probably shoot
the
if
shit
you
back.
want. I don't think they stack it, but it's up to you guys.
No, I'm gonna. On my cross. Are you watching or no?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bang dark.
Nothing cross. He's left side 8 on.
I'm gonna need their elevator.
Left side 8
Let's
on.
let it on Braxton. Let's let it on.
Yeah, he's weak. I banged
I'm
him.
gonna back up.
Down, look, left side 8 on.
Outside B point. He's
I'm
tell mid.
going underground B. I'm going underground B.
Left side 8 on.
Mid.
Mid to B.
Mid to B, mid to B. One
Underground.
Luna's
Yo,
in
they're
B.
underground. Lunar's done.
Nice. I don't see
Okay.
left side 8 on.
One's gonna be elevator.
Yo,
somewhere.
Tommy,
He's
shoot,
not
Tommy,
top
shoot
of
him.
point. He's telling you.
That was him. That was the guy.
Tommy,
That was
top
Brack.
on me.
B,
Top B dead.
Brack, there be wall, Brack. There be wall.
Okay,
He's like,
okay.
already
I'm
middle
heading
wall.
their left. I'm heading their
I'm
left.
only looking to B.
Left all week. Left all week.
More
Brack
looking
to
to
the
B.
Weak, Joe.
Busy,
Brack
one
for
shot.
second.
Yo, our green tarp
Green
Brack.
I have a trophy on point, got naded.
Green tarp still. Green tarp still.
He's in the
Looking at
corner.
Underground.
Green tarp Brack. Weak as fuck.
Came up.
I'll kill
Came
Came
up
up
B,
B. Came up B. Came up B.
I'm
I stunned
helping
him mid
it.
for you.
I'm helping
Behind
B.
him,
One's on
B.
I
point.
stunned
One's
him
on
on
point.
point. By
There
tower
be
corner,
wall.
I think.
There be
Tower
wall,
corner,
Joe.
I think.
Watching that be wall.
Straight.
Tower
Tower
corner.
corner.
Tower corner.
B Street,
Right.
Joe.
B Street,
Joe.
Joe.
B coming.
Joey, B Street.
I think Exceed might be
I got
heli.
stunned. I got stunned. Yo, tower corner.
Yeah, one
B
telly,
Street on
spawn
me.
killing. One top
Tower
heli.
corner. Our mid B.
We gotta help me.
Top
B
heli,
Street,
top heli
boys.
done.
Rack is B Street and Joe is our underground.
Joe shot out of B. Mid. He shot out mid of B.
Lagging.
Yo, one's bottom blue.
Hello?
No,
Yo,
no,
top B.
okay,
Top B.
okay.
Joe weak. On B one shot. He really fucking
Yeah,
weak.
one
Joe.
went
One's their
agent.
AC.
Two on the right.
One was
two on
low
the
blue
right.
Joe.
I'm playing
Or
from
Lunars.
right.
She's trap left.
Dark window exceed dead.
I think I'm
Yo, out of blue Lunars. One
Mane.
shot. Out of blue Lunars. One shot.
RB
You
one.
wanna-
Joe is
Nice,
somewhere.
nice. Let's two down. I'm pushing.
You
Go
are.
ahead,
RB
go
one.
ahead,
Dark,
go ahead,
dark.
go ahead, go ahead.
Dead.
Yeah, let's go.
RB bot. Yeah, our heli steps.
Our heli stairs. He's gonna be stunned.
Challenge. He's hard stunned in one shot.
I hit him again, bro.
One shot back right.
Oh my god.
Bottom blue.
Yo, our green done.
That was the guy.
Be
That was the
B
guy.
Street.
I'm wrapping.
I'm going mid to B.
One
I'm
just
going
back
mid to B.
right. One
Yeah, I'm
just back
wrapping
right.
left. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm wrapping
I'm
left.
stunning B.
Challenge
Mid
B.
AC, I'm getting
Mid AC weak.
top
Mid AC one shot.
propane. Top propane.
I'm
Challenge
on
me.
propane.
Luna's heli stairs.
Mid.
Top
Heli stairs
propane. We
behind.
gotta get kills. We gotta get
I
kills.
lagged. I'm lagging.
Tower corner.
I'm lagging.
Alright. end the shot?
I'm
Nah,
not yet.
it stopped for me.
Game that stopped for me.
Let's top heli.
Yeah, it'll stop though. Probably, I think.
You're done.
Tower corner and elevator.
Argene, weak. Seed.
I mean, I lagged out.
You lagged out of the game?
Completely, yeah. I mean, yeah.
This literally froze for fucking.
That's what's happening to me right now. I'm really frozen. I lagged out. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna replay that round or not. You're probably gonna oppose it, but
I mean,
It doesn't matter. Fucking
and I'm
was up-
missing. It's gonna be a thing.
yeah, just fucking group of lagging, bro. I was in a 4v3.
Do we have proof of that?
I was fucking streaming.
Can you get it?
The
Yes.
CDL,
Oh,
watching
fucking
me. Are
crowd
they
challenges
not?
watching, but
Literally froze. Literally frozen.
Dave in the game.
I lagged out.
That's their host.
And 60 toast, yeah.
Game.
Damn, bro, we were not trying to beat street at all.
And I'm playing back right.
Yeah, he's like lights. He's lights.
Lights, okay.
P5, 2 P5, one's one shot. That guy's not one shot.
Watch it cross, crossing on bus.
Shit, one's a stone bus.
I mean, single, I think, or
Shit.
under yellow.
Force that guy, half health. Give me front door.
Front door on him.
Give me front door.
Alright, good.
just
I'm gonna
trying
see him
to- you
left.
guys, give me a sec.
Chop me, got him in one shot.
Two.
Absolute, bro.
I don't see anything. I'm counting alley.
One shot, bro.
Hold alley, one bullet, Byron.
Fire's absolute, bro.
One's in fire's absolute too.
Oh, he's got arches.
I'm trying to go dark.
He's on the head, he weak.
I'm in your back of the head.
Back left corner, weak.
I don't see it.
One shot.
He's back left corner, dead, got him. Close window.
In Tidra, bro.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
We're good. Shit's mostly offense favored.
We're good. Yeah, I'm alright.
Switching sides. Control.
I'm gonna go left.
You dropping numbers?
Control.
No, I'm gonna go top bricks.
They're in a trophy for a cat middle here.
What's up, Cougar?
Top yellow.
Yeah, one's yellow. Yeah,
Yeah,
one's yellow,
top yellow
one's like left side somewhere.
Give me
Bridge.
top bridge. He's top red.
Yeah, top bridge.
He's gotta
He
red,
be top AC, watch
He's
out.
Sitting top red.
Oh, he jumped up.
He's pitching me up.
Yo, he's okay. Yo, one's junk.
One is top red.
Junk. Last guy junk. He's
There you
pushing
go,
in our spawn. He's
good.
pushing in our
Last
spawn.
guy's pitching.
He pushed in our spawn.
He's actually P3, back like ink
I'm
core,
all left,
ink
I'm all
core.
Try to get your red.
Go.
Alright. I'm holding red. I have red.
To be over by third, maybe Byron.
Bet.
I don't look for him.
Fire's in our spawn, or fire's weak in spawn.
No, he's mid alley.
Absolute mid alley for you. Another one got me top red. One top red. Next
Shit.
one is on.
Alright, one's still in our spawn.
One objective
Fire.
remaining.
Yeah, you can spawn trap them.
Yeah, they did.
P3 or something.
I got Dylan's spawn. Dylan's absolute secret. No one's spawned here too.
Can I help you?
Trying to
Actually,
kill this guy junk. I'm trying to kill this guy junk.
I'm going to left, bro. No point.
He's cat.
Byron's
Wait in the window.
Cat weak.
Fuck, bro.
He's close cat on me. Absolute cat, one bullet on the court.
Let's pitch
On
around,
the right. You just all want to go around.
Nah, I'm going through fire. You get one of you can go.
We're looking for it.
Where you go? I'm waiting. I stun P4, bro.
I don't see the. Yeah.
He's
I
bro.
don't see
Okay, he
this
just
guy
pinched
junk.
P cut, bro. He just pinched P4.
Top yellow now.
Trying to just got him right here. He's gonna be tough guy most likely.
Trying to look your top red. Smart.
I don't see him cat. I
So
don't see him
top red.
barrel.
Close left, bro.
Could be barrel.
Yeah.
Barrel weak.
Bed.
Red
Shit.
dead, got
Chow
one.
together. Good shit. Good shit. Good shot. One to middle.
Fire.
Chow together.
Absolute free.
Last guy. Other guy middle. Middle weak. Brian. You guys go to the right.
Close.
Yep. Go. Chow together right.
Cross.
I'm trying to cross here, guys.
Here. Oh,
1 minute remaining.
top, yeah,
Cross.
top. Back alley, two. Two hard, two absolute yellow.
I got one. Top right, got one.
Front time, bus.
Dead. Shit. Missing one.
That's four. No, it's four. Kill two.
Yep. I'm looking back alley. I stunned it.
I'm stunned here.
Here, I have it. I stunned him.
Stunned over.
I'm getting
Yep.
rocked by
Look at my yellow alley. I have it.
Trying to help you.
Let's go, we go now. I got one over, no
Two
one
there.
Got one.
That's going to be yellow.
Alright,
Alright, let's go. Stack fast.
Good shit, Cap.
The enemy is low on reinforcements.
Shit.
Last round. Get ready for the next one.
Jesus.
Switching sides.
Alright.
Control.
Let's see. I'm trying to go to point fast. Do you have the trope?
Yeah, I
I
did.
don't.
Alright, put a trope on the cut. I'm literally gonna try that shit fast.
Not bad.
Defend our objectives from the enemy.
If I get a trade, I get a trade.
Way on the left. Left on the left again.
Top breaks one shot. He's on the left side bricks, laying down. Absolute no.
Hill. No one bricks.
I have to go top red. I'm gonna try to go top red here. You're good. I have to go top red.
On left.
See nothing, right?
He's He's up. Bar cut. Bar cut went to the left. Bar cut went to the left.
That's fine.
All right, one top bridge, top
three. Top three, top bridge, one at a time.
Top three, one bullet.
Fire's on point still.
I got one left in one
point.
shot.
Alright,
Fire
one is,
point.
that was the guy over on the left.
Fire
Fire's
pressure
back
spawn.
to the right.
Binds the absolute white truck. Metro spawn kill you. You want to zig.
He's dead, he's dead. I got him. One is top three, Spart.
Why is he there? Holy fuck. I got him.
Nice, nice.
What's the guy? Wait, he's not. Alright, Spart is top set right now.
Top side, yeah.
We
Just jumped off
Got
white
down
truck.
well.
Dude, white truck. He's spawn killing, spawn killing.
He's going.
One shot. Okay. Yo, wrap left now.
Dead in their spawn. Dead in their spawn. They're gonna be out. They're gonna be out.
Go play the red here.
Oh, he's on the heady.
Yeah.
One heady, bro.
Naded heady. Weak front heady, weak front heady.
I naded it.
P5, absolute P5.
Then hit him. Turn watch across.
Shit.
He's on time. He's front window weak. Front window with that.
Yo, our side. Side, I got him.
Nice,
Let's get that. Yeah. Ignoring.
Give me close.
Iron
Yeah,
up.
yeah, I'm watching to see. Got one. Another one here probably.
Shit.
Get it top red. Get it top red.
I'm gonna be top red, yep.
I've red. Shit.
I'm trying to get right. Yeah, I'm getting our pinch.
It could go deep.
I have our pinch.
Another one low, dead.
I got one pinching.
Let's
Good shit.
go low on me.
He pushed out.
No, let's go, guys.
Dead. Absolute.
Spart is
Laying down.
right now.
Right side door.
Pretty good. They're gonna be spawning close. They're gonna try to get low.
Yep.
Be advised.
I got one. Another one P5. I got one.
Cross on bus stop.
You know,
Top side,
go to the left.
Top out.
He killed me. Bus stop cross.
Shit.
Nice, that's him. Another one gonna be close on you.
I'm good.
Guns up, gun up.
Yo, one, yep. Yo, front bus.
Trying to throw a trophy on you guys.
I'm looking at I have front window.
Another one in bus.
Yep. I have front window. You're good.
Got your left reel. Fire
Keep
off
holding.
center reel.
I have front window. I have the
Bus.
front window. You can only go so hard.
Bus on him.
I have the front window.
Dills P5.
The enemy is running low on reinforcements.
I have windows. You're good. Stand on.
I'm watching pinch. They're playing it
Find
slow.
it.
Yeah, I heard that. One's arches.
On time. Yo, there's three of them, and he just came from middle side.
We lost that round. Prepare
All
for the
good.
next one.
No, I needed one person to look at my front, bro. Like, they just came from the front.
Control.
Yeah.
Capture the objective. Move fast.
I'm gonna go right, bro.
Get back to him. One play top bridge last time.
One place top yellow as well. Yellow absolutely one bullet. Stun top yellow.
Capturing
Dills
A.
top bridge. Not weak.
I got one right.
Spartus top.
Yeah, he's
Spartus
top
red maybe.
Dills still bridge.
One is pinching. Fire.
Pinching?
Fire
I'm on B,
pinching,
bro.
yeah, weak.
Capturing B.
Got him.
Nice. Another one top red. One place
I'm on
top
B,
red.
bro.
One place top red.
Try to stay alive. I'm on B.
This Spart's probably gonna be close to you.
Yeah, he stunt naded me. Try to stay alive.
Yeah, he's on point right now. Here, try to get
Weak,
top-
bro.
try to get top red
Okay,
for you.
we're good. You get
Spart's arches.
I'm only top red peak.
Close P5 weak.
And this
Shit.
Spart top red, one top three.
Dills top three.
Yeah.
One.
We spawn right.
Capturing A.
One
Sorry,
side.
back alley.
Bar red. Dills.
Red, weak.
Close plus weak. He's going to
I got one shot red. One shot red Spart. Alright, we gotta work. Yeah, we gotta work A.
Well, we're spawning on the right heavy.
Alright, then I'm gonna try to go around. I spawn P3.
I got naded.
Yeah.
Top red.
One could be pinching.
No, they're
One
going
get through.
to same top yellow. Watch the CP drop down. One
Nothing
hit
middle.
more.
I'm trying to help you. I'm going A.
Watch
I'm
me.
going B.
Weak, fire cross. He's close.
Fire.
Engaging Bravo.
Nice, good kill. That's him. One is Spark top dog.
I got him. I'm on A, bro. Yo, I'm getting left.
I'm getting third. Alright, you got it? Okay.
I have
I'm
left.
trying to get top third for him.
Capturing A.
I can watch over you. You're good. Oh, they're streaking.
Hostile cruise
Yeah.
missile incoming.
Top on streaking. He's in fire. He's in red right now.
50 seconds remain.
Alright, let's pick the boat.
I have left.
He's junk.
I don't see him junk. I don't see anything junk.
I have left, bro.
So we got top.
I'll get corner. In the right corner, right window.
Yeah, here.
The right window back. And mid.
Top probably left side.
Drop down on A. Mid.
Okay, Rack was right window.
Left side.
Yeah,
Rack
left
was right
side.
window.
I can blow up the propane. I'm blowing up the propane.
Got up, bottom blue.
Yeah, can we I blow up the propane one shot.
Blue, Jordan.
Brack propane. Exceed.
Top
Top propane, brack, you got up. I'll play from on spawn. There might be B window filling in. I don't see propane.
Yo, top, he's on top of it.
On the crane, he fell down.
I'm gonna
Propane
go-
fell down.
I'm going
Left side
upstairs.
underground, like our side.
Rack on B done.
No propane. Yeah.
Out on A,
no
out on
propane.
A. He's on A, on A. Right side A, right side A.
Watch out, he might be on our steps.
Right side A.
We
One
can A,
shot.
we can
steps,
talk on A.
dude. One
Left
shot.
side A. One left side A. One shot, Joe.
Got him.
Top
Where's he?
propane, top
Top
propane.
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 Just be one shot
Nice.
propane.
I'm marking
Yeah, I
you,
got
I'm
it.
marking
He's
you.
done.
Missing Brack.
I'm
I'm
already
already
Brack,
with you, I'm
one
already
shot
with you.
blue. One shot blue
Yeah.
Brack.
Pushing out B straight. Either B straight
Go
push
left
out.
on spawn. I don't think they're
They can
going
go
there.
underground.
I'll
The
go
whole
left,
lane
I'll
there.
go
They're going left.
Pitching
maybe.
bottom blue.
Think
Luna's
Ollie?
bottom blue. I'm behind him. Give me a sec.
And nothing
Have a
right.
trope, have a
Luna's bottom
trope.
blue. One
Come
shot
in,
bottom
mid,
blue.
he's gonna find me. He's gonna find me. He's on B,
Yeah,
on
yeah,
B.
you mid fence. That exceed.
Nice job. I'm gonna go
You
bottom
can
blue
hit
day.
Left corner, left corner,
Yeah,
Brack.
I'm going bottom blue day.
Okay, I'll play for spawners.
I
Then
got
you
flanked in
let
our
me
dark,
watching
in our
it.
dark and on A,
Yeah.
Brack.
Well, Pasado Asian?
He's on the, like,
Only the
in
blue
barrel.
filling. I
On
got
A,
it, son.
done.
Nice.
One more,
One in our
one more.
spawn.
One
In our
green
spawn,
tarp
Joe,
on me.
one shot in our
I've
spawn.
dropped in our base. I've
One
Joe,
shot, green
one blue in
tarp.
our spawn.
Dead,
Close,
dead.
close right heli on you. One shot.
Mid,
Exceed.
mid.
Right side, heli
Mid
done.
to A, mid to A.
One
One more
shot.
left window. He's
Crossing
out green
A.
tarp.
He's on right side A, one shot.
Okay.
Dead.
I need a blue. I need a blue. I need a blue. I need a blue.
Brack was left, Brack was left.
Bottom blue, dead.
Dead.
Could be top
Charlie
alley.
taking.
Could be top
Bottom
alley.
blue again. Bottom blue
I'm fine
again.
at
Trying to
it.
be straight.
You right? One to the right. One to the right. Not weak. He's not weak.
I'm
Joe.
going top propane.
Joe,
Exceed mid,
dead,
dead.
dead.
Okay, I have left window.
Trying to be straight.
They're going to be
Right
straight.
window, right
Nothing
window.
left window.
I'm trying right window.
Yeah.
Right window,
Be
right
straight,
window.
be straight.
Dead, one more right
Abdoli,
window.
Abdoli,
Dead.
nice.
I'm mid, Joe, one
Look
shot.
mid, look mid.
Mid is
Dead,
dead.
dead.
Missing
Dead,
one
right
guy.
window.
Could be spawning.
Right window, last guy dead.
Nice
One shot.
Nice. Back to
Be
mid. One
careful
shot
on the
Brack.
ground.
One shot
One
Brack.
shot.
One
Okay, I'll
shot.
come back. Dead.
Good hell.
Nothing out underground, nothing out underground. I have left window.
Back left. Luna's weak.
I have it. I have left window.
Hang on.
They're playing for kills.
Joe, up in the
Back
race
to
week.
spawn.
Back left,
Back to
left.
spawn.
I'm
Literally
leaning.
one shot.
Nice, let's go, baby.
They got one tick.
Really.
Fucking shots.
I got one as well. Come on.
I'm chilling B street. I'm not watching a dump cross.
Okay.
You guys can come
Fine.
with me if you want. Up to you guys.
Listen,
chilling B
I'm
street.
playing a slow blue then. Like, I'll have heli stairs pretty much the entire round until I get a kill.
Yeah, it's fine.
Do you have a trove, Dave?
Nah. I don't.
Jody,
So what are we doing?
What's
I'm,
beacon?
no, you can work mid or underground or heli. Yeah, I'm just telling B street from the windows, so I'm not watching A dump. Back B street, one propane one shot. There's that
Left
propane.
side, down. You cross to the right. Brack, one
I
shot
got
their
naded.
spawn.
One's
Brack's
on B,
shot
one's
their right
propane.
window.
He's out. Their ladder B. Joe.
Yep, and
Okay.
top propane.
Only heli
Top
stairs.
propane,
remember?
one
Top
shot
propane
propane.
on B. One's their right window.
Top propane exceed weak. He fell down on me.
Coming
Dead.
out, you left.
It's a dark.
Nice. Joe's
Alright,
gonna
I
try
got
to
blue,
be.
right
Tower
now.
Point. Tower
I can
corner
help
B.
B. B,
Tower
Lunar,
corner
one
B.
shot.
Dead.
Brack
One
is
shot
blue,
in the
Brack is blue.
elevator.
I
In the
hear
elevator,
him.
super
He
weak.
got me. He's
trying
outside
left.
over
Brack
there.
is
In the
blue
corner.
still, Brack
In the
corner.
left, I think. Nice.
Oh, Brack is blue. Could be
Hey,
yo, left
B
window.
street.
I'm playing kills. I'm playing kills.
I'm playing
Left
for B
exceed,
street.
left exceed weak,
Yeah,
son.
I'm ironing it.
Oh shit, you hit.
Counter
me.
B.
B, one shot.
Two,
Two,
two, two, two.
They're both weak. They're both weak.
They're
They're
hard
both weak.
stun.
Got stunned.
Hard stun, shallow with me.
Brack is
They're
alright,
ladder,
Brack is
they're
alright.
ladder, they're ladder.
Middle, pinching.
Luna's their
Trying to
ladder B.
Alright, bro. I got
Nice
one.
done.
Omar on the ladder. Challenge quick.
Chan.
You shot the trophy.
Our
I'm
side
gonna
B.
go
I
top.
got
I'm
hard
top heli,
stun. I
I'm
got
top
hard
heli.
stun.
He stunned me. There's two on B. One chad me close left. I'm one shot.
Close up. Joe weak.
Our
Joe
base,
weak
our
as
base
fuck.
showed in.
Nice. One's on B
Let's stop
point.
propane, right?
You know,
You
he's
need to
on
work
B
B.
point.
You
I
need
don't
to
know
work
what
B,
he's
bro.
Right,
Elevator in the elevator.
Yo, outer A. He's in blue, in blue.
In the
Exceed.
elevator.
B
Elevator
street
dead.
dead.
Nice, I'm looking
Exceed's
bottom
blue.
blue.
Outer
Back left,
lane.
back
Outer
left.
lane, Joe.
He's house I'm one
Could it to
shot.
the right, could it to the right. I'm
Joe's
trying-
outer left and one
I
telly
sucked your mid.
steps.
I didn't
Joe,
stun
outer
mid.
left, one shot dead.
I'm challenging their mid.
I'm one shot now.
Light window Brack. Light window Brack.
Top heli
Light
exceed.
window
Top
Brack.
heli exceed.
I don't see heli, he's right side heli.
Heli one shot. Dead.
Luna's
Watch me
their
straight,
their
nice.
heady. Luna's
I
their
got
heady.
heli.
Yo, left windows, left
Luna's their
windows.
mid heady. One's left side. B wall. Mid B
Challenge B wall
wall.
you.
I'm
I
trying
have your help.
He's gonna
Trying
help
to
mid.
get you-
I'm mid.
Help
I
mid,
got
boys.
your help.
Good,
I got
good,
your
good.
help.
Window.
Heli steps. One shot.
I'm
Close
trying,
mid.
I'm
Close
trying.
mid. Tower in. Heli
Nice,
steps
still heli
back.
stairs, I'm
After
trying.
heli weak. After weak.
Heli stairs, we can
Hold
hold
it, you
After
hold it,
weak.
Lily.
Heli stairs dead, heli
Nice.
stairs dead.
I'm absolutely.
Go
They're
underground.
underground on me.
Yo, I'm
I'm
heading
scared
down.
of
Kill me,
this.
kill me.
He jumped up,
See
jumped up. He's in the corner, exceed weak. One shot on it. And I'm B and then one's
Yeah,
propane.
Joe B street dead.
Nice.
Exceed on B.
They're B wall. They're B wall.
Take
They're
your
mid
time,
AC.
play
He
They're
was
mid AC. These are mid AC.
One's
They're
on
mid
B,
AC.
so-
One shot.
I hate the
Luna's
B
Luna's
street.
one shot. They're mid AC. One's tower
One
corner.
heli
He's gonna go heli
Alright,
stairs.
I need
on
B.
B.
Yeah, tower
I'm needing tower corner. I'm needing tower corner. Give me a sec.
One's their light window. One's their light window.
One's their 8 arm heady. Their 8 arm heady weak. One's tower corner.
Heli stairs dead. Heli stairs
Tower
dead.
corner still.
Left street weak. Joe.
Succeed. One's light window.
Joe's B straight. Joe's B straight.
Put on him, heavy B street. I'm heavy
He's probably gonna do. No, he's not up. He's not up yet. He's probably gonna do DBZ.
Yo,
Probably
B
gonna do
street.
DBZ.
Oh my light window, one shot.
You gotta
One's
touch
our
me.
green tarp. I'm one
Arcane
shot.
tarp. Arcane
light
tarp.
window.
He's still Arcane tarp. Arcane tarp back weak as fuck. Dead.
I mid.
Yeah,
Look at B street.
Light
Look, mid.
Light window, Joe.
One's there underground.
Joe, one shot
I'm
light window.
watching
Get
I'm
on
watching
point.
BZ.
On A, one shot exceed.
Go,
Alright,
come
go
on
down.
around.
Yeah,
Come on
you're
around.
underground. You're
Underground.
I'm challenging their heady.
I'm hitting
Joe
underground.
exceed, or Lunas, I think.
He'll be bottom blue.
He's on B. He's on B.
Yeah,
He's on me. Dead.
Nice.
I'm on
exceeds
shot.
A.
I'm on shot.
Exceeds
Oh,
A.
let's see him, eh?
I'm on
Yeah,
shot. Yo, top,
on
top,
A,
top,
Nice. I'm
One
filling
shot,
in.
one shot, Joe,
deep.
bottom mid.
One might be in our
Alright.
base.
Right through it.
Kind of deep.
That's the only guy by
Could be on our blue. Could be on our blue.
I'm A, I'm A.
I'm trying blue for you.
Mid, 8 on, light
Way
window
to
and
go,
A.
Joe. You got big kill on Joe.
Where is he?
They could be blue.
We don't know.
Killed us underground by the 610. Gotta play
One on
close.
B.
Fine.
I'm shouldering
In
left.
the BZ, Joe dead.
Nice.
I didn't stun him. Okay, nice. I'm wrapping B. One's 8 on, 8 on.
One's underground again, Lunars.
Pushing
I
on
don't
B.
see him. He's
Yo,
outside underground. I don't
Yo,
know.
Fat Blue,
Nice.
Red, I need help.
I'm B done.
Nice.
I'll help you blue.
I'm coming
I'm
up
going
to
to B. I'm
blue.
going to B.
Alright.
I gotta rip. I
He's
gotta run.
just
I gotta
fine.
run.
He's
Day
fine.
Day
Yeah,
One
don't one
Day
shot bottom blue me.
One
Shot bottom blue.
One Day One shot by Nate. A1
I
Day
hit it, I hit it,
One.
I hit it.
Top B street dead.
Wait.
Listen,
B
Brack
done.
might be heli stairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna Charlie stairs.
Wall banging hell stairs. One
Eight
shot.
on
One
the
shot.
other
Right left.
Dead, dead, three.
One shot.
Nice. Missing.
Yo, play kills, play kills.
Yeah, playing for
Dark, dark,
kills.
dark
Playing
window
for
and
kills.
on the barrel.
I
On the
got him on
propane.
the pinch.
On the propane. One's dark
Be
window.
hard kills.
One shot
Dark
on
window.
blue.
Dead.
Nice.
Dark
Dark window dead. Dark
On the
window
left,
dead.
Lunars. I'm just.
I have a
Dave's
cross
left.
Be hard
Dave's
kills.
left.
I have a
Listen,
cross
what's
left.
that?
Dark,
Dark.
dark.
Blue
I
pitch.
need
Alright,
dark.
that's last two.
You can
I
flame me
have
ball.
ball. I
You
have
can flame me
left.
ball. Yo, 8 on,
No,
8 on my dark. 8
Dave
on my dark.
Dave has
Make
it.
it
Have your
push,
A
make
cross.
push.
Have your A cross.
Let's make him push.
Have your A cross. I got flame.
Mid,
Leave.
He's mid AC.
Nice.
Mid.
It's supposed to
One
be
shot
dark
mid.
on
Dead.
Let's go out.
He's falling left. Nice
Oh.
try. Stop shooting on the guy mid.
Okay.
He
I
jumped
think you
over
could.
my iron, I
Whoever
guess.
was
I
on
don't
the
know
wood
what the
box, I
fuck.
think you could have just chowed one of them.
I mean, I was
You
looking
think
at
so?
it.
No, not you.
No, I'm not talking about the guy on the.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the, obviously, delays and the bugs that we're kind of dealing with to kind of get through control. But, hey, we can now return to our normal broadcast tendencies as we're getting ready for the FaZe Black and Convoy map number 4. But while we were away, you may have been kind of tuning in towards the individual player POVs. You may have noticed that Lord Gaming did drop their control, which means that they have lost their Series 3-0. And Houston Spartans will move on into what will eventually be our final matchup of the night versus the winner of this one here between Convoy Gaming and FaZe Clan Black. Moments, and we were kind of watching Temp's POV there, Jay, where it looked like maybe Convoy could have pulled around 5 out, just lost that final 1v2 to Brack, and that gets us to now a Skid Row hardpoint for map number 4.
Yeah, that was tough, man, because Donnie Temp, he called it perfectly. You brought that one all the way back. They were getting outslayed heavily on that last attacking round, but you somehow found your way into 3v2 towards the very end of that game. You had a player on the point. You had Donnie Temp getting info from B site and works his way through middle. He's isolating one player. The second position is already known. It was more on the play that was laying over towards the front side of the windows by the boxes. I'm pretty sure it was too real. He just had to commit towards one of those fights. If he commits towards one of those fights because his position is the only one that's unknown out of everyone left on the map, he can go out there and get a freebie. You keep your player alive on the point. You potentially force a round number 5, and then who knows what happens. But FaZe Black, they were able to clutch up. Great 2v1 clutch out of Brack to hit those shots to keep his team in it a little bit longer. And now, if you are FaZe Black, you got a little bit of momentum. Those first 2 early rounds, they went really quick on that control. And then after that, they slowly start to fight back. But just the clutch factor from Brack now gives you the momentum going into a Skid Row where, based off of what we saw in map number 1, FaZe Black were doing a great job of rotating. And on a map like Skid Row, if you rotate correctly, you have 2 hills that are basically full 60. So you have an opportunity to potentially force a game 5 if you are FaZe Black.
And we said very similar things to those that watched last week when we watched this FaZe Black team play up against Syndicate in their series, because they started on a sub base and they finished it by going to a map 4, eventually to a 5th, but they lost this Skid Row by 6 points. We said the exact same things. Hey, we were really impressed with how FaZe Black were putting a lot of attention to detail on how they were rotating between key hard points. And in a map like Skid Row, you really don't have as many reset points if you find yourself behind the 8 ball. You've got P1 where you can kind of chalk up time there in order to play for the rotation to 2, but like outside of that moment, every other one's a little bit more difficult because 3 and 4 are on the same side of the map. You can't just give up P3 because then you lose P4, hoping that you still hold on with P5. It's snowball effect. It kind of turns into a little bit of quicksand. So that'll be, I think, the curiosity point to see if FaZe Black will do maybe a little bit touch better and putting their setups together and then holding them on rotation, because that was the issue that they had in Subbase versus Convoy map 1.
And the crazy thing is, I'm pretty sure last week, if my memory's correct, pretty sure FaZe Black, didn't they get to 190 going into P5 and they held it for a full 60 but didn't win the game?
They didn't get the last.
Yeah, that's the reason why they ended up losing by 6 points to Syndicate, you know? So if you are FaZe Black, let's make sure we end that P4 with 194 going into P5 so you can walk away with the W.
Yeah, or at least 190.5 seconds. Who knows what happened in that map. Just things. We're just here. We're just servants of the game. But map 4, yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, just to re-hit it, keep your eye to see what's going to happen here, because like we saw in Subbase, sure, FaZe were rotating first more often than not to some of our key hard points, but Convoy are doing a really nice job of finding very quick, substantial breaks.
Oh, yeah.
That could be another element if they do find themselves behind the 8 ball rotated 2 or 5.
It's because when you get into the later half of the game, the breaks are just a lot more crucial because you're getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. So if you start off on the first rotation out-rotating the team and it works out to your perfection, on the second rotation you have to keep that up because you know on a map like Skid Row, you get a full 60 at P2, you're right back into the game. You get a full 60 at P5, you're right back into the game. And like you said, for the P3s and the P4s, those are all out scrappy. But if you lose those 2 hills, you're basically going to lose the game. So you have to make sure you're staying ahead of it. I think the one play that I really want to focus on for FaZe Black has to be Joe Deceives. He's been Mr. Consistent 30 bomb every single respawn that I have watched him play, regardless if it's hardpoint or if it's control. He didn't really show it to me the last 2 respawns he had. So on a map like Skid Row, where he is the enabler with that SMG in hand, I'm expecting him to have a day.
Yeah, then that's kind of the big point is, like you mentioned, there was we said we said Cammy was one
Cammy.
of those guys. Yeah. It's just like they're walking 3 pieces. Caps has often been in the same conversation. So, yeah, it's one of those elements that you're in the tight moments here at playoffs. Gotta have it. You know, if that's been what you've kind of seen as your success story to this point, yeah, you feel like that's almost a necessity because, you know, again, you're only getting a week. Yeah, there's a lot of things to improve, but big major shifts like that don't normally happen. It's just all the little things that get fixed up. So we'll be curious. Here's just a look back at the standings, though, before we jump into this map number 4, as Lord Gaming has been added to that top 6 position. Again, the money starts to get really serious here as we will finish off the evening. You know, $1,000 between 4 players isn't going to feel like a tremendous amount, but the CDL points are great towards getting yourself well set up for Miami. But once we start to get towards our grand finalists, that's when we start to see some major money shifting hands here, with 16 grand for second and then 24 for first.
Whew, that's a nice little chunk of change right there. For a couple weeks of work, couple matches that you have to play, just got to try to close out strong. Obviously, Boston Academy, they're licking their chops. They're seeing 16K. They're seeing 24K. We have that opportunity to definitely walk away with the top one, because they are currently the top dogs in my mind. As we take a look at the bracket again, we have them versus Space Fish Tacos coming up in a little bit. We're still honed in on Convoy versus FaZe Black on our lower side, sitting at 2-1. Convoy currently up 2-1, but they did just lose in the control. So just got to keep your foot on the gas if you're a Convoy. You started off great. It was great opening hardpoint where you showed about the teamwork, the breaking aspect. Everything was clicking. And even the search and destroy, we saw beautiful post plants. We saw beautiful aggressive rounds on their attacking rounds and their defensive rounds, that they were all in sync. They just fell short on that control. But now you have an opportunity to potentially close this one out, earn yourself some more points, earn yourself some more cash, and just keep the train going.
Yep, and then just again, as a reminder, outside of this particular series, to come up next, we will be jumping up to the upper bracket to see what's going to be happening in our winners finals. That should be a really good matchup. I mean,
oh, yeah,
like you kind of framed up at the beginning of this broadcast, it's hard to pick a favorite, but it's also hard to find somebody who matches up against Boston Academy. I thought Space Fish Taco did a great job kind of establishing some separation between them and the rest of the pack, considering the bracket they had to start. So it'll be really curious to see if they've done enough corrections to hang with that Boston Academy team that's running lightning quick over most of North America right now.
I'm excited to see that AR battle. We're talking about Sam Welly and Pro Omar versus Shawnee and Big Cammy. I don't know what has gone into this guy ever since he entered the challenges, but he's just a different beast, and I'm here for it. We saw him take over Boston Academy all in the last series that he played. Obviously, they haven't played yet, but you better make sure you are hot, because you're one match away from making it to that grand final.
Well, looks like we are having issues with the lobby, so we'll head over to a break, and when we come back, we'll hopefully have Skid Row ready to go for you guys without too much delay. Don't go far. Back there, friends and families. Just buckle up. I'm gonna say, it's going to be an evening of COD. That much we know for sure. How long it'll take, no one knows. But it's going to be good. That much we do know. We're jumping into the Skid Row hardpoint after FaZe Black. Find some resurgence in the high-rise control, looking to go for the full reverse sweep. And like we've already mentioned, they really are, I mean, have to be feeling pretty good about the Skid Row coming across this map series set.
Yeah, you definitely do, because you were able to out-rotate in map number 1, and you're starting off on the preferred side as well for the Skid Row HP. So you're getting this initial time in towards the P1. All you have to do is just watch the cuts as Brack and Exceed combine for 3. Dave Patty does sit down 2, but he's instantly traded. So now it's all about that rotation. It's going to be one player in Donnie Temp trying to hit a route through tunnel. He is going to get picked apart by Brack. This is the perfect start if you are FaZe Black to start off this game.
Absolutely the case. So it's going to force Convoy's hand to not just have to play for the majority of whatever is left here at P1, but these SMGs that were out off the breakout now all of a sudden have to find a way to be successful, try to break down P2, and Exceed is already on this pinch. Very well timed, if I'm being honest. Plus the heck of a start here. Yeah, it's an even game to this point, but FaZe Black are set up like you mentioned. Absolutely perfect.
They set up perfectly for this P2. Great route right there of Exceed. Better shots to find that too. Now Convoy forced to break on it. You have one player in Yuli hitting a super deep route, playing it patient, trying to find a timing through tunnel while his teammates apply pressure through ticket. That's not going to be 3 dead. All the spawns, all the pinches, everything is out for FaZe Black. Brack trying to do it all on the hill.
Yeah, and that's I hate to sound like, you know, a kind of repeating record here, but that's the exact same thing we saw in Subbase. It's a perfect setup. Everyone's in great spots, but you lose a couple of individual kills, and there's no way you can set yourself up to anchor in more hardpoint spawns. So now it has to be another break attempt. Convoy just watching largely the cross from the front, which means Yuli just has to be responsible for his back steps off the reload. Oh, no. Not like this. 2 kills for Yuli gets him up to 4, and Convoy will technically win P2. Unreal.
Oh, that's good stuff right there out of Convoy. Great route right out of Yuli to make it all happen. As he now is going to end this hell on a 5 streak. Potentially find a cruise missile, but it's going to be a little bit of time until he's able to do so. As now it comes down to this rotation at P3. Brack with this initial fight onto Temp is going to allow his teammates to get up set up early, but they currently don't have any top mid control. As you see Dave Patty just playing the patient before he decides to strike.
Yeah, really well done. Also has information on where Joe's positioned, but late to the gunfight is JD will find the kill, no worries. Temp also tagged, leads another one for Jay. So now you got 3 in a row for Joe. Brack holding over towards this ticket side staircase, and the rest of his teammates are just frying in the middle of the map. This is another nice setup for FaZe Black.
Yeah, that's already been 30 uncontested seconds for them to take the lead right on back. And now you're forcing Convoy to make a decision. Do we apply pressure towards the old? Every time they try to make that happen, though, they are getting cut down. So now you're forced to rotate. FaZe Black are going to be here off the cutoff. So one player does sneak on through. It's going to be 2 real, but now his positioning is known. He finds one. He should be instantly traded. His FaZe Black are here, but once you lose that gunfight in Joe to C's Convoy game, they're going to be able to win the rotation, but for how long? Because FaZe Black, they grew themselves a nice little lead, and now they have the back spawns.
Exceed is finessing, man. He is really moving with this Rival 9. Yuli in the corner. Good for the first. Actually, that's pretty clean. Exceed thinks he can get the trade done with the pistol and will be able to secure it. Nice shots coming out of it. Lunar's trying to follow up to create a bit of a buffer in front of the hard point, but Temp is at least able to give Convoy Gaming a second chance at this break. Dave following up. Exceed kind of by himself here. Doesn't have a lot of help from the small tunnel, and he will actually just leave the hard point, look for more kills, and as he does, Convoy Gaming now have the numbers to contest.
Yeah, Convoy at least are contesting from the front. They're going to push out pressure towards the back end. Yuli finds Hoover with the 3rd. So great job of eliminating the player who spawned out behind him and still holding down to this hill. All of FaZe back in the contestants because they know they're not going to have their rotation over towards P5. We can walk away with this time and then proceed to start pushing through. That's the best case scenario. They find 2. Now it's an all-out conga line. They're not going to actually sprint through tunnel. They're going to try to take top mid.
Oh, good shots from Temp. Slow start.
Oh,
hot to pick things up here in the middle of the map. 2 kills for Temp. Dave following up on the trade to Brack, and that will make sure that there will be rotational numbers here for Convoy. Lunar's playing through tunnel, just waiting to see if this hit from FaZe Black can find some development from the ticket side. Kind of the same situation for Exceed. They don't want to show themselves too early, see if they can pull Convoy's focus away. Lunars thinks he may have found the timing, and he actually may have. This is a perfect setup to how you get the break going. Exceed now from the front, and yep, that will do it. At least the time goes neutral for now as FaZe will spawn it.
Yeah, FaZe Black at least on the preferred side, so they're going to be able to instantly walk right into this hard point. What a great break coming in from FaZe Black. Everyone needed to play patient, and they all won their one-on-one gunfights to make it happen. But now Convoy applying pressure through Ticket. They're able to at least find 2. You also have Temp contesting around this tunnel area. He's able to find a freebie onto Joe Deceives. Last player for FaZe Black is going to be towards the top B2. You don't really have to contest this, though, as long as your teammate doesn't die on the hill. But he falls. Brack gets the timing on the jump out. Final 10 going to go to FaZe Black, but rotation is going to go to Convoy.
Yeah, I mean, that all in all is a net huge W for FaZe Black. Break down the setup. I mean, if Convoy were to have found a full 60, they would have been up by 10. Now they find themselves down by a pretty hefty margin, 50 points to be exact. But P1 time still looking decent for Convoy. FaZe Black looking for their break attempt in to try to contest. Trophy system in the corner. Looter's gonna have to look both ways before he crosses the doorway. Goes left, and actually not bad to go 1 for 1. Exceed picks up his trade, and here we go. FaZe Black starting to cook again.
Yes, all he needed to do was just find 1. Exceed was right behind him for the trade. Already sitting at 19 and 10 on the map. He's switching between the rival 9, pulling out the MCW when needed. And your teammates are already a step ahead off the rotations. Even though Convoy currently in the position towards P2, you have Garage, you have Tunnel Side, everything is clicking for you. FaZe Black, at least with the positioning of Brack, have an opportunity to break him from Ticket.
Thing is, it's not just one player here for Convoy. Now there's 3. 1 in Garage. Dave has been tagged up top, but still finds a way to win versus Lunars down towards the dumpster corner. So it really is just now Brack and whoever else can make this stretch across the Ticket pathway. Yuli holding in a corner, just waiting for someone to cross his line of sight. The rest of FaZe also very aware that they haven't been able to count for 2 real yet. I mean, it looks like on the minimap that Joe Deceives is looking for him, and okay, a couple of kills come through. Now Yuli has to pop off from this position, gets the first, repositions forward. Does he get more than that? No, and a chance for FaZe Black to at least contest if they can find the kills.
Ah, too late, though, because the rest of Convoy, they at least spawn close to Tunnel. The player in Hill does fall, though. So now if you are a Convoy, everyone has to sprint out of the tunnel. All of FaZe Black know exactly where you're coming in from. Connie Temp, your job is to simply stay alive in the hill as long as you can. But you cannot watch multiple things as Brack timed to hop up perfectly. FaZe Black find the break. Great 2-piece nade coming in from Joe Deceives. And with 20 seconds left, Convoy now forced to hit that rotation. And they're going to be late because FaZe Black, they are ahead of the game. But 2 of those players drop. Now it turns into a 2v2 for the fight.
Big stretch here between what was the last 5th hard point now to where we are rotating over to 3, where again FaZe Black actually hold the numbers to get into the hard point first. Can they follow up with the kills though? Joe makes the first one happen, no worries. But Convoy still have numbers backside staircase. Yuli trying to make a play towards platform, not going to find any success. And every second here for FaZe Black is a terrible one against the efforts of Convoy. I mean, 220, 118, 100-point game, and this looks like it should be green pastures for FaZe to finish off the map.
Yeah, they might be able to close out the game right here at P2. Yeah. I mean, at P3. You have one player in Dave Pad who's taking his sweet time to the backside of Laundry, waiting for his teammates to apply pressure through the front end, but it's just might be too late. It's only 10 seconds until FaZe Black able to walk away with the game, make it 3, all 4 dead in the feed. You are getting the close spawn, but Joe Deceives is able to read it. That's GG. We got a game 5.
Yes, we do. Oh, man. I mean, it just was one of those things that you look at the first, we'll call it 4 hard points, and you're like, here we go again. FaZe Black setting himself up super aggressively. It's kind of being punished by Convoy, but not able to convert on it through the 5th. And then from there, FaZe Black, I don't think they make another mistake at that point.
No.
Really from there on out. I mean, that was pretty much perfect skid row from there forward to what we just saw through P3.
The only opportunity Convoy had in that game was the P2 break. They were able to play it super patient when Yuli works his way through tunnel, but everything else was FaZe Black. We're talking about running rotations at P3, finding breaks in towards P4, and even on difficult hills like P5, they were able to find the break as well. That simply can't happen if you are a Convoy, because on a map like Skid Row, when breaks are happening on some of these money hills, that's when you start to fall really, really behind. And then when you get to the second half of the game, FaZe Black once again dominate P1, but then break in towards P2. That was a turning point. When you get a lot of time off P1 and then you break it towards P2 for about 30 seconds, they were able to close it out on the P3 right after that. So that was just a great hard point from start to finish for FaZe Black. Patience was there when they needed to find breaks on certain of these hills, but everyone was playing great. Everybody knew their role. Obviously, Exceed started it off. Joe Deceives was popping off towards the very end. But even with Brack sitting at 12 kills and only 10 deaths, he was winning so many clutch one-on-one gunfights off the rotation. Yeah. FaZe Black secure that game number 4, and now they go game 5.
And the thing is, game 5 puts us on a Rio where we saw them really put together a masterclass against Syndicate last week. So, again, like we kind of talked about, this thing gets to 5, and if FaZe Black kind of have alleviated their mistakes, not being able to convert off of First Bloods, this very well may be a series that starts to lean towards FaZe Black. So kind of throw out the first 2 maps in a way. I mean, I don't want to say that fully because there's a lot to take away from those 2, but after a convincing control and a convincing map number 4 here, FaZe Black have all the momentum in their favor.
Oh, yeah, I think they definitely do. We're talking about a really close control, absolute blowout in the map number 4. Now you're going into a Rio Search and Destroy where if it's based on anything we saw in map number 2, they're not going to really have problems on their attacking rounds because of how small the map is. So
Sure.
you're instantly forced to now play with that aggression, play with pace, and that might work right into FaZe Black's hands because every time they were trying to play slow, Convoy able to pick them apart. They were also able to even sneak bomb plants underneath their noses. So on a map like Rio, it's perfectly played out for FaZe Black to potentially walk away with this reverse sweep because of how aggressive they play.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Just comes down to can they execute on that tempo and pace that we saw, because if you were to take any trends away from the high-rise search and destroy, it looked like Convoy were very well prepared, and their playbook was finding tons of success on both sides of the bomb, where we really didn't have the ability to say that for FaZe Black. You saw what they were attempting to do, but maybe the lack of information not allowing them to actually commit to the play, making some adjustments when maybe they didn't need to, or just simply put, they were getting surprised by a couple of rogue players from Convoy that blew up plays before they could even get off the ground.
They were talking about Dave Patty consistently getting over towards the pro train side. Like, he's just always putting himself on that side of the map to play for the info. You're more focused on the SMGs, on what routes they decided to take. 2Real was every single time finding and timing through underground, and then Yuli was timing his way up through the bistro or even through the side wall hop to find a kill for multiple first blood. So that's things that you have to be able to read on a map with high rise. On a map like Rio, though, it's all right in front of you. So if you have Exceed hitting the roster the way he does, him and Joe Deceives can combine for top-middle dominance, and it's going to go up against 2Real on the opposing side. But then you also have your ARs who are able to maneuver around the map and be a lot quicker on a map like Rio because it's so damn small. You have to be with your team, you have to be trading, or you will lose the map.
Absolutely the case. And again, I don't mean to make it sound like the playbook gets simplified because of that, but the core principles of what makes a good search and destroy, I think, are really kind of expanded upon in a map like Rio. Like you mentioned, all those little things that we kind of maybe don't see as much on maps like maybe Karachi or Invasion that have a little bit more versatility, a little bit more isolation built into them. You don't have that here on Rio. So like you mentioned, good nade focus, good bait and switching, and then good timings on rotations, I think, are some of the keys towards what makes a good Rio search team. So yeah, lots of interesting things to kind of keep a look at. But, you know, it's one of those situations that you do have to hope, I think, from both sides that either A, for Convoy, map 2 showed you a lot about how good they are at search coming into this week, or for FaZe that, hey, we can take a lot of good news from the last time we played this where they had a 6-3 win versus Syndicate. So pick your poison there, friends. Do you want the recency bias of map 2 or the result bias of what happened in map 5 last week? You get to pick as we load on in, as FaZe Black will start things off on offense.
And they're going to be sending 3 players over towards A. No trophies to work with if you are Convoy Gaming, so you got to play this one a little bit safer. You have Dave Petty already pushed up towards the white truck. He's actually in a crucial position. I don't know if FaZe Black are going to be able to read this, but the tax might get the info for them. As the smoke is now going to get invested. The stun actually does hit on Dave Patty, so now they know. One player is definitely pushed on up.
This comes down to what angle is he on, because these follow-up stuns are not landing. So Dave will kind of be seen, but not really. I mean, he's in this weird off-angle position. Rotates back, has Lunars caught in a weird timing. Semtex over the top of Brack. Also lands. Prediction to Joe Deceives is decent, but how much can Dave really confirm from this spot? That's the real point of contest here.
Yeah, Dave is still at least knowing that a couple players are around him. He's going to jump up towards the white truck, finds his second kill on the round. Brack does get a trade, though, so it's a 2v2. The fact that he's able to get away with his life is such a crucial play. Now it's Temp on the deep pinch.
Does he find the timing here? Exceed caught off. Shots are in. Brack sticks for the plant. Temp pistol out. Doesn't need it. Dave's got the cross covered. And even though the bomb does successfully go down, Dave, the big hero over the top of the site with, you know, the first blood plus the nade plus the extra info, he confirms all 3 kills.
Yeah, that's insane play right there to Dave Patty. Keep in mind that there's no trophy systems to work with. He was full-on cocky, confident to go play that A-bomb. Finds the first blood, is able to find the second, and then get out with his life. Then once it turns into a 2v1 after Temp gets that kill, you know, the bomb just does get planted right there. So you just wrap back to your teammate. You save him before the cross comes in, and the first round goes towards Convoy Gaming on the back of Dave Patty, who shuts it down.
Here we go. What do they have for the offense now? Again, the one thing that I was really impressed by on High Rise was their ability to really utilize their utility and then follow up quickly if it does land. Stun out for Exceed. Taken down by a trophy system. He's just trying to play a shoulder. Sees one, but also reads that there's a lot of danger nearby and can't quite get back to safety. Good first blood for Convoy. And they don't necessarily have to commit to this B plan if they don't want to.
No, they don't. They can take their sweet time because now you have the first blood. FaZe Black, no. that you have full top mid control. So it's all about making sure you have your cuts watched, but also having a trophy system down. As Luna's able to line it up with the nade, also finds a second on the round. Great hop-up spot, able to find 3. Now it's Dave Patty left in the 1v3. Try to clutch on up.
I mean, ducks in a row right there for Lunars. One player comes across the corner, second player comes across the corner. Like, really no one except for Dave starts to shoot back at him. And like you mentioned, the 1v3, already difficult prospects, but no bomb, not a lot of time. And you still have to consider the fact that Dave's still holding onto a 3 streak. So all of that seems to be building towards the fact that he's probably just going to chalk this one up.
Yeah, that's how it's looking. Even though on a map like Rio, sometimes that cruise missile might not really be felt. But if you can earn it, it's a lot better to have. It's now with only 15 seconds left yet. Not a single player is moving. Dave Patty's enjoying the scenery. He loves the mid lobby. He must love the design on this floor. You know, eventually when he buys a house, he might decide to put this gravel on the ground.
Yeah, a little cobblestone driveway.
Yeah, that's what it is. But that round goes to FaZe Black. They're able to tie it up at 1 on the back of Lunas, this time around finding 3 of his own.
Yeah, and it's just, again, he doesn't have to find them. They just come to him.
Yeah.
Just one after another. But like you mentioned, it's the nade that starts things off and then the transition that gets caught. So good work there from FaZe Black to establish some defensive control after losing the first blood. And now we got a battle of 3 sprees going into round number 3. As FaZe will consider their second offense with the help of trophies. They will make their intentions known over towards B. It's a deep trophy system down. Trophies on both sides getting mostly reduced to nothing as every bit of utility comes through. Bolt challenged by Exceed. Yuli isolated in the corner, or is he? Dave watching over the top, and it's a 3-for-1.
That's just perfect right there out of Convoy. Great teamwork on full displays. They set up the crossfires to put them in the advantage. Now it's a 1v3, make it a 1v2. Brack is not able to find the gunfight. That's just perfect teamwork right there at a Convoy. We're talking about all-out attacks getting used towards the top middle of the map. But Yuli doesn't slow down. He knows that I got trophy system in my back pocket. I'm going to put myself in a position to at least find 1. He finds 1, his teammates find the second, and even though he does get traded, eventually his third teammate finds the final kill. Because now Convoy dominate top middle on their defense. But now they're going back to their attacking runway. They had it last time around.
Yeah.
They just did not get the bomb plant down because that Kobe came in from Lunars.
Yeah, it's again one of those moments that you kind of look to see how much ignorance is built into the playbook. FaZe Black, not really getting utility usage to convert like they would normally wanted to. Still sticking for the play. This time, though, it seems an AR holding deep, and Dave says, "You want me to give an AR a long-range fight? I'll take it. At least give it a look." So, all things said and done, efforts towards A have immediately moved back, and there's no one watching this at all for FaZe. They're going to play full retake.
This is perfect. That's a perfect play call coming in from Convoy. You keep 3 players from FaZe Black all the way at Bay at that A site. Now it's going to be about another 10 seconds before they can even contest it. They're trying to find a way on in, up to the bridge side, up to top mid, but everything is currently covered by Convoy.
And Dave's timing here could just completely foil the post plants, but maybe he steps a little bit too soon. First blood good for FaZe. Not a lot of time in the clock. Trade's looking decent for Convoy's post plant. Yuli backs up just a moment. A re-wrap around through the defensive staircase side. Exceed checking, gets caught by Temp deep. Joe looking for the trade, confirms the first. Does he know where Temp is positioned? Does he have time to get the kill and defuse? He does not even finish the first part of a 2-step process, though. And Convoy Gaming, with another quick wrap back, will find themselves their second offensive round.
That's perfect. That's just a perfect play call. You get them all to invest over towards that A strong setup that they had with 3 players. 1 player at boxes, 2 players watching the first through garage. But then you're instantly rotating back. Like, they're still throwing stuns and nades at A because you already showed face at that point, but the bomb's already going down on the opposing side. That's just a perfect play call coming in from Convoy Gaming to hit the rotation, get the bomb down, and successfully walk away with the W as Donnie Temp sits at 5-1, currently on a 4 streak. Could potentially find himself a cruise missile, but they're just more focused on taking top mid control again.
Trophies out from both sides. Exceed once again, get into battle up on the front mid hedge. And he will run right on over towards the U-turn at ramps, but doesn't make a difference. Temp secures his fifth cleanly. Lunars.
Oh, man.
Come on. I mean, that's just a basic, ill-advised chow looking for a nade. Temp is going to bump right into another player.
Hello?
What? Hi. Doesn't make a difference in the end, but, man, that was interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. But Temp is able to find 2 to start it off. And he plays patty cake with the guy right through mid-hallway. Sets up his teammate to find a final 2. And keep in mind, at the same time, Temp was able to find himself a cruise missile. Look at the replay. This guy's standing right on top of you trying to say something. Wait, he's right next to me. What's going on? But that 2-real comes in to save the day. As Temp ends that round on 6. Now he's got a cruise missile to work with in his back pocket. And, like, this is where you just commit towards A.
Yeah.
Because you can use that cruise missile to open up that site wide open.
Or if you get it for free, you have it for your post plant. It's just so many options here. And again, it's just one of those things through 5 rounds. You kind of evaluate the trends, the patterns, what's been happening. Convoy are looking super polished on this map combination. So here comes the cruise to open things up. That will force FaZe Black on the interior towards boxes. Bomb being committed for the plant. And FaZe have backed up towards mid. So they're going to try to retake this from the flank?
This might waste a lot of time.
Yeah, I'll say.
Because it's still Temp towards the back end. Watching that deep push. He does get picked off, though. So FaZe Black instantly in the numbers. Yuli gets some information. Everyone is on him. Can I get some assistance? And it's 2-real trying to assist them.
Now just pepper and back up. Little guerrilla warfare. Take your shots, get out of there. Take your shots, get out of there. Now a couple of toe tags. It's keeping FaZe Black at low health. Dave off of a late flank back through mid. I mean, it is legitimately chef's kiss perfection for Convoy Gaming.
You just can't read it if you're FaZe Black. Your cruise missile gets invested, it gets the bomb down. Then even though you find the first blood on the back end, once Dave Patty finds a kill with the nade, I don't know which car he was able to blow up, he instantly applies pressure through the flank, re-flanks the flank, and catches a couple players off guard. This has been a textbook real search and destroy from Convoy Gaming, who are now at game point. They have not been able to make any mistakes so far.
Yeah.
Adjustments, everything is clicking at the right time.
Outside of Lunars with a nade and a 2-piece.
That's it.
That's it. I mean, there hasn't been a single set play design that Convoy's been baffled by or haven't had kind of the superiority of dictated the tempo, the pace, and the control of the map. So now Lunars back over to the middle of the map. Rival 9 in hand. This would give you the intention that this should be a B hit. But, I mean, Convoy have already cleared through A. And it's just, FaZe, they don't look prepared today. It's so bizarre compared to what we saw last week.
But it's still a 4v4 retake situation for now, Convoy. You have players approaching through the front end, players already behind enemy lines. And you can just tell by the FaZe Black setup, they have no idea that these players are going to be behind them. So if they can get a read on it early, they stand a chance, but Dave Patty finds the first blood.
And then he just gets the information, backs up to confirm the trade on to exceed. I mean, this is such good decision-making from Dave. Still 2v2. FaZe are splitting this post plan up, but someone's going to have to check this. Semtech's a bit wide. Dave with the read doesn't see the follow-up. Does he try to hop here? Very well may. Brack is hiding in a corner. He does well to catch one, get away, and FaZe Black will extend the map. There's just no way Temp finds the kills and gets the defuse in time.
Yeah, it's just no way. FaZe Black stay alive in this search and destroy a little bit longer. Great plays to just simply get that bomb down and then rely on everyone basically to win a one-on-one gunfight. Luna's with the repinch through the side door. At least makes it a 2v2. And he's able to find the final kill as well. There was just not enough time for Temp to work in the clutch. As they now go down 5-2. S&D is far from over. FaZe Black, they just have to make these adjustments.
Yeah.
On the defensive side, if Convoy's showing face at one spot, like, you got to realize that they're maneuvering on the opposite side as well. We have to be able to spread map, gain the early info, and play from that.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It just kind of established some possession of the map, maybe more so. It almost feels like they're kind of okay with this trade of ceremonious nades over the middle, hoping that it's just kind of a war of attrition. But every time that we've seen this, Convoy's come out on top, winning the middle of the map. And that's going to be the case again with an early commitment for the plant. FaZe opting to clear through A, and it'll be on Dave to get a read and see how many kills he may be able to get here on the flank.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 players from FaZe Black approaching that up through the A Street. And you have Brack just making sure no one's going to overextend, push through bottom Eskies. As Dave Patty is getting a lot of info, is already able to spot at least one player. Brack is the island player, though. He does take down 1 kill, and Luna should be able to find a second. So it's a 3v2 now.
But it's taken a lot of time. 22 seconds on the clock. FaZe Black will have to go quickly. 2-real still has a Semtex to play with. Temp on the cross. Lots of damage. Not able to confirm the kill. Exceed has hopped for the defuse. So he's got to check this. Temp's got to go. He's able to find the kill, but now it's the follow-up. Ring around the rosy. Pistol out. And oh! Temp catches him with a little fadeaway back towards bridge. Lots of damage tallied initially, but wow. This little pistol fadeaway. Perfect reaction from Temp, who had to have it. And yeah, 1 bullet. All that needed right through the door. Unreal.
That's just too easy for Convoy. Congrats to them on walking away with the series, not allowing the reverse sweep to come on in. They were just a better team in Search and Destroy. Better game plan, better post plans, better mid-game adjustments. Everything was clicking for them. Even in that final round where they were, in the 2v3? Donnie Temp, the fact that he's able to get one person one shot, the instant Chow comes in for FaZe Black, you don't really need to do that. Like, just keep that guy at the steps. He's not going to sprint up to the guy on bomb once he stay alive. You gifted him a free kill, and now with the player that was just one shot, he fully commits on it because he knows he has to stick towards that defuse. His teammate across the map gets that last player one shot. That's why he's able to hit Lunas with one bullet out of that Renetti. But Convoy, from start to finish of this series, more specifically in the Search and Destroy, they were the more polished team. They had the better game plan. They had everything working for them on their side, better mid-game adjustments, and now they walk away with the series and stay alive a little bit longer in this elite.
Really clean stuff, honestly. The Search and Destroy is obviously kind of what the spotlight leads towards. It's where a lot of the polish definitely has come through. And again, these are two maps that we've seen FaZe Black play very, very well over the course of both playoffs and the group stage. So for them to pull essentially what is a 12-5 round differential in the two Search and Destroys, really, really impressive stuff. Maybe outside of this moment right here.
He still didn't die, though, you know? He didn't die. That's good bait and switch out of Donnie Temp if I ever seen it.
There's lots of ways to go about bait and switch. That's just one of many. The only real question mark is, like, what happened in that high-rise control and what happened in that Skid Row hard point. And that's the only real thing is, you know, you look to a team like FaZe Black. They're not a team to be taken lightly in any regard, and you're going to see moments like that where they just kind of take over maps. So Convoy Gaming will move on, but hey, the thing about it is you look back over the series, there were some really great moments for them. And in particular, you may need them because now you're kind of squared to match up against the Houston Spartans in the lower round 3, the lower semis game later this evening. And, you know, you kind of have to think that your Search and Destroy may be your muse towards finding yourself a win to get to that lower final.
Oh, man, and if you think about that matchup between both of those teams, these are former teammates of each other. Because keep in mind, I'm pretty sure Prolu and Temp were teaming together at the beginning of the year. It was a whole lot of stuff that happened between roster changes happening. We're picking up this player, you go there, that stuff. So it's a lot of probably bad blood between these two rosters. They used to be squads, but now they're going up against each other to try to move on. So that's going to be an exciting one that we have later on.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed. So with that, we're done with this block of matches. We're heading up to the upper bracket finals next. Should be a good one. Spacefish Taco taking on the Boston Academy team. And I'll tell you, both teams after last week looking real polished. So we could have another very tight affair on our hands. We'll send things to a break, get everything set up. When we come back, winners finals. Be right back. Hello, hello. Welcome back to Challengers Elite as we are now gearing up for not the biggest show of the Season 1 Elite, but maybe to this point, as we've got Winners Finals North America coming up next with the Boston Breach Academy taking on Space Fish Taco. And you look back to what Boston Academy has done. They came out of groups perfect, Jay, and that didn't stop once they hit the playoffs.
What are they sitting at, like 7-0? They have like a, what, 20-4 map count? Like,
Something
these
like
guys
that.
are basically undeniable so far in this Elite. But now they're going up against Space Fish Taco, who haven't really had an easy road to get here. You see what they had to do. They had to get through Diverse, which we were having high praises for that team. The SMGs between Neum and 04, they were getting it done. They were able to walk away with that series 3-1. And then they also last week were able to take down Convoy Gaming in a 3-1 fashion, walking away with it on an invasion hardpoint in that game number 4. The ARs came to play. John Exotic, we know what he's all about. But I can't wait to see the matchup against Boston Academy because I haven't seen a team get even remotely close to contesting these guys. So Space Fish Taco might be them boys.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things that, like, there have been a couple of tight maps in Boston Breach Academy
Yeah.
this path, but, like, none of the series have been all that scary. I guess I'll put it that way. And a lot of it is coming off the fact that when you look at their roster on paper, you maybe assume certain things about it compared to how the majority of the team had played previously, but it's one of those situations that with Sensor out, now Yeez and Cammy kind of filling in the spots that were left by Snoopy and Sensor from previous years, these guys are moving differently. And I think that's really revitalizing to see, not just because, like, the LA Thieves roster mania that happened after stage 1 was hard to really get a finger on where the issue was, and Cammy's reproved himself, but Pentagram looks revitalized, and I don't know if I've ever seen Shawnee move this fast in his entire career.
Yeah, Shawnee's playing great. He might not put up the best numbers, but he's always putting down that damage. And like you said for Cammy, some people would tend to crumble in his situation. We're talking about starting off the league as a pro, going on one of these pro teams for a big organization in LAT, but then obviously you don't find any success. Some people would just call it quits there. Like, we were getting beat so bad, I'm probably going to give it up here, especially if you've been playing for a really long time like the way Cammy has. But he knew in his own ability, I still have a fighting chance. This is one of my better games, and I still have a chance to show it in Challengers. Might not be where I want to do it, but it's still putting on a performance where everybody can see it, and it's been working out to perfection. Him and Pentagram, obviously. Pentagram, he's been a guy who I've been talking about a lot over the last couple of years. He's been on multiple substitute spots for a lot of different CDL teams and just simply has never gotten his opportunity. But now he finds himself with this Boston Academy team. Undefeated currently in this Elite. Everything is clicking. You tell me right now, Alan. I'll put this roster up against a couple of the teams we have in the city. I ain't gonna name no names, but these guys are the real deal. So I'm really expecting a great match from start to finish of this one.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, I think my evaluation of Boston Academy, and I don't want to, like, jump the shark here and, you know, put the cart before the horse, but when you think back to Challengers teams that have dominated, they have put together similar performances. You think back to, like, Modern Warfare 2019, that Triumph roster that did it. Cold War, you had both Wester and the New York Subliners Academy team that did it. Vanguard, you had Texas Nation who did it for so long. Like, there have always been stories of teams that have dominated, and Boston Academy feels like they have taken the step with Cammy in the roster to possibly be the production of that here in Modern Warfare 3, pending, of course, success in this Elite, and they follow up in Miami. But on the other side of the table, Space Fish Taco have also boasted a roster of at least long-standing careers, whether that be in Challengers or in the CDL at one point in time, with only really one exception in Deceptions, who's kind of the young gun up. Well, you know, he played a lot in Challengers kind of leading up to last year, took the year off. John Exotic, he obviously saw the Pro League back, you know, in BO4 most recently. And then Pro Amar has been in Challengers for a while, but is now finally starting to find his stride. And it's interesting. I was curious to see how much invasion we were going to get, seeing as Space Fish Taco played it a lot last week, and they will be graced with 3 of them off the get-go here.
Oh, and they love that because you have the ARs to set up properly. You know, you talk about Pro MR, Sam Welly, who are able to put themselves on those long-distance gunfights and win a majority of them because they play a lot of ranked. And I'm not talking about no more hours. I'm playing against these guys at 2, 3 in the morning, so they are dripping passion from start to finish of the day. They are consistently trying to get better at the game, and now they find themselves in a winners finals versus Boston Academy, where they really have an opportunity to shine. But here we go into the game number 1. This is to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, huge stuff on the line. Space Fish Taco will be in the white, Boston Academy in their respective green. Opening kills looking decent. Yeez right to the middle of the map. And this is what we like to see is, again, just they're floating, they're swarming, looking for kills. You have one AR on one side, one AR on the other, let the SMGs get to work in the middle, and it's worked out beautifully so far for Boston.
Yeah, that's already 30 seconds wiped off of this P1. Space Fish Taco have to start thinking about that rotation. They're still going to try to contest through the middle of the map, though. They don't want to give up all this time, especially when the team's spawning over towards Palace. Trying to do the best that they can to contest through the middle of the map, and that's going to be Welly finding 2. Now you have an opportunity to get pushed up towards Broken and potentially spawn Boston Academy behind you.
Cammy looking for some timing through mid-map. Deception's already in position, bottom Broken. Exotic seen top tank, but that is just nothing but freedom for Deceptions to pop up, find the kill. And now Exotic can watch the back just to make sure no spawners come through, surprisingly, as P2 is about to open up. Only one member will for Boston. Cammy comes across, but Exotic predicts it perfectly. And with that, Spacefish Taco in for the time.
Yeah, and they just got to read these last couple of players who still pushed out towards Broken. They find all the kills in the feed. So Boston Academy early on being tested. How are they going to decide to break in towards P2? We're not going to flood up through the B Street. We're going to attack through the middle of the map. Prenegam starts it off through the dark alley. Finds the first, finds the second, finds 3 on the feed to lead to the break and flip the swamps for Boston Academy. So that's an individual player making a play happen.
Absolutely. I was just about to say the exact same thing. As much as we like to credit Boston Academy for being on the same page collectively, when they need a hero, it often comes, and it comes pretty quickly. This time it's Pentagram on 4. Off the reload, he looks for number 5 and 6 for an early cruise missile, and he may be gifted it, but wow, clean shots from Pro Amar. That opens the door for the break attempt coming from the front, so the scrap time will be earned, but you look to rotation, and Shawnee's already getting himself set up and new with the trophy system at his feet.
Yeah, Boston Academy already cut their losses at P2. They're properly set up around bathrooms, but you can already see Spacious Taco taking a lot of ground. They're isolating Yeez in towards DVD. Great job. So Yeez might potentially spawn over towards Palace. No, he's going to still spawn towards the backside of Gas. So you have to make these kills count if you are Boston Academy, because the next kill you do fall, you will spawn all the way across the map.
Yeah, Exotic should be blocking this, and that's indeed the case. So here come the kills very rapidly. Cammy, the last one standing between SFT and a hardpoint break. They even got one spawn out from Pro Amar. He's going to be watching over through the front side of bridge, but Shawnee needs to drop inside the hardpoint before this becomes too dangerous. Boston now trying to reinforce. Shawnee not able to find the track on towards Deception. And that will lead to a small moment, at least, of break. Pentagram clean through the first, gets stunned, held for a moment. Pre-fire to John Exotic. That will work out, and Boston break right back in for a fight for the scrap.
Yeah, they were at least closer to the spawn that Spacefish Tacos were. They had a couple players who were watching that cross. A stun does hit on Pentagram, but they just weren't able to find that kill. So the final 15 is going to go to Boston Academy, but now we're going over to the P4, where not a lot of teams getting a lot of time off of this one. I'm pretty sure the most time that we've seen out of any Elite Challenger squad that we've had was Diverse. They somehow, some way were able to hold it from the middle of the map. Obviously, you want to trap the team in towards the backside of Palace. That's what Sam Welly is currently doing. He does get sniffed out, though. You still have a player, too, in Yeez roaming around Mannequin. He does get picked off, so Spacefish Tacos on the preferred side, trapping Boston Academy towards the backside of Palace. Can they get some time, though?
Yeah, that's the big question here. Although, not necessarily that they need it. This is more about locking down the lanes once they can read where this hit for Boston's coming from. And now, with a couple of kills, they will set themselves up accordingly. Nice shots from Yeez, topside P2 tank. Promar looking for the trade and will secure it. Keeps that overextension safe, and a follow-up. Wow, and Promar has been snapping here. Early, even clean shots to Pentagram, but Penna will eventually beat him to the punch. Hardpoint stays neutral as Deceptions builds towards 5 in a row, watching this water side hit.
Yeah, and I can already see this is going to be a problem for Boston Academy if the ARs do not decide to step on up.
Yeah.
4 and 10 out of Cammy, 4 and 9 out of Shawnee. You're forcing your SMGs, who like to be really aggressive with those SMGs, to now pull out ARs. And unfortunately, Welly is going to make them pay for it. He finds 2. Spacefish Tacos currently in control of P5, but you see everyone is scattered all around Gas, all around Brew. Who's going to be able to win these fights? It's Yeez coming out on top of 2. So Boston Academy have the numbers. They should be able to find the break.
Exotic goes prone at the right time. Shawnee from behind. Look for a clean transition to break on in. Welly there to give him a little bit of contest, but can't finish off the kill, as from the front side of the hill, Pentagram is actually still just floating inside of DVD. So, again, he's bumped out the hard point pretty nicely here. Kind of floating, trying to get as much information as possible. And, wow, he's just, again, floating around, doing whatever he wants to do. And this is kind of the byproduct of what Boston Academy system believes in, is get your subs forward, let them just kind of wreak havoc. But Welly on 5 will jump in, get the cruise missile secured with extra contest coming out for SFT.
That's good stuff right there from Welly to earn that cruise missile. Keep this basically at a tie game as we get into the second rotation of these hard points. But if Boston Academy are able to turn up in this lane, they will be able to pull away. Just got to shut down these young players with the ARs. Deception is having a great game so far, alongside everybody on this team. They currently take the lead by a little bit. Boston Academy all spawning over towards the mannequin side. An insane gunfight in towards the top blue. Welly finds a trade through the middle of the map, but it's Boston Academy on top of those engagements. They're able to find the break. They're going to be able to get the lead, at least for a little bit, because you see Spacefish Taco, they spawn right behind him.
Bro, what a read from Pro Amar. May have gotten a little bit of assistance with the calls from his teammates, but that is an unreal read. What looked to be 3 dead with just finding Pro Amar has now all of a sudden turned into Boston Academy kind of spawning in a weird spot, looking to still fight, and Pro Amar's not done. I mean, I'm telling you, I've watched this kid play in small locals, small online tournaments, and there's been moments where it's just like, yeah, he's pretty good, but this is different. Finally shut down. Boston Academy will get over towards construction first.
Now they team over construction, and keep in mind there's a player in Yeez who spawns on the pitch, but Pro Amar is able to read it. So now all of Spacefish Taco just got to put their focus on the front end. Here comes the cruise missile to at least catch the player off of the point. Now you just got to take down this player towards broken. Deception finds Cammy. The rest of Boston Academy trying to put pressure out, but that's 3 dead. Last player over towards the cages. He's trying to do everything to stay alive. He's dancing, but not for long, as Pro Amar is able to take him down. And with only 30 seconds left, this is the perfect case scenario for Spacefish Taco. Trap Boston Academy in towards the back, try to soak as much P2 time as you possibly can, and have that rotation over towards P3.
Thing is, they do lose that mid-map fight. Deception off spawn's going to have to pick this up, so the scrap time is one thing, but Boston Academy have created an avenue to get over to P3 first, and at the same time, they've also stopped Spacefish Taco from finding any time on the scrap, so now we've got a mad dash getting over. Deception through the middle of the map, Shawnee there to beat him, and now Pro Amar thinks he may be able to cut, but there's a player watching this cross, and here we go. Boston Academy, a huge opportunity to get this full 60 underway, but they don't actually get this set up into place.
Yeah, they don't get into place. Shawnee was just trying to stay alive for as long as he could, but the spawns for Spacefish Tacos are over towards the gas station. So they just needed to win a couple fights. They get those done, and now they're in towards the hill. Boston Academy are going to have quite some time before they're even able to contest over towards the bathrooms. They're trying to work their way up through middle courtyard. They find the trade onto Sam Welly. Now you have some ground to work with, but that's already 25, almost 30 seconds uncontested. Spacefish Tacos starting to pull away.
The front starting to amass. Exotic, perfect timing. Oh my goodness, it doesn't get much better than that from John Exotic. Cammy last one left, just trying to work his life from the front side of the hard point, but Pro Amar will find him. Exotic now off the reload, gets it done. Does he even need an AR? Just keep the pistol in hand at this point. And we've got a massive lead all of a sudden for Spacefish Taco, looking at about 50+ points as we rotate back to P4.
And now Boston Academy have to figure out how they're going to get time off of this P4. You have to get yourself back into this game, and unfortunately, Deception finding those early 2 kills. That's not going to be the best way to start. He finds 3. Exotic finds the 4th. Now we can soak the hill. And all of Boston Academy trying to find a way out of Palace side.
Tough situation here for Boston Academy. Have to find a way to get some time here, though, you think, with the clock continuing to tick down. You don't want to see this thing get to a minute 30 with needing to get 125 seconds worth of time. It's going to require some masterclass stuff. Exotic on 5, looking for a second cruise missile for SFT. Long range, has Cammy tagged, but not finished. Boston have a chance to try to break the map and get set up for P5. The Exotic's the only one in their way.
Yeah, Exotic, just got to take care of him because he's currently on a 5, but Cammy knows we have to not allow him to earn that cruise missile. Now we can trap them in towards the backside of Palace, but not for long because Deception already makes his way on out. Because they're pushing right up, and you have a couple of players from Boston Academy who still spawn over towards Palace as well, so Pentagram has his hands full and is positioning towards top blue. He's just simply trying to hold this down for his teammates to get into the play. Now you know that the spawns are going to be there for Spacefish Taco towards the backside of gas. How many can he cut off from this position?
This next set of gunfights, crucial for Boston Academy. And they go their way. Only one player that's been missed to this point. It's just Exotic. Looking for Shawnee, finds him down low, and doesn't even bother jumping to the hard point. Just wants to try to reevaluate the situation. He's got someone on chase. It's Cammy in the corner who does just barely safely get behind cover. Help is on the way, but Boston trying to stay alive inside this back blue position. Pentagram off the reload, needs help. But at the same time, you also can't just let this 20 seconds go away for free. Like you kind of mentioned, he's got to do everything all by himself, and he can only find 1 kill. SFT looking to close out this game.
Oh, they're playing great hardpoint. We're talking about consistent team fires, staying down when you need to, setting up your teammates for a couple freebies. You're going to find themselves up by almost 80 to 90 points. 223 is going to be their final score at the P5, but now we're going back to the P1. They're starting off with the initial fights. You have Boston Academy spawning all at Palace. They can potentially close out the game right here, right now.
Absolutely could. Just so much work that has to be done here for Boston and not a lot of time to do it. Promar shut down as he tries to make a little bit of a pinch occur. Welly, great map out of him, 28-19. Maybe the next guy up. Watching this Parkside cross. Nice shots towards Cam. He must have been weak. Only took about a bullet or two. Second follow-up from Shawnee. Good for the trade. Still, though, SFT putting the pressure on at all points in time. Finally, a clean kill feed comes through. Boston can soak up some time while also keeping a little bit of focus on towards potentially a rotation.
Yeah, and Boston Academy, they're sort of still in this game.
Yeah.
You have players pushed out towards blue. You still have somewhat mid-map control until Spacious Taco able to find 3. So now that's going to put them basically at 240 going in towards the P2. But you see the spawn coming in from Shawnee. He's going to get blessed with a blue spawn, so he's going to be able to instantly reinforce or at least put himself on a preferred side going into this next hill. Boston Academy have a lot of time to make up. You basically have to play perfect COD from here on out.
Yeah, it has to be a full 60 here plus a rotational win. So expect that the status of the minimap will not change too much here. Boston will have to hold this from the front, if you want to call it that. Nice opening shots from Yeez. Trophy system down inside of Ice Cream. That's been red. SFT looking to play through the middle of the map. Boston has to try to find a way to contest this. You cannot allow them to rotate freely. But at the same point, you also can't give up this hard point because all they need is 11 seconds. Promar, first one to come through, does get dropped. Deception's off the pinch, able to find more, and there's the break from SFT. Can anyone get here in time to try to challenge this? And no, Promar from the front side of Palace shuts down possibly the only contestant that could break it. Last attempt would have to come out of Cammy, and he will not get through the front door at Ice Cream. What an opening map from Spacefish Taco start to finish.
They just came out swinging. The ARs were hitting. The routes were on point. Even in the final moments of that game right there, you seen the route that Exotic was able to hit right up through the middle of the map. He slowly worked his way in towards top blue. He's waiting for his teammates to hit a couple tacks onto the point. Once they do that, it's time for him to strike. He opens up with the first kill, allows the rest of his teammates to flood through the backside of Ice Cream and through that backside of the half wall. And they eventually find the break and flip the spawns. This Boston Academy, they started off too slow. They had a chance to make up for it at that Bathroom Hill, but when no one was able to reinforce to where Shawnee was, that's when it got really difficult and Spacious Taco started to pull away. Also, the ARs came out firing. Cammy and Shawnee need to perform better when you're going forward into the series.
Yeah, I mean, you called it perfectly, Jay. I mean, you have 3 invasions back to back to back. You assume that it's going to be a lot of pressure on those main ARs in particular. And then, you know, the secondary focus would be who are your versatile players that will have to kind of swap in between an SMG and an AR depending on what the circumstance calls for. And kind of to that fault, hey, Deception's also had a great game, 30 and 24. He's usually the main SMG for this team. You follow that up with players like Exotic and Welly, you know, 19 and 19 from Exotic, kind of playing the slower role. Welly's the one kind of more on the flex position. He goes 31 and 20. So it was everything working for Spacefish Taco start to finish.
Yeah, they were just out slaying. They were putting themselves on the preferred side, and even in those crucial one-on-one gunfights, they were able to come out on top because they just read the map beautifully. We're talking about multiple different scenarios where Boston Academy had a free pinch spawn, but Promar coming off spawn realizes that, all right, this is a parallel. Let me turn to my left real quick and win this one-on-one, and he got that done every single time. Like, these guys are grinders, and they showed it in that map number 1. Now you're starting up 1-0 into this series. S&D needs to be on point because this is where we really do see that teamwork from Boston Academy be on display.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen Boston play this map a couple times over. In particular, they played it versus Syndicate. They went around 11 there. We also, I believe, saw that earlier in the season. I don't have it. There it is. It was against Diverse. They actually lost that 6-2, surprisingly enough. But regardless of the fact, the thing is, one of the things we do know about how Boston like to play Search is they like to play it quickly. They like to try to get in, set the tempo, put you off kilter, you know, get you on your heels early. And so often, you know, teams have a hard time kind of adjusting and kind of reacting to that even in the first place. So that'll be curious, I think, to see again, because this is a matchup that these teams have been prepping for now for 6 days, how much of that work is going to pay off knowing that this is going to be map number 2.
And you just got to keep in mind, the way that Boston Academy really liked to play this map that kind of costed them the last time around was that they were trying to get super aggressive on their defenses. I know for your SMGs, it's great to cross over towards Broken. You keep those guys at bay. But when you take those power positions, there's no point in even trying to force it or to push it towards DVD, to try to play aggressive up to the middle of the map. Because then when you give up those first bloods, that's when you start slowing to the Search and Destroy. I'm pretty sure the one that they just won all the way in around 11, they were down 5-2 or 5-3. But after they started to make those mid-game adjustments where those SMGs were just taking that position, just not being seen, just making it very difficult for them to drop, that's when they start to come back. So I think if you are Boston Academy, you got the personnel to get this one done. You just got to make sure early into these rounds, you're not giving up a bunch of freebies, giving up those first bloods, and then allowing them to use that info to win the round at the very end.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said, too, when it comes to prepping for Boston. You have to know that Yeez defensively is going to want to try to get aggressive. So
yeah,
you have to spend a couple of, nades, whether it be stuns or Semtexes, into some forward positions just to make sure he's not there. Because often we do see Yeez just kind of shut down plays because he's playing super far forward. He doesn't get anticipated, and he gets away with, a kill for his life, or he gets away with 2 before dropping, which is maybe even arguably worse than going into a 4v3. So, yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, we've seen it on broadcast a handful of times, which means that SFT should also have been able to go back and relook at that and also be aware that, yes, we should expect Yeez to be forward when we may not normally expect that versus any other opponents.
And if he continues to play like that, obviously it's going to cause a lot of headaches for Space Fish Tacos because we know all about the offensive rounds. If you're applying pressure over towards B, if you spot that player crossing over towards Broken, you are instantly forced to make a decision. Are we going to waste 30 seconds to try to isolate this guy? Or are we going to try to work the opposite side of the map with the player potentially playing towards the island of the Water Street? You get the info on that guy. You get the info on the Broken. Now you know where 2 players are. We just have to use that info to make the next move, because when you waste so much time on one guy, eventually on a map like Invasion, you just simply will run out of time to play that objective. So you got to be quick on the attacking side.
So with that, that's the setup. But of course, we've got a lot of things still to come here when it comes to challengers in general. I think obviously if you guys watch the CDL, you know that Miami's already pretty much here, it feels like. I mean, it's right around the corner. So whether you want to join as a spectator or maybe someone to kind of not just watch the CDL, but there's also going to be a Challengers Open at the event. You can get your tickets right now by scanning the QR code on screen. It's a good excuse to kind of splurge a little bit. One of those treat yourself moments. Come down for spring break, watch a little bit of COD, enjoy some beach life, do the things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you got time, man, definitely make it out to the Miami event. I'm telling you, if you enjoy Call of Duty the way that we all enjoy Call of Duty, if you've never been to an event before, I promise you, an event like Miami, where, like you said, it's going to be spring break, everyone's going to be lit, the matches are going to be lit, it's going to be a really good time. So make sure you guys stop by if you can.
Absolutely. But here we go. Jumping on into it. Invasion, Search, and Destroy. Space Fish Taco, 1-0 up. I've never asked the question. Is this like the tacos are filled with space fishes? Or is it like you're having a fish taco in space?
What's a space fish, though?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, well, Shawnee doesn't know it either. I guess he ended up finding the first blood, though, because he doesn't like the name. As now Boston Academy are in the man advantage on the defensive side. And if you are Space Fish Taco, you lose the first blood on the attacking rounds with no trophy systems, oh, yeah, we got to play for info. Someone's got to win a one-on-one.
Welly trying to catch a little bit of movement. Yeez, again, this is what you should expect out of him. If he's going to play aggressive through B, it's going to be right here at Broken. And Welly will be not necessarily surprised, but just taken advantage of through that B street. And for SFT, not a lot of options here. And, well, okay, desperate Semtex just gets thrown. And that will land. Promar not able to get anything going top over at Blue. And Boston Academy put together a flawless defense.
Yeah, that was just too easy for Boston Academy. Shawnee opens up the first blood through Water Street, and then at that point, you try to isolate Yeez. He makes you pay for it. Then Pentagram through the middle of the map, super aggressive up through that P1 area. Is able to time a nade onto John Exotic, and then Yeez doesn't slow down, finds his second kill on the round. Too strong on defense are Boston Academy. Now they're going back on the attacking side, where we see a lot of plays coming out of these young SMG players. And with Yeez finding 2 kills early on, he might have already earned a trophy system.
Yeah, true. Very much so the case. Cammy looking for information through mid-map. Not a lot to be seen, to be fair. 2-2 split off here for SFT. Eventually, members will join at mid-map, looking mostly at Welly and Deceptions. Stun had given some information to Welly, but he just kind of checks his surroundings, sees there's no immediate threat. Tagged and backs up. 4v4 we stay as Boston get to work clearing out mid-map.
Yeah, this is just a feel-out round. Let's see how they're trying to set up on their defensive side. Pentagram checking everything in towards the cafe. Trying to bust the door open. You know he has that smoke grenade and a Semtex to work with as well. Those nades are going to blow up, but I don't know if he gets the info on where Deception is actually going to be playing around his site.
Yeah, plays a little bit further forward. Yeah, really good for the first, but the hit through mid-map is perfectly timed from Boston. The trade is quickly tallied, and it leaves a lot of pressure on the remaining defenders here as the bomb gets planted at A. And Pro Amar and Exotic are once again kind of stuck up a creek without a paddle here, just saying, I mean, what do we do? I mean, we don't have any mid-map control. We really don't have any information if anyone's playing through A Street. Pro Amar gets smoked by Cammy top palace wall to make matters worse. And Exotic will be seen over through patio. So, I mean, again, outside of 1 kill from Deceptions, another perfect round for Boston Academy.
And that's what the teamwork was on full display. We know that we're sending it over towards the A-bomb. We just got a hit marker onto a player with the nade. Even though he finds the kill, it's instantly responded with 2 from Boston. You get those 2 kills through the middle of the map, you instantly put the bomb down. And at that point, it's basically GG. You have all the positionings cut, everything being watched. As they go up 2-0, Yeez ends that round on 3. Pentagram and Cammy also on 2. So a flawless search and destroy from basically the entirety of Boston Academy. As they go back on the defensive side, Space for Tacos. This time we can't get picked right off the rip of the round.
Yeah. Information from Promar that Pentagram was at least contesting through front mid at one point. Actually, just stretches back across and whoa, the timing here could be everything. Not completed shots, follow-up gunfight. Oh, Promar puts him down. And that'll be enough for a confirmed first blood plus a vacant A site. Does Shawnee check this for the defuse? Nope, not going to happen. We're ready for the plant. Not to happen, but at least there's a trade mid-map to get us to a 3v3.
It's a big kill coming in from Yeez, man. The fact that he's able to win that one-on-one through mid-tank makes it a 3v3. More than manageable for his teammates to clutch on up. But the route out of Yeez again to push his way through Broken. Cammy finds the kill onto Deceptions by just simply closing the door. And now it's Exotic left in the 1v2.
Not going to happen. Wow. Good discipline as well. Cammy initially hopped for the defuse. Then once that trade comes out over towards Shawnee, they back off and say, let's just play this thing as a duo, plenty of time in the clock. And Yeez will be on 5 coming into the next round after a 3-0 start for Boston Academy. And it's, again, it's not necessarily like they're playing faster than we would expect. Maybe they're not even playing as fast as we'd expect, but boy, the decision-making is so darn quick from Boston Academy. It is lickety split.
That's exactly what it is. It's just a decision-making. We're talking about someone getting first blood through the other map in Pentagram. Yeez instantly there for the response to making it 3v3. Then once that bomb gets planted, he knows that everyone backed out from Cafe. They got to be playing towards the back end, but someone is going to try to make a play, and he reads it perfectly, re-wrapping his way through Dark, wins that one-on-one, and then assists his teammates to close out the round. 1 kill now off of earning that cruise missile. He spots at least 1 player crossing towards the backside of B, while the rest of the teammates are just holding strong, just make sure Space Fish Taco don't try to get aggressive up to the middle of the map.
And, you know, I will say I do love to see this from Boston Academy. You got 1 player that's 1 off of a streak. You would think maybe you just give him an MCW. You just try to play a little bait and switch for him to get a gunfight. But the design doesn't change because he's on 5. It's still an double SMG actually set up here for Boston. Cammy also notably on 4. Good information that Promar's playing deep at B. Hard to say if any nades have explored construction to this point. There's a trophy system down, so Boston maybe not getting the read they want towards B. I imagine this will eventually be an A.
They're trying to set it up. The nade doesn't connect this time. Deception's going to change up that corner a little bit. The rest of the teammates from Boston Academy have taken a lot of ground up towards B. Pentagram opens up with the first blood onto Pentagram. That's a big kill. But now with 25 seconds left, Boston Academy have to play off of the info that Cammy has given them. I have B control. We got to work this bomb on this side.
And, well, you could just play Observer here through Dark. You're going to see both players cross and then the track back. Exotic, Promar again have to work with the duo. Cammy surprising them, or is he? Wow, gunfight wins massive for SFT. Whoa. I mean, it's one of those things you feel like if you're Boston, just kind of receive the retake first, but a little bit of exploration comes out and Boston Academy get punished for it.
Yeah, they just try to send it on them, catch them off guard, but Space Taco were ready with the pre-aims, ready with the crossfires. As they found that kill onto Cammy, they also shut down Yeez on the deep clinch as well, so they don't allow that cruise missile to be earned. As Space Fist Taco successful on the B retake. Finally get around on the board, but they have to have a response here on their attacks, because Boston Academy, they've had the same defensive setup. 2 players, at least Shawnee over towards the right street, Yeez contesting over towards Broken, and Pentagram and Cammy working side by side through the middle of the map. Got to find an opening, and you got to find it quick.
Quick hit. This time, red once again by Pro Amar. And, I mean, it's one of those things, like, Pentagram gets seen on that exact same route last time around. It feels like Boston are saying maybe we can teamwork him out of that position for an isolated 1v1, but that just felt almost too easy for a first blood. Now Exotic through A Street will find a second. Cammy kind of on his lonesome, just playing the backside of the tank. Yeez, good follow-up, though. Creates an opportunity for Boston to work back into this round.
Interception's trying to find the time here. Unfortunately, he chooses wrong as Cammy makes it a 2v2. Now that bomb is down on that A site. You have everything that you need if you are Boston Academy. Buddy system in towards the cafe. Cammy's going to be able to find his second on the round. What was just a 4v2 is now a 1v2. Make it a 1v1!
Oh!
Wow, ProMR with the snap. What a play out of him to clutch up on the round. I didn't even think that was possible.
No. And I think these last couple of shots is just, these are the last 2 bullets in the clip. 3. He had 3.
3.
I mean, golly, talk about drama. Wow. That is unbelievable for ProMR. And a round that Boston was in a 2v4 and thought, well, hey, maybe a second, we win this round. But not to be, and now ProMR is off the ace on 4.
Oh, man, what a clutch out of this young man. This guy does that to me in ranked, and now he's doing it here on the big stage. Finds himself 4 in the previous round, and now all the confidence is on his side. 2 rounds in a row for Space Fist Taco. Got trophy systems to work with. Early information gained from ProMR. Pressure's probably coming towards speed. Yep, let's just back down with our life.
Yeah. Again, Welly watching the cross. Stun doesn't fully get in towards Dark. Gives Welly a look at 2 players. Late trophy system plays for Boston. They'll get into construction, but again, it's kind of the same setup here for Space Fish Taco defensively. ProMR working with Exotic. Pentagram committed for the bomb plant, but the trophy gets deleted, and the Semtex lands perfectly, followed by the headshots from ProMR. He's on 5, and SFT, they're starting to really put together some solid defense.
And now it's Yeez and Shawnee left to try to clutch on up. Yeez is going to be one shot. You give the call to your teammate, you send it on him. And now Welly has Shawnee trapped in towards the mannequin. It was a quick 3 rounds for Boston Academy to start this S&D, but a quick response from Space Fist Taco to find 3 of their own. Great plays on that defensive setup around B. They're just giving it up. They're using attacks. They're using the guns to blow up the trophy systems. And then they're just finding openings with those tacks. Great retake right there. Out of Space Fist Taco to tie the game up at 3, and now it's ProMR's turn to potentially earn the cruise.
Yeah. How big this could be in terms of a swing after 3 convincing rounds for Boston. I won't say that they're as convincing for SFT, but ProMR has definitely been every definition of the word. Long-range shots with Pentagram, not really the fight he wants, so he'll back off. And Welly this time does hit the mantle. Again, this has been kind of a mental warfare game between him and Yeez. You got to keep in mind, it's a rival 9 in the hand of Yeez, and he does give it a second look, but Welly will push him off. Also confirms that Cammy's playing through Dark, and that may be enough for SFT to start hitting the triggers to make a move over towards A.
Yeah, that's a lot of info. Game.
Yeah.
There's 2 players already pushed out towards the back right. At least 1 through the middle of the cut. We can eliminate this player on the A side, which is most likely going to be Pentagram. We stand a good chance of getting this bomb down as they're now winding up for the push. Double nades coming in towards the middle tank. You're going to force Cammy to reposition. But Cammy finds the first blood. Pentagram with the second. They might have just shut it all down.
Yeah, very well may have. Deception's Welly going to have to team up here in this 2v3. Again, the options towards B don't look particularly great. If Deceptions can somehow pop the door and find this kill on a Pentagram, it would help the effort a ton, but that was a 50-50 guess, and he guessed incorrectly. Still nearly pulled a little 180 on it, but not to beat. Welly now by himself, caught mid-map as Pentagram will take down the final 2.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Boston Academy to stop the bleeding. Stay strong on that defensive setup. Yeez did also a great job of just finessing around Broken. The fact that he was able to get out with his life with Sam Welly, I thought he found the timing jumping into top Broken, but like you said, the Rava 9 versus the MCW up close, yeah, we're able to hit a couple dance moves to get on out. That eventually leads to Boston Academy staying strong on the defensive side. It's now to go back to the attack. You shut down the cruise missile out of ProMR as well. And now you just got to do what you do best, and that's just make sure you spread the map. Don't let anyone get aggressive, but then the late play call has to be a lot better.
Yeah.
Trophy systems got to get put in a better position as well.
Very calm across invasion. No one really making a move, just looking for any info, and maybe Exotic crossing from car to car over towards bridge has been seen by Shawnee. Boston's starting to posture at mid-map, maybe anticipating a hit through mid. Stun will land onto Welly. Semtex not fully hitting, and that's enough for Welly to pop over, make sure he's not being challenged, and he will push off threat. And that will mean that Pentagram will have to be the one to kind of spark things here over towards A with the help of Shawnee.
Hey, you just got to figure out Deception's corner this time around, because he switched it up again. As Boston Academy are trying to take mid-tank. Trying to isolate Welly, but Welly's not giving up anything. They're just going to slide out towards the bomb. They find a trade onto Deceptions. Now it's a 3v3, and they take mid-tank control. Instant 2v2.
And go figure, it's Promar and Exotic again by themselves defensively. 2v2 situation. Bomb being planted. Shawnee will get this off, and as Promar tried to cross on this waterside street, he gets the first Exotic. No! Holy smokes! The first one, fine. It's a gunfight, but Shawnee pops up, I imagine pretty unexpectedly, and Exotic still finds a way to lock down the shots. I mean, we'll see it, I'm sure, in the final kill cam. This has got to be impressive.
It definitely is, because I'm telling you right now, Shawnee catching him off guard should have won that gunfight. But Exotic is just simply twisted. The fact that he's able to hit the snap onto Shawnee. Don't think we're going to get blessed with that final kill cam, but we all know that was John Exotic to the fullest. So he ends that round on 3 in a row. Yeah, look at your teammates. Get a pat on the back. Yeah, great job, buddy. All tied up at 4 now. Back on the attacking side they go.
That's unbelievable. Here we go. Boston Academy setting up a bit of a different defense this time. Shawnee playing by himself over towards A. A double stack on the mid-tank here. And Yeez, who's often the one playing forward defensively, has put a trophy system down aggressively, but is playing deep into the site. So Welly will be trying to find information on Yeez for a while, I imagine. This is going to be a slow round.
Yeah, this is slow and steady wins the race. You see Welly slowly trying to work his way up through Broken. Make sure he stuns out. Gets early info onto Cam. He's going to be able to back him down, but able to spot Yeez as well. All right, that's a lot of information gained. You might have to isolate this player over towards cages.
Yeah, and all it took was 1 stun, so now you may have some extra utility to get Yeez completely isolated. Follow-up is here. Welly finds first blood. Yeez clean through the first. Clean through the second. Goodness gracious. Semtex out. And that will be enough as Welly's also putting together one hell of a round, by the way. I mean, it's just been hard to really talk about it with Yeez popping off, but he's found 3 in the round. And the one committed to the bomb plant as Shawnee has to navigate a 1v2.
Oh, yeah. Exotic's just throwing shoulders, just keeping him at bay. Keeping Shawnee on this side of the map. It's going to be about 20 seconds before he even get close over to the B bomb. Exotic still just throwing his life around. Finessing, shoulder, dance move too good. He's one hell of a salsa dancer. He sets up Welly to find the final kill. And that's just got to be so annoying if you're Shawnee. We're talking about the bomb going down B. Okay, cool. This guy's not going to go assist his teammate. He's just going to keep me at bay the entirety of the time. So eventually set up Welly to find a final kill. Does he earn an ace on that round? Because I'm pretty sure he just took over there.
Yeah, he got all 4. It was just hard to keep track of because the magic that Yeez is putting together was really stealing the show. But, well, he cleaned everything else up around it and then found a way to get the last 2. So 5-4 map point. Exotic and Welly keeping some heavy streaks alive as Exotic will go over towards the water bridge. Welly, with the trophy system down, will play aggressively on top of tank. Everything else pretty much as usual across the board on both sides.
Yeah, Boston Academy cannot afford to make a mistake. They cannot afford to get first blooded here. So they're just going to go back to old reliable. Apply a lot of pressure through the middle of the map and potentially set up Yeez to go on that deep pinch. But you see the setup from Safe's Taco. You're holding down the right street. Deceptions has a different angle at that A-bomb. And just going back and forth is Sam Welly as he catches the timing, finds the first blood.
Welly over the top. Oh, my. I mean, you don't need it, but you can call it if you want it. Yeez now at mid-map. Cruise missile has been earned. Could be a get out of jail free card for round 11 if Yeez were to somehow pull off this 1v4, but I mean, this would be a miracle. 35 seconds on the clock. Well, he's seen him. Shots are clean, but needed one more bullet maybe to finish off the kill. So Yeez will be allowed to pick up an MCW, get the regen, likely also get the bomb. But, I mean, there's just so many question marks here. Polamar's shots good enough to once again push him back. And this would have to be a plant 1v3 from here. And there's just surely there's just no way SHG allow this to happen. And they won't. Okay. Wow. I mean, first 3 rounds, Jay, it looks like Boston's about to just sprint to a 6-0.
Yeah.
They only get 1 since then.
That was just insane plays out of Spacious Taco. Obviously, Pro Amar had himself one hell of a map where you talk about all the clutches that he had to whip out. But towards the very end of the game, we're talking about Exotic winning some insane 2v1 gunfights, insane 1v1 gunfights. Welly took over in that final moments of that search and destroy. finds himself on 6 or 7 in a row to close out that game. Spaces Taco just were a lot better. They clutched up in the rounds that they needed to. The adjustments that needed to come in after that, multiple first bloods from them. Sam Willie even starts it off in that final round by throwing a smoke at his feet and walking through it to find 2. Like, you just simply don't make plays at that, especially when you got an AR in your hand. But Space Fish Taco, they are just coming out swinging. We were gassing the hell out of Boston Academy before this series starts because there was not a single team who even got close to touching them. But this squad is turning a lot of heads right now. Now they find themselves up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, it is one of those situations that, again, it just feels like SFT came into this very confident of what Boston was going to do. I mean, if you were even just to break down the mind games early from the Boston defense, which found the last time we watched them tons of success off of Yee's forward positioning, he doesn't really get much at all in the first 30 seconds of these rounds defensively for Boston, mostly because Welly is the one guarding him, saying, you're not going to get through me. I'm going to throw stuns to make sure you're not pushing any further than broken. He kind of selects where the line in the sand is drawn and then holds it almost every single time. And then after that, when Yeez is a non-factor, the rest of SFT are just getting aggressive. I mean, outside of this moment, this was really the only major impact that we saw from Yeez in a defensive moment, it felt like.
Yeah, they didn't even contest him on that B site. They were more focused on, let's go towards Cafe. We know that Shawnee loves to play towards the left street. Pentagram is going to be the player all around that A site. We eliminate one of those guys, we're going to open up the bomb plant for free every single time. Like you said, they were not contesting Yeez over towards B until one of those final rounds. Even with Yeez finding 2, they just had more bodies to send it on them and eventually clutch up on the round. That was just great search and destroy from Space Fish Taco to roll with the punches. Even being down 0-3, they were making the adjustments after that. Like, okay, they're taking ground here. They're taking mid-map ground. They're also deciding to get aggressive up through the right street. I think if you were Boston Academy, though, you just had to go back to the defaults. We saw a lot of different plays on the defensive side where Shawnee decides to push up Water Street, gives up a free first blood. Like, at that point, you're up 3-0. Forced them to beat you by simply getting the bomb down.
Just those mental games were not able to come through. Those adaptations and adjustments just a little bit too slow, and Space Fish Taco find themselves now up 2-0 as we head to our mid-series break. We got Invasion Control, which I imagine will be brought to us by a Twitch POV. If you're joining us here late, Codcaster is broken inside of Control, so we will not be able to cast it as normal. So we'll hopefully just have a chance to look in with one of the players as they play through map number 3. But regardless of what happens next, we'll head to a break, come back with some Control. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. Very quick control, and as you can tell by the map count up top, it was Boston who took the invasion control 3-0, and here's a look over the scoreboard at the
Damn!
4?
4? So we giving out here, Allen. There's 4 people on your team, not 4 kills. You didn't get in the whole map. Obviously, they got slammed on that map number 3. Boston Academy came alive. It wasn't even like someone else had a stellar performance in the opposing end. It was just great teamwork for Boston Academy, especially to win in 3-0 on a map like Invasion. I'm really curious if they were the team on the attacking side first and they walked away with 2 attacks, or if they were the team at least walking away with 1 attack and 2 defense. I think it was the second one. 2 defense and 1 attack probably got the job done there.
And 4? I mean,
yeah. Nah, he wasn't playing. All good. He was not playing.
Wild.
He was not playing. It's all right.
We'll say it looked like on the scoreboard big maps out of both Pentagram and Sam Welly, though, on opposite ends of the spectrum. So something to kind of keep our eye on as we look over what's to come. We have a Skid Row hardpoint at least, and then a high-rise search and destroy. And I emphasize the at least because, let's be honest, Jay, Boston Academy on Skid Row hardpoint would have me shaking in my shoes. And I'm sure most of the Challengers players out there would likely agree, especially if your main SMG is coming off of 4.
Yeah, that's tough.
Gotta have more.
Yeah, that's tough, Alan. You can't have 4, especially going into a map 4 on Skid Row where the ARs didn't really perform the best for Boston Academy on map number 1. But after getting a clean 3-0, momentum is there. The gunnies are now warmed up. And if you're simply losing rotations on a map like Skid Row, like we saw in our very first series today, you will get blown out. So Boston Academy, this series is far from over. We didn't get to see that map number 3, but they walked through that one with ease. Now they go into a Skid Row HP where they're feeling super confident to try to force a game 5.
I like that call. And hey, if we do get to a high rise, we'll talk about it, of course, more when if we get there. But I will say for Boston, you're probably feeling pretty good about these next 2 maps just based on your chances and what we've seen kind of in the past. So yeah, that's definitely leads to the prospects of not just potentially a map 5, but also what could very well be a very possible, if not plausible, reverse sweep just based on what we've seen to this point. So here we go. We'll kind of take a look to see what has to offer here. It's just one of those things, like coming off of a dominant map, that is like the immediate regain tool, right? I mean, you've got your ARs popping off, your SMGs are finding lots of value. If your Pentagram's finding 24, I think it was 24 and 13. So if that's the value you're getting out of Pentagram on a map like Invasion Control, I imagine he'll be one of those players to keep an eye on as we start to look towards a Skid Row hardpoint. I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped.
And you're definitely happy as hell if you're Boston Academy, because now you're more focused on setting up your SMGs for success. Those first 3 maps are all about the ARs. They didn't perform the best. But on a map like Skid Row, your SMGs really do set the tone. Obviously, for P2s and P5s, you might need to whip out a 3rd AR in some of those aspects. But I just think if you are Boston Academy, even though you're currently down 2-1 in this series, everything that you've shown for us all throughout this elite has been you've been able to perform with your backs against the wall. Does not matter. So now you're down 2-1. You're going into a Skid Row HP. I'm really curious if they're the team that started off on the preferred side as well, because if you allow them to break it towards P1 and win the rotation towards P2, they might find themselves up by 100-0 right off the rip of the game.
We've seen that before. I mean, we had like, what, a 90-13 point game at one of the matches we had to start. So yeah, definitely possible. And with these 2 teams, it definitely feels like it's definitely something to keep, under the grips of what you have to offer here over the first hard point. And yeah, look at the breakoff. Boston spawning from the unfavored side. We'll just kind of immediately go over towards P1. A little bit of focus over towards tunnel side. Welly for the first blood. Pentagram sneaks in towards fire. He knows there's another player nearby, if not maybe 2. And yep, he'll find the first. Does he get the expectation onto Welly? Maybe, but the pistol too strong, and Welly's off to a 3-0 start.
Oh, and if you are Spacious Tacos, this is the perfect way to start the game. You're spawning all of Boston Academy over towards the God Sets. You already have a player in Exotic thinking about that rotation over towards P2. Boston Academy at least trying to take care of him while they're taking care of P1, but they get caught off guard. Clean, 4 dead in the feed. Spacious Taco potentially walk away with at least 35 to 40 seconds at the P1. No, the player does challenge Pro Amar, so that's going to be Boston Academy potentially walking away with the final 15, but they have the numbers. They're trying to keep up the aggression to potentially spawn a couple players out, make it a little bit easier off this break.
Well, they've done well to get these reads to this point. We're going to get a 2v2 at long range over the top of the second hard point. Promar just able to wiggle his way to the bottom side of the hard point. Deception's mid-map. SMG in hand. We'll catch this mostly by behind, and that's Yee's last one up, and okay. Deception's off to a much better start here in the hard point. Already matching his control kills through the first hard point change, and he's not done.
Oh!
A little bit of help from Big Exotic keeps him from finding his 4th straight kill, and Welly, well, he's not really there in a position to fully pick up the pinch, and that actually leads to Boston spawning tunnel with kills to boot.
Oh, but look at that spawn right there for Deceptions. Instantly puts itself in a crossfire, but gets nothing done with it.
No.
So Boston Academy, they find the break with about 25 seconds left. That's a much-needed break at that. And already off the station is going to be Shawnee, who's currently on a 4 streak. Potentially find a cruise missile. He can find the next couple of kills, but his teammates are doing a great job of controlling the old hill, controlling top mid, spawning all of Space Fist Tacos over towards God Steps. Can Shawnee line up at least 2 kills to earn a cruise?
It's the first one off the reload, stalls the pistol out. He's got time to reload, but he knows that someone's nearby, and it is Deceptions. Here comes the move from him, and Deceptions will put him down, so the 6 kill not earned cruise missile will be paused, at least for now. Spacefish Taco, after faulting on the hold of P2, will break through early to win this rotation to 3. Pro Omar checking every angle, just comes behind Yeez before he was ready to hit this pinch, and that's perfect for SFT timing-wise to get the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's perfect. And now with that player Sam Willie spawning towards the top mid, you got to know one player is flanking through Laundry. They pick up Pentagram. Last 2 players contesting from the front end. You're able to shut down the first, shut down the second. Deceptions answering back. 9 and 5 start on another 4 streak in this map number 4, trying to close out the series here as they find themselves off the rotation over towards the bathroom. Over towards the barbershop.
Yeah.
Sam Welly trying to hold down God Steps, but he does fall, so it should be Boston Academy trying to fight back to this game, winning the rotation to next.
Just comes down to who gets this read on the tunnel push. Pentagram is in position for it. Cammy backs up over towards the heady. Really solid read here for Boston Academy. But the threat from the front is just a bit of a pause here, because SFT are starting to work with some stuff around the back, and Deceptions finding a kill means that all of a sudden here comes the break attempt from both sides at once. Yeez can only do so much. Shawnee off his spawn, trying to be a contestant, but he's not able to do too much, and once again, SFT just find a really clean break.
That's just too easy. The fact that Deceptions is able to walk out tunnel and kill the guy on God Steps, like that simply cannot happen, because there was pressure from every single angle, but Boston Academy, they're right back in it. Well, he does take down 2 with an 8, but it's still in favor of Boston Academy, walking away with the time. But you see those spawns now for Space Fist Tacos. They're going to be able to set up properly for that P5. You can walk away with this final 20. We're more focused on the 60. Is now Boston Academy forced to break it.
And the whole thing here is, can SFT just do a little bit better of a job managing expectations on some of these individual players, because there were a couple of very, I will say, liberal routes being taken in that P2 setup that kind of avoided the setup that you normally would see in what is likely often the full 60. Kind of the same situation here for now. P2 position's been given up. Shawnee playing over to the bottom. Welly taking his focus over towards ticket side. His teammates are going to spawn inside of garage. Very awkward setup here from SFT. Welly, last one left. He's got another burner. Oh, 5 almost transfers down for the 6. Not quite able to finish the kill onto Yeez. Exotic right back in will secure the trade, and SFT will retain the hill.
Yeah, Welly did just enough. Just finding 2, allowing his teammates to get back to him. All they need to do is find the trade on the last player on the point.
Yeah.
And they do so. Now they're holding on. Boston Academy currently have P2 control. They have somewhat ticking control. They're setting up the pitches, but now again in a situation where they have to eliminate the final player, they do so. So the final 20 is going to be Boston's. How aggressive does Pro Omar decide to be on it? He's going to contest it at least for a little bit, but they're more focused on setting up around the P1. Going to contest for this final 10. That's going to be theirs, but now you're just playing your corners because you're in a man disadvantage. Actually, a man advantage as you find all the kills.
Yeah, and it's just, again, these individual routes that are being taken by Boston are just getting read just a little bit sooner than maybe we would normally expect. It just always feels like when Boston make plays like this, they're catching their opponents off guard, but SFT are getting in position and not over-challing anything. They're just holding corners and waiting for Boston to kind of put their aggression right into their web that they've spun. Exotic taken down, but Romar right there to pick things up. Very chaotic kill feed, and the only one left standing over the top of the hard point is Shawnee. He'll jump on it.
Yeah, he spots his teammate spawning right in front of him, double doors, so they have to be behind me. We have to walk away with this 30 seconds. If you are Boston Academy, we have to be thinking, though, about that P2. As that's 2 kills going in favor of Space Fist Tacos. Make it 3. Last player up is Shawnee. He falls. Now all of Boston Academy spawning on the back foot. It's going to be a free rotation for Space Fish Tacos over towards the next. Final 15 might be yours, but it's Space Fish Taco again, setting up for the future.
Yeah. Going to be challenged a little bit here by Boston. 1 player through tunnel, 1 through garage, 1 through thicket. It just comes down to, again, how the individual gunfights happen. And the focus is a little bit split here for SFT. He's trying to slide forward, but Exotic is just barely able to catch him for the hard point open. So now Shawnee's kind of isolated. Although, once again, Boston got to get blessed with a couple of spawns up top towards tunnel thanks to the kills that come through. It's just Exotic and Welly trying to hold, and oh my goodness, I'm telling you, Jay, this guy has to be next up. Sam Welly is frying in this series.
Bro, he's 23 and 13. It was a 2v4 to hold down P2, and he found 3 kills to make it happen.
Unreal.
Now it's Pro MR's turn to find 3 of his own. There's been 30 uncontested seconds so far. Boston Academy have not had an answer. They're going to be forced to try to break in on again, and Deception makes them pay for it. Now with only 20 seconds left, they're going to breach that 200 port mark, but you're already having a player off the rotation. They are just steps ahead right now in HP.
Absolutely the case. Slow game. We'll just call it a bad game from Yeez. 9 and 20. We're on the other side. Deception has really picked things up. 18 and 16 for his team. We already talked about how well he's just shooting everything and getting away with murder on the map. Boston down and down big. Have to find a way to hold here and rotate to even have a chance of us saying the word comeback at this point.
Yeah, they got to figure it out. And it has to start by winning a couple of fights, but none of them go in their favor. Cammy's only able to find one. Well, the rest of his teammates fall, but Deception playing up close and personal is at least able to find one. Now you're setting up your teammates to get the trades. He's just going to walk right on in and find 3. That's a big individual play coming in out of that young man to lead to Boston Academy, potentially walking away with this final 30. But Spacious Tacos must have like 7 people on the map because they're always contesting. Doesn't matter how many kills Boston Academy get.
Yeah, it really does feel like someone comes off spawn and they're already in the hard point. It's just they're moving so quickly. Kills getting traded back and forth. Shawnee, once again, one of the last ones standing, but this time he had just enough help from Pentagram to secure the kill, and with that, the scrap time. Now the battle goes towards rotation. Boston, again, also having numbers here. Cammy winning a key opening gunfight. Yee's trying to get a read on where SFT are spawning and how they're trying to approach this new hard point. Oh, they're getting all the kills as well, so Boston Academy, a full 60 can be the response for you to get right back into this game. As they're just going to be ready for the push. They know that no one's attacking through tunnel. They have to be going around the back end, but Pentagram's just keeping these guys at bay through top mid too long to allow the pitch to come on in. That's 3 kills in favor of Space Fist Tacos. Whoa!
All in the hands of Yeez as he only is able to get down 2. The break comes in. He almost just made a godly play, though.
I mean, that was like a carousel, just around in circles. 1 kill from the front, 1 kill from the back, almost another. But it does create enough space and opportunity for Boston to re-break through. This is the game right here, though. This rotation, it is absolutely everything. Pinstripe kill feed. Numbers favoring the rotation towards SFT, and Exotic takes care of Cammy, who was the last contestant from Boston Academy. Now, all of a sudden, you have to break down a heavy stack setup if you're Boston if you want to try to extend this map.
And you have to do it quick, too. Because every kill that you don't get, closer and closer to that 250 point mark. Space Fist Tacos come too. They're already breached 230. Deception finds the first kill, and the player pushes through garage. And now you have the perfect setup. Watching the push through ticket side. Promar is able to take down 2, make it 3 dead. This is GG.
Absolutely. Now Deception's just putting a little bit more pain here down at the end. Pro Amar set up for another double. I mean, we talked about how Boston and Respawn, no one really trifled with them at all this season, but Spacefish Taco just put everyone on notice. 250, 185 in the first, and almost the exact same scoreline here on Skid Row. Holy cow, these guys came to play today.
And this is what I love about the Elite. Just a bunch of unknown names that are trying to work their way up to be more known. You're taking out a Boston Academy team who were flawless throughout this Elite. 7-0. Like I said, 20-4 map count. But you handle them with ease.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Welly, he had himself an MVP performance. We're talking about every single map. He was putting up numbers. Even in the Search and Destroy, he put up numbers. That was just an absolute takeover from start to finish from that young man. As Spacious Taco walk away with this series in a clean 3-1. They are moving on to the grand finals, which is going to be tomorrow. But if you are Boston Academy, that one's got to sting. You were flawless all the way up to this stage. And today you decide to not really play your best Call of Duty, and it comes back to bite you. Now you have to try to make it back through the losers.
Absolutely the case. The only bit of good news here for Boston is they don't have to immediately bounce to the lower bracket and play tonight, because I imagine that it's not going to feel very good.
Yeah.
To what was very good hardpoint maps for Boston through the groups and the playoffs to this point, going that awry. But, I mean, if contracts aren't in the mail for Welly, I don't know what to say, man. I mean, it's like not just this series. He's been unbelievable based on what we've seen all group stage long. I mean, we don't have the opportunity to like track what his full stats were through the group stage, but I have to imagine he was like a 1.5 every time he was on broadcast.
He's just been so consistent. Like, and this is a guy who I've gotten more familiar just simply casting the Elite, just watching this guy play for the opportunities that we had. He's always putting on a show. One of the most consistent ARs that we have in this Elite so far. And if he continues to play like that, without question, his phone is going to be ringing here pretty soon. There's a lot of teams in the CDL who could potentially use a player like that.
Absolutely. And he's flexible, man. It's not just ARs.
Yeah.
He gets it done with the SMG too. So here's a look back over the series. Again, I mean, the 250 to 185s in this game on those maps is pretty darn convincing. And then for them to put out, after an 0-3 start in the invasion, a 6-4 tally, really, really impressive stuff. So with that, that is the end of the upper bracket sided matchups. Boston will wait to play tomorrow in the lower finals. But coming up next, still one more matchup. The Houston Spartans and Convoy Gaming playing in their next up matches. And I will say, I mean, this Houston Spartans team is absolutely for real. A good 3-0 versus Lord Gaming. Even though they did lose 0-3 to Boston, all three maps were really, really close last week.
Oh, yeah.
So this is about to be a banger matchup, Jay.
Oh, yeah. I cannot wait for this final matchup to be abound. Obviously, Houston Spartans, they're walking away with a clean 3-0. Convoy, they had it all the way in the game number 5. But it's been quite some time since both of these teams have played, so hopefully the gunny is still hot.
We'll see. We're going to head to a break, get everything set up for the maps, picks, and bans, and then hopefully jump into map number 1 without too much delay. One more series tonight, friends. Don't go far. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. We are good to go for our final series of the evening. And Jay, you said you needed a little burst of energy. Well, not only do we have a hell of a matchup, but I'm good to go, baby.
Oh, baby.
Monster energy. We are pumped, laced up, and ready to see some Houston Spartans versus Convoy Gaming. Let's get at it.
Yeah, I don't got none of that, man. All I got is some bottles of water over here, so it's all natural for me. But as we take a look at the maps the most between these two teams that we have in our hands, Houston Spartan obviously going up against Convoy Gaming. We got Invasion followed by a high rise, Karachi in the middle, Sub Base at map number 4, and then an Invasion Search and Destroy to close this one out. I really like this map set. This is like slow off the beginning, then it gets mixy towards the middle, and then another really, really slow map in the game 5 just in case we get there.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at what Convoy played in their matchup versus FaZe Black, I mean, the Sub Base is still in there. You've got the high-rise Search and Destroy in the same spot for map number 2, and then really everything else is kind of unique. We did see a little bit out of Houston when it came down to them playing on Invasion in particular, so there are some elements there built in for them too. So it kind of feels like just looking at the map veto process based on what we've seen so far this evening and over the course of the last couple of weeks now. This really should be a series that both teams are happy to see certain maps and maybe not as happy to see others. Like, there's good pros and cons, I think, for both of these two teams.
I'm just happy we don't have to see a high-rise control. And I'm pretty sure if you're Convoy Gaming, you're happy as hell you don't have to see that one either. But as we already into the map number 1, it's an all-out mix fest from Convoy Gaming. As they start off on the preferred side, they're getting an initial peep one time. The ARs are just flying right through the hill. As they walk away with at least 9 seconds, the Houston Spartans are going to be able to at least apply pressure through the middle of the map. They're more focused on setting them up properly for that right street, maintaining that broken control. You can already see the spawn starting to flip for Convoy.
Yeah, whoa, okay. This is actually really clean, though, from Houston. There's a moment in there where you start to think, this is going to lead to some really tricky spawns, but the follow-up kills kind of make all of a sudden Convoy start to panic a little bit, just with the fact that a lot of time has been earned, plus you got to stretch across the map, and when when the panic starts to set in, the kills are there to follow. Dylan Rex, last one really left in line over towards this last street, and as he drops, we'll have a 50-50 battle for new.
And if you're Convoy, at least you're on the preferred side. You want to trap them in towards the backside of Palace. If you can find these kills, that makes it a lot easier. And now your next line of defense is taking down Spart. He does fall. You do have a player going on the pinch as well, with a couple players from Convoy Gaming spawning over towards Palace. I don't know if they're going to be able to get a read on this quick enough. Dylan Rex finds one on the pinch. Fire finds 2. Last player up is going to be Dave Patty through the backside. Too many stuns. Not many trophy systems as the break comes in for Houston.
From the front now, it's just down to how does this hit start to develop and how many players does Convoy choose to send, especially with Yuli dropping on this little mini pinch through mid. And okay, now you gotta chalk it. I mean, there's just no way you get here, right? Surely. I mean, there's more kills coming through for Fire. And we heard all the stories about how he has looked unbelievably different in this game. Haven't had a lot of time to watch him to this point, but right there, great moment to kind of showcase his potential.
Yeah, already sitting at 7-4. I know I gassed this young man up because I did play rank play with him, and he was an unbelievable kind of player. Like, literally Jesus Christ on the map. So sitting at 7-4 is a good way to start, as they find 50 seconds off the first 2 HPs, but now off the rotation. It's about sniffing out Convoy setup. A little bit of a miscue right there from Spart to stop shooting, but he sets up Fire to find that kill. Now you have a couple players from Convoy spawning all the way across the map, so you have the positioning. You just got to get towards the hill if you are Houston.
Prelude, he was trying to walk his way up Water Street. He looked backwards to kind of give us the assumption that maybe he thought that someone spawned out, but didn't see Dave. So now all of a sudden Dave is holding the long water route. What looked to be possibly kind of chaos starting to build towards the front of the hill has instantly been managed by Convoy, and they will take their lead with still 25 seconds to fight.
Yeah, they did a good job of just blocking that gas spawn, making sure they were watching that overextension, and Donnie Temp doing his best job of just soaking the hill as much as he possibly can. This has been a full 60 response from Convoy. Because now with only 15 seconds left, Houston Spartans are forced now to give that one up. Fight for that map control, and it all starts by pushing out that left street. Big gunfight win comes in from Spart, but you do not want to be spawning over towards Palace. You got to try to push through.
Real in a position maybe to catch anyone if they overextend here at P4. But I love this from Houston. Not really playing for the right side of the map immediately. Just set up where you find yourself, try to win the gunfights, and then use those kills as a way to move across the map. And that's exactly what's trying to come through. But good trades from Convoy means that we've got, again, just, flip a coin, roll a dice spawns here at Palace. And Convoy take the routes a little bit more diligently to kind of convert on the parallels and make their move across the map.
Yeah, and Donnie Temp now in a situation where 3 players spawn right in front of him over towards the Palace. He cannot get Eddie before he falls. Still have one player in Yuli, spawns behind him at Palace. It's just an all-out mix fest.
it really
Head
is.
towards the Palace side. Not a single squad is fighting for any of this P4 time. They're just more focused on maintaining the map control. So Dylan Rex is trying to stay alive in towards Cafe, but once he falls, Convoy now have the free roam to rotate over towards the right street and set up for the next hill.
They'll get there first, but Prolute again finding himself kind of caught between, well, I was going to say a rock and a hard place here. He's got players above him and one behind, but Rex picks up 2 real just in the nick of time, making sure this hit from the front could still try to produce something. But the kills for Convoy really clean. Rex try to sneak around the back, touches the hard point. I'm sure it makes Convoy be a little confused for a moment, but they're quick to figure out where he's positioned, but not quick to secure the kill. Finally, he drops, but that's enough time here for Houston to try to hit this from the back again.
Yeah, at least you have those close spawns if you are Houston. Just got to keep them off of the hill, and they're doing a great job of doing so. All of Convoy trying to time the nades, trying to time the stuns. Finally, a nade connects onto fire, blows up the car. Gets him off of that time, but with only 23 seconds left, if you're Convoy, you want to maintain this side of the map, basically trap all of Houston towards the backside of the gas. They find a couple kills. They're going to potentially walk away with this final 20. You see those spawns for Houston over towards that gas side. They're forced to now try to break back in.
This is a game of tug of war right here, Jay. I mean,
it
is.
is.
Legitimately,
Yeah, it is.
no one has had a solid hold really anywhere except for P3. So, yeah, we're going to exit this rotation at around a 30-point game, but I mean, you look across the scoreboards, the KDs, I mean, this is about as even as we've seen so far to this point.
It definitely has been, and keep in mind also that game clock might come into play.
True.
It's 2:40 remaining. You know we have another poor P4 to work with, so neither one of the squads are going to be playing for majority of that time as Convoy find 3 in the feed. Now they know all of Houston are going to be spawning toward the backside of Mannequin. Dave Patty being the aggressor, trying to create layers as he finds another one, runs out of bullets. Yeah, we got time to reload. Just sitting at 15-9, all ready to start. As Convoy have been great at this P1. Simply uncontested if you are too real.
Dude,
oh my God.
Dave is just doing whatever he wants. And it's an element we talk about often, and you kind of put a pin in this because we'll talk about it more, but this is another one of those games where you look at Dave, you look at those aggressive routes. That's not something that he's ever really done before when he played for teams like Florida. He was always kind of that pin-up, stay-back AR. But this game, he's been getting active, and he's creating that extra layer, that extra space. And now Convoy has gained a lot of separation, not just with the time earned on P1, but they will rotate into construction first as well.
Yeah, now they're the initial team soaking away this P2 time. You have one player in Fire 40 working around the back end. He's able to take down 2, so the pinch is going to be there. But the spawns, you do not want those if you are Houston. But now all of Convoy are going to spawn right in front of him. A team kill comes in. Last player is Zuli. He does fall, so they flip right on back. You would take that if you're Convoy because it could have got really out of hand there.
Yeah, it really could have. Still plenty of time to fight for here. This feels almost exactly like it did when we were here last. This time, though, Convoy are finding success from the front. Spart tagged up. Trophy system was already fading away. Still finds that into 1 kill. Maybe gets the second off the regen. Oh my goodness, with the help from Prolute. They just need to find 1 more off the reload. Spart, good damage. Wants the kill and converts it. 5 in a row for Spart. And the Houston Spartans are right back in this game.
And now they have the numbers off the rotation as well. You have a couple players from Convoy spawn all the way towards Palace. If you win this one-on-one in the hill, that's a crucial play. But Dave Patty off spawn catches 1, 2 real catches a second. Now you have a deep corner from Yuli, making sure no one overextends. So Convoy looking to repeat a full 60 again at the bathroom.
Split spawn situation, though, at the moment. Dave doing a really nice job of just trying to play his life and hold off this Spartans re-break attempt. And he's done well. First 30 seconds largely tallied by Convoy, and now at what looked to be a comeback moment for Houston gets completely thrown aside. We're dealing with the potential of a 100-point game. Unless the Spartans can break, it's Prolute, little 1v1 here with 2 real. Stun lands, stuck in the corner, pistol out.
Oh, man.
Okay. Must have had a little bit of help there. It's a team nade from Temp, but all things told, Convoy still come away with the W on the hard point.
Yeah, that's basically a full 60 that you walk away with. If you don't allow any time to go the opposing way, unless it's going to be Spart walking away with that final 5. But now if you're Houston Spartans, you are forced to make a decision. We have to now play for that P4 time while we're finding the kills through the middle of the map. All of Convoy at least putting themselves on the preferred side over towards the mannequins. And now Dylarex forced to play nice and slow in towards the cafe. A team kill is going to assist him.
And I don't know if this is a diligent call from Dave Patty or not, but he could have jumped to the hard point and chose not to. So, I mean, because the thing is, Houston has to get on. You let another 40 seconds go. We're dealing with 45 seconds with a game clock and a 75-point gap. So if that was a diligent, actually directed call by Dave, that's brilliant. Because not only does he keep the game clock ticking, he also came away with 2 kills.
And they find all of the kills still in the middle of the map. Prolute's the final player up. All of Houston Spartans are getting the preferred spawns, but they're just simply not getting on the hill. Convoy, no sweat off the brows. They're holding Top American. They're holding that back Heglitch wall.
Unreal.
They're cutting down every single player from Houston. Finally, Fire is able to get a kill on the board, but it's instantly traded by Dave Patty. Now you can flip those spawns as Convoy spawn over towards Mannequin. They're still finding kills around in the middle of the map. That was just like a perfect P4,
Yep.
just simply not allowed them to get any time.
And it's, again, it's one of those things that you are up by 80 points. There's no need for you to get into the hard point and stop off the game clock. You're adding another element towards what your win condition can be here if you're Convoy. Really big heads-up play as Dave just continues to rip apart the Houston Spartans. Falls on another 4 spree. 27 and 18. 2 Real 23 and 18. Spart trying to fight his way back, but kills for Convoy. Have them looking over the top of the hard point. And once again, not only do they start accruing time, but even if they don't, the game clock keeps on ticking away.
Yeah, it's only 45 seconds left on that game clock, so you have to try to make up for it and make up for it fast, but Convoy just not making it easy. Dave Patty about to be at 30. 2 Real 25 and 19. Donnie Time, big back bull, and sitting at 15 and 23. As they find themselves up by 100, they just simply cannot get to the point. Convoy doing such a great job early on into this game.
The hard point's been really fundamental today, it feels like.
Yeah.
Maybe outside of the Skid Row where things just really weren't going their way against FaZe Black, but everywhere else, I mean, it's looked really clean, really polished. Temp started to pick things back up on 3 in a row here, trying to finish with a decent score line. And for the Houston Spartans, you got to get a full 60, you got to rotate, get another full 60, and then rotate again if you want to win this map.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to start. You're finding a couple kills through the map, all of Convoy spawning over towards Palace. So now you just have to keep on winning these wave of fights, not allow a 2-piece to happen as 2 Real walks right through Dark Alley. He's able to take down 2, even though he's traded. Now the reinforcements are here. Dylan Rex trying to do everything he can to simply stay alive. He does so long enough to Prolute to find a kill, but you hear that game clock starting to tick down. You have to soak up this time if you are Houston.
Yeah. Really tough prospects here. If they were to pull off another 110 points. I mean, really, at this point, you're just trying to get to 216 if you're Houston, and then let the game clock expire, maybe. That's your best kind of case to getting this game as a W. But moving over towards P2. 25 seconds on the game clock. Temp going to be here first. Tough shots over the top of the tank towards Fire. If he can just stay here and just play zone gatekeeper if he wants to, but Houston starting to find a couple of kills. Dave falls, so does Temp. 2 Real, last one in place. And he will do well to find 2. Fire can't chow, but he has to. 9 seconds of game clock still remain. Convoy, here come their break attempt. All you have to do is neutralize the hard point, and that's exactly what they'll do. Prolute will drop, and that will be the game. Wow, what a start from Convoy. Flat out, 33 and 23, 31 and 22. Impressive start.
Oh, that's good work right there on the Convoy. You kept the game scrappy, but every time you needed a money hill, you got it done at the bathroom hill twice. That was the game opener. Like the fact that they walk away with a full 60 first go around, a full 60 the second go around, and then every time they got to the P4, just simply keeping them off of the game clock. You were up by 60 to 70 points. The game clock came into play. Usually we don't see invasions ends like that, but this is probably the only hard point where the game clock can potentially close out the game. It leads to Convoy taking map number 1. Obviously, a stellar performance from Dave Patty. He was finessing around with that AR, like I said, being super aggressive when we usually don't see that from him. But then opposing to him, 2 Real whipped out the AR as well. 33 and 23.
Huge.
Multiple clutch kills. Like, they were just getting it done when they needed to. As Convoy opened up with a nice, stellar map number 1.
And again, I may have to send Dave a DM at there. This is all said and done, because there's this moment, second P4, where he's sitting right in that dumpster corner. His teammates are getting kills, and he's just like not jumping into the hard point. And when you're up 80, I mean, if he's got the foresight to sit here and say, I know for a fact they have to hit this zone because the game clock's going to be an issue for them, and I'm in a position to find 2 for free, that's brilliant. It really is. Like, it's a small micro moment, but it just goes to show that, you know, Dave is really thinking through it all. And again, I have to give him credit on the second front because this is the most aggressive we've really seen him play. When he's pushing out hard points, the one who's actually getting above and beyond where maybe even the SMGs would normally be, it really goes to show that, you know, he's still got it. And not that I don't think anyone ever said he didn't, but, you know, that is a hell of a map from Dave.
Yeah, he's got it. He understands the game down to the T. Usually when you see ARs playing like that, it's because they know the game very well. So he's understanding the timings, when they're coming off spawn, a potential pinch spawn, and what kind of situations or what kind of positions he can play to set up properly for everything that's going on the map. As they take it 250. Yeah, that's a fake score. They didn't reach 250.
Yeah, 250
they did not reach 250 in map number 1, but they walk away with the map number 1 victory. And now they're going into a high-rise control where we saw some great gameplay out of Convoy. We're talking about team plays, great post-plant setups, great defensive setups. We know exactly what Dave Patty's going to do when he's pushing over towards the propane. It just all relies on everybody else, playing off the info that Dave is going to give them.
Offensively speaking, that's where I was most impressed with this Convoy team when they were playing up against FaZe Black earlier tonight. Again, design-wise, you can see what they're trying to pull, and execution-wise, they're pulling it off. So there's a lot of call here for the Houston Spartans to have to step up and try to respond to that. And again, you know, trying to look back over what Houston's done in the past, their search and destroy hasn't been bad by any stretch of the imagination. It just comes down to a little bit of recency bias because we watched it in pretty good detail to see what Convoy was doing on this map in particular. So there is kind of a bit of a call of action here of Houston need to come up with something that's going to have, you know, counters in play immediately. I don't know if they're going to have as much time to adjust and adapt to what Convoy's throwing because it is so multi-layered.
And they have the players, though. Like, we know what kind of players they have in that roster. ProLute's been playing S&D since basically he was wearing diapers. And I'm pretty sure every single night he's in S&D Money 8. So he's getting reps. He's seeing a whole lot of different situations. So he should be able to bring that to his team alongside Spart, who was with that LAG roster last year when they broke the S&D record, obviously before Atlanta FaZe won their crazy run.
Yeah.
He was a part of that original record in the CDL when it came to winning the most consecutive S&Ds in a row, and which eventually led to a championship. So these guys know if you want to win this entire thing, S&D has to be in the back of your mind. And if you can respond here, tie the series up at 1 where control can go either way, this is where you need to make your mark.
And I think just to piggyback on that and add one more layer to the cake here, maybe frosted a touch, is the fact that we've seen Search and Destroy be pivotal in a lot of very different clutch moments in full series. Like, how many game 5s have we had where it starts off back and forth, and then all of a sudden, because of the planning or because of the adaptations, the trust and the teamwork and chemistry, that someone just ends up running away with it, and it kind of just changes all mentality around how the team is going to react, maybe even on the day. So the bounce back ability of Houston's going to be kind of under the microscope a touch, but at the same rate, I'm just excited to see if Convoy can continue to impress us with their set plays, because like we said, they just look extra prepared for today, flat out.
I know, and now you're going into another high-rise where you just played it. You best believe if you are the opposing team in Houston Spartans, you had to have watched these guys play it. You were in your own match. Obviously, you handled that with a quick 3-0, but now you knew who your opponents were. They just finished playing this, so you can rewind it back on YouTube and go see exactly how they set up for a couple counters, you know? So I think if you are ProLute, that's something that they're definitely going to do because you don't want to go down 0-2 in this series.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that I think watching back that film, you may be able to pull, like, at the basic level of, if we want to play aggressive on one side of the map or the other, we better be putting trophy systems down because otherwise we're not going to get away with it based on how Convoy are hitting some nades today. So those are all the things. Also keep in mind that if you're joining us late or if you haven't tuned in at all throughout the day, control is currently broken for the Codcaster in particular. So, excuse me. Karachi controls our map number 3. I hope we have some Twitch POVs. I believe we'll have at least temps. So we'll be kind of watch that from his POV when we eventually get there. But I think this whole series could very well come down to what happens in this map right here, flat out.
Oh yeah,
I think this is a must win for Houston.
Oh yeah, without question. We're talking about them just walking over a clean 3-0 in their last series versus Lower Gaming. They got it done by clutching up in a really close search destroy. They won it at 6-4, and then they followed up with the closeout in the control. But if you are Houston Spartans, you cannot go down 0-2. You need to be able to respond here on this search to destroy. And as we hop into it, on board here with Fire, who's going to be the bomb carrier, working his way through low blue. You know exactly what Convoy love to do. Just take that left street control because you can basically cut off the entirety of the map on that side.
Well, Fire will just kind of hold his life, throw out a couple of nades. Dave, as we kind of talked about, you know where he's going to be. Topside propane. Done out. Rex tagged up, but stays alive. And meanwhile, Fire does create another focus here that Dave has to worry about with the first blood. Grover towards the ladder side. Oh, clean shots from Fire. Rex will drop at range, but the follow-up from Houston, perfect. And Fire says, "We got this, boys. No need to assist." Clean opening offense for the Spartans.
Yeah, the first Semtex, I don't know where he was throwing that. I don't know if he wanted to throw it to the lower half of the high rise, but it was not on the map. Let's throw those tacks away. Let's make sure the gunny is hot as he finds 3 in the opening round. He knows that there's no trophy systems to work with for Convoy. So they cannot set up properly around that B point. But he takes advantage of that with that SMG in hand and shuts it all down for the first round.
Okay. Now here's the question. Where do these nades go for Convoy off the offense? Because that's going to be a pretty good indication in terms of what they want to try to set up. We saw this a lot. Yuli right on in towards blue. Doesn't toss a single nade. So Houston have not only no defenders here, but because of the lack of utility thrown, they may not know that Yuli is this far up watching this crossing angle.
Yeah, this is perfect for Yuli because now all he has to do is rely on his teammates to get up into B. You have helipad cut off, so you can simply work this bomb plant.
Wow.
If you can find the timing, if you are too real. Everyone from Houston already applying pressure over towards the propane. 2 Real is just going to get one, get out with his life. 3v4.
Yuli's been seen, though, so that mid-cut cross is now open. Pro Loot takes advantage of some space down low. And a little bit of a late defensive resurgence kind of quells the play from Convoy over the top of the site. Dave on one part of the outside of the map. Yuli a little bit more safe indoors on the other. And timing here could be everything. Clean shots. Dave finds the first for free. We go 2v2.
Now you can work this bomb plant in towards B. Not a single play from Houston are going to be instantly able to contest it. Now it's going to be a 2v2, but Pro Loot, do they on the ground, might find a timing.
Tags are in. Dave stays alive. Doesn't back up. Fire trying to follow up, but off the regen, he gets baited in. Oh, my goodness. I mean, Dave had to have been a bullet. So now it's just down to Pro Loot, and he's got an SMG against Dave with an AR. Nowhere to go. I mean, that is simply put, Dave, A, lucky to be alive, and then B, timing his exit perfectly.
Yeah, that was beautifully played out of Dave Patty. It was a 3v2. He finds the timing on a Dylan Rex. He gets his teammate to work the bomb plant, and the fact that he's able to get out with his life set up Yuli to find that kill through the middle. Then once it turns into a 1v2, he has the preferred weapon to challenge B Street every single time. So Dave Patty gets that done by just simply finessing around that B site. Tie this game up at 1. Now back to the defensive side they go. This time they have trophy systems, so it's going to be a lot more difficult to contest them over towards this B Street.
Yeah. Once again, fired right down in towards bottom blue. Houston not really supporting this too much over the top. This is largely Fire by himself, with Rex kind of watching through mid, but Dave's been tagged, and that's enough for Rex to take the gunfight and find first blood. Fire from behind also catches 2 Real, and will be in a 3v2 early with the bomb down.
Oh, but Yuli's going to have a lot in front of him if he can get the timing correctly. Puts down early shots off the Pro Loot. Cannot finish the gunfight. So now it's Temp left in the 1v3. He wraps back all the way into his spawn. And I don't know if Houston are going to be able to get a read on this. It's going to be Smart pushing behind enemy lines. Basically playing patty cake in the spawn as they're right next to each other. But Smart doesn't even have to shoot. His teammates are going to take care of that gunfight. As Houston Spartans respond with another attacking round. Just winning that first gunfight versus Dave Patty. Then finding the trade through underground. Then in a 1v3. Great shots from Pro Loot. My God. Beamed across the map.
Absolutely perfect shots. Okay. We stay back and forth here. What is the next setup here for Convoy? After their last offense saw Yuli kind of freely get over towards blue. Is this the round that they try to overwhelm this B Street with nades over the top? Nade checking for the cross. Fire in his way. And there are a couple of nades tossed over to Dylan Rex's position, but it looks like most of that has been stopped by Trophy System. It's actually 2 Real who punishes Pro Loot this time for the underground push.
That's a big first blood, too, because you know he likes to be the aggressor, at least to shut down those plays in towards B. You also have Yuli working up that hop up again. He always finds the timing on this position. Can he find another to potentially take down Fire as his teammates are rotating back towards him? Trying to give him a lane to open up, or at least time this jump up. Because there's still 50 seconds remaining on the game clock. That stun hits. It might be time to go.
Yeah, and it's Temp who's above on Hilo right now. Oh, clean shots from Fire. I thought 2 Real's going to have complete free entry back over towards A. Not the case, but Yuli does pop up from the scaffolding, finds the trade. Meanwhile, though, Sparta on the other side of the map keeps us in a 2v2. Bomb collected. Temp immediately sticks for the plant. Rex and Spart repositioning through mid. They're going to challenge this exit. Temp will drop quickly. Now it's just down to Yuli, who cannot get back through the windows. And that'll be enough for the Houston Spartans to secure an easy defuse and the cushion of 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's just so difficult to work that bomb plant over towards A. So many different angles that you have to cover. Once Fire was able to take down 2Real onto the site, you get the info that the bomb is down, and then you trap the last 2 players over towards the shack. Instantly eliminate Temp. Your teammate has Yuli one shot. You fly in for the kill. As Houston holds strong on the defense. Even after getting first blood, they clutched up with the 3v4. Great job.
I mean, it's just one of those rounds that could have gone either way, but it's simply put, the trades come through with, like, in isolated moments, right? Like Spark getting that one over towards the B side of the map keeps us in that 2v2, and then I think more importantly, 2Real not getting the slide across to A. Pretty pivotal as well. This time Convoy defensively, how about this for a setup? 4-man stack over towards the B side of the map. The only thing really defending A at the moment are not just nades, but also kind of Yuli watching the cross, and this will lead to some aggression being showcased through B.
And this is perfect because Convoy, no, you can't get that bomb down in A for free. You have to try to play for some kind of information. A perfect stun comes in from Dylan Rex to find that kill onto 2Real. Donnie Temp going to be able to get out with his life, keep it at 3v3, but Spark's getting a lot of info. He knew that Temp was over the back street, and you were also able to spot Dave Patty, so how did they decide to play around this?
Timing of that stun, so clean. Drops back and forth for both sides. Temp on the cross, deals with one. Rex is too low, can't chow. Prolute, aggressively though, through the underground staircase. Does he rewrap this? Does he catch timing? Oh, seen by Yuli, but the gunfight too strong. And now it's just down to Temp for the 1v2. 30 seconds, less than that on the clock. Temp backing all the way up, will clear out likely this A side, and then have to re-aggress through mid-map as Houston will set up their post plant right on top of the site.
Now it's a 2v1 retake for Temp. The buddy system both playing corners in towards the gens. You have no tax to at least gain any info of where they're set up. So he's just trying to catch these players on the exit, but no one is giving him anything. It's already 15 seconds going away, and he's still yet to find a single player.
And this is so frustrating. There's Prolute. Maybe didn't look at him fully. I imagine one of his teammates said, you just saw him, top windows, but time is going to be his biggest opponent here, and Rex will find him from behind on the window. So how about this for the Spartans? We talked about how this was kind of a must-win map for them, just knowing that there's a lot of back and forth built into this series, and they are providing some great search at the moment.
Yeah, they're just not giving Convoy anything. Even when Convoy feel like they have an opportunity, Houston is set up perfectly to counter it. So they found themselves with 3 rounds in a row now, starting to pull away in this high-rise search and destroy. Up 4-1, a couple players working on some streaks. But Convoy just simply have not had an answer. It's just got to be over towards B. Like, we have to go over towards B, try to take that cover ground, because when they take left side control, you get Dave Patty towards top propane. And 2Real works his way through underground. You open up that first blood, play the buddy system inside. You're good, and you are set up as Dave Patty finds the first, but you try to go right through middle. Fire instantly responds, makes it a 3v3.
Yuli caught. Nades over the top, Spark shots from above, and this is just too overwhelming. And I will say, kind of, because I kind of have to eat my shoe here, talking about Convoy's success in their last time playing this map, a lot of it came by good opening utility. That's been stopped every single round for the Houston Spartans. Mostly off of just good trophy placement. I mean, they're not finding the same kind of overwhelming presence that they did when they were playing earlier.
No, they're not. They're finding it even though with first plus with the gun this time. It's just like Houston, they're setting up properly to instantly counter. That was another first blood that came in from Dave Patty through the left street. But when you try to send 2 players up to the middle, it's exactly what you want. You have every single lane covered. Fire 40 has played the back of his spawn every single time. So finds the first kill to at least even up, make it a 3v3. Finds the second with the nade, and then the final kill to close out the round.
Sure.
Just now 1 round away from Houston Spartans, closing this one out 6-1. Hey, they've just completely outclassed Convoy on this high-rise.
Yeah. And now you've got so much freedom, you can just do something weird if you're Houston. If you want to, you've got tons of rounds to play with. Dave Patty again top over towards propane. Actually, he's playing just outside, and a couple of tags come through from Spartan. Rex is also watching him the entire way, and another first blood gets tally. Houston Spartans looking real nasty on this high-rise surge. Fire predicts the gunfight up the ladder. I mean, so they could just do no wrong. Yuli, top helo, damage onto one, kill to the other. This would be a 1v3 for him. 50 seconds, plenty of time to try to work it.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of time as the bomb is yet to get planted for Houston. They're trying to catch him off the rotation, not trying to get some bad timing of catching a player with that bomb down in his hand. But they're wrapping back because you did get some info on where he was playing, that the buddy system is going to be in. Yep, The double chow comes in, and that's Houston Spartans walking away with the search and destroy. Very, very clean. 6-1 is the final score. They're able to tie the series up at 1.
That was clean, my guy. Oh, I mean, obviously cleaner than what we saw from Convoy versus Face Black earlier. And it's just so wild because I think if you're Convoy Gaming coming off of a very convincing hardpoint win, knowing you're going to a high-rise search where your playbook was successful pretty much through and through the entirety of the way through your first series, to then all of a sudden show up and it's just like, none of this is working. Like, it's almost like what do we do? It's like you kind of get just like stun locked by the fact that Houston's coming out and just completely countering everything you're trying to put together.
It's because you just do the same thing every single round on your defense. We know that Dave Patty loves to play over towards the propane. So it was Dylan Rex combined with his teammates isolating him basically a majority of those rounds. You're opening with the first blood, and even if you're not getting the first blood, you were setting up after that to find 2 kills to put yourself in the advantage. That was just perfect plays out of Houston Spartans. Obviously, Fire 40 takes over 10-5, 2.0 KD, but everyone had their moments. Everyone was set up, even in 2v2. Spart was able to clutch on up. That was just no mistakes right there out of Houston Spartans on that high-rise search and destroy as they walk away with it basically flawlessly. And now they're able to tie the series up at 1, going into a Karachi control where momentum has swung right back to their side.
Yep, 100% the case. Man, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, I hate to keep bringing it up, but, like, we have not seen a lot of this Houston Spartans team. I mean, we didn't get to see them at all throughout the group stage. This is our first look was last week in their playoff plays, or matches, rather. And it's kind of hard to get a read on like where a team's strength is based on the fact that A, we haven't seen them very much, and B, there's again, we don't really have the results of their history. But if their search has been looking like that all season long, woo-wee, I can definitely see why their run here at playoffs has been as successful as it has been.
That's what's going to get you through these tough series. We're talking about teams that every single day are scrimming hard points. They're probably scrimming against each other. They're scrimming their controls, but the S&D is what really gives that next level step to where you can take down a majority of these teams. We see it all through the CDL. The best S&D teams, even if you're not one of the top respawn teams, if you can steal 1 respawn, you have an opportunity just because you're so good at that mode. So now the fact that they're able to tie the series up at 1, you got a little bit of a break going into Karachi control, so that's going to be great. You have to hit the reset. And this one, I feel like whoever wins the control wins the whole series.
I like the call. I mean, again, there's a lot of back and forth built into the picks and bans based on what we've been able to kind of see to this point. So, hey, after a convincing invasion, it's a bounce-back rubber band match there for Houston on the high-rise search, and now into a Karachi control where we'll send things to a break, and we'll leave you guys with Temp Stream to kind of watch into the action as, again, just as a reiteration, Codcaster is currently broken, so we'll not have the ability of casting it. So, we'll watch it best we can. We'll come back with you guys after we get through it. Don't go far. We'll get back on the melon.
That's on the B cut.
One's definitely here.
Let's
Top
top AC, I'm one shot.
Top AC dead.
Nice one.
Looking
bridge,
for
keep
fire.
bridge, Dylan Rex,
Keep going, keep going. Go B, go B.
Keep ready,
He's
Bill.
in your main window. He's at your main window.
Low window, low
I
window.
spawn deep.
take
I
it.
spawn deep still.
He went
Front
P5,
door,
P5.
front door.
Guarantee
Yeah,
kills.
it's alright.
He's weak, probably.
Was in my spawn. Our spawn.
Prelude's out B.
Fire's weak in our spawn.
He's
I'm
one
swinging
up,
fire.
one up,
I'm
one up,
swinging
one
To the
up.
right, let's wrap left, wrap
Top all
left.
dead. Byron is also might be on the
I'm
right.
holding fire. I'm just holding fire. Okay, guys?
We go left.
Yeah, I'm wrapping left. Yeah,
It
yeah.
could be soda. They could be soda. I'm holding fire. One's in bed. One's P5 side.
That could be top trips.
Pitching mid, Byron. Armored alley.
I spawned our
Is
mid.
he
I
on
feel if he
A
comes out to A.
point? Fire window.
Nice.
Yo, one in fire. One in fire. Smart.
Trying to get left here.
Let's
Peeking
go,
right
let's
side.
go.
Peeking front right.
Top castle, fire dead.
Nice, good shit. I'm nading your soda.
I'm on fire.
I'm wrapping right.
Sure,
Yeah,
you're
I'm gonna go
Fine,
right.
me, B
Get on
cut,
point
maybe.
with you. Yeah,
I
go
say we
ahead.
fine.
stay A.
Spart is right. Spart is right.
Yeah,
Stay A. Let's
You
secure A. Secure
Yeah,
A.
B cut, do we have B
Yeah,
cut?
yeah. Let's get my fire. And mid alley.
Flank.
Minute one here, mid alley.
I'm mid alley flank.
Stand on point.
Top
Fire.
castle dead.
Fire.
Weak.
Nice
One more
fire,
close
fire.
up, one shot dead.
Nice
Go mid alley, mid alley.
Mid alley, I'm one
Watch
shot.
out, watch out.
I'm
I'm
spawn
up
killing.
Really weak.
We can
Dead,
go,
dead.
we can go,
Go, go.
I'll leave.
I'll play the cross.
Cutting
They're
right
all
side
wrapping
bus.
candy. They're all wrapping candy.
Alright, they're already there. Weak. They have a short
Pinching
shot.
candy. Give me a side.
Yo, there's three there. I saw at least three.
Pinching,
Yo, wait on
Pinching,
Dave. We don't Dave.
pinching them.
I gotta reload.
We don't
Wait
Dave,
for
guys.
dead.
Nice, Dave.
Missing
one close.
Spark, missing spark.
No,
Alright.
no, take bus
Outer.
stop.
I'm hitting
I'm
the
challenging outer. I'm challenging outer.
Let's go,
Bus
let's go.
stop.
He's inside.
Front bus.
He's front hill,
Inside
he's front hill
hill.
now.
One shot, front door.
Multiple China.
Nice.
Yeah, China.
Multiple
China.
China got me.
China
bro.
weak.
Kills, be hard.
Anyway,
Aiming, I think.
I'm trying to aim in. Aim in, one shot.
I'll come
He's
in
on the
here.
arch head. He's laying down arches. One's on the stairs.
In
Right
right
on
on
the
the stairs.
stairs.
They shouldn't
Right now,
have
Archer's dead.
Price
I want to fire. Fire.
Yeah.
One shot bus. Take it. We gotta get the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm watching my own
I'm right down
firefly.
with you.
Make a shot my
I'm down
soda.
with
Fire and top fire. Chop chips.
Fire mid alley. One shot. Mid alley. One
That's
shot.
fine.
Chips.
I'll
He's got
send it
bricks.
Is he out?
Parts are
I'll
broken.
send it
Yes.
in this
I need a mid. Watch
Go
out.
here,
Going
Jay.
out.
One's B cut, one's B cut.
Okay, yo, listen.
We'll
One.
need to
I
touch it.
got
Calm down,
happy. I
calm
got
down.
happy. I got happy for us.
Okay.
The top third.
Yeah, top
Top
third.
third and
on
9A.
it.
Top third and 9A.
I hope you top third.
Yeah,
If we get a beast, I'm gonna go
bricks.
back.
Bricks, bro, and he's on A.
Front ticket, down X.
Top third
Top
smart,
bricks.
right?
He's top bricks
Okay.
now. On the broken. He
Yo,
fell
brick
down.
spot, brick spot then.
That was him.
Down
One
right.
more,
Just
one more
ticket
mid
is going
P1.
on the right.
I'm going broken
He's
hill.
stair glitching P1. Pro.
One's on our right. One's on our right.
I'm going. He's on it. On it.
5
Still stun.
seconds.
On it.
I
Stun.
got
On it.
gun
Stun.
point.
I got him on our
We
right.
gotta
I'm
touch.
getting
We gotta
soda.
touch. We gotta just
Soda,
jump.
soda,
Staying on.
soda.
I push. I push. Staying on, Brandon.
Okay, I'm staying
I'm
on.
good. Amen. And one's B
Let's
cut.
spart. Let's
He
spart.
got
Done.
that.
Nice.
Fire was amen. I'm one shot.
I'm gonna go
B
around.
cut, B cut. And
Fire
fire was
around.
amen. Missing.
I have the low right
Where did
push
B-cut
you.
go?
I have the
Fire
low right
and
push
Donut.
you.
You
Fire
can
and Don't Rex
trip.
are on the right.
I have
Yo,
the low
Church
right
is
push
hiding.
you.
I'm helping you right, Don.
Party bright weak.
Wanna
Yo,
don't
one is B cut.
We just need a blood here.
B-cut.
B cut 1 P4. He went fountain. No, he went fountain.
Sean
Guaranteed.
main. Oh,
Sean
main
and
one
dead, Sean
shot.
and dead.
Main one shot fire.
One's castle. One's castle.
He has to be in
I'm
the
helping you,
stairs
man. Yes,
corner.
79.
I'm
79.
downstairs. I'm downstairs.
Soda got
Alright,
me.
slow down, please.
Top fire.
Okay, come
Yeah,
top.
we should go low, I think.
Come top.
Yeah, I'll come top.
We have 5
We
alive.
take routes. They're all pushed up. We should all go
I'm wrapping
left.
left, Brendan. I think one could be
I
castle.
started in the corner. I have the heady.
One's-
Oh,
one's-
oh,
one's-
oh,
one's-
They scam.
Let's go B, let's go B.
Okay,
Wait,
me and
fire
Brendan
was
are crossing
fire.
it.
Fire was on fire. Watch
I'm
out,
swinging,
guys.
swing, don't follow me.
B cut,
B cut, B cut.
A little weak.
I'm
On the
swinging, I'm
right.
swinging,
Barrel
I'm
They
head.
just chased. I think one's bed.
There's only one guy.
I'm getting the back heading.
2 spawners, 1 bed.
China.
Out of the back heading.
China, one shot. China, one shot sparred.
You didn't go B. You didn't go
Pitching
two,
China.
Brendan.
Pitching China.
We're still missing 1 mid.
China dead.
One more China spark.
Don't worry about the time right now. I'm pitching top fire.
Soda.
Okay, I'm going top fire. I'm by myself.
Good for ticks.
Okay, 2 opportunities for B. We just died the last guy. Both times.
Oh, good. Fuck, bro. I could have crossed the point there. I didn't know where fucking fire was. Or someone was close.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it was
fire.
fire. Bro, it was fucking out P1.
All good.
I have a churro. I'm gonna switch up the break maybe.
I think
with
I'm
you
gonna
guys.
flank Coop, bro.
Okay.
Can I hit a trophy, right?
Yeah, you will.
I'm looking for Doe, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go bottom. No, Doe's top. I think I'm looking for Spartan on the
These guys
right.
play heavy right.
They play heavy right. I'm playing low garage and looking at low coop. It could be second A as well. Look at the
Nay.
meter.
There's only one on it.
Sun top third.
Prelude's Coop. Low Coop.
Right side
Low,
close.
low.
They
Yeah,
are.
he's
And
right side
what's
low.
up,
I'm ironing him low.
Hit the right side
Low
close.
weak,
I'm
low
going
weak.
top fire.
Flying
Got
out
him.
coop. Nice.
Top third, Spark.
Okay, I'm entering trips.
I'm gonna go
Top
third.
third.
Let's all spawn.
I'm
I'm
leaving
on
him
fire
third.
now.
So he's squaring third.
Okay,
Right
I'm
to
trying to
third.
One's back right
Third
point.
dead.
One's top fire weak. Don't Rex.
Okay.
Okay, can they go B?
Down next top
We
fire.
gotta cut B.
Let's
We gotta cut B.
bus.
Top fire.
Getting
Doe.
bus.
I saw
One
one
shot,
on
top
A.
fire.
I needed one A.
Okay.
Here we go. Top fire, Doe weak, and one's on A.
I
Yeah,
don't
they
see
could be
fire.
spawn killing on the right.
Missing Dylan next. I heard some top
That
fire.
was me. That was me.
He's on the balk. He's on the balk.
Fuck.
Is he weak?
Fuck.
He's on the balk still.
And I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Low red, boys. They left.
I spawned up.
I didn't kill the guy. Oh.
I spawned
Yeah,
here.
they haven't touched B yet. I'm going top fire.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
top
talk
Flanking
fire with
bedroom,
you.
flanking bedroom.
Gotta go better,
I'm
Mateo.
going though, man.
I don't see anything.
Tripled up on it.
Probably
At
top
least
side.
Underneath candy wall, and one's in our side door, in the wall
One
bank
shot
spot.
side door.
Probably
One
went
shot
mid.
side door.
Oh shit.
Once, take it. Cross and bust.
Just take out.
Bust,
Take
bust
out.
shot,
hill,
bust
back
shot.
Yeah,
Bust
behind
dead.
us.
On back door hill, you wall back.
Time, Spark dead.
Yeah,
You
side
want
door,
side?
I'm ironing the chow,
He's
I'm ironing the
side
chow, he's right corner.
ISO one shot.
Ice, low window, low window, laying down,
He's
low window,
one
laying
bullet.
down. He's laying down the window.
He's
One
dead,
bullet.
he's dead.
All right, we gotta get every kill. Live.
Close plus, two close
Already
plus,
crossed, already crossed fire.
Yeah, two.
Hard stun him, hard stun him.
Alright, Spark there, weak.
I got one.
Nice,
One
good
more.
shit.
Fire across.
Outer, yeah, he's
Yeah.
outer.
Pitching it.
Candy?
Outer.
Nice.
I can't let no weak, low ticket.
Take it weak.
Go take it. Go take it. I'm hitting A main. Hitting A main.
Last guy.
Hitting A main. I got
17
it.
v 20.
Two, one more. Don't
Okay.
just take it.
Aim.
I have the bus flank. Don't peek.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a play.
Yeah, I'm on
Your
the
bus flank.
desk. Tell me where you spawn.
I spawned deep. He could be back candy wall.
Oh, you spawn deep?
Okay, yeah.
I have it. It could be China.
I'm
I
an
only
O
have
weak.
candy
I'm an
wall.
O weak.
I have
I'm an O weak.
China close
I'm
to
owing.
Pro Loop.
Okay, I'm
I'm
seeing
owing.
that.
He's on the
Yeah.
yellow car. Pro Loop.
Main archers weak.
I can shoot the
Yeah,
bus cross.
Pro's
I
on
can
the
shoot the
yellow
whole
car.
cross.
Pro Loop trapped.
I'll
Pro
get
Loop
them all
dead.
weak on your cross.
Nice.
Yeah, either
Okay,
right side of the bus.
I'm just singing
A
bus
main,
in our
I
kill.
think. It could be proning A main. I think what's
It could
proning
be
A main
ticket,
and behind the
guys.
barricade.
Yeah, it could be.
It's Dylan. Did we kill
Yeah,
him?
yeah, it's part. No, it's part. He went back to
Top fire
P5.
dead.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm on.
Yeah,
I
Brandon?
have the
I'm
cross.
just in the bus.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
already
I'm
going.
gonna
A
get
main.
that.
One shot.
You're
One
gonna
dead.
I've
I'm
taken
gonna
it.
take it with you.
Top fire on me.
Okay.
I'm dead.
No, have your finish.
Take
Oh,
it.
no, top fire. That
Have
was
your
the
flank,
first
Kevin.
guy. I just killed Dylan Rex and Spark. I just killed him.
I have left side bus. I
Yeah,
have
I'm
left
okay.
side bus.
I have soda
One
and
more wave.
fire.
One more wave.
Top fire door.
I have left side
I hear him
bus.
low ticket on me.
Top
They're
fire
hitting
door,
A main. They're hitting A main.
Yeah, I'm looking at bed.
I have
Yo,
left
Pro's
side.
Pro's bus. He's one's bus.
I have left side bus. Don't worry.
Smart
Left side
bus,
bus.
smart bus.
Take it,
Smart
weak.
one shot,
Bus weak. Bus
I'm
weak.
shooting the cross. Give me a second.
left,
Yo,
two
yo,
left.
left side bus. Left
I'm
side
shooting
bus.
the bus.
Alright,
I
fire was
shot.
there,
One more
fire was
ticket.
there.
One more ticket.
Fire was
I
taken.
have
Oh,
to go cross.
P5.
Fire one shot on the cross. Fire one shot on hill.
Okay. We should bang hill. We should bang front hill.
One's bus. One's bus. Dylan Rex. One
Yeah,
shot.
it's one
Dead.
bus.
Front bus. Front bus.
Laying down, dead.
Nice.
I have
Let's
outer,
go
I have
Spark.
outer.
Yo, bus guy P5 has an eye cross.
I have the
He's on the
weak.
bus big. I'm
Outer
trying.
right.
He's
Right
right
side
side
bus.
bus. Nice.
He's dead.
Nice.
I have A main.
Ticket.
Good fucking
Really
clutch.
Go. Good fucking shit, guys.
clutch,
Good
bro.
fucking shit, guys.
Okay.
Good shit, Dave. Let's go. Keep it up.
Yep, frying these kids.
Let's win this out. Win this out. Let's not get fancy here. Let's just fucking get
Yeah.
this first guy.
Traditional. Not a traditional round here.
We're playing it correct, but. We're doing our normal A. I have a trope. I should be able to get on it. I'll look at trips. They fucking chow that bitch. Yo, Byron plays her. I don't know who plays her right. Fire it is. Let's look out for him if Quickman alley pinch, dude. You guys are just flying, bro. He's gonna hit that shit for sure. Alright, someone's in a pinch right. That's all I'm saying.
Spark goes tough EC.
I'm not
Fire
playing for the right
hits
pinch. I'm
every
getting
time.
on point. You're by yourself. You left. You can hold low coop. See if Byron hits it.
I'm going scaff.
I
got
stunned
stun
I
off,
stunned it. I
right?
stunned it. I
I
stunned it.
needed one left. I needed
I
one
spent
left.
one
Top
trips.
EC. Top EC.
Someone
Top
trips.
EC.
Yeah, my
Okay,
trips are
trips
top
inside.
third.
I don't see trips.
I have deep pinch.
Fire's low cap on you.
Bridge,
I
don't
have
He
a-
already got you. Fire's coop. Fire's
I
coop.
hear you.
One
I hear you.
leg
I'm
pushing.
watching my- I'm
Yo, look,
watching
look,
my-
What's the
Top
fire?
fire. Top fire. Outside dead.
Dead.
Nice,
Let's go
missing
Spark.
us.
I'm all
Spark.
left,
He
I'm all
plays
left.
right. He
Top
plays
fire.
right.
Fire,
Died.
fire, one shot,
Top
fire, one
fire.
bullet.
Yeah.
I have all left. I have all left.
He's one bullet. I'm gonna help
I'm
you
gonna.
out.
Okay. I'm gonna. My hold is right.
Dillo on
Look,
the car
look,
weak. Car
look,
weak.
look.
Car one shot. Car one shot. Car weak.
Cart's on me on the right.
On the yellow card, I don't see him.
One's top
He's
EC too.
their low garage car.
Top
Got him,
EC.
got
Once
him.
they're so down, we fire. Dead.
Up you, right?
Right,
Last
right.
guy, last guy
No,
right,
no,
last guy
no,
right.
No, weak, no weak.
That's last
Sean,
guy.
he's squaring.
Yeah, he's in
Weak
the
as
square
fuck.
spar. He's
Keep
in
on the
the
left. Keep on the
Hard
left.
holding left.
I'm filling it in. I'm
broken.
filling it right.
I'm going broken. I'll get your. I'll help you mid.
Nothing
You got
left.
the
Nothing
down?
left. They're about to chalk it. Someone should come
Yeah,
left and
one
hit through.
top bed or some shit.
Someone
I heard a
come
door
left and
open.
hit through.
I'm coming up to you. What you
Hey,
done?
there's the low A main doors.
I'm here. What you done?
He's gonna be
He's top fire.
I'm working
I'm
up.
holding 10.
One's at
I
fire.
got 110.
Good check.
Done. Let's go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
we
smoke
go,
this guy.
go. Fly.
I'm gonna smoke this
Fly.
That's fine. Probably one shot.
One
He's
down
going
left
right
side.
there.
P5. Dylan P5 on me.
Where did Perlu go?
Dylan's low
They're
P5.
candy. They're candy. You just want
One's
the
laying down bus.
Come to me
fire.
right. Come to me right. I'll spawn.
Okay, I'm coming to you right. I'm coming to you right.
You could be
Double
challenging me out.
ticket. Don't Rex and Spark.
He's on
Yeah,
me.
there's holding. Then we can
He's
go
on.
around if you want. But.
No, we
Well,
should.
you left
the
the ticket.
candy
Left
wall.
the
Go
ticket.
ticket.
Should
On
work
candy
fire.
wall,
There's
I'm
two
telling
left.
you,
There's
I'm
two
telling you.
left.
Hold on, right to ticket. Right to
One's
ticket.
fire. One's fire. One's at fire.
Fucking got me. He's in the
He
right
killed
corner
his
by the
spawny
step.
bench.
Yeah, weak. Right corner by the
Fire
step.
dead.
He's
I'll go
spawny
fire.
bench.
I'm gonna go
ticket,
better
guys.
ticket. I'm
Two
gonna go better
ticket.
ticket.
Don't
I
Rex
got
and Spark
spawny
with
bench.
ticket.
I'm gonna go ticket.
Trying on me.
Is
I
Don't
Fire,
exit fire.
Take it out.
One shot
Mission
at
fire.
candy wall.
It's probably
He has to
take
have
it
the
too.
candy wall. He's one
I'm
shot
gonna
at
go,
the
I'm
candy wall.
I don't see
I
many.
have candy. He's already low.
Spark.
Two candy, I think.
Nice.
Okay, I have your cross, Yuli.
telling you, Spark
Candy,
base down,
Candy,
guys.
one shot, Candy, one
I have the cross.
He's, soda, main arches.
Alright, I'm
Spark.
playing for this guy Candy. He hasn't crossed yet. I don't know what he's done.
I'm at fire, I think.
It's fire.
Fire.
Dylan cross.
How are we playing this?
Dylan dead. Spark's behind
Farmer's
me.
in fire.
We gotta
Yep,
cross
he's behind me.
fire.
I'm gonna come in.
He's pushing me out bed.
Yo, top it, stun.
I'm in there, nice.
I'm in
Nice,
the corner candy. I'm playing this one candy.
I'm playing B, just follow me up.
I'm
Low
playing
ticket, low ticket.
Okay,
Take it.
I'm gonna be.
Candy
Stay
wall
there.
dead.
Nice, stay there.
Alright, nice.
You go take it.
Yeah,
We're good, that's everybody.
No, keep going.
I have China, one China.
One heady.
China Spark,
I'm
China
getting
Spark,
one
China
point.
Spark.
Top PC. Top PC.
You have the back?
I have
Candy
China,
wall, yeah.
top AC is open, you could go fire.
You went fire, yeah, he's fire back,
Yeah,
he's
one top
fire
AC,
back.
two top AC, one's China.
I have
Top
to get
fire,
it.
fire,
Top AC soda. Top AC soda fire.
Two China. Got
There's
both.
no, only one can be back wall. If
Back
it's
wall fire.
Let's
Push,
go,
push,
let's
push
go,
up fire.
That's the front.
Let's
Let's
go,
go,
baby.
baby. Come on.
Come on, baby.
Let's
fucking go, Dave.
baby.
Yeah.
Alright,
Great fucking
you ready for
plays.
some weird shit, bro?
We just can't lose Diner. We cannot lose Diner, bro. I say you go bridge, Dave, and literally iron top third.
Oh. I
And
got
just
you.
camp. Let them. If they get the first fucking point.
I have no trophy. I have no
Should I
trophy.
try
Yeah,
to
I'm
flank
2 off
Coop
a
again?
streak. Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
mantle
yeah.
over though, bub.
Brennan,
Don't
I'm
fucking
throwing
run
it
it. They're
from
like a
China.
bot.
We gotta make sure
Yeah,
we
mantle
don't
over.
lose this shit.
Yeah.
Hostiles are after the objectives.
Go on China with a trophy.
They could do their 8 stack. Need it over. I got hit.
Same thing, man.
I got stun as well.
Nate,
Slow
right
it, slow
now.
it, slow it.
Hitting 8.2.
Low right Byron. Low right Byron. One
Alright,
top
Byron,
third.
done.
Nice. Must be top third.
On A
And
with a
two on
trophy.
Top fire.
I'm
I'm
gonna go
going
pinch
10.
strips.
Yeah, Dylan's gonna be looking for you, broken.
He's our side time. Back right at time. Fire.
Okay, I'm
Okay, I
blowing
can
mid
go
AC.
big.
Take your
I can
time.
come
You
Really
let
big. Back right time. Fire.
One mid over him, done. One,
Go,
he's
low
back
Coop,
right time,
Low
third.
Coop,
Third
low
and
Coop,
eight,
Prolu.
third
I
and
can't
eight.
flank.
Right
Low
side
Coop.
point that.
Low Coop and one's on
Third.
point.
Yeah, third Spart. He's not moving third. The guy B is gonna
Flick
go
two soda,
to
flick two
A
soda.
or whatever the midpoint. B cut.
I'm gonna go soda here. One's in
Yeah,
medallion.
I'm down as well. Just be careful.
Dead.
or-
I'm
or
going
right
AC, I'm going
front,
AC.
One's on A.
I'm gonna get in the cubby. Yo, they're
Something
demon
like
fire.
I'll come,
Getting it.
I'll come.
Okay,
One's
okay.
in
I'm
mid.
getting it, I'm
No,
getting
I
it.
got
One
rushed
shot.
by Nate. I'm one
I
shot.
did
One
it, man.
shot, they're mid.
Mid, one shot dead.
Nice.
Oh, good,
I'm getting
good,
the
good.
cubby.
Oh,
Refill
I'm
left.
back.
Refill left.
Perlu on
Yeah,
A,
We're good, we're
B
good, we're
cut. B
good.
cut. B cut down. B cut down.
done.
B cut. B
Nice.
cut. B
I'm
cut is
netting
down.
A for you. I'm netting A for you.
On A, Spark weak, left side A, left
Okay,
side
we
A.
might have to
Yo,
chalk
in our
that. Be
fountain.
careful.
In our
Charge,
fountain.
charge, charge.
Our
Alright.
fountain. He's gonna wrap the
Yeah, I
castle.
soda. I soda. Yeah, I think they're spawn killing.
I'm
Be
up,
careful.
I'm up.
They're playing
I'm
for
10.
top
I'm
fire.
trying to get
Top
to
fire
you.
and soda dead. Soda dead. One top
Okay.
fire.
You can
I hear
finish.
you.
Pinching you 10, I think, bro.
Yo,
Yeah,
man,
I
on you, two main.
Okay, I'm
Man,
playing.
okay, I'm behind him. I'm behind him.
I'm in ticket. I'm in
they could be
ticket.
anywhere.
Spart weak. There's both back doors. They child.
One shot.
I go weak, I go weak,
One
sitting.
shot.
Almost weak,
One
almost
shot.
weak.
I do weak. Fire there, weak.
Spart 2.
Nice,
Spart was
one
there.
shot
Spart
right
was there.
Bus.
Spart was ticket.
One is right. I'm leaving it.
Spart, one shot bus. He
I'm
went back
going
to
China.
A
He can
Went
flank
back to
our
P5
founder
Spart.
AC.
P5 weak
Yeah,
He
Spart.
can flank our founder AC.
I hear you.
Try to
Hurry,
get bus
hurry.
cross.
Spart P5.
Nice.
I'm helping you,
Spart on
Brennan.
me.
I'm running up with you, Brennan.
He's
Behind you, Spart, done.
Good shit.
Okay,
Don't
wait.
Rex fire. Don't Rex fire.
Inside, one shot. Inside
I
ticket.
have outer
Weak,
left. I
weak
have outer
spot.
left. I have outer candy. They can touch
Missed it,
point.
Dylan Rex.
Yeah, he could be in our
Top
spawn.
bed.
Yeah, I got a weird spawn. I got a weird
Okay.
spawn. Could be behind you.
We're good.
I'm gonna stun check it. He's in the back
Yes,
corner.
yes.
Don't Rex.
Corner.
Let's go corner.
Corner done.
Nice.
One's on me. Outer fire.
I'm helping out her.
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. He could be close bus. No, he's in.
I'm already
ticket
good,
one.
I'm already good.
Fire could be close bus. Stop.
I saw you.
Fire.
I saw you.
Behind you.
I saw you.
Flying behind
I'm
you.
spawning
Let's
2B.
go.
we can
Let's
switch.
go.
Two on me.
I
Two
fall
on
mid,
their
I
spawn.
fall
Dylan
mid.
Rex, one shot their spawn.
One shot fire in the back candy.
Pitching
Yo,
the
side
spawn,
candy.
pitching
He's
the
in.
spawn.
Yo, he's inside
There's
closet
two on
weak
me.
in spawn.
Give me a second. I'm behind him. I'm behind him
I got
both.
one.
One's back
I
10.
couldn't do anything.
Okay.
Side
You're
closet
good.
B.
You're good.
Side
I'm behind
closet
him.
B.
Follow me, Yuli.
Hop up with me.
Yep.
Let me go
Don't
first.
Rex dead.
I'm
Go on.
just chilling normally.
I'm in their base.
I don't see him. He's gotta be
Next one.
center.
He's behind B.
In our spawn, Spark.
Yo, front door.
He's running it down candy
Oh,
wall.
I
He's
saw it.
running it down
I
candy
saw.
wall.
Any wall dead. He's ISO on me.
I saw.
I need it. ISO. I need it.
Yeah, he's ISO.
ISO weak.
10v13.
Low window.
Low window dead. One's be outer on me.
Yo, behind
Got
him.
her.
Pitching.
Oh, fuck, I'm one shot,
Marning
bro.
out. They're getting the coop spawn. They have to be getting the coop spawn. They're
Watch out,
pitching too
they
much, bro.
Just team shot. Just
Fire,
team
I
shot.
got a
fire.
deep spawn. I got a
He
deep
came
spawn.
out. He came out low. I have left side bus, Dylan. Left side bus. Oh no, he's on the bus.
I'm netting
He's
front
on the
window.
bus.
I'm netting front window.
Yo, one might be flanking the right. One
They're
minute.
gonna
they're
work
getting
inside
the
door.
coop spawn, bro.
They're
They're
gonna work
pitching a lot,
inside door.
bro.
Yo, I
Might
spawn.
need help.
Yo, on the right,
Cross
everybody
down,
stand.
Right side bus. Right
I
side bus.
think I've recrossed.
Yo, one low channel fire.
Don't Rex is bus.
Go on, no,
Don't Rex is
done.
bus. I'm playing top fire and bus. Last two.
I'm
He-
gonna go
like
top fire.
he's
Top
probably
fire,
laying
top
down
fire,
bus.
top
I have
fire.
your left. Stay down. Your push. They cross up.
Yo, cross up.
Dylan, yeah. He reached on me.
Dill front done.
Nice.
Nice.
Fire,
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 fire.
fire.
They're gonna be mid, bro. They're getting the
Nice,
coop
nice,
spawn,
good
Yeah,
bro.
they're getting coupons.
I heard someone low main.
They're
on
gonna
the
be
fire.
Inside fire stairs. One
Chill,
shot.
chill, chill. 5-7. 5-7.
He's
Yeah,
soda.
I'm gonna
I
respawn,
soda.
Yuli.
I
I'll
soda.
take it, I'll
Soda,
take
bring
it.
it back to fire.
I have the make sure you hold pinch,
I'm
Yuli.
trying to
Okay,
shoot
I
your
have
ticket with you, bro.
I
Yo,
hear.
I have the
hey, man, the
cross.
rapid ticket.
Yeah, right side. Yeah,
They
right
want a
side.
prone ticket. I can shoot your weak.
Okay, I'm laying down. I'm with Nate taking on me.
Okay,
They're gonna
I'm only
flank
right
the
side.
ticket.
One shot,
I got
one
one.
shot. I'm
hitting
at
them
two.
all with the
Aiming,
cross. Just
one
chill,
shot
Brennan
fire.
prone.
Aiming
Just
weak.
prone.
On the
Okay,
left.
okay.
Aiming weak, last guy aiming.
Let's
Aiming
fucking
weak
go.
fire.
Front ticket on me. I'm
Is
one
that
shot.
last?
Ivy right,
Yeah, yeah.
Ivy chase. He's inside ticket. He's gonna go out the left.
I'm ironing his prone, bro.
Oh, he went aiming, he went aiming. He's
I'm
fucking
in,
just
I'm
on
in,
me.
main dead.
Nice. Mid, look
Watch
mid.
mid.
They're spawning coops.
Watch mid, watch mid, watch mid, Yuli.
Let's fucking
fucking
go,
go,
Davey,
baby.
come on.
Let's fucking
Let's
go,
fucking
man.
go.
Let's
Come on,
fucking go,
guys.
Dave.
Let's go,
You're
baby.
fucking best, bro.
heroic moments there from Temp's POV to lock in those last 2 rounds and give Convoy now a 2-1 edge in the series with a 3-1 there in the Karachi control. Here's a look back at the stats screen. We kind of saw it there for a moment. Dave was popping off. 32 and 22 on the other side. Tippable from Spark goes 31 and 23, but for the L. So anything in the POV you kind of saw there you want to kind of mention here, Stud, before we jump to the map 4?
Well, the fact that Convoy was able to ice up the way that they were, like, that was great plays from them. Obviously, Dave Patty was leading the way, multiple 2 pieces. He even heard it at the end of the round and said, Dave Patty, you're going crazy. He said, yeah, and just went on to the next map, like the next round. He's just a robot, you know? Like, when he's in that zone, it's very difficult to stop, but obviously the hype, the energy, everything was there for Convoy to now be up 2-1.
Yep, and now we go to a sub-base Hardpoint, which, again, this kind of feels like a series that's going to have its pros and cons for both teams, because looking at Convoy when they played FaZe Black here, they're getting beat up a little bit. Well, I mean, I should say the first rotation of Hardpoints, not terrible. It was just that stretch going from kind of like P2 back over to P4. That's where it started to kind of get taken away, you know, by FaZe Black with that aggressive setup they keep kind of trying to force.
And I think if you are Convoy, this is a map that you have to close it out, because you saw that map number 2. It was textbook from Houston Spartans. You cannot afford to go to an invasion, search, and destroy where you have played it, but their game plan is probably going to be completely different. You saw it in map number 2. We got to be able to close it out on this sub base, and at least the good thing for them is they played this earlier on versus FaZe Black. There's a lot of things they can look at that map and realize, if we did this situation better, if we did this a little better, we probably could be able to win that game by a little bit more, but at least you did win that map earlier on. And now you're in an opportunity where you can close out the series right here, right now. Starting off on the preferred side into the sub base, so they're going to be the team initially with this P1 time, but you can already see their focus. We win this first set of fights over towards comms, we're going to set us up properly for some much good time.
3 first kills come through for the Houston Spartans, only dropping 1 along the process. 2 real hunting down Dylan Rex. Finds the elimination. That will make things a little bit more even over the top of this next battle of first L. Although Houston from inside the hardpoint do well to least again kind of reduce the numbers a touch. Hardpoint really at this point just at worst goes neutral for a long time, and then there's 20 seconds to fight for as the Spartans are on their rotation over the backside of P2.
Yeah, Houston already found themselves at P2, so even if you're walking away with this remaining P1 time, it's all about these next set of fights, and Yuli's here to start it all off, but the rest of Houston, they're in the point now, and those spawns do flip. So this is the perfect case scenario for Houston. Even though they're going to find themselves down by 10 to 15 points, they are going to be the team set up for that P2 properly. So they can get right back into this game. You just got to hold down this first push. Spark reads it perfectly as he's already starting off 5-1. I haven't even seen 5 people on the map, and he's finding them all.
Yeah. The hunt is good. Temp eventually puts to rest the streak, and Yuli from the front actually creates space now for Convoy to break back through. We saw this a lot versus FaZe, where, you know, they may not have rotated first, but they were finding very quick breaks with individual kills coming through the middle of the map, and that seems to be the case once again. So now Fire from the front kind of has to do the exact same thing to Convoy that just happened to him, but only finds the first kill, and now it's still 28 seconds to fight for. Convoy are starting to get a little bit more of some actual space to work with around P2.
And that's where it gets difficult, because if you are Houston Spartans, you were set up the way you want to. But when you're losing those mid-map gunfights around maze, around a deep pinch, and the only player alive for your team is Fire 40, who's sitting at the top snow, yeah, those spawns are now going to flip. You bless Convoy with the back spawn, and they make up for it, as they walk away with at least 25 to 30 seconds at this P2, but Fire doing a great job of reinforcing, creating that layer to make sure his teammates are nice and free over towards that P3 hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Spark just trying to see if he can catch him on the cross. We'll have a look at 2Real. It's a good look. Finds the kill. Denies the trade and actually finds another bullet into Temp, who had to have been a bullet. I mean, he was absolutely deleted. But again, all that told, again, 2 good kills from Spark, but Convoy Gaming still right at the front door. They've already kind of forced one spawn out to happen, and if they can find another individual kill, they can break this hardpoint open wide open.
Yeah, they have top snow, you have bottom warehouse, but all the kills in the feed currently going in favor of the Spartans, so you have to slow this one down if you are Temp and Dave Patty. Temp does take down 2, cannot find the third, so the remaining time is going to go to the Spartans, and you already have Fire in a position off the rotation, just trying to play it live, but that stun is going to connect. Convoy get a read on him. They take care of him, and now they're properly set up for this P4. You see as they're starting to push out towards P2 as well. They just want to create those layers, knowing exactly where Houston Spartans are coming from.
The first kill goes the way of ProLoot, and if he can get another, but once again, kind of what we talked about with FaZe Black, sometimes they get too far forward. 1 kill opens up an entire back spawn. Convoy still spawning in for now. 4v4. right over the top of the hard point. Yuli slipping away from a couple of contestants, but again, that's space for Houston to work with. One kill in the back starts to come through. Now the hit to the front. Dave just got to watch everything all at once, and he's stuck in a corner and can't predict the hit. So just like that, again, Houston from the front find a very clean break.
Yeah, it's just too mixy, and Houston is able to drive through the chaos because they flip those spawns. They're able to grow this lead a little bit more. Prolute now finds himself on 5 in a row. Because now with only 20 seconds left of your combo, you have to rotate out. You have to try to fight for that P2 side. At least you find the trade onto Spark, but now you have to get out because you don't want to consistently have to fly out through Warehouse to break in towards P5.
Can Prolute get set up for this 6th elimination? That's currently the main focus as we rotate over to 5. Not easy gunfights in front of him. Lots of damage to 2Real, but also at a bullet, Prolute will back away. Convoy finding a kill over towards Waterside means that this hit coming forward from the Spartans has to happen from the front, and there's no trophy system down, so Prolute will be taken off of his streak. But same can be told here as Houston also clear out the hard point. We stay pretty level here.
Yeah, Houston take mid-map control. Next main focus is to take top Snow. Fire tries to do that, but 2Real with the perfect angle at least cuts him down. He's able to find a second as well. Just keeping them off this hill is already a great job from Convoy, but if you can combine these kills with some much-needed hill time, you're right back into this game because all of Houston Spartans, they're trapped in towards P2. They cannot find a way out. The crossfires are too strong as 2Real is still alive and towards the top Warehouse.
And this is very familiar to what we watched earlier
Oh
in Phase
my
Black.
God.
He just gets up top and just starts
Ay,
beaming
ay,
players.
ay.
There you go. Cruise Missile earned 6 in a row. Fire playing over towards the top side of P2. Plat eventually takes him off the streak, but you kind of feel like the damage has already been dealt. Hardpoint time good. Streak earned. Dave trying to work on rotation, but does get cut down, leaving Yuli by himself. Decent snap up towards Prolute, but not able to secure the kill. And unless he can get some assistance, he very likely gets overwhelmed and eventually does get taken down.
Yeah, but the rest of the teammates are here. They just don't find any kills. Dave Patty, the last man up. Has to now allow the opposing team to soak up a lot of that P1 time. He has to wait for his teammates to get back to him before they decide the approach. You already see Spark push out towards Warehouse, so no one's going to overextend. All of Convoy trying to break through trying to break through Waterside, but they are getting cut down. Houston Spartans doing a great job of just holding strong on that setup for now.
Yeah, Spark just keeps finding himself in great positions to, like you mentioned, just foil the intentions and setups of Convoy Gaming. And now he's being chased. A tough gunfight there. 2Real just kind of beats him to the punch with the rival. So rotation is now the name of the game here for both teams. And 2Real, wow, the speed that he gets into the mix. Unreal. Clean shots that come out. Also keep him fully healthy as he's looking for the trade on direct, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He's waiting for his teammates to help join him.
Yeah, but you got to make a decision quick because there's a lot of players from Houston Spartans already been able to make their way out. And unfortunately, he's going to get some bad COD timing right there as Dylan Rex turns it into 2. Able to control the spawns if you are Houston. I thought Convoy were going to start to pull away with the game if they found that final kill, but now you are forced to break in. You are forced to now use that cruise missile to try to get them off of this P2 time. Nothing is going to connect, and now you got to use the gunner to try to break through the front.
I don't love the call there on the cruise missile. It's just, and the fact of the matter is they should have known someone was watching the cross. They don't pick that up either, so much work was done by 2Real to earn the streak, and now it immediately turns into what looks to be a guaranteed back 30-plus seconds for Houston, and they're on rotation to new. These should force some parallel spawns on the left side of the map. Just down to can Fire earn a streak and immediately flip the script on this game.
Oh, but unfortunately, he does get cut down. Great angle of attack right there from 2Real. He's just finessing around this door. He's actually going to be able to run away with his life. Dances, but still does lead to Dylan Rex finding that kill. I thought he was going to finesse a little bit longer, but Convoy now at least holding on to the hill. But you see those spawns coming in for Houston Spartans.
Yeah.
They're going to be up by 40 points with the back spawns. They might be able to blow this game wide open. If you're Convoy, you got to keep him off at least.
Individual kills starting to come through. Houston taking advantage of their positions, battling back.
My.
Double comes through as Rex eventually drops. Dave Patty last one left. Spawns flip though in the process. Convoy can reinforce, and at the nick of time too, I'll tell you what. Prolute, can he find a way to jump in? And well, he does, but it's right into the waiting arms of 2 Convoy defenders, and with that, it will be CG all over the hard point.
Yeah, it's basically going to be a tie game at the end of this HP. But Houston Spartans with their foot on the gas as they're going to be the team set up for the next hill. Just can't allow Convoy to get out for free. Fire and Prolute don't allow that to happen. They cut down to 3 players off the rotation. Now everyone coming all spawn for Convoy on the back end of that P3. Just going to take a lot longer for them to work all the way across the map. Houston Spartans should have some time before they even contest it.
Tie game. Like you mentioned, Houston opened up some hard point to their name. Different focus here, though, for Convoy. They're not playing around the back. They're just playing this all from the front.
Wow.
They're gonna get 2 without dropping a single member? That seems a bit inexcusable. But Prolute, trying to take advantage of some low health pools in the hill, has an opportunity to work this back. Dave shut down. Now it's just Yuli inside the hard point, but a little bit of a pinch from Temp comes through, and it stops everything. Still, the spawn's good for Houston. Temp can only deal so much damage before the Spartans get back in.
Yeah, they're still here, but Temp is still causing mayhem. He finds another kill in the feed before he does get traded. It still leads to Houston Spartan not getting contested over here towards this water street. As this final 20 is going to potentially be there, as do Convoy decide to send it one more time to try to take him off. Here comes the nade. Nothing is going to connect, so you have to cut your losses. You have to try to play for the mid-map, play for the warehouse, but it's already Houston Spartans taking those positions to you.
Temp for the first fire off the regen. Wow, what a little reposition.
Oh, my.
Okay, fire with a huge double. Make sure the hard point stays neutral. Give Sparta a fighting chance to hold his ground. And boy, does he hold it well. 3 in a row now for Spart. 2 real. Same play back through ramp. Nades will start to land. Get Spart down to a bullet. He surely gets finished off here cleanly, and he will. Fire from inside the hard point, though. Not done with this Renetti. And he gets just enough support over the top to allow Houston to stay in the hill.
And they can win it here.
Yeah.
So if you are Convoy, you have to try to contest, at least contest for a little bit. Force it to the next hard point. They start off by taking off Prolo towards the top side of warehouse, so they have that positioning. They also have top snow. The break is about to be in because there's just too many numbers. The Renetti only has 15 bullets. You can't kill them all fire. So the break comes in for Convoy, and the spawns do flip. So Convoy have turned this game right on its head. They can trap them in with one more set of kills. They can basically tie this game insta.
Well, it's going to be a long water route here from Houston, taking the scenic route, but Yuli may meet this. He does drop. Rex able to find him with the pistol, but 2 real up top will hold some definitive control around P1. Rex dealt with as Dave gets himself onto 2. Eventually traded, but the kills still favor that of Convoy. 233, 195. 48 seconds to play for here on P1, while the focus over towards 2 is still mainly what's being called upon for both squads. But problem is Convoy have to fight the war on 2 fronts here.
Oh, and Prolu just finessed around the hill, was able to find 2, puts that 240 mark. They might be able to call a game if Convoy can't find a break here.
Kills not looking convincing enough at the moment. Have to find a way to break this thing in or at least contest. Prolute, Dylan Rex, last 2 left alive. Prolute able to find the double. Unbelievable stuff. Dave will get taken down and Rex will find the final. Okay, so the Houston Spartans real clean in the last couple of hard points. Feels like I'm saying the exact same thing we did about Convoy versus FaZe Black earlier. They take the win here in map number 4 and send us the distance to a map number 5. Woo! How about this series?
It is 12:15 a.m. for us. We are absolutely exhausted, but there's no better way to end today than a game number 5 to see who moves on tomorrow. Houston Spartans, they just did a great job of controlling a majority of the power positions. We're talking about a P5 where you have consistently players pushed out towards the warehouse, consistently players towards the top side of snow, and that just made it so difficult for Convoy. They were forced to break a lot of these hills that they weren't supposed to, like even through the front side of that P4. They 3-set through the front. Even with Donnie Temp working around the back end, it still wasn't enough because Houston Spartans did a great job of just reinforcing at the right time, clutching up in those ending engagements, and then obviously Fire 40, 30 and 20, 25 non-traded kills. Half of those were with the Renetti. Just absolutely took over in this game number 4. Because now we have a game number 5 on our hands, man. This is a nail-biter. And if I'm Convoy Gaming, I'm kind of shook. Because I don't want to be playing these guys on S&Ds after what they did to us on map number 2.
100%, man. I mean, again, it's just one of those situations that we kind of looked at the respawns and said that, yeah, I'm sure that there was a lot of favor or disfavor, you know, as we got to map 1, map 4. Kind of the same situation, though, in the Search and Destroys. I figured Convoy would have been happy to see the high-rise search for sure, but like you mentioned, a 1-6 there means that we will be heading over to an invasion search and destroy to finish things off for the evening. And, you know, kind of looking back through, I mean, we haven't really, again, like seen a lot of time to watch these teams just at large, but
yeah,
the other time we had Convoy on stream, they played Boston Academy and they didn't have an invasion in the mix for search at all. So, you know, it'll be interesting, I think, to see who would prefer to see this one kind of show up here for map number 5. I think you're right, though, just kind of looking at the, you know, recency bias after a 6-1 on a high-rise search that Convoy looked so good at in their previous series. I'm sure Houston's the one kind of saying, let's just do what we did to them there.
Yeah, Houston are feeling confident. Yeah, obviously win the map number 4. They forced into game 5, and they're going into an invasion search and destroy where there's so many different play calls that could come on in. Because we know all on the attacking side, it's slow and steady wins the race. You're playing off the info that you gain, and you're using that info to now make plays happen. And on the opposing side for Convoy, like, they showed us a great search and destroy in their last series. But the one that they just played, it was just slowly picked apart because Houston Spartans knew exactly how they were going to set up. So I think that's the only benefit that they have going into this final map is that you haven't really played this one as a squad. There's no really no VODs that you can go back and review it that can be consistent enough to show that this is what you guys are going to do in the game 5 because this is everything. This is for a chance tomorrow at making it in the grand finals, you know? Like, you want to make it to tomorrow.
Absolutely the case. I mean, we talked about it kind of at the beginning of the broadcast, looking at the pricing. All the money is really kind of saved for the top 2 teams.
Yeah.
So a win here gets you into a matchup with this Boston Academy who's trying to regain from what they unfortunately kind of showed in the respawn today versus Spacefish Taco, who is the team that has currently earned themselves the winner's bracket advantage in the best of 7 grand finals. And just for what it's worth, kind of looking at our picks and bans, it was Houston Spartans who picked Invasion for the search and destroy.
Okay.
So not only do we have their ability to beat Convoy on their own search 6-1, but now they get to go to their own. Okay. Sets the scene very nicely for us.
This is why it gets scary, Ben, because when you get to a map number 5, if you lose your game to search and destroy that you choose, you're now going to a bread and butter for the final team. And they picked up the momentum early off that map number 4. And I think even to talk a little bit more about that map number 4, the turning point of the game is when 2Real invested that cruise missile at P2. Like, we're talking about a situation where Convoy had the numbers. If they break into the P2 just simply using their gunny, they can invest that cruise missile later on, probably at the P4 or even the P5. But since you wasted it at P2, nothing connects. It was a full 40-second hold from the Houston Spartans to find themselves a nice little lead. And then they kept everything else scrappy. They were so scrappy enough that they only won the game by 1 hill. And that just simply came down to that one situation of play that 2Real just didn't play correctly with that cruise, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And it just, again, felt like not only a weird hill to use it on, but also a weird timing. And then on top of that, like, again, we should have known there was someone watching that mid-cross, and everyone's just trying to run forward into a setup that didn't have to leave the hard point. So, yeah, it was definitely peculiar, to say the least. But now, again, the other part of this, if you were to look at the series at large, is Convoy have lost both of their map picks at this point. It was Houston who picked the Invasion hard point, so they took that one, but you lost both your map picks. I won't say, like, super convincingly on the sub base, but at least so on the high-rise search. And that has to kind of work you around mentally to get yourself kind of scrambling of, like, hey, now we got to all of a sudden make sure we are, you know, whatever our mentality is around invasion search, we really iron that in and hope it's successful, because otherwise you're making mid-map adjustments against a very good search team.
I just think, like, what you need to do if you are Convoy is that it was a perfect blind counter every single time on high rise. Every time they got a first blood, it was instantly responded with 2. So if you're in that situation where you were playing really slow on your attacking rounds, and now eventually it's 30 seconds left and you were forced to make a play, you have to make those plays as a unit. I know it's great when people have these individual plays here and there, but the teamwork aspect was just a lot better from Houston Spartans on that game number 2. And if they show that teamwork aspect in this game number 5, they're most likely going to walk away with it. Convoy have to be together in certain situations.
Agreed. Okay. There's the breakdown. A lot of words to be said, but at 12:20 in the morning, I'm sure most of you are just waiting to see the game pop up. So we'll spare you from the deep dives, and it's also kind of sparing us just a touch. I will say that monster was delicious, but you know it didn't last all 5 maps. I'll tell you that, friends. I mean, the other thing about this is, you know, I will say, just kind of looking at how Boston and SFT played, they're both going to be really happy to have the evening to kind of regress over things that they kind of had already, you know, mulled over. I think especially for Boston. But I will say, coming off of a long series here this evening, you're not going to have a lot of time to re-prep yourself up for either of these two teams. Looking forward to Boston tomorrow. So we'll be interested to see how things go. Wow, quick action over towards B Street. It's Temp for first blood. That was a double AR setup right there for inside of Houston Spartans. More aggression. I mean, this is just, you want to play map 5? Let's just go at each other. This is a straight slobber knocker.
Yeah, let's just send it. Let's just send it early into the first round. Convoy knew that they did not have any trophy system, so Houston potentially were going to make a play over towards B. 2Real finds his second on the round. Great shots on the Spart. Locates Proluke, gets him down to 26 HP, but now he's going to set up his teammate to find the final. What a great first round out of Convoy to really set the tone with no trophies. We're talking about double challenging up through the B Street, knowing that that's exactly where they're coming from. You open up at the first blood, and then 2Real with the individual play around Cafe finds 2, sets up Yuli for the final. Convoy get on the board early.
Yeah, bold. I love it. Like you mentioned, set the tone. Make sure that you're in a spot where you're not going to be just naded off spawn. You're not going to allow any finesse to happen. And Houston Spartans don't really get a chance to even try their first offensive playbook attempt. So with those kills coming through, we should have some trophies at least midway through this round. This comes down to, will they wait to those to charge? Yuli right up towards DVD. Looking to play in the alley to make sure that no one has gotten super aggressive. Rival 9 in hand. And for the Houston Spartans defensively, kind of, again, just playing back just a touch. The only one really forward is Prolud on top of the A site.
Yeah, this is seriously the default setup on defense. One player holding the right street, another one around the A bomb, one towards the mid tank, and another one just simply watching the crossover towards B. Now 540 has gotten a read on where the pressure is coming in. Nades are getting thrown away or through the mid tank. The slide comes in, but Prolud finds that first blood.
Wow.
He's able to assist Fire for the second. Instant 4v2.
Clean trades back and forth.
Wow.
Oh, Temp almost turns with the pistol. But the damage is dealt. Dave will follow up, but from behind, the Houston Spartans hold the numbers, and they favor themselves out in the trades at the end. Wow. Again, it's all calm until it isn't, as these two teams are really just going at it flat out.
Once these fights happen, there's
Yeah.
a lot more fights that are yet to come, as they're right around the corner. Houston Spartans just set up once they find the opening 2 kills and the 4v2 to just simply play the trades. Donnie Temp almost made something happen with a 3-piece through the middle of the tank, but Renetti is not that strong. As Houston are able to tie the game up at 1, now they're back on the attacking side with a couple trophy systems to work with. So let's see the adjustments coming in from Convoys. This time it's not 2 people instantly challenging over towards B. We're going to play this one a little bit safe. 1 towards Broken, 1 towards Mid-Dark.
A little bit of aggression showcased here by Yuli, getting up the top Broken, and yeah, he'll find Fire for free. Spart still playing towards Treehouse, not going to be scouted by this. Opportunity for an isolated trade. But that's all that could really come through this direction. Spart's trying to chase it down, and here's the player on Dark. Temp can't quite finish the kill, though. Focus for the defense is still holding pretty strongly, as the Spartans largely have to try to figure out something at mid-map or towards A if they want to find success in this offense.
Yeah, they have everything covered. Crossfires galore over there towards the B Street. You also have Dave Patty watching all of mid-courtyard, so if he spots something, it's going to be too real to turn right around. And that's exactly what happens. Unfortunately, he gets some bad COD timing there. Prolud's able to take care of him, making it 3v3.
I mean, untraded, that seems egregious. 25 seconds on the clock. Here's a chow out. With the pistol. Not allowing Temp to get into the mix, and the same can be said for Rex. Last one left is Yuli, and he hasn't been unisolated from this position at B, and wow. I mean, 3v4, it's just, you have to make a daring play if you're the Spartans, and they get away with just inexcusable, untreated situations at mid-map.
Yeah, they just got away with murder, Alan. Like,
Yeah.
you had every single Crossfire watch. The fact that Prolud's able to slide on in, get the freebie on a 2-reel, get out with his life, and then go for the instant chow, find the second with the Renetti, that's just a complete breakdown right there out of Convoy. They thought that that one was in the bag, but just didn't have every base covered. As now Houston Spartans starting to pull away. 2 rounds in a row in this search and destroy. Back on the defensive side they go. And if you are Convoy, I know it was nice and slow up through that cafe, but every time you're breaking through that A side and you're trying to play for the unknown corner, it's very, very difficult. So early information gained on Spart, Yuli trying to isolate him.
Yeah, this should be a dedicated call for Convoy saying we're going to go play for this kill. And the Spart thing is Prolud's here to assist. He's also tagged up, but gets away. And no way, no way do Houston come away with the first 2 kills. Spart should have been signing his own death warrant at that point. But the help is exquisite, and all the damage that was tallied leads to nothing for Convoy.
Now it's Temp and Dave Patty trying to clutch on up. Bomb's going to be down over towards Dark as well. This is not going to be easy. The buddy system from the rest of Houston Spartans, as they're getting aggressive up through the A Street. All information gained. Dylan Rex lines up onto Temp. Dave Patty instantly there for the trade, but it's only a matter of moments before that next trade comes on in. Houston Spartans somehow, some way get out of that round, basically untouched. Fire 40 finds 3. The fact that he's able to walk through mid-dark uncontested is mind-blowing to me.
Absolutely. I mean, that arguably, and not to sound overcritical and be nitpicky, but those are 2 rounds that Convoy need to win. Like,
yes.
Without question. 4v3 on defense, so you get broken apart through mid, and then you get perfect isolation onto not just Spart, but also Prolud, and you can't convert off the damage. It's painful. Now all of a sudden you've got a 2-round cushion if you're Houston with early eyes over towards this B street again. Shots out from Spart. Must have seen Yuli on the cross.
Yep, they just were able to spot Yuli on the cross, so they already have broken control. And no one's going to be aggressive on this side of the map. We just got to isolate this player towards the backside of that tractor. And they just don't want to get some bad timing. Fire's not going to let the play that just happened in the previous round happen to him.
Yeah.
So he's holding down Dark to the T. You still have Dylan Rex playing that late pinch. He's just waiting for his teammates to take a little bit more ground up through B before he decides to commit on that pinch.
Julie in a little bit of trouble. Backs off the tractor position. Nades were coming. Trophy system deleted as well. So Yuli really doing well defensively on the island. But he's going to be real tested here. Opening shoulder decent. Lots of ammo also spent. But to a real pinch. At least able to find one. This should stop the bomb from being planted. But he's lost his teammate at mid-map. And that's enough for Rex to follow up, find the last 2 kills. And here come the Spartans 4-1 up.
That's 4 in a row, too.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. They isolated the player once again at P. You cause so much mayhem on that side of the street. You set up Dylan Rex on the deep pinch to find the final 2. And I know that Fire 40 at least ended that round on a 5 streak. I don't know about Dylan Rex, what he's currently at, but they're just starting to pull away in this search and destroy. Both on 5 in a row. Unfortunately, the game has ended. And that one's kind of tough because you have potential cruise missiles being earned from Houston.
Yeah, that one's going to really sting. Really, really sting. I mean, it's not in the fact that it's like they're on 4 or it's just one player. It's 2 players on 5.
Oh, yeah.
I think the only salvation here is the fact that there is a pretty wide cushion being built here from Houston. So not 100% sure what caused all this. But, you know, regardless of any potential issues that may have been happening in the last couple of rounds, whether it was something controller or internet related, those are 2 rounds that Convoy are going to look back on and say we should have had both of those. And that's where the difference currently lies in this search and destroy.
Should have had the defense up 4-3. Yeah. Like, you had every single crossfire set up, and unfortunately you lost it. And in the next couple of rounds, you're just getting outclassed by Fire 40 through mid-dark. Simply does not happen. But pretty sure that's enough from us. We will get everything figured out, and then we will throw it to a quick break. Once we get back, we'll get right back into COD, because I know it's 12:30 a.m. You guys are tired. We're tired. We want this one to finish, but we want it to finish with a bang. So we'll be right back.
back there, friends. We are picking back up this series at a 4-1 count still, so it will be the Houston Spartans up in a major way. Obviously, the only thing they're really missing on is the potential of 2 cruise missiles, but we'll see if that comes to play at all, as Convoy Gaming really need to put together something here.
Yeah, they need to figure something out, and at least they hit the reset. There's no trophy systems to work with. Fire 45 to first, but it's Yuli with the trade. So now you have a lot of B control, but how much ground does Yuli decide to take? Because it's not a single player here. Prolude through the mid. Dark finds a second kill. Fire trying to find a trade. He's able to do it. It got a little scary, but it's a 2v2, making it a 2v1.
How does Prolude choose to isolate this? Bomb carrier had dropped. Whether or not that's known as a different story here, though, for Prolude. And he is trying to find Dave Patty, who is already out of there. Same thing can be told here, though. I mean, Convoy also don't know if Prolude's playing through B Street, so they have to team up to work this together just to collect the bomb, and the clock's going to force them to make a move here.
Yeah, they have to make a move, and they have to make it quick, because Prolude's going to get the info that the bomb is not going to be over towards A. We have to try to get over towards B with an instant, as that bomb is now going to get planted. And if you are Yuli and Dave Patty, you got to go to the old reliable setup, one towards the tractor, one on cages, and it should be yours.
Yeah, and Dave right off the plant just pops up over the bomb site, clean shots on both sides, but Dave quicker to the punch. And that gets Convoy their 2nd overall round. Wow. I mean, it's one of those situations that, again, it just didn't look all that great from the side of Convoy off the get-go. Lots of good opening kills from the side of Houston, but I think the big difference maker is that Yuli gets through, and then obviously the isolated gunfight from Dave on the other side kind of opens up some space to work that 2v1.
Yeah, you played out a lot more aggressive, knowing that they don't have any trophy system, so there's not going to be a player playing on the B site. So he hits it with the SMG, and it works to perfection. As now they're down 4-2. Back on the defensive side, go Convoy. Double stack on the B site. One player watching the mid-court, this time from a different angle. And Two-Real just trying to get all the info he can through the cafe windows.
And he may have gotten a look at Spark kind of dancing around front side blue. Looks to have been the case. That information is more just to confirm, though, as there were a couple of shots from Convoy's defensive setup over towards the B site. But little do they know, maybe, the intentions early here for Houston is to try to open things back up at this cafe towards A. Two-Real, the only real defender here, and these nades are going to connect, at least to give the information that, yep, there is a defender on site.
Yeah, they get the info, but now you have to check the right corner.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to set up on this slide out. The 2 players still working up the B Street. They're trying to isolate Yuli on the opposing side of the map. Yuli's going to have an engagement, and unfortunately he does fall, so now the play call might be, let's just try to wrap it back. Prolude gets caught. Dylan Rex gets caught. Now it's a 2v2.
Yeah, but the thing about this is the bomb carrier didn't get out, so all that work that was done to kind of throw a little bit of a head fake towards A has kind of gone wrong here for Houston. 15 seconds, 1v2 for Fire. And he's taking a shot. Backup comes out. Two-Real will drop, but you have to stick for the plant, and there's just not enough time to regen and also take that. So, oh man, that's a really weird moment because it looked like the mind games were favoring Houston until that action at mid-map came through.
Yeah, that's all it came down to. They isolated the player at B, but Prolude simply could not open the door at DVDs. Yeah. He was trying to get out with his life, rotate that bomb towards the free bomb site at that B point. But on the cross, Convoy were ready for it. They shut that all down, and now back into the search and destroy. Down 4-3, training a couple rounds together, but now if you are Houston Spartans, you got a couple trophy systems to work with. You go back to the old reliable setup, aggressive up on that B point.
Yeah, very much so the case. Fire not having a trophy here has to be pretty cautious about how he wants to stay around this P2 tank. He's also responsible for watching this cross. I mean, he's got a lot of things to worry about here. If you're Fire, I mean, if he starts to get naded, he could be in some major trouble. But at the moment, Convoy have left him alone. Trophy system gets placed just as the frag starts to get cooked. 2 players through, stun comes out. Here comes the hit to B.
And the smoke is already on the cross as well, so can that smoke clear out for Spark to find an angle on the bomb? Not in time. It's going to be a 4v4 retake. Temp in a very, very crucial spot. He finds the first blood, can potentially find the second onto 40. It's the 2v4, making it 2v2. I don't know how he just walks out and finds 2.
Well, the problem is the trade comes through and the nade lands, and Rex just kind of caught out in the middle of no man's land. And that is massive from Temp. Absolutely massive. To take 2 down through dark is just, man, super special. Spartan nearly able to battle back, but after the plant comes through, Convoy Gaming does too many advantages, and now we're 4-4.
They have brought this one all the way back. The reset has done wonders for Convoy. Because now, if you know our Houston Spartans, you have to figure out a way to stop the bleeding. It's been with multiple first bloods, at least through the middle of the map, isolating that player over towards A, but you just got to get a read on how Convoy are playing this, because we've just been able to slowly pick you guys apart. Now they got trophy systems to play over towards B. Yuli's just going to throw some early shoulders, try to get the info, but you got to put that trophy system down, going to back out and force Houston Spartans to use all their attacks to try to open up that site.
And the thing about it is, if they decide to throw nades towards B, not only will they not confirm information, but look at Temp's angle. He is aggressive through this dark play. I mean, Yuli really doesn't have to worry about the push immediately because Temp's kind of watching it. Gives it up, so things will kind of change here as Houston will make some efforts to clear out mid happen. Again, Turil's also in a pretty aggressive spot, though, as well. I mean, there's a lot of cheekiness going on with this Convoy defensive setup.
With only 45 seconds left, Turo might be the guy to make the play, because he's hearing all this action around Cafe. You also have Temp watching the crossover towards site, so wait to see the side to apply this pressure. As Prolude's going to slide his way on up. Temp is not going to be able to see him, but Prolude does spot him. Fire finds the first blood. Now you know the positioning of Temp. Can you find the second? No, the trade is there.
Yeah, now here's the play through dark. Yuli dropping on that B defense means that there's really no way to cover that position. So Dave is by himself, 1v3. And, well, he's predicting the rotation will happen over towards B. Does he give him the angle at the wrong time? No, he doesn't. So at least confirms the first kill quickly. 40 seconds to play with. Rex playing deep, watching the outside street. Prolude still hanging over the top of this car at the doorway. Information.
Dude!
Wait a second. Hold on. Rex is trying to play for the kill around the back. He doesn't have the angle. Dave, does he cross in? Sure does, but Rex has seen this. Just comes down to how does he choose to play the follow-up. Still has a stun. Dave quickly moving. Tries to predict the freezer play, but Rex through Park finds the kill, and the Houston Spartans will go to series point.
I almost just lost composure. Like, how many shoulders you need to throw in towards the Cafe for you to get the info that you need? The fact that it turns into a 1v1 is mind-blowing to me, but thank God Dylan Rex with the re-wrap through mid-court wins the round for the Spartans. Because now they put themselves at game point in this game 5. They're back on the defensive side. I would love to see a 2-stack over towards B, because you're shutting down that early play. Make 540 play the way that he's been playing through the mid-tank, but have 2 players at that B site.
Yeah, and just don't get caught off guard. It feels like Convoy have just surprised for some early 1v1s, and this time it's just Temp. I mean, at egregious range, Spark just gets caught playing a little bit aggressive. The 3-man stack here defensively for Houston doesn't quite work out. And yeah, if you're Yuli, you don't need to do anything but just make sure you keep your life here, as the bomb has already made progress towards A.
Yeah, they got info on 2 players. One already pushed out towards Broken, one towards mid-dark. So Yuli going to be able to re-wrap, find that timing onto Fire. Now it's instantly a 4v2, make it a 4v1. Dylan Rex with his hands full, trying to clutch on up. But unfortunately, it's not enough. Convoy Gaming have brought this one all the way back. Nani Temp finds that first blood onto Spark. You definitely don't want to be dropping if you're that player crossing over towards Broken. But now we have a round 11. This simply just comes down to who wants it more.
This is to keep your playoff hopes alive or go home top 4. Round 11. What do you call here? And I think the other thing is, do they commit to these sides? Yeah, I was about to say.
Yep.
There's going to be some math being done by the players here to make sure they're starting on the correct sides here, because that's also pretty darn important, especially considering how the swing started versus how we happen to be finding ourselves now after the reset. So, wow, I don't even know what to say, Jay. I'll let you just go where you want to go, brother.
Yeah, nah, Houston Spartans, obviously, they started off the S&D map dominating before the restart happened. So they were out slaying. They had a couple players working on some streaks. Unfortunately, those get shut down. But when you're out slaying the way that you were, you're basically guaranteeing yourself round 5 defense. They were not spawning on the attacking side on invasion. They're going to force Convoy to do that. And the only thing that's more difficult about that now is that the reset comes in again. And now we have no trophy systems in this round 11. So this is going to be just an all-out different kind of setup that we see throughout every other round.
Don't know what to say there. It's going to be interesting, though, to say the least. We'll head over to a quick break while the teams get everything figured out and reset in the lobby. And then we'll be back for our final round of the evening. Don't go far. I'll be right back. insert gong. Round 11. Map 5. No trophies. Are we just going to get it the same break-off we had from before? Houston's on the offense, and yeah, we got just a skirmish at long range that 2Real takes the win on. And Jay, we're quickly into a 4v3.
He just pushes right up the middle of the map, finds that first blood, so Houston Spartans faces some adversity here to try to clutch on up into 3v4, but that's going to help. The fire too strong for 2Real. You can't make this stuff up into 3v3.
Oh, what's a map 5 round 11 at 1 a.m.? Spart does track down Dave. Stays alive, keeps the majority of his health as well, so the backup is decent. Temp, sure likely, will want to rotate off of this, but they kind of double stack the A street, so no one sees the plant go down. 3v3. 40 seconds on the clock. Yuli playing along the back. Clean shots from Prolut right through the middle of the courtyard. Finds the first kill. Yuli trying to follow for the trade. Prolut just finessing his life as long as possible. He's trying to be isolated, but it just takes too long. And Prolut will find the final 3 kills. And that'll do it for round 11. Spartans, after nearly getting 2 streaks, get reset back to a round 11, reset again, and they deal with the first blood to take the win.
Man, they didn't even deal with the first blood. The car did. I don't know how 2Real was able to die from the flames, but that works to wonders for Houston Spartans. They're able to equalize it, make it a 3v3, have full A site control, and then Prolut dominates from that position with the SMG. He's able to find 3 to close out the round. Like, that was such a back and forth S&D. Obviously, Houston Spartan, they were up 4-1. Then the reset comes in. Convoy start bringing it back. Then we go all the way to round 11. We got to tally up the kills. And we tallied them up for no reason because Houston Spartans was still the team on the attacking side. But when you got cars that are working in your favor, when you got the bomb plants going down and Prolut just taking over into round 11, that is Houston Spartans, even at 1 a.m., clutching up in the game number 5. And now stay alive a little bit longer. They go to the top 3, and they make it to tomorrow.
That was a battle of attrition in all of the weirdest of ways. Just hit him with the wow. So here's a look back at the bracket. We've got our top 3 teams that remain tomorrow. Elimination finals to kick us off between the Houston Spartans and the Boston Breach Academy. Yes, it was a 3-0 last time they met, but boy, I'll tell you, all 3 maps were razor-thin margins. So that'll be a real fun run back there. And as you saw in the winners finals, Spacefish Taco able to find themselves a really nice win, winning both hard points against Boston Academy naked into the grand finals. That will be a best of 7 where they will have veto advantage, and I imagine that will play dividends against whichever team they face. I mean, you got a quick team in Boston that you're going to want to try to take away their quick and mixy maps. Otherwise, you got the Houston Spartans that have been really clinical when it comes to, in particular, their search and destroy. So here is our current standings and prize pool payoffs. Tomorrow is where we'll separate the boys from the men, so to speak. 24 grand for first waiting for us, Jay.
Oh, man. Obviously, everyone wants to go out and be the number 1 team throughout Elite Stage 1. But there can only be 3 teams for a chance at it. And I can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store because Boston Academy, they really let me down today, Alan. I've been gassing these guys up for weeks watching them play, but unfortunately they were just not ready for the performance of the ARs out of Sam Willie and Pro Amar. They're sitting comfortably in the grand finals, but that elimination bracket, that elimination final that we have tomorrow is going to be a banger as well. I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
Well, you're going to have to, Jay. Hate to break that to you, my guy. You're going to get a little bit of sleep before we jump back on. But, hey, like we mentioned, that will finish things here tonight. But tomorrow, we've got lower finals and grand finals for both Europe and North America. So 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time is where Europe will start. And, of course, right afterwards, North America will follow up. Top 3 teams remain. This is all the action you want to see before we look at the Miami Open. So make sure you come back same time, same place, sub on your way out, and we'll catch you guys mañana. Hasta luego. Bye-bye.